Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are live, as always, in studio. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Last morning of the cold.
That's what the weather says. Should get above freezing around noonish today. So I'm finally going to, not be draining gallons of water an hour, dripping faucets left and right.
You think the water bill is going to be higher?
Yeah, I think so. It's mine's usually like $100 a month-ish in the wintertime-ish. And I assume it'll be around $140, $150, I think. I don't know, just nonstop running water for 3 days.
Is that the science behind it? A gallon an hour just dripping the faucets?
Probably more than that, right?
Really?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I've always thought about putting like just a gallon jug, I guess, underneath it, and you can tell, but I've never measured it.
What precautions have you guys been using at the Russell Estates?
Cabinet doors open and then dripping the faucets. But then it's like I'll take a shower and I'll just naturally turn it off or wash my hands, and I'll come back in a couple hours and be like, oh my goodness, I didn't drip the faucets, which I know a couple hours won't do much, I don't think. But
You're not dripping the shower faucet.
Yeah, we'll drip everything.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never done that.
What's that?
Never gone to the shower to drip the shower faucet.
Only
the sinks.
Yeah, we did the sinks, but we did the shower because my son's in his bathroom, their bathroom.
Yeah, I hear way too much about your kids' showers.
I know. In their bathroom, it froze, so we went and dripped them. We went and dripped the faucets in the shower, which that's
no
a lot.
burst, no break, because you had that during one of the previous freezes.
Well, I had my tankless water heater froze. It broke. My parents had a pipe that broke. I don't think I have copper piping. I think I have I think it's called a PEX system. It's like your new house will have this too. It's like a red and blue sort of rubbery pipe that goes in the ceiling so it doesn't freeze. I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh, because it expands. I've heard about those. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not copper. Copper will burst. Copper's in like older homes. Not older, I think it's more than 10 years, 15 years old. But I don't think I have that issue to worry about. Knock on Corian here.
We good with schools?
The
win factor? No issues? I did feel bad after my rant yesterday as I drove into work and saw some individuals standing outside of a bus stop. And I'm like, okay, that would suck. But Mia Khalifa would make fun of you for taking the bus instead of a valet if you were following on X yesterday. But you probably don't know who Mia Khalifa is, you innocent young souls. But the kids, hopefully not dealing with any wind today, get back in school. So what happens to the parents who have the school canceled like that with their work? Like, do jobs let you just go ahead and take a day and they understand?
So,
how do you come up with coverage just like that?
A lot of jobs, like depends on what you do, you can either work from home or you don't have to, if you're like in an office job, like if somebody here, you're just your sales or whatever. Well, do it the next day.
Nobody works.
Yeah, they don't work here anyway.
Yeah,
you do it the next day. Every job, I guess, every job is different. A lot now because of the pandemic. Most of us have access working at home.
Feels like we've escaped. I haven't had any ERCOT issues. I haven't seen on the news a ton of ERCOT issues, but knock on whatever this is you said. It feels like that we have escaped the great freeze of 2024.
Yep. Feels we have. Now, when's the next one? Is it coming? Is it in early February? Are we going to miss it? Are we going to hit the Super Bowl when it's going on?
Is there supposed to be another one?
Maybe not as cold as it is right now.
But look at this. Look at the highs for the week. Today's high is 41, low of 18. Then tomorrow it goes to 53. Then the high Friday's 35.
Yeah.
We go 41, 53, 35, and then we're in the 30s till Monday when it's 53, and then next Tuesday and Wednesday are 60.
60s.
And 60. 35, 60, 60, 35.
And then, let's see, to the end of the month, look at that. To the end of the month, 60s and high. If it never gets, the rest of the month, it will not get below, as a high, 55 degrees. That is greatness. So maybe we're out of the woods. Man, if we get spring already, woo-hoo-wee. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, to global warming.
Yeah.
Thumbs up, star up to the ice caps.
That's right, baby.
Speaking of stars, speaking of ice, This happened last night for the good guys.
Harley into space. Send that one wide. Pavelski scores! Joe Pavelski pots another off the ricochet. And the lead is 3 for the Stars.
And they end up scoring 3 in the third. They beat down the LA Kings. Pavelski and Hintz scoring their 18th goal of the season. And you had Ottinger with a performance at the AAC behind the Stars, getting 3 goals in a 4-minute stretch during the first part of the third period to take complete control.
Man, what a stretch it is for the LA Kings. They were 20-7. They were 20-7 on December 27th. They have lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now that's their 9th loss in the last 10 games.
Oh, the LA Eagles.
The LA Eagles.
Nice.
They went from 27-4 to 20-11-8 in a week, 2 weeks. What an awful stretch this has been for them. And the Stars do what everybody else has done, and that is put up a 5 spot on them and hold them pretty much to nothing, and they get the win.
So I was doing okay this week after the Green Bay loss until late last night. I got a little pit in my stomach. And we're going to talk about this at 6 o'clock when Bobby comes in.
What'd you eat?
It has nothing to do with food. It has to do with reading. It was my eye. It's my eyes, not my stomach. Because my eyes are starting to read. We may not have the same wins in DFW outside. We have some Mike McCarthy wins I feel like blowing. And some things playing out behind the scenes, in front of our very eyes. But David Moore, who is the Cowboys mouthpiece for the Dallas Morning News. Everyone knows this. Props to David, by the way. You get that type of hookup, you get that type of connection, you get in front of a lot of stories versus everybody else.
What was the number you used, David?
He wrote an article, Choppy, that Bobby sent us, and it said, why keeping McCarthy and Dak together may be Cowboys' most viable option. And whenever David writes something like that, you got to pay attention to it. And sometimes it's a suggestion. It's a handout from the front office for him to write it. There was something else I heard behind the scenes yesterday, and nothing imminent, nothing really, really strong. But right now, if I was putting money down, it would be on Jerry keeping Mike McCarthy for next season. That's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm reading.
Yeah, I don't think that's very far off.
Could be wrong.
I had a buddy text me the other day who said he's got connections. He said it's already a done deal. They've already hired Bill. So he said, whatever.
And your 1 to 10 trust level in this individual?
He got the McGuire at Texas Tech thing right.
Joey. Okay.
I always called him Jerry.
So he knows high school football.
So he knows that. So he got that right. He said it was already a done deal, and he was right. This, I think he's being played here. I think he's being used as a mouthpiece. He's not even a mouthpiece.
Being used as a mouthpiece.
He's not even a mouthpiece.
Get this to RJ Chappie.
Yeah.
see if Chappie will leak this.
I'm a patsy. I'm being used as a patsy here, just like Oswald. That's what he says at the end.
So my stomach. This is difficult, because this is the downside to having relationships with the people that you cover. I don't want to come on here and bash Mike, and I don't want to come on here and root for Mike to lose his job here. But I think we do a good job as a show, except for you and Banny. You put the biases aside, and you speak as a fan. We're 105.3 The Fan, and I want change. I think they have to have change. I think they need change. I don't want to go into another season with zero new storylines. I don't want to go to training camp, but here we go again.
Here we go.
Run it back. Just play the song on loop for the 48th straight time.
It'll be different.
And that's what my big fear is for this upcoming off season and the season ahead.
It'll be different, man.
Why?
It'll just be different. It'll just be different. I'm disappointed too because I know the 6th coach will be in Dak's career will be the difference. That will be the difference.
Oh, yeah.
The sixth coach, guys. Not Linehan, not Callahan, not Jason, not Kellen, not Mike. The sixth coach. That's going to be the one.
There we go.
That's the difference. It's going to change.
Me and Pepe were just innocent bystanders last night on the text chain
It's going to change.
with Choppy and Bobby. Choppy and Bobby going back and forth, and we are going to unleash it at some point in time today. Today, the discussion over number 4. So we'll figure out what Bobby is hearing at 6 o'clock, and we got to talk about a brand new Texas Ranger. What do you think is one of the first 2 things that you can think of if the Rangers sign somebody? They sign a pitcher.
They signed a pitcher. They got an injured guy.
You may not be wrong. We'll talk about it on the home of the Cowboys and the World Series champs next.
Coming up in the next G.
The defending World Series champs, they acquired Daniel Duarte from the Cincinnati Reds in exchange for cash considerations. We have some Chiefs fans going to the hospital because of hypothermia. We also have some Mike McCarthy rumors and whispers that are starting to pick up. We'll talk about it with Bobby Belt at 6 o'clock with the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. What do you know about this pitcher?
Danny Darts. I don't know if that's his nickname or not, but it's going to start to stick with me.
Great nickname.
Danny Darts. He's been injured the last couple of years.
Oh.
Hurt in 2022 with an elbow, and then up and down with the minors last year, but also got hurt with the shoulder at the end of the season. But look, his ERA is under 4 out of the bullpen, and that's not terrible. One bad outing can really blow up your ERA out of the bullpen. So I kind of don't really look at the bullpen ERA as much as maybe a starter. But, look, it's a depth guy. That's it. If he comes out here and he pitches well and he stays healthy, then I could see him, being halfway decent. Not going to be your closer. Not going to be some guy that's like, holy cow, I can't wait till we, just get me to Danny Darts. You're not going to be in Game 7 of the World Series. Be like, dude, if only Evaldi could get to 6 innings, we can get to Danny in the 7th. We're going to be set. It's not going to be like that, but you need to have depth guys in the bullpen.
7 fans at Arrowhead were taken to a hospital for hypothermia. 3 of them for frostbite. What exactly is frostbite?
It's when the bites are frosted. It's like you get like that weird fleshy skin thingy on the tips of your fingers or cheeks or anywhere in your body.
Like, was Tom Coughlin's face hypothermia or frostbite?
I think it was frostbite. I think that was frostbite. It gets like very, very red and weird to the touch.
Yeah.
But I've seen, according to Fox 4 Kansas City, they said emergency responders received dozens of calls relating to hypothermia and frostbite. 70 to first responders, and about half of those due to health issues caused by the dangerously cold temps. 15 taken to the hospital, 7 treated for the hypothermia, and 3 more for frostbite. Like, that's bad. Like, the NFL, like, I don't know that there's lawsuits involved because it's personal choice. Like, you didn't have to go to the game. You could have said, no, I'm not going to go. You got personal responsibility comes into play there somewhere. But holy cow. And the fact that this game played and they didn't play the Buffalo game, which was different because the governor said no on the Buffalo game, no travel.
And you said Buffalo's supposed to get 2 more feet of snow?
I saw that. 2 more feet of snow this week. I don't know if it's going to impact the game or not, but it's going to be at some point this week. It's very odd because the Sabres played the day before. They played that Saturday night.
The Sabres?
The Sabres in Buffalo played that Saturday night when they instituted the travel ban. They somehow
did
played.
The Sabres play outside?
Well, no, but it wasn't because outdoors. It was a travel ban, right? So
Yeah.
it was odd. So even if the Bills had an indoor stadium, they still wanted to play it apparently. But
So they played the game while the travel ban was in place?
somehow, I don't know.
They had to have instituted it after that.
Maybe immediately
They wouldn't have said,
following
hockey
the game.
fans, you don't matter as much. Go ahead, go out on the roads and die.
Maybe immediately following the game, they instituted the travel ban. But that game was at night, and then the Bills were supposed to play at noon the next day. And I don't know.
Sunday's game in Detroit is the most expensive divisional round ticket ever.
Really?
They haven't seen a divisional round game in 32 years. The average ticket price on the secondary market, according to tickpick.com, is
Average
$450.
That would be the highest ever. I would say $1,800.
$11.86.
God.
That blows away any price for any divisional round playoff game ever. $11.86. The previous high was last year, Cowboys, San Francisco, at $6.05.
Wow.
At $6.05, so about half the price. Currently, the cheapest seat available inside Ford Field is more than $700.
If they make the Super Bowl.
Oh, my God. My buddy already texted me this. I'm going to go ahead and try to steal it from you. He goes, crowd-wise, would a Bills-Lions Super Bowl be the rowdiest of all time?
That would absolutely be nuts. That would be nuts. And the most expensive ticket we've ever seen.
You think? Wait, where is Detroit thriving now in this economy?
They got Eminem.
It's the people that left Detroit. It's the people that left Detroit. It's like either you or it's the people that are there and just were able to gobble up all the real estate that was gone. You could buy houses for $50 back in 2009. But yeah, I have no idea. Like they are. If it's Bills Lions, that will be the most expensive ticket in Super Bowl history. In Vegas, with those two fan bases that are rabid, that have never seen a title, and the Lions that have even been to the Super Bowl. Right. Insane.
And if you are going to be traveling soon, like we are, to Las Vegas, we got a luggage weight possibility.
Yeah.
It's usually a probability. It's usually a definite what's going on.
So this is a little travel hack. Check your ticket, and it'll give you instructions of the ticket. But this Delta Airlines flyer keeps earning free Sky Miles simply by waiting for their bag. And he detailed this on an Instagram post online. And now he usually posts flight tips. He's got 70,000 followers. And Delta, for example, has a 20-minute baggage guarantee. And that means when you land, if you have to wait over 20 minutes after the plane has arrived at the gate, so the moment the plane pulls up to the gate, stops.
Yeah.
And the seatbelt light comes off.
Yeah.
From that moment,
20 minutes?
Start your clock.
Okay.
If your bags arrive more at the carousel more than 20 minutes after,
which I think is a lock,
which is a lot of places a lock, you are entitled to earn air miles, Sky Miles, 2,500 per instance.
This is like written into.
This is written on the contract.
It's like a Domino's pizza thing.
Check the back of your ticket.
Oh my!
So this person's done this over a dozen times. That's a free ticket. You do it 10 times, you get a free ticket. Because it's 25,000 miles, 22,000 miles over.
So you're telling me all these times that we waited for luggage?
We could have been scooping up money.
And is this from a specific airline?
This is Delta's policy.
Delta.
But all the big carriers have similar policies, right? They're all going to have similar policies. So if your bag takes 21 minutes or longer after the time, so you just
how are we proving this now? How we got to get the flight log from when they say they pulled in, from when the seatbelt sign went off. And what am I just going to show a screenshot of my cell phone with the time versus the luggage? How am I going to prove this?
There's the app will give you a start time. Like your bags will be here. You can check it out on the app. You start your timer, but they're able to tell when. You just go up to the counter there and tell them what you want. A lot of times you have to go and fill out a form online. So there you go. There's a little travel hack. Keep it on. Research it, read into it, so you can find the exact protocol to use.
Look at Romo in here.
I know. Look at that, Dan Quinn
coming with Dan Quinn with a backwards hat. He's preparing for Todd Archer's article, the Dak Romo article that will probably break the internet when Archer comes out with it for ESPN.com, as he said he was going to do yesterday when he joined the show. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, soon to be joined by Roberto Bell. Today is the debut of Meat Church Wednesdays. Matt Pittman is going to stop by. He is the barbecue face in DFW, maybe throughout the country. He's going to be at 8:20 to get you ready for your playoff and Super Bowl spreads. But let's get to the Mike McCarthy wins that are a-blowing. Does it seem like Big Mike is going to be doing another Friday season with Sean and RJ? We'll talk about it inside the Star next.
DFW's number one. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Still no news over there at the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco. Yesterday in Crosstalk, the KMC Masterpiece said they believe if nothing happens by Friday, at the very latest Sunday, based upon the Jason Garrett timeline when Jerry finally let him go, that Mike McCarthy will be returning as the head coach of this football team. Good morning, Metroplex, Hump Day edition. And a shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James. And now our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. What are you reading? What you drinking? What you reading? What you thinking?
It seems like it's leaning more towards Mike McCarthy being back. And so, look.
Ryan, make sure we focus on his eyes today. I didn't know whether you didn't sleep yesterday. You didn't sleep. I know for damn sure after this segment you didn't sleep last night. But look at the defeat. Look at the absolute defeat. And you chose the wrong day to wear your hat backwards because it slows. Get that music. Get that zoom-in music that they play for different Hollywood shots. Right? That's perfect. With Bobby Belt's defeat in his eyes.
So, each year when we preview things, each year when we preview things, we're talking about, when Carter Freeman in 6 months comes up to us and goes like, "Hey guys, I need your prediction for the season. Come here, tell me what you think the Cowboys record's going to be." When we get one of those, or when we're out there talking about like what we see out on the practice field at training camp, or it's week 3 and they're playing the Giants and we're analyzing the game. All of it ultimately will mean nothing in terms of trying to project out to the future, because I can already tell you how it's going to end. How it's going to end next year is Detroit or San Francisco or Green Bay or whoever holding you down by the throat and beating the snot out of you. And then Jerry standing up there and talking about how disappointed he is because he thought it was the best opportunity in front of them in the last 30 years. And it's all nonsense. If you really cared, this would have already been done. If you cared about it.
Now, why do you think he could be coming back?
David Moore doesn't write things for no reason in the Dallas Morning News. He doesn't. And
Brad Sham?
This is the last 3 paragraphs of David Moore's article. David Moore writes, before the game against Green Bay, the only pertinent conversation about McCarthy's future appeared to be whether or not the team would go deep enough to earn him an extension. That's off the table now. How does Jones shift from that starting point to seriously considering a coaching change? McCarthy has 1 year left on his contract. So does Prescott, until his contract is addressed. A strong argument can be made that it's in the Cowboys' best interest to give these two 1 more year together before moving on. That starts by letting McCarthy know he'll be back for a 5th season before the week is done. That's a very strong take to have if you don't already have an idea that that's coming.
If he would have just left that first part, like there's an argument to be made, I would have been like, okay, he's just writing on both sides and you know, compare, contrast, pros, cons. But then he wrote, and that starts by letting Mike know before the week ends.
Yeah, it's like, what
was that? What was that inclusion?
There's a couple of schools of thought. I mean, one is like
Ryan has the article up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Oh, he always does.
Can't wait to buy your drinks. Peyton, I got you too, probably.
Wow, what did he do?
He's been.
I did the good drops yesterday.
He did a very good show the other day.
Yeah, this is a
singular.
This is a good. Like what is Jerry letting him sweat?
They them.
God, I wasn't there for that. Is Jerry letting him sweat? Is he just taking his time and doing his, letting his mood calm down?
I mean, they still got probably 10 days of production on the Netflix series, so they got to fill it with something.
I mean, like, and then
you guys been tracking this. You should set up an account. You guys have been tracking this Netflix series. You and Machota writing about this.
I can't wait for the deep NFL Films voice, like trying to spin the ending of that series and then the Cowboys went out there and just embarrassed themselves.
No,
sorry,
they
Chop.
scored 32 points.
Sorry, Chop. Go ahead.
That's what it's going to be. So like, is he letting him sweat? Is he, at what point does he owe his own organization and Mike, for that matter, an answer? Like, how long do you let Mike in limbo for? He's
because the word is he hasn't spoken to Mike.
Right. Like that's a weird.
Yeah, the David Moore article says they're scheduled to speak Thursday or Friday, that they have not talked yet.
Yeah, that's a very odd thing to do. Like, there is they don't owe Mike necessarily anything, but, you do. It also at some point as a manager, like if you're going to move on from him, let them know early that you're going to move on from him.
Well, they're thinking. I think they have to be thinking.
They're thinking, and I like that. I appreciate that. I don't want like some manager to come out here or owner to come out here, swinging from his hips left and right, shooting from the hips or anything like that. Just be measured about it. I'm cool with that. But also have conversation before Thursday, too.
I don't care how long they don't speak to him after what happened. And I'm just gonna give you my honest reaction. Like, my physical, visceral reaction was disappointment because I want Bill Belichick. I want Bill Belichick here, or I want a hard ass. This team, if you write down the different things that the Dallas Cowboys need, and we should do this as an exercise later on, just going around the room, but the things that are on my list without hesitation are that's coming up later. I don't want to set Bobby off this early. I don't want to get the zoom in shot again on the fake.
We're already there.
But toughness, details, intelligence, and not being completely terrified and S in your pants when the postseason starts. And I know Belichick has his downsides. Harbaugh fine too. I have to be a little bit inspired to go into next season. That's my biggest worry right now, selfishly, as a radio person. I have to have a different storyline. I have to have a different angle. Hope is such an important word. My father told me this as I was growing up. He's like, watch these Jesse Jackson speeches talking about HOPE. And if they bring Mike back, I don't have any new hope for the offseason, for training camp, and for next year until we get to playoff game 1. And why would you think anything would be any different? So this possibility disappoints me right now.
What's Latin for run it back? That's what they need to throw on their stupid shirts next year.
Carpe repeat?
Sure, whatever that may be. This is it. When you see what happens on that football field, which is, to me, you guys may disagree, to me, that is the most embarrassing performance that football team has put on a field in 20 years that I can recall. Given the stakes, given the expectations and everything else, that's just flat embarrassing. It may not be the most painful, but it's the most inexcusable performance they've put on the football field. And for you to see that with questions already existing about his job, and then you still go, oh, okay, let's do it again, it feels like negligence.
What would this tell you about Jerry if he brought him back? Would this make you give some props to Mike Bassick, who always for years have sat in here and said, Jerry doesn't care. He wouldn't, this whole write-a-check thing is a bunch of BS. He's totally fine with complacency. 10, 11 wins. He's good with the NFC East Championship. How have you reacted to when Mike always says that, and how would this make you feel towards those opinions?
There's too many people close to the team that when you, and you know, we obviously get our own view of it publicly, but there are too many people who talk about privately. Like, it does gnaw at him. It does make him feel bad. I just think the evaluation process is broken. The process of evaluating why your team failed is just broken.
Of course it is.
And so that, like, I don't think it's, I just think it's, I don't want to use the word that's popped in my head, but basically I just don't think that they have, I just think that Jerry's completely misevaluating the cause of their symptoms.
You know, people, the trucker.com text line is
and they can't be mad about it, by the way. They have not earned the right to be angry about any of the criticism that's levied against Mike last Friday, not wanting to talk about their toughness. You don't get to have those visceral reactions anymore. Jerry doesn't get to be super angry and worked up when people say, you guys fell short and you're running it back on mediocrity again. Because it's true until they prove otherwise.
Here's some of the stuff coming in the trucker.com text line. They need to go to Wichita Falls for training camp. They need oppressive heat. You need to get a hard ass in here.
I agree.
Jimmy was a hard ass. There's plenty of hard asses that fail.
Yes.
The Patriots used to train and still train in a very calm 78 to 85 degrees. Didn't hurt them. Didn't hurt them when they had Tom Brady. Where do the Chiefs train?
It's hot. I went there once.
It didn't work when they had Alex Smith. It works when they got Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, I'm not talking about going to a sauna. I'm just talking about the stupid stuff we see on Sundays with the penalties and getting coached up and little details. I know that Bill Belichick would fix all that stuff.
I assume he would too.
Would he maybe fight with CeeDee Lamb? I don't. Maybe.
Yeah.
Would he fight with Will McClay?
You might be trading one problem for another.
You might be.
You might fix the penalties. You might lose some of the locker room or whatever it may be.
Yeah, absolutely. You might.
But
I know
that's where leadership would come into play. That would hopefully fix that. Who knows?
53 people quit on Sunday. I'm not worried about locker room.
So
it can't get worse.
They quit at some point in that game.
Yeah, generally it was. I think it was when old Brandon Aubrey's foot connected with the ball with 15 minutes left in the first quarter.
Kyle Shanahan would say mid-second quarter.
What was that?
Okay, so you would have to. You honestly think that they were checked out mentally before the game started?
I don't know how you want to describe it. Do you want to either describe it as completely unprepared, which falls on the coaching staff, completely terrified, which falls on the coaching staff, or just quit? It's one of the three.
Okay. Here's what happened.
I don't know if
the first drive by Green Bay.
It became quit by the end for sure.
Yes, but I agree with you.
Oh, hang on. It was 6 minutes ago. They scored they made it a 2-possession game. It could have been the end. But the first drive happens. All right, and that was just a great drive by Green Bay. Give Green Bay the credit on that one. And Dan Quinn the blame on some of that for soft coverage. They were just like, we're not going to make mistakes. They're not going to beat us over the top. We're going to trust that Jordan Love is not going to be able to, patiently nickel and dime us, yada, yada, yada. Then you get the CD drop on 3rd and 8. And then they punt, and then 2 plays later, the interception. That is when I think everything kind of clicked that, oh boy, here we go again. It's 14-0.
Yeah, you're never going to convince me they quit at kickoff. I think the Eagles were getting ready. They were really close at kickoff to quitting. I think they were out coached and they were terrified. I don't know if I can blame the coaches for the players being terrified. But all that stuff is semantics. It's just really uninspiring, and it's a little sports depressing if this happens, because then you got to worry about Jerry's thought process. And have you ever said to yourself, man, if they did that in that situation, what else are they doing that we don't know about? Like, if Jerry Jones is thinking about this like that, what other decisions does he make that stops this organization from thriving and getting to an NFC Championship game? That's what's scary to me. Damian Woody went off on ESPN about Mike McCarthy possibly coming back.
I'm damn sure getting ready to coach. I'm damn sure getting ready to coach. I don't want to hear a damn thing. Listen, I don't want to hear about no 12-5 wins. That's not it when it comes to the Cowboys. Everything when it comes to the Cowboys is about the postseason. We've been talking about it year after year after year. It's the postseason. What are you going to do in nut crunching time? When everything's on the line, what are you going to do? And yesterday, we saw Matt LaFleur with the youngest team in the league in Green Bay go into Jerry's world, where they've been the most dominant team at home of any ball club in the National Football League, and absolutely dominate them. And are we expect to run that back? That would be crazy. Guess what? Detroit's not going anywhere. Green Bay's not going anywhere. San Francisco's not going anywhere. I could go on and on. These teams are going to get better in the conference. We just said the Dallas Cowboys, this was their best opportunity in like a quarter of a century to get to the Super Bowl, and they got their ass handed to them yesterday, and we're supposed to run it back? Jerry Jones said it himself. He doesn't have much time left, okay? He doesn't have much time left. Running it back would be just stupid. It would be totally stupid to run it back.
I agree.
Carpe repartee is what the trucker to gum text is saying. Is repeat. I don't know if that's true or not.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't know how you can see 53 when 53 people collectively give you the same, whatever it is, scared, unprepared, whatever. When 53 people collectively give you the same output, the same energy, that's coaching.
Plus, the Atlanta Falcons are interviewing everyone under the sun. We have Mike Tomlin news. Kyle Shanahan laughing at us, totally, completely embarrassing and mocking the Cowboys yesterday, and Howard Eskin on Bill Belichick to Philadelphia next. But for over 25
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Thanks to Tolos, J-Rod, and Diego just sending us this story about Colts owner Jim Irsay from TMZ. Jim Irsay was found laying in his bed unresponsive, cold to the touch, and gasping for air during a suspected overdose in December, according to police reports. The police department show cops were dispatched to his residence on December 8th at around 4:30 a.m. after someone said they had found the Colts owner unconscious on a bathroom floor with a blue skin tone.
Jeez.
Wow. That coming in about Jim Irsay. December, he's had past substance issues. Of course, everyone thinks and wonders in the back of their minds about erratic behavior when he says and tweets some of the stuff that he does. I'm sure people go back in timelines and check if Irsay was on social media, if he said something, on that day, before that day, right after that day. I don't know, but this is obviously a scary situation and not good. Not good.
No, I mean, like, there are things that first thing that goes to your mind is, and it's even in this, is that there was a suspected overdose. That's scary, and that's something that Jim's dealt with for quite a while. When I see 4:30 in the morning, I'm like, oh man, sleep apnea. Is he just not breathing at night? That's scary in its own right. That I hate seeing stuff.
Yeah, it had been really vague and unclear what had happened because they kept talking about how he was sick the last couple weeks, and there were reports out of Indianapolis that he just wasn't around, but he was dealing with some sort of health problems or whatever else. And so this coming out, I think this was some of the chatter potentially of like, is this what happened? And that may have just been conspiracy theory chatter, but I mean, that certainly doesn't sound like anything good.
All right, let's get to the coaching carousel update as David Moore, Dallas Morning News, mouthpiece for the team in many situations, suggests maybe the Cowboys bring back Mike McCarthy and maybe they do it by the end of the week. Are you hearing anything else, by the way, on that front?
I think that I think that the sense is that I don't believe this was certain. Like I don't think if they're coming to this conclusion, I don't think this was anything that was certain heading into the week. I don't think it's just like, you guys have made something out of nothing. Like I think Mike McCarthy's not known what was going to happen. I think the thought process behind the scenes is that Mike thought it was just as much of a toss-up as everybody else. And so this sort of chatter coming into view and coming into place, I think that this is just as much like this is Mike, I think, discovering it or finding this out just as much as all of us are now.
Mike Tomlin apparently told his team he is returning. So Mike Tomlin getting fired, Mike Tomlin leaving Pittsburgh, that is not happening. He is returning. I mean, I guess he could have just said that versus his little hissy fit at the podium instead of storming off. He could have said, I'm returning, because apparently he told his team, was it that night after the loss?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Maybe the fact that came out now, maybe that's why the Cowboys were like, okay, we'll keep McCarthy. Tomlin's not going to be out there. We can't go get him now. But yeah, he does. Again, winning will cover a lot of it, and he has won a lot. I saw it yesterday. So he has as many winning seasons in his 15 years in Pittsburgh or whatever it is as the Buccaneers have in the last 41 years. Like he is one of the best coaches in the NFL, no doubt about it. Yeah. But man, because of that, it covers over a lot of his attitude, which he's kind of an ass. When you see him dealing with people, he can be kind of an ass.
Yeah. The Atlanta Falcons, they announce everything.
Oh, they do.
I mean, I guess
and their Twitter's great because they'll say like, they'll be like, we have interviewed yada, yada, yada. And someone will be like, sources. They're like, literally us.
Yeah.
Literally us. We're the source.
So right after interviewing Bill Belichick, they interviewed Jim Harbaugh. So Jim Harbaugh, Chargers. Jim Harbaugh has met and spoke with the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta is going big game hunting.
They are. And people love Arthur Blank.
Do they?
He leaves them alone, apparently. He's, they even though he's like, he fired Arthur
stands on the sidelines. He used to stand on the sideline.
Yep, but like even though he fired Arthur Blank in 3 years, he's generally fairly patient. Arthur Smith.
I used to make that mistake.
He's generally fairly patient, and if they need money, he'll spend it. Treats the fans right. Like apparently they like him. I don't know. Everything I've heard is that teams coaches love coach for him.
Patient owner walked away from his coach after 3 years because there was an opportunity to hire somebody better. It's interesting.
It's true.
Yeah,
that's true. They didn't have a quarterback either. They need to find one. That's the tricky spot.
Yeah.
Like if you're Bill, it's like, you know, do you call Jerry and be like, hey man, I want to come, or do you go to the Chargers? I mean, I could literally see, because if you're a 7-10 team 3 straight years, it's not 7-10 is just a couple of bad breaks away from 4-13, which is exactly where he was in New England. Do you want to see Bill go down there and go 5-12 in a Falcons hoodie?
Well, what's more important to him? Is it owner/culture or quarterback and current roster? Michael Lombardi, who knows Belichick well, former NFL GM, friend of the station, he suggests it's, well, friend, you know, I like him. Me and Broadus and I. He's suggesting that Bill would pick. Which one do you think he'd pick before I tell you the answer? Quarterback/roster, owner/culture, freedom, control.
Oh, I know what I'd pick, but I think Bill would pick owner/freedom control.
I think based on what he's been saying lately and the way Lombardi's talked about him, I think he'd pick quarterback.
Owner/control is what Lombardi is suggesting.
Because he wants to build a roster his way, I think.
Yes.
And he doesn't want to take somebody else's roster. Now, you know, a lot of the roster that was there in New England when he first won early on, that was not necessarily him that put it together. It was, I mean, those guys, he won it, what, second year?
Wasn't him who sustained it either.
No, it wasn't. But early, you know, he had good people around him.
Sure.
That helped build that team.
Meanwhile, could it be a race in the NFC East for the hoodie? Howard Eskin.
The Burger King.
The Burger King. The man who disappears from my text messages while things are going bad, while hiding behind Big Dom on the sideline, which, by the way, that freaking meatball was back for the game. Great luck that it brought them against Tampa Bay. But Eskin, in all seriousness, is the Eagles sideline reporter. He's been around for 1,000 years. Howard Eskin breaking some news on WIP and Filthy yesterday.
I'm not ready to get rid of Nick Sirianni. And what coach is going to make it better? Now, are there good coaches available? Yeah, and Belichick's not one of them. And I can tell you this for a fact. Jeff Lurie is not a fan of Belichick. I can tell you that. All right? I know that. I was hoping he'd go to Washington, but they counted him out there. I hope he goes to Dallas. That would be great. That would be great. It would be the same thing all over again.
So with that, Howard, let's say they do move on from Sirianni, whether you think it's likely or not. You don't think Belichick would be interviewed and be a real candidate here?
No. All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, 1 being the worst, it's below 1.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Below, and I'm just telling you, I wish I could say more, but because sometimes I'm just trying to tell you he's not the guy.
And there was a story that came out saying Jeffrey Lurie is not a fan, and Howard Eskin is like not stuttering, not hesitating there, saying that would not be a fit.
What is this somebody stirring up interest for Belichick that doesn't really exist? Like, is this just a media campaign? Because we kept hearing all this buzz about Washington, and then JP Finley came on with us, and he's like, absolutely not. It won't happen.
Yeah,
and then
Florio fell for the Washington hype.
And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, yep, Washington doesn't even want to interview him. But then it's Philly. We hear Philly chatter, and then Eskin's like, 0 chance. Cowboy chatter that we've heard. Well, they're not moving on from McCarthy yet. And then Todd Archer told us yesterday, I had somebody laugh it off in the organization, the thought of Belichick coming here. So it's like, is somebody doing massive PR for Belichick behind the scenes to make it seem like everybody wants him and nobody really does, other than Atlanta maybe?
Because that's usually the question you have to ask. Like, where are the breadcrumbs coming from? Where are the breadcrumbs coming from? Good question, Bobby. Meanwhile, this little short clip came out of Belichick talking to Brady on the sidelines when they were taking on Philadelphia. This is short, but sweet.
But the only thing I can cheer for in Philadelphia is the national anthem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About the only play it one more time, Pepe.
About the only thing I can cheer for in Philadelphia is the national anthem. Yeah.
Because he's a patriot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You think a history guy would cheer for the Declaration of Independence?
There's also another clip circulating. Oh, from our show. When Jerry Jones came on years ago, we asked him about Bill Belichick, and Jerry recalled this story about Bill from back in the day.
I'll never forget, I was skiing after the season was over. Somebody bumps up against me a few times, and I turn around, and it was Bill. He no longer had a job. He had been with Cleveland, and they'd let him go up there. He said, "Boy, listen, I can coach. Said if you ever get an opportunity, don't forget about me." And I've thought about that many times.
There you go.
And I was like, okay, whatever. You know, it's just like Florio saying Belichick really goes out of his way to praise the Cowboys. He does that in every press conference, every single one. And Florio's like, no, he doesn't. Not to that degree. Shannon Sharp on Tuba Two-Face. Shannon Sharp. I really love him on television.
Yeah, he's really good.
I have to listen to. I love his delivery.
His podcast with Ocho is. I mean, they put out some good clips on Instagram.
Real dark.
Real dark.
Yeah, real dark. But Shannon Sharp said all this talk about this being a fit and them being able to work together. It's the worst possible matchup ever if it happened.
Hell no. Man, do you know I understand that Coach Belichick wants authority? Can you imagine Jerry Jones trying to hold a press conference and tell what's going on with the team? And you think Coach Belichick is going to sit idly by and let Jerry do that? Absolutely not. It would be the worst. It's a match made in hell. You couldn't pick a worse match than Jerry Jones and Coach Bill Belichick. There's a reason he got rid of Jimmy. He got rid of Bill Parcells. Do you understand? Coach Belichick learned under Parcells. Jimmy and Coach Parcells and Coach Belichick are more alike. And once he got rid of Parcells, what has he done? Hired the Chan Galeys, hired the Dave Campos, hired the Jason Garretts, hired the Mike McCarthy, hired the Wade. He don't want that type of coach. He wants to be able to do everything. He wants to be the face of it.
He didn't fire.
I go through a tube of
Yeah,
toothpaste.
his timeline's a little bit off.
He didn't fire Parcells. Parcells quit.
Yeah. But common sense would tell me what Shannon's saying overall is correct. Like, it doesn't seem to be a match. Now, Adam Schefter and other people, because I think Belichick would be worse for Jerry to deal with than Parcells. Parcells has a personality. He's not miserable 24/7. Bill, like, to me, Bill's got some swag. You know what I mean? He gets it. And Belichick, I just don't see it. I don't automatically say, oh, because Parcells did it, Belichick could do it. Belichick is more miserable.
Well, that's the thing. Parcells couldn't finish it, and apparently, I had talked to somebody one time who said that would be intriguing to Belichick. The idea of, I can go there and I can do what Bill didn't. Like, how great would that be? I can go show him that it can be done. But because Belichick does know Parcells so well, that he also has the sense of Bill made it, like, Bill was able to work with him, and Bill still speaks highly of Jerry, so I think that would work.
So I want to ask a question that I think stumped even some of our insiders yesterday. And we'll even take some calls on it about your coaching opinion and what you want to happen. I want to ask two things. I want to know, what is the Dallas Cowboys culture? Everyone keeps throwing that word out. It's the culture. It's the culture. What does that mean? And what do they need? 877-881-1053. Let's try to answer that next.
But let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. That is a big, beautiful, gorgeous K-Post roof.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Nick Sirianni is apparently meeting with Jeffrey Lurie today. So we'll see how that goes. Of course, the Burger King, Howard Eskin, reporting that Belichick to Philadelphia is not going to happen. Mikey B, I think we must be doing some good shows, Choppy.
Yeah.
Because
always.
Well, I don't know.
The goal is
don't say it. The boss doesn't like when we say that.
Oh, all right, fine. I didn't get that memo. He only calls me for the important things.
Well, go ahead, say it then.
No, if he's told you, then we're good.
Well, we would joke and say we aim for three good shows a week, and he's like, no, don't say that. Give yourselves more credit. Bassick is up listening every day.
Oh, no.
He came in 2 hours early. Bobby's coming in at 5:40 and 5:45.
Crazy.
Like, we must be doing some good shows.
Hey, they all want to be a part of this thing.
Yeah, mine is called anxiety-induced, not narcolepsy. What's the other one?
McCarthylepsy?
Insomnia.
Yeah, that's what it is.
McCarthylepsy. Okay, so look, everyone keeps throwing out this word and this term, and I want us to define it and tell me what it means to you. It's the Dallas Cowboys culture. It's bigger than the players. It's bigger than the coaches. It's up top. What is the Cowboy culture? And I also want to go around the room one by one, and you tell me what this team needs. All right? You're sitting in there with the brain trust meeting, and it's McClay, and it's Steven, and it's Jerry, and it's McCarthy. And we say, what do we need? I want to go around the room and do that, and you tell me what is the Dallas Cowboys culture to you at 877-881-1053. Who would like to start, and what would you like to start with? The culture or what they need? Because for me, and what they need is more, in no particular order, more toughness, more discipline, details. And, you that's not even talking about the personnel. Personnel-wise, if you want me to go there, they need run stopping. I'm fine with a linebacker now. I'm done with the linebackers don't matter. That's for me. I need some linebackers. I still need some big bodies up front not to get bullied. I probably need another corner. That's what I need on the football team. But in terms of the roster and coaching them, I need attention to detail to be sharper, not being stupid as they always are with penalties. And I want a hard ass in here. That's why I would want Harbaugh. I would want Belichick. I'm hoping and thinking that Mike Vrabel is also in that category. That's what they need desperately. It's screaming off the paper to me in terms of those things.
The culture is hand holding. That's what it is. You hold everybody's hand and tell them it's going to be all right.
I agree.
And they need somebody who's going to come in here and crack skulls. They need a drill sergeant. And I don't know if that, Belichick's a hard ass. That's his reputation. I don't know that Belichick's drill sergeant. He's surly and he's difficult. Is that even what they need? It may not be that they need Belichick. I would think, honestly, they would need more of a Vrabel than a Belichick. I could see Vrabel being a culture changer. And I think what you're seeing is in recent, just take this year, and I know I mentioned it yesterday, but what you're seeing is the guys who are really reversing cultures or impacting the nucleus of locker rooms and stuff like that are these former players. It's Campbell in Detroit, what Antonio Pierce did in the second half with the Raiders, to the point now where you've got Max Crosby saying, if you do not hire this man, you need to trade me. And you've got, DeMeco Ryans going and doing what he did in Houston and turning that whole thing around. I think that Vrabel fits that exact mold. It's the drill sergeant. It's the former player who can relate to guys, and, there's actual accountability. It doesn't feel like there's much accountability in that building.
I agree with everything you said.
I'm going to hate this offseason because I'm just going to say the same thing over again. They need a quarterback. That's their culture.
Why is the 3 straight 12-win seasons and then just losing in the playoffs? Why is that this is the consistency that is acceptable for the head coach but not for the quarterback? I'm just curious.
Look, I get it, and I'm not. I don't think Dak's. I think Dak's a great quarterback.
Great.
Yes, I just don't think he's elite, and you need elite to win consistently in the playoffs. The reason they constantly fall short in the playoffs and they win the regular season is because they have a quarterback advantage in a lot of games, and you get to the postseason, and all of a sudden it's a level playing field, and you don't have the same consistency. You're not going to have the same consistency. It's not gonna. Now, you can have situation like just for example, and I know he's Patrick Mahomes, but the Chiefs didn't quit when they were down 24-0 to Houston in the playoffs a couple of years ago. Why didn't they quit? Because they trusted the quarterback was going to bring them back. And the Patriots didn't quit when they were down 28-3 in the Super Bowl. Why didn't they quit? Because they trusted that Tom Brady was going to bring them back. And the Colts didn't quit when they were down 21-3 in the AFC Championship game in 2006. Why didn't they quit? Because they trusted the quarterback was going to bring them back. Why did this team quit at 14-0? Because they knew the quarterback couldn't.
Basic.
So I
don't want to do the whole Dak thing right now. We're going to do it at 7:20.
But the point is and this is why I'm already frustrated, because that is we can talk about hard asses. Phil Jackson was not a hard ass. You can talk about hard asses. Tony Dungy was not a hard ass.
Okay, but you're talking about something completely different there. Phil Jackson needed to come in and manage egos like that.
But that's what a coach is. But
that's ego management.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing indicative to us that
I also
Dallas's
don't think
issue is
Andy
ego.
Reid's not a hard ass.
Yeah.
Andy Reid has, before he got Mahomes, he had nothing but clock management questions about him.
But one person. You're so averse to that. Yeah, I know it drives you crazy, which is funny because you said that you need a Bobby Knight type coach, so that doesn't add up.
Me personally, yeah.
Well, so different people need different things. Just because Andy Reid is not Bob Knight doesn't mean that that's the right fit for every single group of people and team. Tony Dungy didn't have to be a hard ass because he had freaking Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning was the hard ass.
But I know
you weren't going to get out of line. You weren't going to screw around. You got Marvin Harrison, with the car wash stuff. Maybe you were terrified of that. Like it's not soft gloves for everyone.
No, it's not soft gloves for everyone. And yes, those guys are different. But that's the point. If you don't have those guys, your only job as an organization is to find that guy. Like, that's it. Otherwise, you're going to be in this situation where, you can go 12-5, and you can deal with, look, the Cowboys right now are a really nice Infinity. All right? It's a great car. It's a great car. It's that's not the goal. You don't want that. There's a step up from that. Whatever that step up is, that's the step up. They're in a great spot. That could lead them to the playoffs every year. They go 12-5 every year. Yeah, you want to get that's their culture, man. I hate to. I'm gonna do this every damn day for 9 months. And it's gonna bother me because that's their culture.
Jordan in Royce City. Jordan, you are live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
What's up, fellas? Long time Tolo. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it.
Hey, so if I had to just pick one word, I would say complacency. We're America's team, right? We have the star on our helmet. We relied too much on the past. We've been one and done since '96. I was 10 years the last time the Cowboys went to the NFC Championship, and I'm closing in on 40. So, at this point, we kind of sit back and do we really deserve to wear that star on our helmet? I mean, at this point, we're almost like we should be like the Cleveland Browns, just no logo. Get back to the basics. It's complacency at the root cause. Lack of discipline, coaching carousel over the years, nobody to hold the players accountable. I mean, we rely too much on our past.
Thank you for the call. Nico in Fort Worth, you are on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Nico.
All right, it's an honor to be on your radio station. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to start off like this. My theory is, anybody ever thought about Romo for the 14 years he held us down? Tony Romo and Dak Prescott now. They got the same amount playoff record. Tony Romo and Dak Prescott. So my theory about a quarterback is if you put Tony Romo and Dak Prescott together, what kind of quarterback would Dallas Cowboys need? I've been a Dallas Cowboy fan since I was 7 years old. Okay, so I've seen the revolution of all quarterbacks all the way since Drew Bledsoe, Vinny Testaverde, all of this. We need a solid quarterback that we can count on. Tony Romo held us down for 14 years, 14 seasons with Jason Garrett, and we still couldn't amount to anything. We still couldn't get over to the hill. We couldn't get to the land of milk and honey. We still couldn't with Tony Romo. Now we have Dak Prescott going on to his 8th season, and he's not doing as much. He's going the same.
You don't think he's the guy?
No, we look at Tony Romo. I have much respect for Tony Romo because he put up numbers when we had T.O. back in the day and Terry Glenn, Patrick Creighton, all them guys. We had a good, solid team, but it was because of the chemistry of the coaching.
Thank you for the call, brother. Appreciate you. G in Jersey, listening on the Odyssey app. G, you're live on the Fan. Go ahead.
What's up, G?
What's up, Bobby? Sean, listen. Every team posts 90. I'm sorry, RJ. Good morning, RJ. All right, no hard feelings. Guys, every team post 95 has lived off of that dynasty. That's just the sad truth, okay? I've seen this team walk into stadiums like rock stars. We have fans that clamor for pics and autographs from guys like Hunter Lipke and Deuce Vaughn, right? No other organization in the NFL has that. Those guys on the other teams in the NFL have to earn their respect on the field. Our guys are literally put on pedestals from the minute they have the star on their helmet.
Yeah.
We need a coach in Dallas that literally doesn't care who Micah Parsons or Dak Prescott is, and is going to hold those guys accountable and limit what those guys do off of the field so they can focus on football. We have backups like Turpin and Sam Williams that promote victory parties before playing the football game, right? And we need a coach that's going to come into Dallas and literally shut that stuff down and say, play football, period. And Mike McCarthy is not it. That's why I need a guy like Belichick, Vrabel, or Harbaugh that's going to come in here and limit that kind of interaction. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for the call, G. Fantastic.
That's G, who I went and had Benny Tadino's pizza with in Jersey.
Really?
Yeah, that's the one that I met up for pizza in Jersey.
Yeah, like a perfect example of something I think I would hope Belichick shuts down. In the past couple of days, Nashawn Wright and Rico Dowdle have gotten on Twitter and they go, okay, let's go. I got time today. They're so unaware. The hot boys, I call them the hot noise for years. They're so unaware. They really are. They live in another universe. What are you getting? First off, Nashawn Wright, you're a scrub. Rico, you're a backup. You got a unique nickname. You're a backup. You guys just got humiliated. You got time for you do have time. You got a lot of time because you got embarrassed. What are you going on talking any smack about? You should be in hiding. You should be off the face of the earth. You should be in another country. You should be on a beach. Are you going to go on and start talking noise as scrubs? In the grand scheme of things, that's what you are. And you're going to go ahead, bring it. What do you have to talk back about? Shut up. Say J-Ron Curse. Everyone else likes to run their mouth during the year, talk all big. Hiding. Go into hiding. It's just it's like I would love someone to come in and tell guys just shut up. I know Bill Belichick would do that. All right, the Dak Prescott. Oh, Pepe. We're gonna get to sit back at 720 Expressway. We got to have that Dak conversation. But the Dallas Stars get it done. Lakers, Mavs tonight. Kyle Shanahan mocking us yesterday. Mocking us yesterday.
That was far worse than anything I saw on the field on Sunday.
And Choppy with a surprise college football kegger after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Harley into space. Send that one wide. Pavelski scores! Joe Pavelski pots another off the ricochet. And the lead is 3 for the Stars.
That was the call on ESPN. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. If you're new to the show and the station, that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. The Stars, with a 3-goal third period, beat the LA Kings 5-1. This could have been the Stars' most complete win of the season, with scoring, good defense, solid performance by Ottinger. Pete DeBoer switched up the lines prior to the game, moving Wyatt Johnston up to the first line, and it worked. Johnston, Hintz, Robo each had 2 points on that line. Stars have won their last 4 out of 5 and now start a 4-game Eastern Conference trip starting tomorrow night in Filthy against the Flyers. Spits and Suds, the place to go for your hockey podcast on Odyssey or wherever you check them out. Stars get it done.
Yeah, and look, this is one they really wanted to have because the Devils are a good team, Rangers are a good team, and you're playing an LA team that had lost 8 of 9 coming in. So this is one that you absolutely wanted to win, and they made it no doubt. They made it a no doubt game. So that was a good win, and now you got yourself a little bit of an East Coast road trip, which is not going to be super easy. So we'll see what happens.
It's great to see a Dallas team actually give effort and come through and really be coached well.
Oh, I talk about another Philadelphia team in some shambles. They've got, with the Flyers, they've got some internal strife. They got a kid that was playing at Boston College. His name is Cutter. They drafted him and he was like, yeah, I can't wait to be a Flyer. Now he's like, I don't want to be here. They wound up trading him to the Ducks. But he was like, yeah, he didn't even play. He was still in college. He was still playing at BC or something.
The Mavs get the Lakers tonight. This on ABC?
That's the IST champion Los Angeles Lakers. Get it right.
That's
so
right.
Mavericks looking for some.
So I won't be able to watch it.
Oh, is Channel 8 still out?
Yeah, well, as I checked.
WFAA still out? There you go, Chop. Dream for you.
More like WTFAA.
4-6, the Lakers in their last 10 free fall. When's Darvin Ham getting fired? Nothing but drama. LeBron and Anthony Davis are both healthy, and the Lakers suck. They're 10th in the West, taking on the Mavs, who are 5th. You want to set up what Kyle Shanahan did to us yesterday?
Kyle put the Cowboys in a body bag. It wasn't even a body bag. He just this is let me try to put this the nicest way. Pound for pound, this might be the most crushing soundbite you've ever heard.
He was asked, when did you start preparing for the Green Bay Packers divisional playoff game?
We were already in here, so we were doing it that day. We had mixed in a little bit earlier in the week, hitting up a couple of teams, but started really focusing on them halfway through the second quarter. Then they scored at the end of the second quarter, so I kind of did both at halftime, and then third quarter I was set on one team.
You have to see Kyle's delivery.
Oh, yeah, the smirk.
And the way that he said it mid-second quarter. And It was so disrespectful, and there's nothing we can say back about it.
Doesn't that hurt?
Yeah.
Like not just us. Like it hurts us. Doesn't that hurt the people in that building? That this team you've chased and measured yourself up against, they stood up on a podium yesterday and they were like laughing at the idea of you coming back. Like, yeah, we didn't worry about it. We started on the Packers.
Like, he easily could have gone up there and been like, late fourth. He could have lied. Fourth quarter, felt like the game was out of hand. He's like, mid-second.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, don't worry.
And then they scored again on top of it.
Yeah, so he was telling you that when it was 20-0 and Dallas was driving and people were like, well, if you get a score here and you score it at half, it's a 6-point game. Like, that wasn't totally outside the realm of expectation that they could have done that. And yet Kyle Shanahan still thought it doesn't even matter if it gets to 2014 or whatever. Like, this is done. They're done. And that is the team that you most measure yourself up against. That's what they think of you. That's how little they think of you. And as it looks now, it could change. As it looks now, you're going to go, let's do it again. Let's do that again. I want to get my ass kicked by the 49ers a fourth year in a row.
Carpe repartee.
If you get to them.
Carpe 4-13, and your quarterback is gone, and your head coach is fired next year.
Oh, they're not going to be 4-13.
Yeah, there's no chance. They'll be told.
They'll be the 5-5 out team. That's for sure.
No, they will not.
A surprise hump day edition
Hump day
of the college football kegger.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football!
Oh, baby, so many things that you got to get to. We did not even touch on this. Alabama makes their hire, Sean Sharif. We didn't even bring up that.
Right.
Kalen DeBoer, who was at Washington.
Pete's brother.
Pete DeBoer. Wow, good one. Look, it is a great hire from Bama. Only Alabama could strike out on their first three candidates, if you want to call it that, and still end up with Kalen DeBoer.
Who were the first three?
You had Lanning was one of them. Sark, was one of them. Norvell.
Did they try to get Sark?
There was rumors they tried to get Sark, and then he was like, he informed the school he was staying. Norvell. There was one other guy that they had talked to.
To be fair, Joel Klatt had said the day after, he's like, I know there's all this talk. It's going to be Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
And so Klatt the whole time had said a lot of it was hot win, but it was going to be DeBoer.
Yeah, that was the guy that was the safest bet to get. And then the other guys were like, all right, do they really want to leave? Do they need to leave? And DeBoer didn't need to leave either. But so they hire him. Now, from a fit perspective, it worked with Urban Meyer. But historically, like non-Southern coaches succeeded in the SEC. It's different, right? It's a weird animal. He's got no ties to the conference, none. Saban was from West Virginia, which is absolutely the south of those hillbillies, absolutely south. But Meyer stood out. Brian Kelly's trying to do the same. He's a Boston guy. For the most part, there's no history, and DeBoer is the furthest. This is the furthest south he's ever been. Southern Illinois was the other furthest south. So we'll see. But
by the way, Tolo TR, the one who hates you so much. No, Direct TV Channel 8 is back.
Oh, it
back
is?
A few days ago.
Okay. I mean, I never go to Channel 8, so.
By the way, on that idea of like, they're going after these guys, somebody who's getting a lot of praise in this is Jimmy Sexton, the agent.
Yeah.
Jimmy Sexton is the agent for Nick Saban. He is the agent for Norvell, Sarkisian, Lanning, and DeBoer. And so the thought is that Jimmy Sexton just created a fake market to get all of them raises.
Well, he was in Tuscaloosa the day after Saban announced it. He was down there.
So they said that Sexton basically just turned this into, let's get five guys more money here.
But how about the way that the SEC is moving, though? What has the SEC been known for 20 years? Like defensive lines, defense, speed. Well, how about this? They got now DeBoer, they got Sark, they got Brian Kelly, they got Heupel, they got offensive coaches that are running the show. Kirby's the outlier there, right? Defense guy. But I mean, for the most part, that is that they are kind of changing the way, Venables obviously defensive guy. They're changing the way that they've won it. Michigan won this year the way the SEC normally wins. Great defensive fronts, punishing defense, keep the game close, run the ball, yada yada yada. So there you go. Well, what does history show though? History kind of shows that he's going to struggle at Alabama. This is a great piece by Bill Connolly, who might be He's the GOAT when it comes to college football analytics. Everybody replacing a legend essentially has failed. The guy who replaced Frank Leahy, Terry Brennan at Notre Dame back in the 50s, failed. The guy who replaced Bud Wilkinson, Gomer Jones, didn't do great. The guy who replaced John McKay, John Robinson, did do great early on, eventually did. Like, you go back and forth. The guy who replaced Bear, all these guys. There's a drop-off. And there's going to be probably a drop-off here. Although, in today's transfer portal, that may not be the case. And DeBoer's already got a history of success. They went outside the Bama family again. What do they do with Jalen Milroe, Bobby? What are they going to do with Milroe? He said he's staying. As they were all walking in to the facility to meet DeBoer, he's like, "Don't worry, Bama fans, I'm staying."
Don't worry.
But does DeBoer want him? He just got Will Rogers to transfer to Washington, who entered the transfer portal. Will Rogers.
Never met a team
never
he didn't
met
like.
a man he didn't like. But what happens there? Does he decide to transfer to Bama? Because all those players that he had recruited in the transfer portal to go to Washington, they're free agents now. Everybody at Bama, free agent. You can go wherever you want. You got 30 days or whatever the rule is. So that's a little interesting little nugget there. What happens with the Bama quarterback?
I mean, Jalen Milroe was just there were no other better options on Bama's roster last year. Like, they tried to have other people do it. So I would think that if there's any quarterback that could potentially step in and surpass him, they'll let it happen. He's a great athlete. That's wonderful. He can't throw a ball. Like he's not good.
He does have trouble sometimes with that.
It's like watching Jalen Hurts.
All right, so that's the Bama information. Ross Bjork leaving A&M. He is heading to Ohio State. He's the athletic director. You could say that, he's the one that gave Jimbo Fisher the extension. He did. He didn't hire him, but he gave him the extension. He also found boosters to give him $77 million to buy him out. So that's a big thing. He made good hires with the baseball program. He could make good hires with the basketball program. So it's a big loss. It's a big loss for A&M to lose their AD. You never want to lose the AD. You lose a lot of the influx of money. So he made the Elko hire. We'll still see how that one happens. Real quick, dear Baylor, your new arena is amazing, but it also sucks in basketball. Could you put the camera angle any higher?
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
you haven't seen that?
No.
Just you haven't been watching a bunch of Baylor Bears home games?
Look at how high that camera is.
Oh my gosh.
You can't tell if the three ball has a high arcing shot, a low arcing shot. You can't tell.
Wow.
So what they did is they tried to zoom in a little bit, right? So they tried to zoom in. Here's what happens when you zoom in. You don't even see the basket when you're looking. It's too close. They zoom in on the basket. You can't see the three-point line.
Who's ever messed up the camera angle?
I don't know, but when they built the arena, and it's a great arena, and like the seats are like on top.
This is the one with less seats, right?
It's got less seats. I think it's like 7,000 seats.
See, Bobby, I have been watching.
It looks great. It's a
Baylor
great,
Bears basketball insider Sean Sharif.
It's a great
Ryan,
looking
whenever
arena.
You get that, by the end of the week.
They did a great job with the football stadium. They're doing a great job here, except if you're trying to watch a Baylor game.
What was that?
What's that?
Oh, because I was joking with Ryan, like, Ryan, let's get on the fan cam, the Baylor Bears Stadium. So then I played the drop of you saying, Ryan, by the end of the week, maybe you could get it up there. But it's all love. It's all love.
No, I'm not taking it as an insult. It was just stupid.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll go down to one drink on Saturday.
That's all he can handle anyway.
College football kegger. College kegger, period. With Ralph James Choppy. Rangers, Roberto, have acquired Danielle Duarte from the Cincinnati Reds.
Can he throw the ball? Is he healthy?
He has some injury stuff.
You don't say.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, great, boy! If they're, I love I love just how predictable everything seems to be with these teams right now. But I mean,
don't we have to hands off Chris Young? Like, benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt status.
He's got a honeymoon period.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. I think so. Right?
Well, I mean, we just talked about basically John Daniels was half responsible for what they built anyway, and they went on a New York Giants miracle run that feels like it's not sustainable unless they build on it. I'm not saying it's not, but they have to build on it. And so far, they've thrown me Tommy John pitchers.
Wow. I mean, look, I hope he hits because I want the nickname Danny Darts.
All right,
to stick.
We've been holding off for 2.5 days for this. It started last night on the text chain. Peyton and I were just dead silent. what to do with the quarterback. We've talked about what to do with the coach.
Purge music?
No, it's Bobby Shmurda.
What to do with number 4. Buckle up for the expressway, commercial free, and blood everywhere. Blood on the streets after this.
You got to get, though, over to BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/Sean.
B84522E.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Big 2nd and 2. Prescott in the gun, fakes the inside handoff. Slants picked off. At the 50, this might be a house call. To the 30, it's Darnell Savage. All the way in, 50-yard plus return. That does not help.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway, and that will help ignite this discussion that we're about to finally have over the quarterback. We've talked about Mike McCarthy. Right now, the winds are blowing slightly towards Mike returning. If you look at David Moore and what he wrote in the Dallas Morning News, I want a change. I feel like they need to have a change. I would take Bill Belichick. I would take Jim Harbaugh. But now we have to have a discussion about the QB, because Mike Bassick wanted to do this on Monday when he first came in here. RJ Choppy has been writing up a ton of different angles, and Choppy and Bobby were discussing at length some Dak discussion last night on the text chain. They were texting nonstop about it. So what was that?
Popped to C4. It's the 2nd of the morning.
Here we go. Getting ready. RJ Choppy, I think we start with you.
Yeah, it's like this is tough because
I guess I should throw out one thing first.
Yeah.
We need to throw out the facts. The facts of the case are this, from Joel Corey, former NFL agent. Dak's performance against the Packers doesn't change that he has a $59.5 million salary cap number in 2024. He has a no-trade clause and a provision preventing a franchise tag in 2025, which still gives him leverage in talks about a contract extension. What else do we need to know factually before we have this discussion, Bobby, about the deal and the paperwork and the numbers?
I mean, the idea of trading him, you can save money typically over a cut. You can't do that now because he's not owed any future bonus money. So cutting him is the same as trading him. There's no money to be saved. Because he has
the post June 1, pre June 1, all that stuff.
No, can't do that. He has voidable years on the back end of his deal. So this is essentially a 1-year deal. So you can't split a cap charge if there aren't, like, if it's the end of the deal. So
also another fact before we turn it over to Ralph, Dak holds a 2-5 postseason record, which is the lowest winning percentage in NFL history among quarterbacks with 5 or more starts. Ralph?
Yeah, this is a tough situation because if you do this knowing you're purposely going to.
If you do what?
If you move on from Dak. You're doing this because you're purposely going to worsen your team next year to hopefully get better down the line. And I know Jerry's not willing to do that because if cap room does not matter when you're trying to tank. If you move on from Dak, let's say you cut Dak when right before the league year starts, you take the $60 million cap hit. You don't care if you don't have money to spend because you don't want money to spend because you want to be bad. And you want to get the first pick or a top 5 pick or whatever. And then reset everything. That's the goal. Or maybe you use your first pick this year on Michael Penix Jr. and you cut him and you just start fresh. Right? Or whoever, just name Jaden Daniels. I don't know where those guys would fall on a draft, but they'd probably, I assume one would be there at 23-ish.
Probably, potentially. I haven't dived deep into it yet.
And I have no idea who looks to be the better pro. If either one of them looks to be, who knows? But there does come a time where you have to make the decision. Like Alex Smith, and I know Dak's better than Alex, but the Chiefs made a decision. We have reached our ceiling with this guy. Do you believe the Cowboys have reached that same ceiling with Dak? And if the answer is yes, then you got to make the tough decision to move on from him. And the Chiefs Alex Smith was 2-5 in the playoffs. They got to the second round with him both in Kansas City and San Francisco. He was replaced after a playoff loss in 2017 to Tennessee. They had already drafted Mahomes. We saw the writing on the wall. They had drafted him that spring. So they knew they were going to move on from him. Goff was 4-3 in the postseason. All 3 losses he just didn't play well in. He went 1-1 in the Green Bay, in Brady's Tampa Bay title year. They lose to Green Bay, beat Seattle on the road. They move on. They win the Super Bowl. His was they were able to split his. They were not able to split his cap, but it was like $25 million, which is that was only a couple years ago. It's not crippling. 60's crippling. Russ was 9-7 in the playoffs in Seattle. He lost 4 of his final 5 games in the playoffs. They move on. Flacco was a big-time quarterback in Baltimore. He was 10-5 in the postseason. He's now 10-6. They move on from him. They get Lamar. Have they won? No. Are they better off for it? Yes. And I don't think these guys. Russ Peak was better than Dak.
Yes.
Well, or it.
Yeah.
Let's say it's the same.
Yeah.
It's around the same.
Goff's been both better and worse, depending on the time, than Dak.
Not for the entirety of their careers. They've been they've been in the league at the same time. Dak has been better than Goff for the majority of their careers.
But there's been times when Goff was better. That's when they went to the Super Bowl. Back then, he was better, and now then Dak. Then he got worse.
Dak had a better year this year.
And Dak had a better year this year. And Dak, I think, should absolutely deserve to be in the conversation. All in the conversation for the MVP this year. He should be in the conversation. But the point remains, all these guys were dumped by their teams because either they couldn't or couldn't any longer, in the case of Russ, get them over the top. And every single one of those teams, with the exception of Seattle, is better off for it. And there are examples where quarterbacks were hung on to by their teams by year 8. Matt Ryan, and he went to the Super Bowl the next year. Peyton Manning, and he went to the Super Bowl the next year. And it worked out for both those guys. I think the difference is Dak, was he ever as good as either one of those players at their peak?
Then who?
Ryan and Manning, and the answer is no.
He's better than Ryan.
Not at Ryan's peak.
Yes. The Ryan that
Ryan's peak? No, absolutely not. Bobby. Matt Ryan's peak?
Yeah. Yes.
Are we talking about like for a year where Ryan won the MVP, or are we talking about their prime of their career?
Dak was better this year than Ryan's peak.
Well, Ryan won the MVP.
I know. But I mean, that's Dak played better than Ryan was this year.
Okay.
I mean, Lamar's going to win the MVP this year. He's not as good as he was the other year.
I don't think that at Matt Ryan's peak he was ever better than Matt, but whatever. Over 17 weeks, the Cowboys have a quarterback advantage. And this is the conundrum they're in. All right? If you've got the quarterback...
Say that last sentence again. Over what?
Over 17 weeks of a regular season, the Cowboys have the quarterback advantage a lot of times.
Okay.
All right. When you get to look, just go look at their record this year against teams with winning records. You know, when they don't have the quarterback advantage, when it's even, it's a much more 50-50 proposition. When the Cowboys had Troy Aikman, it didn't matter if it was Jimmy or Barry Switzer. They won. Brady went to the Super Bowl with Bill and Bruce Arians. Manning went with 4 coaches. Warner went with 3 coaches. Ben went with 2 coaches. Elway with 2. Montana with 2. And this is how you get Jim Caldwell and Ken Wisenhunt's lifeless bodies dragged to a Super Bowl versus how you get Bill Belichick going 4-13 last year. All right, we're seeing a pattern here. This Dak is a great quarterback, but he's not elite. And if you're not elite, this is what you have to do. You have to either A, find elite, or B, adjust your expectations.
Who's elite now in the league, do you think?
Mahomes, Allen,
Burrow, Lamar.
I wouldn't put Lamar.
Who was better this year?
Who
was better than him this year?
You would say Purdy.
I think Purdy was better than him this year.
Okay.
Lamar,
but it was different better. Like Lamar's like
Lamar's like a Tyreek.
Yeah,
the old Tyreek discussion, like a weapon.
It's a cheat code.
Was he elite this year?
I think he was borderline elite this year.
Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah,
if we see progression and we see like it's not just he's playing above his mind, he's playing a different style of football. What makes you think that wouldn't be sustained into the future?
Because guys have career years. Like Matt Ryan had a career year,
but he's playing different. It's not just that he's playing better; he's playing different.
How's he playing different?
Because he's attacking the middle of the field.
Okay.
And he's doing it successfully.
Because I thought that you said,
he's had the middle of the field before.
He has not attacked the seam like this before in his career.
I thought an overall premise for you was like, there's no difference under McCarthy.
No. He's always been good. I always think Dak's been good. I think he improves, but in terms of like the confidence and aggressiveness that he throws the middle of the field up the seam, he hasn't thrown that typically throughout his career. Not with the success that he has. That willingness to attack that is different than, but that's not a scheme thing with McCarthy. That is like a decision to attack, and that would definitely not be McCarthy because McCarthy wanted to take them away from the middle of the field.
How alarming was the Jane Slater nugget that got turned into a headline yesterday? by Mike Fisher, Richie Witt, and crew when Jane tweeted that someone on the team called out Dak for freezing or being stuck after his first read. We kind of glossed over that yesterday in reading it.
Yeah.
And
I
then
didn't
got
notice
turned
it,
into
yeah.
headlines and stories. And I'm like, oh, did we just gloss over that too quickly? Jane talking about people on the team saying that they were frustrated that they stuck with the same defensive scheme against Green Bay, and Dak has problems after the first read. Because that's pretty damning. That's a damning statement that comes from an offensive teammate or a teammate.
I mean, it is damning.
I don't believe it, but
I think
it's
both
a damning.
are incorrect. I think both statements are incorrect. They didn't stick to the same scheme against Green Bay. They actually flipped it and played a ton more zone and did things that were different. And then I don't agree that, like, just objectively.
But wasn't the comment they were frustrated that they stuck with Dan Quinn's zone? Like, they stuck with that look? That was the frustration?
Oh, I don't know. It's so the brevity of it. I don't know. Like the way I read it was that they were saying they're frustrated that there was no adjustment like over the course of time is what I read it as, not specifically Green Bay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, I don't know what the answer is. Do they need to invest in the position? Like, look, the only time that Jerry's ever won is when he took quarterback number one.
So what was your come to quarterback moment? Because you were a huge fan of him coming out. You hit on that as a prediction, just like Luka. You've supported him, made all the different songs, which I don't think he was that appreciative enough for.
He felt I was a little stalkerish at times.
A little stalkerish. So what clicked for you where you're like, this is not it? They have to move on. What was the moment?
I mean, the back-to-back games against San Fran kind of started to turn it, and just, you know, this year he was fantastic, but he had a very, like, we, I think, are too close to the situation. There is no difference this year between, there's a difference, but there's a difference when you get down to it. But Tua has the same problems as Dak. He can't beat good teams this year, right? Dak had the same thing this year. He couldn't beat good teams, but the Cowboys couldn't. And then you get to the playoffs, and this thing happens. And watching that game when that team clearly quit. I think you're right, Bobby. They did quit, but I don't think they quit before the game started. But a team that has an elite quarterback, they have faith that elite quarterback can bring them back in the game, especially when it's only 14-zip. That team was lifeless after that point. That team showed that they had no faith that he could bring them back. And you saw, like, there was fighting between CD was bitching about something after the first series. Whatever CD was mad about. Who knows? It just, that kind of just hit me, and I was like, all right, now I'll make a deal with you. Because they're not going to get rid of him this year. What if I told you? What if I told you that they pulled a Jordan Love and they drafted Penix in the first round this year? Because he doesn't need any more weapons.
We got Trey Lance already.
He doesn't need any more weapons. He doesn't need another first-round pick.
You sound like me now. Silver spoon. I put up the poll question, by the way. What should the Cowboys do with Dak Prescott? 3 options. Nothing, you're stuck. Extension and raise, because they have to redo the cap figure. They have to. Or move on, screw the cap. 44% said nothing, you're stuck. 40% said move on, screw the cap. 17% said extension and raise. And Mike Bassick, I would ask you kindly to turn off the Odyssey app right now, Mikey. I know you would light me up with text messages. And Bobby Belt, be prepared for our moment together right here. I feel good about Dak Prescott as the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. I have not seen this type of discussion that's more disrespectful towards a top 2 or 3 MVP candidate. This guy showed me that he took a step, and I'm giving him his raise and extension. So add me in the 17%. He balled out. He balled out this year. The question this comes down to is this. Does 4 games make you change your mind and bail? Now, it's a very important 4 games because it's legit competition. Does Miami, Buffalo, San Fran, I'm just talking about for this season.
Yeah.
Does Miami, Buffalo, San Fran, and Green Bay make you change your mind? Do you believe 1,000% within yourself he can never beat those teams? If you believe that and you can back it up, if the Cowboys believe that, move on. But I think, and I hate to make a judgment off the rest of the scrubs that they played, not everyone else in the National Football League can do that at quarterback. What he did against everyone else, I think, is too hard to replace, too hard to find. I feel fine and even good about Dak Prescott as the Dallas Cowboys quarterback. There you go.
I like that.
Yeah. What a response with your gurgled snot in your throat.
I like that.
But that's a fair question, right? Like, I give a little bit of a San Francisco pass because, like, I think San Francisco has a great defense. But you can have a bad game too. Like, you are allowed a bad game. Maybe the Buffalo game was a bad game. The most frightening of it all was what happened against the Packers. That was like a mind thing. Now, if you want to come back with me and say he's screwed mentally upstairs, like he will freeze, he will choke, he will panic, he will melt down in those moments, start over. That's fine. That's the most terrifying thing. He wasn't just inaccurate. He was rattled. And I don't really think of Dak as a rattled guy, but it's too hard to replace. He had a top 2 or 3 MVP season, and I'm not kicking him to the curb after that. Give him his money, give him his extension, redo the cap number, and let's get a new coach in here to crack some heads.
Real quick before Bobby, would you take Jordan Love or Dak for the next 3 years?
Dak. But here's the thing. If you're going to tell me, like David Moore's writing, that, oh, these two are linked together, if the Cowboys have made the determination that they are tied to the hip, then get rid of Dak. If you've made the determination that you're tying the quarterback and the head coach to the hip, then get rid of both. If you're not going to separate them and you say they go down together or they succeed together, then they need to go down together because this is just not going to work with the guy at the top.
Well, that's another thing so that's another factor into this equation that they have to be talking about. How much of this season was Mike responsible for? Let's have a real discussion about it. Bobby thinks basically nothing. Mike Bassick and others think you're ignorant to ignore it and pretend there was no difference with Mike coaching him versus Kellen. We got to ask that elite quarterback question. Will he be okay and put up these numbers no matter who the F is calling plays? No matter who the coordinator is he that good? Has he just proven it, or did Mike unlock something? I don't know. I don't have a really strong opinion about it. But I would bring Dak in. They should know at this point. But tell me what he did. Are you being nice in public? Are you saying all the right things? What did he do specifically for you? Is this guy special offensively in terms of what he calls and the way he coaches and knows offense? And if Dak Prescott says, yes, there was a tremendous difference, then that can go a large way, in bringing McCarthy back. If Dak believes that, if you believe he's good enough to succeed with a different play caller and coordinator, we're fine. He's good enough, then that doesn't weigh in Mike's favor. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line, 877-881-1053. Man, Pat Doney be so proud of me. Put me on TV, Pat. Give Dak his money, and he had a fantastic year.
If you're on the same side of the argument as a TV guy who loves everybody, and not Pat, just TV guys in general, I mean, then you might be on the wrong side of the argument. I don't know.
It's just too difficult to replace.
It is very. You have to make this move, understanding that you're purposely going to try. You're going to be considerably worse next year. Maybe for 10 years.
But I would ask everyone, why are we having this opinion after an MVP type season? And it's because we don't believe he can break through against the ultimate.
Yeah,
best,
because you believe that there's a ceiling. And that ceiling is no longer a Super Bowl championship. That's the reason. Not that he's not great, because I think he is great.
Let me ask you this.
I think you need elite, though. Because if you don't have elite, then you don't have the cheat code of winning.
Okay. If they played the Packers 5 more times on a neutral field, who would you pick in the series?
Maybe in a 7-game series, maybe Cowboys in 7.
Okay.
Do you think after seeing what you saw there, that would be?
Well, it's tough to.
What are the stakes and who's preparing the football team? If it's week 3, the Cowboys sweep it. If it's a playoff game, they split or get beat.
Pepe, where do you?
I don't disagree.
Pepe, where do you stand on this whole discussion over what to do at quarterback?
I mean, my big thing is Dak, he's officially inconsistent for me. Regular season, he's going to be fantastic. Postseason, he's going to fall off. We're going to have this discussion every offseason of whether it's the quarterback or the head coach. He could play till he's 38, 39. He's going to have one of the greatest regular season records in the history of the NFL. But the playoff record's going to show for it. I still think you have to keep him. You started it. You got to go on through his career and just hope something falls and the ball bounces your way in the postseason. But right now, he's inconsistent.
Here's what I want to look at, and this is something jumping back an hour ago that Choppy said. That Dak, you talked about that Dak is generally going to win in the regular season because he's generally going to give you a quarterback advantage. But when he gets to the postseason and he plays better quarterbacks, it's going to be a disadvantage for you. You're not going to break through against those great
or
teams.
the same level, and it's just a crapshoot.
Right. So, 2016, Dak goes into that playoff game, plays really well actually. That was one of the better games they played. He went back and forth with Aaron Rodgers, brought them back into a game that they were getting beat 21-3 in. 2018, he plays a solid game, makes big plays late against Seattle, against Russell Wilson in his prime, beats Seattle. The next week, played a good game. They got gashed in the run defense, but basically played a good game across from Jared Goff, played just as well as Goff did in the middle of that game. So he matches them in all those areas.
Well, he threw what? Because I have his playoff game logs up.
I have them memorized by heart.
Okay, good.
226 yards against the Seahawks, one touchdown, one pick.
And none of that's special on paper. And against the Rams, 266, one touchdown. None of that is special.
I was there.
Good.
Right,
Good
but what we're talking about is like him matching the quarterback across from him, and he did. And he made big plays late against Seattle. What I'm saying is, when we talk about the meltdowns, because now let's look in 2021 on. Was he objectively, because those quarterbacks that he just played, they're Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Jared Goff, like people would make arguments about where he stacks up against them given that time. Was he objectively better than Jimmy Garoppolo in 21?
Yeah.
And they got embarrassed. Was he objectively better than Brady in that time? Yes, they win. Okay, they win that at that point.
Yeah.
Not better in career, but in that moment.
Absolutely better than.
They go up there against Purdy and the 49ers, who last year, Purdy, he took a step up this year. Last year, I don't think you could say Purdy was an objectively better quarterback than Dak. And they get embarrassed. And then you step in this year, Dak had been a better quarterback than Jordan Love, and they get embarrassed again. So what flipped that pre-McCarthy, the team and Dak, they played up to the level of the quarterback across from them, and post-McCarthy in playoff games, they play down.
So now you're saying Jason's a better coach than Mike?
No, what I'm saying is that he's more detrimental in those big moments. I'm not saying that Jason was a difference maker. I'm saying that Mike costs you in preparation and But
he did win he won a Super Bowl.
He won a Super Bowl.
Does he not know, or is that just Rodgers?
No,
Does he not have playoff skins on the wall?
I think I think you can go ask Aaron Rodgers if he thinks McCarthy deserves a lot of credit for that Super Bowl.
That is not. I'm not going to count that as a statement.
My point is
a good counter.
My point is no. I don't think he gets a lot of credit for that. The lack of preparation in big games has been a consistent theme throughout the entire McCarthy era. Like Garrett won big games. And I'm not saying Garrett's a good coach, but I'm saying the idea of just preparation and their focus and their attention to detail. There's no attention to detail. And it got worse this year. The attention to detail and the preparation got worse. So is Mike too distracted with calling plays to be able to have the whole team prepared?
And Dak Prescott, of course, came out, endorsed Mike after the beatdown and said, if he's on the firing line, maybe I should be up there as well. Stephen A. Smith had some words for Dak's response.
There does come a point in time where Dak Prescott needs to shut the hell up. A standard? What would you know about the standard? You haven't lived up to the standard that was once set decades before you. Dallas Cowboys were winning Super Bowls in the 90s when Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman, and Emmitt Smith was there. And ultimately, primetime Deion Sanders came there. The Dallas Cowboys were winning in the 70s when you had Roger Staubach there. Okay? With the Drew Pearsons of the world, with the Tony Dorsetts of the world. They were winning. What would you know about that if you are a Dallas Cowboy since 1996? You wouldn't know anything about that. If anything, all you know is that historically there was a standard that you have failed to live up to in your entire career in a Dallas Cowboys uniform.
That was Stephen A. Mikey B on my phone. Trade him for a first and trade 4 first-rounders and a 1 second and a third for the number 1 pick. Jordan Love is better now. What good defense can Dak attack? 3 of the last 4 playoff games, he has been pathetic. And Detroit, he's special against below-average teams. He's special in blowout situations, racks up stats better than any quarterback in NFL history when the game is out.
Generally special at home, outside of the other day.
And obviously we know the division.
And the division stinks. And not even stinks. It's even when it's a good division, he does own the division. He struggles against opponents he doesn't face all the time.
What do you think is the biggest question mark for your boy right now?
Honestly, the Green Bay game that's troubling that he looked as rattled as he did right out of the gate. Because but I mean, the thing is that everybody looked so unprepared or so rattled so early that it feels like there's just some missing detail. Like, I don't know what it is, but it feels like there's some missing detail that we just didn't have, like, during the week. Like, oh, they were all super distracted because this was going on. Or, oh, this is, like, I can't explain it because it's so outside the character of, like, what we had seen of them at home that I can't add it up.
It's very odd.
I'm at the point where if you are going to attach McCarthy and Dak at the hip and say they either have to succeed together or crash together, then you probably...
Well, who's doing that?
I'm like, if you're going to say that you're entering this year as like, that's what the David Moore article says, that they need to be together. They need to be linked. And if that's the case, if you're going to link them, you probably just need a reset because the guy at the top's not going to get it done for you. And there's so much fatigue, honestly, for me on these arguments and whether you think that I oversell something or that I'm being a homer or whatever else, there is objectively so much ignorance and just blind talk about the type of player he is because people get so worked up about the position that he holds. The discourse around him historically over the course of his career has been objectively more negative than the reality. As
it has.
Player.
He's been unfairly criticized.
There are people who genuinely believe he is like 15 to 20, like type of quarterback. There are people in this fan base who genuinely believe
every Tuesday who thinks that Josh Allen is too.
And it's low information. It's low information football fan when you do that.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
So to me, it's like at this point, it's like it's so worn out. If you want to keep clamoring for it, you go ahead and get your wish. Reset the quarterback position. Go sit in quarterback purgatory. Like at this point, it feels like if this is what you guys want so bad and you have so many questions about it, I'd love to see it because. Go ahead and get that.
I would argue they're in it already, and they were in it with Tony.
But you just
can
said
if you have a great quarterback.
Yeah, you can because if you have a quarterback,
purgatory is what happened. After Aikman.
See, I call that hell.
Okay.
Purgatory is when you're always good, and you're never bad enough to get a new quarterback in the draft. Purgatory is when you're in the playoffs every year but never winning. The Chiefs with Alex Smith, that was purgatory. They were always in the postseason. They were never good enough, or bad enough, I should say. Never good enough to win, never bad enough to make it matter to be bad enough.
You think he's Alex Smith?
No, I think he's better than Alex Smith. I think he's better than a lot.
And you thought he was elite this year. So he did touch.
He did touch elite this year. Yeah. But
that's pretty good.
I also think that was a career year. Guys can have career years and not sustain it.
Okay, but we have no evidence of that, right? Like what you objectively know right now is that over the last 18 weeks, you thought he was an elite football player.
Absolutely. But again,
so you want to reset it.
It comes back to the knock on it is he was bad against good teams this year. That to me is not just a one-off thing.
But you've also said over the years everyone's bad against good teams.
They are.
You said everyone that over 500 thing is overblown. That's what you've said.
It absolutely is overblown. What do the elite quarterbacks do though? They generally win more often than not of those games. And you got your Mahomes, you get your Brady's, you got all those guys. Now, granted, he's not those guys, but that's the goal. It's okay if you have a great job. If you're making $100,000 a year and you decide that isn't good enough for me and you quit your job and you start your own thing, you might lose your house for 2 years, but the goal is to get a bigger house 5 years down the road. People with balls do that. People without balls are us three not running our own thing.
What leads you to believe that, like, was there anything he could have done this year that would cause you to say, oh, that's elite, but it's not elite. That's sustainable elite. This is unsustainable elite. What makes you think that it's not sustainable? Like I'm
because
curious,
it was the first time it happened, and we're almost 10 years into his career.
But you just told Sean a few minutes ago that the entire reason, like when you got to this point of like, hey, we need a reset, came this year, is what you said.
No,
when he became
I've been
elite.
thinking about this, and then this year, yeah, obviously he had a great year, but what happened in the end? The same thing. So what does that tell me? It tells me A, he had a career year, and B, he feasted on crap. And when he was bad against Buffalo, when he was bad against Miami, and when he was bad against Green Bay, and he was bad against San Francisco. Am I missing somebody?
Nope.
He wasn't bad against Miami, but historically,
no, he wasn't bad. He wasn't good. You know what I mean?
Historically, he's hitting the point where quarterbacks start playing their best football. 30 to 33, 34 is when quarterbacks play their best football.
Tolo, Matt, how many times does he have to show you guys he's rattled in these moments before you say that's who he is? It happens. Some guys can't get it done in the big moment. That guy is your quarterback. You got to move on. Look, I go back to the Last Dance clip with Ahmad Rashad sitting back there giving Michael Jordan massages when he's supposed to be reporting for NBC. He says, some guys can't and some guys can't. And Michael's like, what'd you say? He goes, some guys can and some guys can't. And Michael goes, you're instructed not to talk to Scott Burrell. Don't go near. You not to speak to Scott Burrell. He'll be S in his pants. And that is, I think, impossible for us to answer. Well, maybe it's not impossible. The evidence right now shows that if you don't believe he can get it done in those moments, I can't fight you.
Should San Diego have moved on from Phillip Rivers earlier?
No.
But hindsight says yes. Is Dak better than Rivers?
Not for his overall career.
I don't think hindsight says yes. I think there are other systemic problems.
But he had, but Rivers had tougher things to go through.
He did. He had to go through Manning and Brady.
Yeah,
and Ben.
So
and now, granted, that's much more difficult. But Phillip Rivers could not get you over the hump, and it doesn't mean that Phillip Rivers is not great. Phillip Rivers is going to be discussed in Canton in the meeting room,
no doubt. Better than Matt Ryan,
and he should be discussed at the meeting. I don't know about that. Maybe I think peak. No,
I don't know anyone who would pick Matt Ryan over Phillip Rivers, but anyway,
I think a lot of people would. But peak, no. Career, maybe. But Matt Ryan's going to get discussed in that room. Dak is not ever going to get discussed in that as of now. As
of today. All right, that went on. I think it was good. That was good. No bloodshed. No bloodshed yet. That's the Expressway, commercial free. Thank you all for all the texts on the Trevor.com text line. Meet Church Matt Pittman at 8:20 for your playoff meals. Anyone cooking or smoking anything in this cold? But we got to push back, chopping it up. That's next on a hump day to take a little cowboy break after this. But you need to go ahead.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Are you a psychopath?
Yep.
All right. Okay. This is a great little study I love, and chopping it up here on 105 to The Fan.
By the way, real quick, is
All
this
right.
Amazon thing legit and something we need to talk about for Ranger
Yeah,
fans?
Sports Business Journal just put it out too.
What is it?
Let's hear it.
So Diamond Sports Group unveiled an agreement that would see Amazon make a minority investment in the company. Diamond parent Sinclair will make a $495 million cash payment to the firm to settle litigation, but basically Amazon is going to step in, buy into a portion of Diamond Sports Group, and they are going to become the new direct to consumer streaming partner for Bally.
So, Ranger game number 1 in celebrating and defending the championship. I go to what channel on my TV? You think
Prime Video?
If you've got the Bally Sports streaming package, you would probably go to Amazon.
So not on regular direct TV channel?
For at least the direct streaming stuff. Now, does this clear up enough of their financials that Bally's going to be able to make their payments and go to TV? Potentially. I guess we're going to find out all the fallout from that. But part of this buy-in from Amazon that gives Bally the operating income is going to be that Amazon would be the new streaming partner.
Which I would hate this because you can't do the previous channel thing.
But that's just if you're buying the streaming package, though.
Right. Yeah. No. So if it's I'm saying if it's not on Bally, if it's not on 676 or whatever it is on DirecTV.
Yeah, 676.
Which I would hate that, because I just because in between innings, pitching changes, you want to go to something else. But it's great you'd be able to watch it, and if they get money, that's even better. The main thing is you want this team to recoup as much of that $100 million as you possibly can that they lost.
Yeah.
That to me would be the ultimate, because they said they didn't want to go into luxury tax. They were $4 million under it before the Danny Darts signing. So what does that do?
Yeah, I mean, this definitely frees up some more money to go sign some Tommy John guys.
Yeah, is it enough to get Jordan Montgomery out of Boston, where his wife is doing a residency?
Do they want that?
Do the Rangers want that?
Yeah. Do they want to pay that to get him out of there? They may not.
They may not. All reports seem to indicate that his preference is to come back here.
He's waiting out Amazon. Waiting out
Waiting
Bezos.
out Amazon. Like he's in that position where it's like, hey, look, the money has already been spent on a lot of guys, and I'm here if somebody needs something. So we'll see. Anyway, chopping it up on 105 to The Fan. Are you a stone cold psychopath? I want everybody to take their hands.
Mm-hmm.
Put
Here
them
we
up.
go. Here come the jokes.
Now put your fingers together. Is your ring finger longer than your index finger?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so is mine. Not your middle finger.
I know.
This one. If your ring finger is longer than your index finger, you have tendencies of a psychopath.
Is there anyone
Mine are longer.
whose isn't? I'm guessing everyone's is. Peyton ring finger
can't figure it
No,
out. He's like,
mine's it's either the same or the pointer finger's got to be the index finger has to be longer.
Well, interestingly
It's
enough,
not the ring
Peyton,
finger.
that also shows that you have a small tallywhacker.
Oh,
that's
that
another
makes
study
Oh
showed.
my gosh, it's a huge difference on my left hand versus my right.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that. I don't know, my ring on my left hand that I'm
Oh
wearing
yeah,
here.
it's different on mine too.
Right? How big is the difference with the hands?
Half an inch.
It's a full fingernail for me.
Yeah.
It's my ring finger.
But the point is, it sounds like everyone's
a psychopath.
No one has a longer index finger than ring finger.
He might.
He said it's the same.
He said it might be a little longer.
It's the same. I checked.
Okay.
So the results have been published in the in the upcoming February edition of the Journal of Psychiatric Research. Those index fingers are shorter than the ring fingers, are more likely to have been diagnosed or will be diagnosed with a psychiatric disorder. It's called the 2D/4D ratio. A short index finger and a long ring finger is known as the dark triad traits. So
Yeah. What are psychopathic traits? Let's see.
Well, here we go.
See if I'm a candidate.
Let's go through the checklist.
All right. Highly. See, I hate when they do this. Can't they just put these in terms that we understand?
Well, we might.
I might understand them.
Highly socially discouraged attitudes.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Like I'm socially discouraged?
So here's we go. They call it.
Highly like your behavior is socially discouraged.
So this is what they're saying.
Sort of.
Machiavellianism. which, again, I don't know what that is.
I fake my death.
Narcissism is another one.
Not me.
The paper noted that you also score high on mental toughness and sports performance.
Ooh, not me.
But also various types of negative psychosocial outcomes like intolerance of uncertainty, anxiety, sensitivity, manipulation. So
okay. Here,
again, warmer.
This. Do you want me to just read it off from Hellfine Chop? They've got like one lines that are probably in simpler terms. Okay, behavior that conflicts with social norms, disregarding or violating the rights of others, inability to distinguish between right and wrong, difficulty with showing remorse or empathy, tendency to lie often, manipulating and hurting others,
no, not me,
recurring problems with the law.
Not me.
So those are psychopath tendencies. I guess I don't have as many of those.
No, we're not psychopaths.
We're not psychopaths.
All right, good.
So there you go. That's one of them right here. Speaking of tallywhackers, Japanese man, 22 years old. Did you see this story? Did you see this?
You see this?
Apparently, no one sees it. I saw it.
Wow. He had a surgery to remove certain body parts.
I don't believe this is unbelievable. This is crazy.
He's 22 years old. There's a lot of things a part of this story that just doesn't make any sense.
I don't know about you.
He's 22 years old. Now, he identifies as asexual, which is not partaking in any relations. Voluntarily underwent surgery to have...
So a virgin?
Didn't say he's a virgin or not.
Incel?
But it did say that he's not... You know, he just doesn't need
Can't get laid.
Yeah.
This is voluntary. Voluntary, not partaking.
So he had that body part.
Don't go near that dump. Do not go near that dump.
I get a phone call.
There's nothing about what I said right there. It's a joke.
He had that body part removed.
Which one?
The Frank and the beans.
Okay.
Franks and beans.
Uh-huh.
Removed. Cook them.
Oh gosh.
Garnish them with mushrooms and parsley. This is from the Daily. This is from the Daily Mail.
This sounds like Tom Cruise behavior.
All right, and then threw a dinner party for 5, and serve them as a delicacy to these dinner guests. Now, you might be asking,
like as a sick prank. Like
no, as like I'm a
them?
chef. I'm a chef. What's that?
Like they knew what they were
knew?
eating.
I'm a chef. This is what we're going to do.
Settle down just
Now,
a
you
little
think
bit.
if you're going to do this to yourself, you're going to charge an arm and a leg.
No, circumcising mosquitoes would have been the appropriate drop.
I mean, it's not the first time. It's just normally it's not cooked.
Right. He offered to cook this for a guest for 800 pounds, $800 for the group of 5. They paid $160 each.
The conference? The group of 5 conference?
The group of 5 conference. $160 each to eat this. I mean, you would think if you're going to do this, you're going to do this for like $1 million.
Or for like 3 people. He must impressive.
Must be very impressive.
Feed 5?
It fed 5. It fed
Smaller
5.
portions in Japan.
It fed 5.
Smaller portions.
I don't know how he prepared the meal.
Wasabi.
Mushrooms and parsley, but for 5.
Come on, man.
People.
Mushrooms could get mistaken too.
Yeah, they could. I think they could. Absolutely.
The beans.
So he charged him $160 each to
Did you put this in your chili too?
Eat his severed genitalia. I don't know if it was a sit-down dinner or a come-and-go
It's
affair.
like Scott
Stop
Tenorman.
it.
I don't know what it was.
Scott Tenorman episode.
Yes.
Scott Tenorman.
Voluntarily removed at 22. He was tested.
IYK.
To be free of disease. They were of normal function. He was not receiving any hormones. So there you go. Knock yourself out on that one.
Amanda was watching some sick documentary the other night. She couldn't turn off. I'm like, why are you watching this before bed? Like, they started eating each other. Like, they got stranded somewhere.
Oh,
I think.
Yellow Jackets.
Yeah,
or is this,
something like that.
Yeah, or is it the Alive? Was it on Netflix or Showtime?
I think it was Netflix. Something like that. And she's like, yeah, they're freezing up here, and they had to start eating each other based on a true story.
Yeah, so that's the Chilean or rugby team or whatever that crashed in the Andes Mountains. There was a movie about that called Alive, and now there's a documentary out, I think, on Netflix.
How many days are you going before you start eating somebody?
They were up there for like 70 days.
So they waited a while.
Yeah.
They waited a while.
There is a point where you have to. You have to.
Your animals, I think, might if you die in the house. Like, they'll say the cat might wait 24 hours before it starts eating your face.
No,
if you have
really?
a cat. I've seen that.
Okay.
I've seen it. I've heard about that. Okay, next one. Do you want Bobby taking photos? Do you want Alaska Airlines, or do you want the basketball court in the airport?
Basketball court.
Indianapolis Airport. I want my layovers to be here. They are installing a full-length basketball court in the airport. Now, this is just for the All-Star game, but the NBA All-Star game. But could you imagine a full-length basketball court has been installed in the middle of the airport? So you are going to be sitting there waiting for your flight, and you're going to go play a pickup game of hoops, and you're going to be hobbling to your flight with a torn Achilles and an ACL tear.
Man,
this is awesome.
This is awful.
Oh,
do you know?
Sweating?
This is
stinking?
The sweat.
Oh, God, it'd be disgusting.
Get on there with a Subway sandwich with raw onions.
And then your armpit onions?
Your armpit.
Oh, man.
Oh, the stench that this is going to create. Are you kidding me? What about the fights? You think you have airport fights? Although this is a great way to get out. You go to the counter. Are they experts, too, at not looking up and acknowledging that you're standing there? They're experts at that. Anyone who works at an airport. You go to the counter, you get ignored, your flight gets delayed for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. You go out and you get that rage out. That, from that standpoint, it's good. But the amount of stench this is going to... They already have no air conditionings on airplanes anymore. I know all we do is talk about seat size and reclining back. Where's the air conditioning? Why can't we get any more AC on any of these flights? And this is just going to stink it up even more.
The good news is that if you wanted to play a pickup basketball game with Ja Morant, this is the place to do it because he couldn't get a gun past TSA.
Wow. That's a good point. You couldn't do that.
You could safely play him.
Yeah, how many missed flights are going to happen because of this thing? No, man, we got to run it back.
Run it back like McCarthy. Run it back.
You got to run it back.
Yes.
You got to win by 2. You can't have win by 2 here. Game go on forever.
And is the airport providing the basketballs?
I don't know. It's I didn't see what that, but they're going to install this court in the middle of the airport.
Wow.
Just doing it for the All-Star game for next month, but I think that's
so it's temporary.
It's temporary.
Okay.
Yeah. Now they may make it permanent if they like it, if it's a hit. But that would be kind of cool if you're just doing a layover. Maybe you got a flight, you live there, or you're returning from there, and you just get to the airport like a couple hours extra
Don't you
early.
feel like this is going to be jam-packed?
I feel it'll be jam-packed. I feel it'll be injuries left and right. You have these 30 and 40-year-old dudes out there trying to relive their glory week of their life, and all of a sudden they rip up their ACL on trying to cut back, like our sales guy did, Anthony DiVincenzo, when I forced him baseline, and he tore his ACL right in front of me.
Oh, you're taking credit for their hurt.
Hey, look, I wouldn't let him go.
You could beat Anthony in basketball?
No, absolutely not. But on that play, I did.
He listens in Nashville. Who did he hook up? Who's his singer? That
Lee Bryce.
Lee Bryce.
Yeah.
Lee Bryce's manager.
That's right. Yeah,
Anthony
but that Anthony, man, that knee. You try to go baseline on the chopster when I was in my mid-20s.
Yeah.
That was a no-go zone for many people.
Chopping it up every hump day.
Hey.
Got pushed back a little bit today with Ralph James. We'll go below the belt at 8:40, but we have a brand new staple here on the show. I got a love of barbecue, got the obsession. This guy cooks for all the athletes and all the stars, not just in the Metroplex, but throughout the entire country. You could argue he is the face of barbecue in DFW and in the United States. Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, on Cooking for President Bush. He just got the green light for Jimmy Fallon. And is anyone smoking anything outside in these freezing temps? He'll be on Zoom, Fancam, and Twitch. The debut of the weekly segment brought to you by Mr. Electric with Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, is next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamond.
That's soda.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, the Loomis boys came in from Mr. Electric, and they had been sending me some Thanksgiving turkey videos and stuff, and I was like, oh, you guys are grillers? You guys are smokers? And they're like, yeah, Matt Pittman, Meat Church. And I was like, oh, we've been having Matt Pittman on here and there. I get phone calls after the show from Broadus, not breaking down tape, breaking down Matt's videos. Yeah, I'm making a, barbecue lasagna and stuffed shells and this and that. And I said, all right, let's just go ahead and put this together. Let's get Matt Pittman on every other Wednesday, brought to you by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric. They have the power to make things better, and that's what we're going to do. Every other Wednesday starting today, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, is arguably the face of Texas barbecue. What's up, brother? How are you?
I mean, I've been better given our sports weekend, but I'm good.
Yeah, you want to pour one out for the Cowboys to start off? Were you there at this game in Arlington?
I was there. I go to every game. I accepted the invitation. The president of UTA sat next to her, had to be on my best behavior. And by the third quarter, I looked over, my 11-year-old had tears coming off his jawbone. So, yeah.
Now, you grew up around this, ball boy. What did the Dallas Cowboys need?
I mean, it was just shocking because it was a complete dismantling. It looked like they weren't prepared at all. I thought they'd have trouble against the run, but I can't remember a game where I've seen receivers open by 20 yards and we're like, wait, was that a joke? Like it was like schoolyard football. Anybody could have thrown those passes. So I don't know. I mean, everybody's going to overreact and say, fire the coach, this, that, and the other. But to win 12 games 3 years in a row, make the playoffs 3 years in a row, like, do you really want to start over? Dak's not going anywhere. He had a bad game. He had a great season. So, of course, we're all going to be like, this is what we can do, but you're not getting another quarterback, So I don't know. It's easy to say blow it up, but do we all really want to start over? I don't know. I'm ready to just forget about it and act like the season never happened.
Matt, I hate to, pile bad news on top of bad news, but we did during the break there just get the breaking news that Caleb Downs, your stud freshman corner, is leaving. So he's entered the transfer portal. So I hate to throw that on top of your...
Bobby, like you got to... I'm down. I'm hurt. Like Alabama loses, Saban leaves. Like, my parents
Isaiah Bond.
Man, I knew it was coming.
Your parents' divorce hurt less than Saban leaving?
Yes.
All right.
That's bad. That's
so
bad.
Let's get down to business here because we got a barbecue obsessed audience listening here, even on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. What have you been cooking? What would you advise cooking at -3 or -30 in Kansas City if they're listening on the Odyssey app?
Yeah, for sure. So, in Texas, I always say we're lucky. We can cook outside 12 months a year. It's not ideal the past week, but actually I've got 2 barbecue schools this week. So I've got 10 briskets on right now. Wasn't fun to light the pit, but somebody had to do it. Yeah. But, this time of year, I think comfort food's a big deal. So obviously we eat a lot of chili in Texas. But I put out a video a couple weeks ago called King Ranch Casserole, which is a classic Texas casserole popularized way back in the 50s, and it's super easy to make, and it's been really cool to see the reaction. I'm not trying to pump up what I do, but to see people like around the country, like Kansas City, say, what's King Ranch casserole? And it's stuff you can get at the store. You literally have it in the pan in 15 minutes. It cooks in 40 minutes. I say everything tastes better cooked outside. I also think everyone should own multiple grills, hopefully a pellet grill in their arsenal, because then the weather doesn't matter that much. You go outside, you fire it up, and you come back inside. So and then it tastes better than if you put it in your oven. So right now there's a heavy dose of comfort food. I've got 4 or 5 chili recipes, and like that casserole I put out, and we've got some more coming. Like that stuff's very popular right now. Warms you up and people dig it.
What's in the casserole?
So a King Ranch casserole.
By the way, Bobby, you're born and raised here.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of this?
My mother-in-law makes this.
King Ranch casserole? Yeah. Chop, you ever heard of it?
I've heard of King's Hawaiian.
No, okay. Yeah, I've never heard of King Ranch casserole. Well, I'm not from here.
Yeah. Basically, what most people do is they line a pan with flour tortillas, like a casserole dish, like 9x13 pan. And then you put things in it like ground, usually shredded chicken. People also do ground meat. Mine calls for a couple cans of cream of jalapeno that you get at HEB here. You can use cream of whatever, to be honest with you. A whole bunch of cheese, some Rotels, Southwestern flavors. But in this one, we actually put tostadas in it. And this sounds weird, but we crunch up 4 or 5 handfuls of Doritos. and it gives it a little crunch element. It's not so soggy like you would get with soft tortillas. But the thing is, like Dean Faring, friend of mine, he's the godfather of Southwestern cuisine. He told me a long time ago, he's like, every household in Texas has a different variation. So they're all a little different. And we grew up on casseroles. And I mean, at my age, like, guys don't make casseroles, but I promise you, if you put this together, I mean, the reaction has been insane. It's super good.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, on the D&M Leasing Hotline, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I feel like, and I know I'm going to catch a lot of heat for this, no pun intended, this is pellet grill time, at least for me. Like, I'm thinking about doing a pork butt or the poor man's brisket that some people were tweeting about yesterday. And I'm like, I'm not going to go outside. I'm not going to deal with wood. I'm not going to deal with the charcoal. I'm not going to deal with managing it. I'm going to go ahead and make sure the pellet grill is clean. I'm going to prep my stuff inside. I'm going to preheat it from my phone, go outside, drop it in, and go back inside. This pellet grill time, right? Freezing temperatures?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I have said forever, and by the way, let me preface this. I was a spokesperson for Big Green Egg forever, and I was like, no electronics, no gimmicks. So, like, that's my background, and I made fun of pellet grills, and I evolved to a point of saying, you know what?
Yeah, to a paycheck.
I'm not saying a pellet grill should be your only smoker, but if you have one in your arsenal, you will cook outside more often than you otherwise would. And I normally mean that around like a Tuesday night, you're busy, you get home from work, you don't want to mess with fire, you just turn it on. Well, now it really makes sense. It's cold as heck. You don't want to stand outside managing that fire. You just turn it on and roll. And like I said earlier, your food will taste better than if you cooked it in the oven. Plus, it's memorable. You're outside freezing your ass off.
All right. Now we have to get to the name drops. You had sent me this photo weeks ago, and you finally posted it. He went to cook for President Bush.
Oh, which, okay.
Yeah.
Careful.
Go ahead, Chop. Ask your follow-up.
He died.
Yeah,
he died. Never mind. He died.
Ask your follow-up. Rest in peace. How did this happen? And you said this was your one seed? This is the one seed of anyone possible that you could ever do this for? It would be him?
Yeah. My wife and I used to work in downtown Dallas. So we met working at a company, Henson Financial Services. And, so we witnessed the second plane hit during September 11th. And honestly, simply, I was like, could you imagine having the job of leading the country after that? No matter what you think of him, this is not a political statement, just a very tough job. The country was super unified after. And then obviously you throw in the connection of, Rangers ownership, the guy's all things Texan. And I've heard such good things about him. Aikman's good friends with him. My buddy Rick Hart, the AD at SMU, good friends with him. And they're all telling me that he's like salt of the earth. And so I get to cook for cool people, and I get asked often, who do you want to cook for? And the answer for 7-8 years has been George W. Bush, and which surprises a lot of people. And it finally happened. I got the call in late November, and I actually cooked his holiday meal for his family. So him, Laura, his 2 daughters, their husbands, their kids, and I, took it down to his ranch in Crawford, and it was easily a top 3 day of my life because he was one of the most gracious humans I've ever met. He took us on a 45-minute tour in his Ranger, the tour of his ranch. By the time I got back in my car, he had left a little thank you note in there.
Very sloppy handwriting, by the way. I couldn't read it.
Well, it's just meant for my eyes, So yeah, and as you just mentioned, so they took a picture, which they sent to us, and said we'd get an autographed one in February. He's in Florida for the month, but when he gets home, he's going to send me that. But Saturday, I came home and opened my mail, and I had a handwritten letter from him, which I thought was insane. And I wrote him a letter. So when I went, it meant so much to me that I handed him a letter, and I said, this is why it means so much to me. And I haven't written a letter in 20 years, but I wrote you one, and he wrote me back. So that was really cool. He was awesome. You guys will love this. They do their homework on you. When I stepped off the Ranger at the end to leave, he looked at me and he said, Matt, if you're cooking for Dak Prescott, you need to be cooking for George Bush. And he drove off.
That's how he heard about you?
No, well, so
and how do you decide the menu, by the way? How do you mix and match on what to prepare for the president?
Yeah, I sent his staff options, and funny enough, they picked almost all the options. So while the meal was for less than 10 people, it was one of the biggest cooks I ever had because they ordered like everything. And here's a little funny tidbit for you. I was making chili that week for a couple of Cowboys offensive linemen, so I ended up making a double batch, and I took him half of it. So when I handed the Cowboys linemen the chili, I said, that's only half the chili. Former President Bush has the other half, and they were like, what? And then when I went to Butch's place, I handed him the chili and I said, the Cowboys linemen have the other half. So they'll never forget that chili, hopefully.
Matt Pittman on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. So this indoor smoker thing has been going around this past week. I don't know whether you've seen it, but what was the thing I told you gets stolen off of cars?
The catalytic converters.
People are using catalytic converters to do like indoor smoking machines. And first I kind of made fun of it. I was like, part of the reason of cooking outside, we want to get out of the house away from our families. And then people are like, if you're like Bobby and you're never going to have a house, this could be good for you. This could be a positive. Have you seen these things? And what's your take on these indoor smokers?
I heard about it last night, actually. I haven't actually seen it. I hope it's a new catalytic converter. Yeah, I'm definitely skeptical. I mean, for me though, it's like you nailed it. Like, I like the outdoors. And so that's kind of the whole point for me personally, but to each his own.
Okay. Now, am I allowed to share this text message that you sent me right before you came on, or the next person?
Yeah.
Jimmy
why not?
Fallon. Wow.
Oh no, be careful. I've heard horror stories in the background.
Would you rather have Fallon or Kimmel now?
Fallon for sure. Fallon.
How did this happen? And you're not going on the show.
Yeah. No, I'm going. I'm going on the show on February 5th.
Whoa! As a guest?
Yeah, crazy. I mean, I'll be the guest that no one's ever heard of, but I'm proud of it.
Wow,
that's pretty.
So
cool.
how did that happen? What are you gonna do?
His team emailed me in October, and they said, "Hey, Jimmy's a big fan. Do you want to come on the show? What's your schedule look like in November and December?" And so I told them my schedule, and they came back pretty quick, and they said the SAG strike just ended, so we've got to rebook a bunch of actors that are promoting whatever. So we're thinking after the first of the year, and they said, "How do you feel about the Super Bowl?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm known for tailgating, so that sounds perfect." And I've been waiting a couple weeks, and they actually emailed yesterday and confirmed February 5th. So I don't have all the details yet,
nice.
but yeah, an appearance on February 5th. My wife never gets too excited about our celebrity kind of stuff we do, but she's freaking jacked about this one.
I've heard it's colder than what in those studios. You've got like just dress warm. I've heard it is frigid in there.
He's cooking outside right now.
No, I understand. He's dressed appropriately for it.
Yeah, gonna have to cook with a pellet grill in the studio.
Yeah.
Be honest though. What's the biggest disaster like for were you just with Thomas Rhett? Was that what that was? Duck hunting with Thomas Rhett? Was that what's the biggest celebrity disaster that's resulted with the cook? Where you're like, I know this food isn't that great, or it was epic fail?
Man, I'll be honest with you. I haven't had a celebrity failure, fortunately, but the good and bad of what I do is I cook my food. I'm not like most restaurants around here that if they go do something, they put in a catering order and the face of the restaurant just takes it. Like, I literally cook it. And my team would tell you it's because I want to either, if the praise is good, I want it to be on me. And if it's bad, I want it to be on me. And I don't do this a lot, right? I'm not a catering company. I told Aikman, I said, hey, I'm not a caterer, but if you want to have a barbecue for your buddies, I'm your man. So it takes a lot to do it on your own. And there's people that help me, but it's on me. So fortunately, there hasn't been a disaster. I will tell you a funny story, though. We cooked Jason Witten's 40th birthday party 2 summers ago. We actually taught him and his friends to grill. And his wife, sweetest lady ever, was up like giving a speech on a microphone. And one of my employees, we had these shovels to light these live fire grills. And while Michelle was speaking, he spun around and like hit her with the shovel, and she was like in like a really nice dress. So that was definitely the most embarrassing celebrity moment we've ever had. She survived.
Can I ask you a very personal question here? What is that paint color in the room behind you? Is that Woodlawn blue? Is that California mist, sea salt? What do we got there? Looks nice. It's like a greenish.
It's definitely white.
What?
It's the light.
Is that the light?
Yeah,
the one in the room background looks very greenish, like a like a blue green.
Very white Southern kitchen here.
All right.
You gave us about 3 different colors there, and none of them were white.
It's not white. Yeah. It's not a white. It's not a white paint room.
So King Ranch casserole, all the different chilies without zucchini, I'm guessing. All of them can be found where, or even people going into your store. When I said that you were doing this every other Wednesday, I got a lot of Tolos asking me if I've ever been to the store yet, which I have not.
We got to make that happen. Yeah, so I put all my recipes on meatchurch.com. The King Ranch casserole is the banner of the website right at the top right now. The cool thing about our website, I do it all. I mean, I do all the recipe writing and posting. And when I put it on there, they always have a link to the YouTube videos. So, we've got almost 800,000 subscribers on YouTube. And that's my passion, is like teaching people to cook through making a video. I tell people I'm not a content creator. I'm doing it to teach you to cook. So meatchurch.com or our YouTube channel. And then our brick and mortar Meat Church Barbecue Supply is on the downtown Waxahachie Square. We're open Tuesday through Saturday. It's a pretty cool store. It's about a 130-year-old building, and it's pretty neat.
All right, brother, I'm looking forward to it. I'm super pumped. I appreciate you helping us to make it happen. Of course, it's powered by Mr. Electric. They have the power to make things better. They've made every other Wednesday at 8:20 better as well. And Bobby is holding up the horns for you.
Thank you for Isaiah Bond. I appreciate it, Matt.
I mean, it's not like the horns did anything. So, I mean, right.
Thank you, brother. Have a good one.
See you guys.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We've talked about McCarthy. We've talked about Dak. We know Dan Quinn is leaving this time, right? Bobby has the defensive coordinator replacements and below the belt right after this.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet? In Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Run it back. Except the defensive coordinator, probably. That's probably going to get changed. It's looking more and more likely that Mike McCarthy is going to be back. That's some of what the chatter seems to be trending towards. When David Moore from the Dallas Morning News publishes an article at like 9 o'clock at night that includes the closing line, that starts by letting McCarthy know he'll be back for a 5th season before the week is done. That sounds like... I don't think you write that unless you've been given a solid tip about where things are headed.
I really wish that there was some actual punishment for staleness around here, but there won't be. I know KNC started their show yesterday with the topic of, are you really going to stop following? Are you really going to stop watching? And if you go, they'll just replace it with someone else. These are not fake sellouts at that stadium like Mark Cuban has at the AAC.
Fans don't leave teams anyway.
They're going to be packed no matter what. It's going to be the same hype on all the TV shows, by the same merchandise sale. So, but it's sports depressing for me if this happens because there's nothing new to be excited about. There's a lot of people who they practice this in their lives with traveling. There's some people who have to travel for a new excitement, something, a different project. I do it with cooking, right? I just had Matt Pittman Meat Church on. I'm like, what's going to be my project? I'm just deciding whether I'm going to do it today or this weekend. What am I going to smoke? What am I going to cook?
We always have a trip plan. We have to.
Right.
Have to have a trip plan.
You know, and if I told you next year, 0 trip, Sharif, next year, 0 smoking, 0 cooking, that's your hobby. You're not going to be able to do it. Same exact thing, repeating, definition of insanity. That's what I'm feeling about if and when they bring Mike McCarthy back. I don't like saying that. You know, Mike has been cool with us with the radio interviews, but we got to put that to the side. Our job and responsibility is to say what we honestly think should happen, and I think the Dallas Cowboys, I believe that they need a change. And David Moore writing that last night put a little pit in my stomach, and it messed up some of my sleep because we know he is a Cowboys mouthpiece. Good for David. That's a good position to have because you can break some stories, but they leak a lot of things to him, as got proven earlier in the season when I had the little Twitter ordeal. That got proven. I was right. And again, that's not a knock towards Dave, but we got to pay attention to what he says.
Yeah, it's just like if Peter King writes something or you got somebody that it's just you need to take notice of it. You need to take
We know that Glazer is connected with McCarthy. We know that Tom Pelissero is connected to McCarthy because he was responsible for that analytics offseason piece. We know that Adam Schefter for years back in the day, he's got ties everywhere. Adam Schefter was tied to the Broncos. You know, you gotta realize the connection.
Look, the reality of it is, like when you mentioned a guy like Glazer, the reality of it is McCarthy probably doesn't get this job in Dallas without Jay Glazer. Like that's just the truth. Now you look at the setup here. If Dan Quinn has currently 5 interviews lined up, and he appears to be the odds-on favorite for the Seattle job. He's definitely the betting market favorite. John Schneider yesterday said the biggest thing that they're looking for is somebody to maintain their culture. That's the biggest, more than an offensive or a defensive guy or anything else. They want a guy who's going to maintain their culture. Who better to maintain the culture than somebody that has lived that life, been in that building, worked with John Schneider? It just sounded to me like they were describing Dan Quinn. They don't have to teach anybody, bring anybody along. It's somebody who already knows how they operate. And regardless of how you feel about the season ended, has put together a very strong resume the last 3 years as deserving of another shot. Yeah. And so Seattle makes a lot of sense. So with that defensive coordinator job likely to come open, even if the head coaching job doesn't, here are just a couple names that I think are worth keeping an eye on in terms of the potential replacements. First one is Joe Witt Jr., who is the Cowboys' secondary coach and defensive passing game coordinator. And I think this is the likeliest in-house candidate for the job. Depending on, I would think Adden Dirty would leave. The defensive line coach would leave with Quinn if he left somewhere. Al Harris may get interviews elsewhere. Al Harris may
That was
follow Dan
Zach
Quinn.
Wilczuk's suggestion.
People can put Al Harris out there as the potential defensive coordinator replacement. When you look in the secondary, and if you want to talk about what the secondary did, Al Harris did a good job. The hierarchy currently has Joe Witt Jr. above Harris. I have a very hard time seeing them leapfrogging Joe Witt Jr., who's already been the passing game coordinator. Joe Witt Jr. has been very loyal to Mike McCarthy. He spent the last 3 years together. For some reason, I don't know why everybody assumes Witt would leave with Dan Quinn. He spent the last 3 years here. Before that, he spent 11 years on Mike McCarthy's staff. Like, he was there for most of Mike McCarthy's entire tenure in Green Bay. Joe Witt Jr. is a Mike McCarthy guy. And so I think Joe Witt Jr. makes a lot of sense. He's helped oversee, a lot of the development in the secondary. If you want to throw Al Harris's name out there, fine. I'm sure he could get, an interview or they would talk about him. Like I said, whatever credit you would want to give Al Harris, I don't know why you wouldn't then pass that over to Joe Witt, who also is a step above him in the hierarchy already. Another name, and this one may make Cowboys fans cringe a little bit, but I don't think I would love this hire, actually. Mike Zimmer. And Zimmer spent 13 years on staff with the Cowboys from 94 to 2006. He spent 7 years as the defensive coordinator and obviously spent 8 years with the Minnesota Vikings, has been out of football for the last couple of years. The talk is that he's ready to get back in the league.
67 years old.
I don't think he's getting a head coaching job, but
It's kind of old for a head coach.
he is.
Bill.
But by the way, you know what? It's funny when you look at him. He was a pretty consistent coach for 8 years. I think the worst season they had during his time there was 7-9. And he had 3, 11-win seasons or something. He was a decent coach.
And he's a hard ass, right?
He is a hard ass.
It's amazing. They got rid of Zim, and Kirk still hasn't taken him any further than Zim did.
And Zimmer has experience coaching both 3-4 and 4-3 schemes and coaching them at coaching top defenses using both.
He hated coaching the 3-4.
He did, but he
cow.
didn't like it, but he did it. He had never done it before. Parcells wanted a 3-4 defense and basically said, we're doing this. And Zimmer went, okay. And basically picked it up, learned it, and gave them one of the top defenses in the NFL. He is a very adaptable head coach. He's a really smart football guy, and the Joneses have a really good relationship with him.
I like him. I always thought he was really good.
And obviously I would guess, I don't know if they have a great relationship, but they definitely, Zimmer and McCarthy would have familiarity with each other. They coached across from each other twice a year for 5 years in the NFC North. And so I think Zimmer would make a lot of sense as well. Obviously, you got to look through a McCarthy coaching tree history and go, okay, who's somebody that's buried back there that you might be able to pull up? Because that's when he got here, that's what you did. You hired a lot of the guys that you know from the past. That's the way a lot of these jobs work every time. A name to know is Jerry Montgomery. So the first two names that I threw out here have their expertise in the secondary, but if the Cowboys chose to hire a coordinator with defensive line expertise, similar to they did with Rob Marinelli and Dan Quinn, then Jerry Montgomery would make a lot of sense. Jerry Montgomery is the Packers defensive line coach and running game coordinator, and he's kind of becoming a popular name in coaching circles. He's young. He's only 44 years old, and he has developed a reputation as a guy who is a strong players coach, and he really does a good job helping to develop toughness and physicality. I mean, we just saw that Green Bay defensive line. They play very physical. They're tough. They're hard-nosed. That's something that
I heard nothing about the Packers defensive line until right now.
I'll go pull it last week where I told you this.
We talked about
we talked about how their toughness and physicality was going to. In fact, that was the question that I asked Mike McCarthy that he refused to answer because he found it offensive, and then his team went out there and quit on him. Jerry Montgomery joined Mike McCarthy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about the secondary.
Yeah,
we said nothing about that.
Yeah, the defensive line was physical. That was their strong point with Rashawn Gary and Preston Smith and Kenny Clark there. Jerry Montgomery joined Mike McCarthy's staff in 2015. He spent 4 seasons there before McCarthy departed. In fact, he was there as an assistant and was leaving to take a job at A&M, and McCarthy gave him a promotion to make sure he kept him on staff. And so he's somebody that McCarthy liked. And he was one of the few coaches that Green Bay actually retained when Matt LaFleur came on board. He's continued to progress. Like I said, he's the run game coordinator now. He's the full-time defensive line coach, and a lot of people think that he could get a defensive coordinator job. And then obviously just you want to throw out one more name. Obviously the big name that's out there and he always gets asked about whenever he's available. Cowboys fans love him. You can look at Wink Martindale. obviously. The thing with Wink Martindale is that would be a radical shift in a lot of ways. Like, he plays multiple fronts. They would become instantly the heaviest blitzing team in the NFL because that's what Wink Martindale does. He loves sending ridiculous high-pressure blitzes. He'll send the zero blitz where it's just, single coverage on the outside and everybody sending the house. So they would come up with some complex blitz schemes. So if you felt like Dan Quinn didn't blitz enough or generate enough of that kind of pressure, Wink Martindale might be the guy. And that is the thing, by the way, at the end of the season that Jalen Hurts just could not beat.
Yeah.
Was zero blitz. Everybody was sending zero blitz after him, and he couldn't figure it out. And so if you want to talk about sustainability within the division and causing problems for Jalen Hurts, that might be the way to go. But at the end of the day, maybe, because we thought Dan Quinn was leaving 2 separate years, maybe he doesn't get a job. Maybe he's back. Not going to rule out anything at this point.
If we put out a poll question asking if you would even want Dan Quinn back as DC, I think it'd probably be over. You're good at guessing these. It'd be over 50% no right now.
I
right?
don't think so. I think it'd be about 62.
Even as the
65%
DC.
no. Yeah, even as DC. I don't know that I would want him back. I mean, I think he's a good
as
coach.
DC.
I'm just.
What kind of coordinator do you want here next year?
No, but why not Dan?
I think Dan is a one-trick pony. He's only good when their team is ahead. His defenses don't work when they're behind. He's the exact. It's not Dak. It's not McCarthy. He is the persona of this football team. A bully. Now, he's not a bully as a person.
He does wear a hat backwards.
He wears, and it's a snapback too. That's even worse. If you're gonna rock a hat backwards, it better be fitted. He looked like a frat dude with the hat backwards when it's a snapback. But I mean, his defenses are the embodiment of what this team was this year. They're bullies. They only play well from ahead.
I think the Quinn slander is ridiculous over the last week.
He's a really good coach, but I think he's
done things with that defense in 3 years that just were considered impossible here for 20 years.
What, turnovers?
Just generating turnovers, getting the most out of players, putting players in positions to succeed.
Again, I think he's a really good coach. I have no problem with it. I just, maybe somebody different. Who knows?
The latest on Belichick, the Falcons interview another whale. We have Mike Tomlin news. Jim Irsay found unresponsive, riding the D, and this could be the end of Nick Sirianni today. Final hour, Hump Day edition. Next on The Fan. But let me go ahead.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a hump day. Here. Are you just going to sulk and not participate?
I haven't fist pumped in weeks.
Why?
Because I knew where this football team was heading.
Yeah, you did.
I stopped fist pumping when the Cowboys gave up 600 yards on the grounds to the Bills.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. I was going to say our Cowboys insider, but, too good for the show now. Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam
Too
Twitch
good for the show.
and YouTube. It's a little fame. And
little fame?
Now, a little too good.
What?
He's McCarthy depressed. He thinks David Moore has let it be known that this is happening, that the Mike McCarthy return is taking place after what David wrote last night.
I think I just reflect the energy of a lot of fans today, which is why?
Yeah.
What would have caused you if they would have lost 80-0? Would you have done anything? Probably not. If you weren't going to do it there, what's 80? What's 100?
Look, I didn't think going in there was a chance that they would move on from him going into the playoffs. That game changed a lot of things. It was like, okay, that makes me think that they might. So I would be.
You're the perfect defense attorney. You come up with all the little loopholes in the crooked loopholes in the system. So be Jerry's defense attorney here. If this happens, why? You come on. You're listening in the limo. Mm-hmm. You got the Miller Lights in the back. You call in. Mike McCarthy's our coach. Damn it. Stomp, hand stomp.
Don't have the Miller Lights open, of course, in the car because that wouldn't
I
be
think
allowed.
he's admitted to it in the car. Jerry, why are you bringing Mike McCarthy back?
Well, guys, no, it's I guess I would say to that is I'm in the building every day. I see what the team, how they react to him, how they respond to him. People generally like him, and he wins games. And he had a bad day, and we're not going to judge off of one bad game. And
I would say, but Jerry, you brought him in to finish the job. Multiple opportunities have come up short in doing that. So it's not just one game.
No, it's not. It's not. But I guess this is where the sort of seesaw is of where is the where is the blame?
Yeah.
Is it on the players? Is it on the quarterback? Is it on the coach? Is it on the GM? Jerry's never going to blame himself.
Right.
That's why Jerry always. I fully believe that we as a media, not just us, but the whole media, completely overrates the talent on this football team because Jerry props up the talent on this football team.
You think that we only believe what we believe about the team because of Jerry saying
they generally have good players.
Yeah, they're 12-5.
They have a top 5 roster.
They do. They have good players. Problem is that I think that they don't believe in positional value the way they should. So they have good players in the wrong position, but that's neither here nor there. Look, they're not as good as San Francisco. They lose to them. They were better than Green Bay, but their quarterback wasn't better on this day. That was a problem, right? So that was a major issue. They lose to San Francisco 2 years ago. Well, they weren't as good as San Fran. They beat Tampa last year. Well, my handicapper buddy said Tampa was literally the worst playoff team in the history of their power rankings. They go back to 1989.
And that was only because that was last year, because they clearly didn't see the Cowboys this year.
Oh, so you said the Cowboys were the worst?
I'm saying that, that team that went on the field Sunday was.
Going into the playoffs. Like, this Tampa team was actually better going to the playoffs than that Tampa team. Like, they were so bad. Look, I can't explain why he would keep him in the same regard that you can't really explain why a lot of coaches are kept or fired or quarterbacks are kept or not.
Look, like let's say,
I hope he's not being cheap, by the way. He
is being cheap.
I really, I really hope after all this talk about writing a check, you wouldn't believe it. I've seen one media person or two out there saying he don't like to pay empty money to coaches.
It's not even empty money. It's not even that.
I hope that's not the case.
He would not bring Bill Belichick. If Bill Belichick said, I've been making $25 million a year in New England, that's my salary, he's not bringing him in. That is a fact. He's not paying $25 million. He wouldn't bring Sean Payton in. We knew that.
Compensation.
Yeah, the compensation, but also the salary. Jerry does not do that. He does not pay the coach.
Yeah. Well, that's not backing up what you said about paying anything and spending anything to do it. That's not backing up what you say on your football documentary.
Who is considered the greatest modern head coach in the NFL?
Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick. He is free. He is available. They didn't even hold anybody hostage for trade value. They just let him go if you want to go get him. Jerry told us this is the most vulnerable the road to the Super Bowl has been that he can remember in forever. He talked about how the difference is and how this is the best prepared this team has ever been. They get the miracle of winning the division. They get the home field. It's set up for them. That coach is sitting out there. They lay an egg the way they do. And if you say run it back, then you're telling me there's no situation where you were going to change and you have made up in your mind, I don't care about the results. The results mean nothing to me. I've got a plan in mind of how it's going to go. And if it doesn't go that way, so be it. But I'm going to see it through to the end.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
If you were to assess the blame on the players, the coach, all that stuff for this game.
For the game?
Yeah, just for this game.
Well, I'm always
the season. The season they won.
I mean, I'm always going to start with the players. All right, I'm always going to start with the players. They were soft. Dak was awful. CeeDee Lamb was complaining and crying. This defense looked terrified to be within 5 yards of anyone, and that's just not Aaron Jones. We saw 5 yards of separation. That was the stat for the receivers, and then I'm going to blame the coaches. See, the thing I thought could have saved Mike and Dan, if you told me the score was this, was these game plans weren't 180 degrees opposite of what made sense. But you got your ass kicked, and both game plans, well, not save Dan. Dan's leaving anyway, we think. But save Mike. But, literally, if we wrote down on Friday everything that had to happen for us to be having this conversation, it happened. That's what's crazy. And I'm gonna blame the players first and the coaches, but I'm putting I'll go 60-40. What was your point in asking that?
I was just curious, if it's 90% players and 10% coaches, are we really gonna change out the coaches?
Yeah, but
you're changing out the coaches because if you're changing out the coaches and it's like a very minimal aspect of the reason they lost this game or they didn't hit, then you're just making change for change's sake.
And Wade with Dak having an MVP type season with Mike as his play caller and offensive mind. Jerry wants to be right about that.
Yeah.
Like that I don't know if he's capable of weighing that objectively. He wants to be able to say, we got rid of Kellen Moore, we got rid of the whiz kid, Mike McCarthy. Jerry went out of his way to keep talking about how hard Mike works. He knows the storylines of the massages in Green Bay. He knows the storylines of Kellen Moore being the whiz kid. He wants Mike to be praised, and he wants to be right. That's a humongous part of this, too. That's a humongous part of this, and Bassick has said it over and over and over again. He'd rather lose like this every year than hire Bill Belichick and win it because Bill put them over the top. And I have a hard time fighting that thought and statement if he brings Mike back. That is sad. That's sad. It's disheartening as a fan. It punches you right in the gut and removes and sucks away your hope that Jerry Jones's ego would possibly be that hurdle. That's not what an owner is supposed to do for the city, for the state, for the fan base. If that's the case, I don't know if that's the case. I can't answer that, but that's what this move would tell me if they bring Mike back.
Here's the thing. When we talk about trying to assign blame for what you see or whatever else, this is the way that I look at it, is if you've got a family and you got 6 kids, right? And one of these kids, as they grow up into adulthood, one of these kids going up through their teenagers and everything else is in and out of jail or has all these problems, whatever else, and the rest of the kids are fine. You look at it and go okay, there's got to be some responsibility. This kid does this. If all 6 of your children are screw-ups and getting into trouble, I think people start looking and going what the hell kind of a household are you running?
Yeah.
The hell's wrong with you guys? And so when everybody comes out in a playoff game like that and looks like that and has had that happen a couple different years now, you have to look and say, what kind of a house are you running over there? That's what it comes down to. Yeah, players are responsible for what they do. But when it is an entire group of players. It's everybody from guy 1 to 53, and some of them have more responsibility than others. And was Dak terrible? Yeah, Dak was terrible. Dak was everything LaShawn McCoy tried to say he was during the offseason. On that day, he was that.
Ass.
But when everybody looks like that, it's, okay, who's overseeing this?
Yeah. They have to have a disciplinarian come in. They just have to. Enough is enough. This country club around here. And look, all my friends, I'm sure y'all got the same messages Sunday night and Monday morning from friends out of state. And they said, how fast is McCarthy gone? Where's McCarthy's head going to roll when Jerry chops it off? And I wrote back to every single one, and they couldn't believe me. I said, he has become quietly conservative. We know it in DFW around the trade deadline and free agency. He has become quietly conservative. We learned it during Jason, and it may be playing out again because this would be a very conservative move. Now, he would argue back, I don't want to start over. I don't want to start over with a new what's best for my timeline?
Yeah,
what's best for my timeline? Is it keeping a program that's going to get 12 wins and we try to change the postseason? Or do I start over with a new regime, new culture, new way of doing things? And you can argue keeping things like this is better for Jerry's timeline. You could argue that.
I mean, Jerry's timeline is different. Look, when Jerry bought the team, he was, early 50s, late 40s? That's a different world. He got rid of Landry. If Jerry bought the team tomorrow, maybe he blows everything up and says, Dak's gone, McCarthy's gone, all these guys are gone, we're going to reset. Because a lot of people would say that resetting a lot of things, a lot of times, is the way to go. The way to go forward is to move backwards. Jerry is acting like an owner of a New York sports team, refusing to rebuild. Inability to take a step back. Some people will have this entrepreneurial spirit and they want to go for broke, and they've got a job that pays them a good salary. They can afford a house. They don't want to risk quitting that job, starting their own company, and being homeless for 2 years or living out of a small apartment for 2 years to get back to where they want to be to go forward. They don't want to do that. He doesn't want to do that at his age. He wants to stay where he is in a very safe neighborhood. 12-5 is a hell of a place to be.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a safe neighborhood. And guess what? They'll be 12-5 next year. They will.
No. They will be 12-6 next year. If they want to run this back the way they are, they'll be 12-6.
Yeah, fair. But they're going to win 12 games. They're going to beat up on bad teams. They're going to, be 500 or worse against good teams.
Yeah.
We're going to be in the same position, and we're going to say this is a Super Bowl contender. And they never were.
If they run this back, and you can include Dak in that, they run this all back, new defensive coordinator, because Dan Quinn goes, but largely this is McCarthy, the same staff, and the same core group of players. Don't we all feel confident sitting here today going, then nothing will change? It will be the same thing next year. This wasn't bad luck this year. It wasn't bad luck the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It will be the same result. You will not win a Super Bowl next year if that's what you're going to do.
Totally agree.
And I'm stunned that he's willing to accept that.
And
nothing's settled yet, but I'm stunned that's the direction it appears to be heading.
By the way, Mike Tomlin is telling his players he's going to return to the Steelers for next season. The Atlanta Falcons have not only interviewed Belichick, they have interviewed Jim Harbaugh as well. So Atlanta is going big game hunting, no doubt about it. And Mike Tomlin is going back. And Howard Eskin from Filthy says that Jeffrey Lurie and Bill Belichick is not going to happen. Jeffrey Lurie, not a fan. It's just not going to happen. Bill Belichick to the Eagles. So one by one, these teams are crossing themselves off the hoodie possible destination list. What is Nick Eatman hearing? We love having Nick on because he tells it like it is. Is he having the same feeling that we are, that Mike McCarthy is coming back? And the question of the day, y'all's Twitter responses are amazing. What is the Dallas Cowboys culture and what do they need? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com next.
Let's get you over to number one.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, joining us as he does every hump day. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Carpe Omnia, Nick.
Yeah.
Welcome.
What's up, guys?
What's your day looking like today?
Pretty open, honestly. There's like nothing on my calendar, which is weird for a while. We don't have our podcasts anymore or that are daily. We turned it into weekly, so yeah, just trying to turn the page. I wasn't ready for it. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't ready to turn it this quickly.
So how are you guys approaching or covering McCarthy Watch?
I mean, for us, it's we don't have a website that can speculate that much. We do have some opinions and stuff like that, but which we do on podcasts and things like that, some editorials. But I mean, for us, we gotta. I mean, it's a wait and see approach for us too. I mean, we're not gonna sit here and have a hot board of like, here's some candidates. We don't even know what's gonna happen. We don't even know what Jerry's doing. So, for us, it's a wait and see.
Which was the weirder week? This one so far, or the week where Garrett hung around?
Yeah, that one was weird too, because he didn't have a contract, right, or it was expiring, if I remember correctly. So that one that was kind of tricky too. But this one's weird because there's so much speculation, and there's gonna be so many changes, and it's funny. To see, the defense played like it did, and it's just kind of surprising. And then, Dan Quinn's interviewing with everybody in the NFL, and, so it's just kind of, you just know big changes are coming. They have to come. You just don't know exactly at what level. And for me, I go back and forth a little bit on the McCarthy thing. I see both sides of it. I know there needs to be some changes, but, I heard you guys this morning talking a little bit about, Dak and Mike paired together, and I kind of see that too. So I don't have a lot of answers. I got a lot more questions than I have answers. And I'm sure you guys do too.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline here on the Fan. So my question of the day, and it blew up all over social media. Everyone always brings up the term culture. It's bigger than anything on the field. It's the culture. You've covered this team for 20, 25 years. What does that phrase mean to you? The Dallas Cowboys culture is what?
You're talking about right this second, like this year, this team, or just overall, like the culture of the team? Because it does obviously change. Are you talking about right now?
Yeah, or overall, what it stands for. You can give both answers if you want, or the one that.
It stands. The culture is. I'll say this. When I interviewed Brandon Cooks the very first time he came into the building, he's never been in the Star before, and he looked around and he had just signed with the Cowboys, and he said, the one thing about this place you can see is they don't cut any corners. This place is immaculate. It's unbelievable, and it's like a standard. Look at the stadium, look at the Star, look at that's the standard on the things that they do, and then obviously you expect that on the field as well. I heard the clip you guys played about Stephen A. Smith. Yeah. And that was ridiculous for him to say that. I couldn't believe. Then again, for him to tell anyone Dak needs to shut up, it's kind of ridiculous for him to say that. But as a sports writer, you walk into a room after the game and you see 5-6 people talking. Nobody's got answers. You got one guy standing on the podium though, talking and saying, giving the best recollection that he can, and then you want to tell people to shut up. But where's Micah Parsons? Where are some of the other guys that didn't talk? You know what I mean? Like we sit there and talk bad about these guys for not talking, but when they do and they're honest about it and say I suck, then you need to shut up about it. I thought that was a ridiculous statement by someone that says you don't know anything about the culture, you don't know anything about winning Super Bowls. When does he? What does he know about the Cowboys other than reading in the books and reading in the papers? Dak knows the standard, knows the history. What I'm saying is the culture is you have to win. Even if you're not good enough to win, The Cowboys are always expected to win this number of 27, 28, now 29 years, whatever. It's going to keep growing every time you don't, nobody else, I don't see a number with anybody else like that. So the standard is you've got to figure out a way to win the Super Bowl. And the Cowboys get judged. It's too bad. It's too bad that some of these players have to deal with that, but that's the reality because that is the standard. So, these guys aren't even 28, 29 years old, but they're dealing with the demons that are lasted this long.
Nick Eatman joins us here, 105 The Fan. Is their culture really different than anybody else's?
I wouldn't know. I couldn't. There's no way, RJ, I could tell you that. Because I really don't know. I've never had another job in my life, so this is it. This is all I know, and I just know that I do just like you guys. You guys hear a lot from the fans. This year I've done a new podcast where I've got to be a little bit more connected with the fan base, and you just kind of hear it, and you feel the passion that they have, and they wanted to be excited about this because it looked different. And I don't mind saying that. It did. This year felt different than some of the others. Didn't end differently, but it actually did in a way that, it was even worse. We've never seen a playoff game like that where they just completely got manhandled, but in a shocking way when we all thought it would be the Cowboys that would be doing that. And, so for it to be flipped like that just surprises everybody.
Nick, I guess since you're right, this is the only place you've worked. How does it differ from? Because I think we all repeatedly knew, like Jason Garrett used to just repeat all the time, like their process and their standard and the expectations and like never too high, never too low. Just even how does the culture for you differ in these 4 years under McCarthy than the decade that we experienced with Garrett? What are the differences there?
I think the biggest difference is that Jason was very, very level, like you said. High, low is always how we doing, guys, whatever. But that, he looked exactly the same every time. He wore the same. His haircut was the same for 10 years. He's the same. Everything was exactly the same. And I think that there's some good with that. And his message, it didn't it's not like it didn't work. I think it got kind of old after time. And I think for McCarthy, I think he goes a little bit more on feel. Sometimes sometimes he does this. Sometimes he's going to do this. Sometimes, we're going to practice the guys like this week. Sometimes we're going to take the ball to start the game. Sometimes we're going to, we're going to play this defense. I think he does it a little bit more. I don't think there's a rhyme or reason. I don't think there's a book handed down that he kind of goes by. And then, so sometimes when you do that, when you're going off a field, sometimes it feels good, sometimes it doesn't, and I just think that he's a little bit more go with the flow is probably not the right term, but it's just more about you can't, there's just not one way to do it. And I think with Garrett is a little bit more particular about everything with a process and the rules by it. And with McCarthy, he kind of goes with more of a feel type thing.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on 105.3 The Fan. What does this roster need? Be Will McClay, and let's sit down in the meeting room. What do they need to add?
I think they need to be a bigger, tougher team, and I felt like we talked about this 2 years ago. But I think they don't have those guys that are. When I look at the team, I think that they're undersized at just about every position. They don't have the big, strong. We don't see an A.J. Brown type guy busting out of his uniform here. The receivers are kind of thin. They're good. I'm not saying they're not, but look at CD, look at Cooks, look at Gallup, look at Tolbert. Look at the receivers. Look at the running back. The running back's undersized. The center looks undersized. The linebackers are definitely undersized. Micah Parsons, as great as he is as a pass rusher, if they try to run at it, he's still somewhat undersized from a defensive end. Now he's strong as an ox.
Yes.
I'm just saying, it just feels like they're more undersized and trying to beat you with quickness than they are with brute strength. And you get into games where they get down and they're trying to come back in these games, and they just don't have that. So I think they need to be bigger and tougher. I think it starts on both lines. And the sad part is they tried. They tried with Mozzie Smith. They said, all right, we're going to take this big, strong defensive tackle. We haven't taken a tackle in 30 years in the first round. We're going to take it. And he didn't help them this year.
Yeah.
And, and so they're going to have to try again. But I think it's an offensive line, defensive line is kind of where it starts.
Yeah, they're bullies, right? The defenses, they play well from ahead. They don't play well when they're losing. And I don't know, that's a fundamental issue. I like your point about these guys being undersized. But there's no doubt that's a telling stat they showed. They scored first with 10-0, and when they don't, they're now 2-6.
Yeah, I honestly had not seen that stat, but that's wow. And that's why I think sometimes McCarthy did kind of go back and forth on that, take the ball at times and defer at other times, and I'll say this too, and I really like. I mean, I think Zach Martin's one of the best guys that we've ever had here, on the team, and Tyler Smith I think is going to be a great player too. But and I think it begs the question. I mean, if you've got two All-Pro guards, first team and second team, but you can't run the ball better than that, is it just the center? Is it what is it with the run block? Is it the running backs? I mean, whatever it is, but you see three Pro Bowl guys or All-Pro guys on the line, and when Tyron Smith as well, and you can't run the football. I mean, something doesn't add up there. That's got to change. And I get it. Sometimes it's a popularity contest with the voting and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like this offensive line has got to be better. This isn't one that has. You can't just say, well, they got three All Pros. I mean, they didn't always play that way when they're trying to run the ball, when they need to get get down in the red zone and run the ball in. It didn't always work, and I think that's something that just has to be fixed.
Nick, we've talked a lot about the futures of McCarthy and Dan Quinn. If you were a betting man, who do you think probably played their last game for the Cowboys on Sunday?
Played?
Yeah.
That's a tough one. I mean, because those defensive guys, when you think of Dan Quinn probably leaving, I think of some of those guys going, with them. I could see. Again, this is tough for me because I don't know what the Cowboys are trying to do, but I could see the Armstrongs and the Fowlers of the world, maybe looking, at where Dan Quinn is going. Tony Pollard is interesting because I would be fine with Tony Pollard being in the role he had 2 years ago. I listened to the former running backs coach Skip Peete. He said it to anyone that was listening at camp that Tony Pollard is not really a number one back. He's a number two back. And if you run him this way, he's going to look different. I think he would be fine. Depends on the money and the role, but it wouldn't surprise me if he comes back. But it would have to be, like a different role and maybe a different back in here as well. And then the big question too is Tyron Smith, and that's on him. He's going to have to probably decide what he wants to do. This might be the time for the Cowboys to kind of cut bait, but it's hard when you're talking about a player when he's healthy. And I believe he missed 3 games, maybe 4 this year, but it's about the same as Tyler Smith. But if you just think about when he's healthy, he was still really, really good. And that's tough to kind of let go of. But it wouldn't surprise me if just all things considered, if he moves on. But again, that's a decision he'll have to make.
Well, look, we're going to give you some time off.
Okay.
And
that's good because I don't know if I answered any question you asked
me
very well.
I want to say, and it's I'm speaking. This is Sean Omar Sharif. The NFL rules on the websites and all that stuff is stupid and freaking dumb, in my opinion. But it does, for all the listeners that don't know, it does prevent these guys and girls from saying some things that should just be common sense sports talk in terms of, they're under contract and it's like Nick Eatman could be guilty of tampering with another player on another team. It's freaking moronic. But you do as good a job possible of saying what you can. You do give the strong opinions. That's why we wanted to have you on today, and we appreciate you throughout the entire season. And there might not be any new storylines if Mike comes back, but I'll still get your next beers and Oxnard. So thank you, brother.
Yeah. Hit me up whenever you can. We'll be covering this stuff. We'll be on the road doing some. We'll be at Senior Bowls, Combine, and things like that. So if you ever need anything, we'll be there in the middle of the action.
All right, brother.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, man.
Right.
Nick Eatman, the man, from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Let's see if Bassett talks to me after my Dak Prescott endorsement for an extension.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. With Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. What is coming up?
Guys, at 11 o'clock, Mike asks all the football questions. At 11:40, former national champion and current coach of the Arlington
Team Martin?
Renegades, Bob Stoops.
The football
joins
team
us
in Arlington that tries.
in
Supers.
studio.
The
In
Super.
studio.
Yeah, this is exciting.
What time?
11:40.
A team that tries in Arlington. A football team.
Best professional football coach in the Metroplex.
They have a championship.
They do.
Dude, this team went 12-5. They have a Hall of Fame general manager, and he's been a Hall of Fame general manager for a decade now, or close to.
No. What
Like
year
5
was
or
it?
6 years. I don't know.
Oh,
It was
it's like
before
he went-
COVID.
When
It was
he
before
went,
the 17 season.
when he went into the hall?
Was
That's
it
when he got. That's when he got
Heck
elected. It was
yeah.
before the 17
Heck
season.
yeah.
What is this? 5th year, 6th?
6 years.
And
You
what
name me another general manager with 3 Super Bowl titles that's running the show right now.
Bill Belichick.
No, that's what he would say right now, like about him being the GM. He'd be like, how many openings are there around the league? Look at the chaos. How he knows the 3 or 4 or 5 GMs who have been run. And he would say, we could be that same exact thing as well. I'm not making an opinion on the general manager. I'm just telling you what he would say.
I'll tell you this.
We're in great shape.
I would ask Jerry, general manager, how did you win what did you do to win your first title? How did you win your titles?
Traded Herschel Walker.
Took a quarterback first overall.
I mean, I think
Well, they had-
I think that
But they
90s
didn't
dynasty
tank.
that
They
90s
didn't tank.
dynasty went deeper than just
It did.
They
Oh, for
picked
sure.
Aikman.
No, I know.
And
They had to tank to get all those picks.
And say what you want roster wise, they're basically a 12-win team every year. That is a good roster.
It is.
That is a good team. I just had to throw that in there.
So what are you missing?
It's
If your
unlucky.
roster's good, what could you possibly be missing every
Could be
year?
your quarterback. Could be your coach.
They're missing nothing. Just unlucky.
Dude, guys, Mike Brown's been the GM of the Bengals since 91. I mean, so
That's fair.
So like it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Did you see the David Moore article last night?
Oh no. What did he say?
Oh no.
I want to change up the show a little bit.
I don't pay for Dallas
All
Morning.
right, you want the last 2 paragraphs of David Moore's article last night? David Moore, you would agree that if he says something about the Cowboys, you're generally going to sit up and take notice that, that might be something that's been intimated. He says McCarthy has 1 year left on his contract. So does Prescott, until his contract is addressed. This was dropped at 9 o'clock at night, by the way. A strong argument can be made that it's in the Cowboys' best interest to give these two 1 more year together before moving on. That starts by letting McCarthy know he'll be back for a 5th season before the week is done.
Yes.
5th year, 6th.
That
You just
starts
said
by
12-5.
Letting McCarthy know that he will be back before the end of the week.
Yes.
I mean,
That
great.
was a gut punch for me last night.
You name another coach in Cowboys history
Here we go.
in a 3-year period
won
who won
36
36 games.
I mean,
You
Landry,
name a coach
Landry only had 14 game seasons for half his career.
who oversaw 3 straight equally embarrassing finishes to a season like
I say,
to be
not
fair,
equally,
Bobby,
this is the
that's
worst.
never happened in the history of postseason NFL football.
True.
So,
I'm with Sean. You extend everybody.
oh my!
I
God.
said I would extend and pay Dak more. That was my
Hell no.
hot take in the Expressway
Why?
today. Because he is going to finish 2nd or 3rd in MVP. And I don't have confidence that you're going to go and get an MVP candidate to replace him.
So you think that he's going to finish 2nd and 3rd the next 3 years?
I don't know.
Why not, though, Mike?
Why isn't Mike McCarthy?
Mike.
Mike McCarthy has the same resume as Dak Prescott does.
No,
the
Mike
last 3
McCarthy.
years.
Mike McCarthy, every year that he's been here and going back to Green Bay, has shown us the exact same type of coach that he is every single year.
And he has won a Super Bowl.
Whereas
unlike
Dak, you already Mike, we can go back and get clips over the last couple months where you acknowledge Dak is a different player. So Dak is a different player. So
in the regular season.
But it's a different player
As a
this year.
former professional player, if I know that a guy batted .330 with 50 home runs on a consistent basis for the last 3 years, but in the last 3 years in the playoffs, he is about 3 for 30 with 0 home runs and 16 strikeouts. I know that person changes when things are on the line. So now I have more confidence facing that person on October 2nd than I did on September 30th. And every team in the NFL now knows, and they've maybe known for a while, but we all really know now, you're not facing Dak Prescott in a regular season. You're facing him in a playoff game. And that guy craps his pants pretty damn good.
Real quick, Bobby, because you had said, and you had said, and I agree, Dak had an elite year.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree with that.
Earlier today, you crapped on Matt Ryan, who had the exact same elite year at the exact same time that Dak did.
I didn't.
But you dismissed Matt Ryan's career and basically called that a 1 year off.
No. Now you're not gonna set up a fake effing argument.
Maybe I misheard.
No.
You said
you didn't mishear. You created out of thin air something I never said. In fact, I said specifically, Dak had a better year this year than Matt Ryan ever did in any year of his career.
That's completely inaccurate.
Okay, well, that's fine. Say it's inaccurate. Don't create a talking point that doesn't exist.
All right, but why would you think
I don't know,
that
trade
Dax
him.
is not
trade him. Cut Dak. Do whatever the hell you want. Just shake something up with this stupid.
How about this? I'll do this. I'll keep Dak, but we're drafting a quarterback in the first
Keep
round.
whoever. Look, if you're telling me that the quarterback and the coach are linked to each other, get rid of the quarterback too, because the coach isn't going to get it done, and I don't care.
That's why I traded for Trey Lance.
No, stop.
Yeah. Here we go.
Every quarterback left.
Oh my God.
Every quarterback left is a first round pick except for Purdy. That's not a coincidence.
So, Kevin, to go back to you.
Yes.
Mike, I can't do this with you.
I love this.
I can't.
Let's go, Cowboys.
So
I think you're just rooting for chaos.
I think if we're having this Dak discussion
Jerry
in Frisco, right? We do have to make the determination if the playoffs are just something that should override the regular season. And do we take those four games in the regular season against the better teams, Miami, Buffalo, San Fran, and Green Bay? Is that enough for us to decide and say he just can't beat good enough teams? I'm worried about that being too small of a sample. Although, Mike, I know what he's going to say. He's going to say we have years of the playoffs, right? We have really good San Francisco teams for two of the losses. Yep. We have the embarrassing, most frightening performance of them all from Dak this past Sunday.
He was horrible.
Awful. We got the Rams. We got Green Bay in the past. Like, we have to be sure now. We have to be sure that he's going to be Clayton Kershaw in the playoffs, as I heard Mike say yesterday on KMC, because we do have a regular season, I think, MVP candidate, although he might not do it again next year.
We just need to make sure the schedule sets up where we play all crappy teams and we keep him in all four quarters and let him extend leads from 20 to 35 at the end of the game.
I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say in the playoffs, there's a bunch of things that don't work, but he's one of them. And he's coming up on a deal. We broke this down yesterday, is you can ride it out through the year and you're going to have to take a step back. That's a fact. And everybody who's like, you might not ever take that step forward. I agree. You're right. You might move on from Dak and never take that step forward. But if the step that you're stuck at is not good enough, what difference does it make? If you're trying to get to the top of this hill and you never, ever make it, okay, so let's say you take a step back, try a new approach, you still don't make it back to the top of the hill. So you weren't going to make it to the top of the hill before, so why not try a new path and hope it works out differently?
Corey, you're an advocate for McCarthy returning?
Yeah, sure. Let's rock this thing one more time.
Okay.
But I've also been an advocate of Dak not returning. You remember whenever I said I didn't want Andy Dalton, I wanted to start fresh. If something went bad that year in his contract season, I wanted to start fresh with a young quarterback. That didn't happen. So that was when I started that kind of push. I'm still in that mindset of I haven't seen any progression.
But he's going to finish top three MVP. Okay, playoffs.
No, you're right.
He was an MVP type year.
And I think he might finish second for MVP. But you hear intangible. Where was that on Sunday? Where were all those intangibles for? These are people who will fight to the death for Dak Prescott, except on Sunday.
What will it say to you guys if Jerry brings Mike back? What will it say about Jerry Jones?
He doesn't have time for a bad time.
Yeah,
that he thinks that this team is in the best hands it's been in a long time. That winning is a key part, winning in the regular season to getting to the playoffs. and that when you get to the playoffs, anything can happen.
Crapshoot.
But you got to be there. You got to be there, and you can't be there without a good head coach. And he thinks he's a good head coach right now. Are they sitting there asking questions to McClay and Quinn and everybody and saying, did we have the talent? Yeah, that's something that I think is being discussed as well. Did we have the linebackers? We never invested in that. Did we have the running back? Did we have the offensive line? Do we have to retool all these things? And can Coach McCarthy see that into its next phase? And I think that Jerry believes that.
I hear what you're saying. I'd extend Leighton Vander Esch and everything's solved.
No.
Bobby, if it helps at all, I'm not an advocate of getting rid of Dak and bringing back Mike McCarthy. I think that's insanity.
Change something. Just change something.
Well,
because if you don't change anything, I don't want to hear at the end of next year. I don't want to hear the 10-minute press conference in front of the locker room about how heartbroken you are.
Well, if they do change something though, let's say they change something, they go into. Let's say they change it, they bring a new coach in, and then they extend Dak, and the same thing happens next year. Well, then you're stuck with a coach you might not want and a quarterback that you might not want at that point.
There's nothing you can do about that quarterback's contract right now to get out of it.
I understand. You either have to blow the whole thing up or deal with the $60 million cap hit and draft somebody. It's a tough spot to be in.
Bobby, you know the league better than I do. I mean, I know he has a no trade clause, so he can say no to anything. If you put Dak on the market, would some of these teams with first round picks say, we want Dak can take the Raiders to 12-5 in a Super Bowl contender. Dak can take the Atlanta Falcons to 12-5 in a Super Bowl contender. Do those teams believe that?
Yes. I mean, like Denver would go trade for him, I would bet.
Mm-hmm.
Denver, Raiders, they're absolutely
and
teams.
That's what I want to do.
No, RJ figured out a way to get 6 first-round picks.
6?
Listen,
Great.
you trade Micah for 2.
Agreed.
I saw this movie with Kevin Costner.
Right, absolutely. Trade CD for 2.
That was a good movie.
Was it good? I thought people hated it.
Draft day 2.
That movie
I liked
sucks.
it. I liked it. I thought it was good. It's one of those movies you can watch on an airplane and really nowhere else.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of stuck. Right. And there's a threat of death. So it's always just good.
Oh, my.
So trade Micah for 2, CD for 2.
Mm-hmm.
Dak, you get 2, maybe 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like that.
And now you completely restock your team and you're able to get a 1-1 quarterback.
Okay.
I see what you're doing. You create such a talented roster that when they fail under McCarthy, then you have absolutely nothing you can fall back on, and you'd have to fire.
You trade the coach. You change the coach, too. You change everybody out. But this team has shown a very high consistency in terms of being able to target good players and draft them. But at the end of the day, I do believe you need a first-round pick. If you take Tom Brady,
it's a lot of work, Choppy.
It is, but
since
the year 2000,
a
lot of effort.
Since the year 2000, if you don't have a first-round draft pick at quarterback, you only have a 20% chance of winning the Super Bowl. I'm taking Tom Brady. I take Tom Brady out of every statistical category. He doesn't count.
But what if my organization wants to have a 100% chance of fun and not putting in the work?
Well, then whatever. But
Jerry would sell before RJ's scenario. He would sell the franchise.
Because then he doesn't have any more stars. Where are my stars?
Or giving up like a step back or a rebuild, he'd sell.
Hey.
He'd sell the team first. Mike, shut up.
I like you, Choppy. Hey, what if Dak?
Co-sign.
What if Dak
Look
said,
at him. Look
I
how
want to
mad-
win.
look how mad Bobby
I want to
is.
win so bad, Bobby, that I'm going to take a 4-year, $80 million extension, 20 a year, because I need help. I'm not good enough at the number I make to carry a team, and that's okay. A lot of quarterbacks have proven that, and I'm one of them. So I am going to take $20 million a year and trust with the extra $30 to $40 million I'm not taking, you can get me all the help I need.
Players Union won't allow that.
Oh, they allow everything.
Don't.
Players Union will never say
There's no such thing as a players union in the NFL.
Yeah.
The players union is ran by Roger Goodell.
By the way, opening segment, great news for Rangers, Stars, and Mavs
Danny
fans.
Darts, baby. Danny Darts.
Not that.
Danny Darts.
The KMC Masterpiece.
Here we go.
Oh, what if I think of that?
Snap it. I got to throw it to the green team.
Is it still called a smart speaker? Fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to give a listener advisory today. This could be the worst show we've ever done. Everybody seems to be
Starting
in an
now,
odd mood today.
Even at our worst, we're better than most.
Rank our shows so far in the new year.
I will have to get back to you on that. You got
Today,
me,
11.
Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford in with us today. We will have Bob Stoops in studio at 11:40. My question to start out this first segment, do you want to hear about the huge broadcasting news for the Rangers, Mavericks, and Stars, or do you want to hear maybe the worst question ever asked at a press conference?
Both.
I know both of them.
Okay. Man, maybe today won't be so bad. Corey, which do you pick first?
Let's go. Let's start with something. Is it funny? Is what I'm asking you.
Oh,
here.
it is hilarious.
Is it? No. Is it funny though, or is it sad?
Ooh, okay. Let's go to cut number 11 then. This is a reporter asking Todd Bowles about preparing for the weather in Detroit. Because, look, on the surface,
it's horrible in Detroit right now.
It's cold up there.
The Bucks and the Lions are going to play.
Yes.
So I get that part of
and
the
Bucks
question.
play in Tampa, where the weather is warm often.
Let's see how this works out for this reporter.
Looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
Don't let her off the hook.
All right.
Play along at that point.
Have you found out who the reporter is,
That's
by the
when
way?
you say,
No,
I'll tell
I'm
you
gonna
what,
say
I'm a warm
Edward.
weather guy. Do you have anything that could help us out? And let's see what she has to recommend while playing in a 72-degree indoor stadium that she doesn't know about.
I do like the fact that he gave an elaborate answer to that. He's like, you do know they play indoors, right? For like 50 years.
Should he have stopped her before she finished that question?
Absolutely not.
Mike, so you were shaking your head. Yes,
Absolutely
God,
No, you let her keep
not.
going. And you, at that point, I think you follow up and you act like,
are you embarrassed? Yeah. Oh my God.
like you haven't thought of that yet, or you're just like, man, I just have never been good in situations like this. So I'm really hoping that our guys don't crumble under the weather. And I'll tell you what, do you think they should wear those kind of smart wool socks? Like, what do you think they should do in this situation? So you throw it back on her for recommendations.
That I was embarrassed for
You were
her.
saying,
and you just
lead her
play
along
along
a little bit.
and then
Oh my
you,
God.
but then you never correct until somebody corrects you, and you're like, "Are you serious?"
Oh my God, this changes everything.
Yeah, I tell you. And then you leave the podium. You say, "Guys, I gotta go."
Yeah,
and
new
then
preparations.
you rush out because you tell the team, "You're like, I gotta go tell the team we're playing indoors."
It changes everything.
That would be the greatest
like
press
lift your
conference.
hands up going out the doors.
Oh, everything's going to be better. We were afraid of cold temperatures. Now we're not.
Can you imagine if somebody here from DFW, let's say, was not following the Rangers their whole life, have no clue, except they're playing in the World Series. And you know it rained during game 1 of the World Series. So in the pregame situation, maybe like the day before the World Series, you ask, hey, there's rain in the forecast. Does that change the way you want to get your starting pitcher ready or have who's ready in case there's a rain delay?
Uh-huh.
That would have been the same thing. And I think Bochy in that situation says, boy, we do have some plans if there's rain in the forecast here. You can't control the weather. All we can do is put our best team out there.
Are you saying that Bochy likes bits?
I would love, yes, Boch. If anybody ever asks you about a rain delay situation here in Arlington, I would love for you to just play along with it and act like this is going to be a tough situation if it does rain tonight.
I want to know everybody else in that room, how far into that question where they're like, oh no, is that the question that she's asking about?
Like nobody
playing
reached over
outside?
and grabbed her by the hand and was like, stop.
I mean, would you?
Or they're confused. They're like, crap, I thought they played indoors. Like that's what happens to me when somebody starts saying something like that. I think 2 + 2 does equal 5.
Now, in probably more important news, I'm assuming, though that question was pretty spectacular, and yes, I will agree, we all make mistakes.
I've been there.
I pronounced it in the newspaper. I thought somebody was dead once, and
I
then they
remember
gave me
that.
a call the
I
next
remember that.
morning. They said, it appears as though my death has been, what's the line? The rumors of my death have been exaggerated. And I was like, oh, crap. So look.
Nothing worse than a dead man calling you on the phone.
That's true. There's a Twilight Zone. There's actually a bunch of them kind of like that. All right. Big news for the Rangers, the Mavericks, and the Stars, though you might not still like the way this all ends up. I'm going to warn everybody that. Amazon is going to invest as part of the Diamond Sports bankruptcy deal. We talked about this as being a possibility about a month and a half, somewhere a while back.
Yeah.
Is that this would be a potential for a non-exclusive streaming rights with Amazon. And by the way, you had asked me this before the show. They have Diamond Sports and Bally. They have 37 professional teams.
Okay. All right.
So they have 11 baseball teams, 15 basketball teams, and 11 NHL teams. So part of the reason that Amazon is buying a minority stake in the Diamond Sports Group, well, aside from they probably saw like a value there with it going through bankruptcy court, is they could procure the streaming rights for these as well. That's the good part, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people have Amazon Prime. Great. You like the Rangers, the Mavericks, the Stars?
I still feel like that
And
wasn't
free delivery.
Wasn't that a sticking point in this whole situation, though, that the teams didn't want to give that up, and Diamond wanted to like change the way they did that, and that was a problem. Am I wrong about that?
Tell me more.
Like they didn't have the streaming rights exactly, Bally or Diamond, whichever.
They did.
And okay, they did, but there was a sticking point where with streaming that was holding some things back. I'll have to go back and look at some of these my notes.
I'm not disputing
I'll go
that.
look at
I
my
don't
notes,
recall.
Kevin.
The only thing that I can think of is that you cannot stream, like if you have the Bally's app and we're in Arizona, I guess they would be worried, and maybe there was restrictions on you can't get the Ranger game because you're not in your local market.
Yeah, I could see that. This will correct that. However, people still might not like it. So for the 940, so what if you already have Prime Video? Will it be just like the NFL? Will I be able to watch it and not have to subscribe to something else? I do not believe that is going to be the case.
I don't know what you're talking about with all that, Kevin, because I believe that a big company like that would more likely say, let's try to give this without raising the rates for people out there. Let's not raise the rate for Amazon Prime. And let's keep it the same, but add new facilities for people to be entertained
Hey,
with.
I like what you're saying. I bet
Thanks,
Jerry
Mike.
right now, he's thinking about cutting the cost for the fan who went to that playoff game and go, you know what, that just wasn't right. I'm gonna discount the tickets next year 33% because that's about the effort level we gave after the first quarter.
Well,
2024 is the
he's just like,
given year.
look, money is not the most important thing to me.
See?
So I want to make sure that our fans can get into the stadium for a cheaper cost.
That's great. Let me know when you guys want to join me back in the real world, where this is probably what's going to happen.
$12 to $15 a month or something to get them.
I think that is going to be what the case is. So the early stories via Variety, ESPN are saying that customers will be able to access their local team's content on Prime Video channels where Diamond has rights. Here's the thing that people aren't going to like.
Oh, crap.
So it's direct to consumer. Pricing availability will be announced at a later date. The sports content, if you already have Bally, like I kept DirecTV so I could have Bally.
Yeah.
If you have that, that's going to stay as part of this. So this is going to be a non-exclusive streaming thing. But the deal is direct to consumer, and ESPN is working on doing this in a couple of years. It's not, I do not believe it's going to be included in your Prime package. That's the bad news. The good news is maybe it's going to be cheaper than the Bally app. you would assume it's going to be significantly better than the Bally app, just looking at the way that Amazon streams stuff in general and does football and everything like that. But I do still think you're probably looking at an extra charge there.
I think the biggest benefit out of all this is Mike has been on the pre and post game show for Bally, and if they continue on with that, I'm told by me that Mike will be delivering packages around Christmas every year for Amazon.
That'd be great.
He gets to drive around in an Amazon van and deliver
Sometimes
packages.
the Amazon van, they keep their side door open, like the whole thing, and I'm thinking, well, I hope those packages don't slide out, but maybe they know where they're going and they know that, look, I'm not going to go faster than 25 miles an hour in the neighborhood here because I'm not having to get on any major roads. So they just are like, I'm just going to keep the door open.
Yeah. And
do you worry about the person falling out at all?
No, they have their door closed, I think. It's
sometimes I see that like the UPS truck has that door open. I'm always, but they're buckled in. Seatbelts save lives, Kevin. But that's what I'm looking for. If you saw Mike was walking up with a package to your door,
that would be awesome.
Would you just leave the door shut and say, I'm going to leave, I'm just going to wait for it till he walks off? Or are you going to open the door and say hi to Mike?
I would say hi to Mike.
Of course you would. And Mike would love that.
For sure.
From the 682, congrats to Amazon. I'll just continue to listen on the radio. Now, that's a great point.
Man, I love
no service interruption
Yes.
with the world champion Texas Rangers being right here on 105.3 The Fan.
How much does that cost?
Nothing.
Wow.
Although, if you wanted to listen to our commercials, that'd be super helpful.
It will be interesting, though, if we keep DirecTV or not. And I have DirecTV, too,
Yes.
because of Bally's. That's the reason I went to DirecTV is after they kind of left every market Bally's like that you could get except for DirecTV. I'm like, I have to get DirecTV. It'll be interesting if it will be cheaper and better to pick up the Amazon Ranger game / Mavericks / Stars, or will it still be cheaper to just keep DirecTV?
And somebody asked, is this just for 2024? The CEO of Diamond Sports said the new financing will enable Diamond to operate and thrive beyond 2024. Look, I don't know if that's just corporate speak. Lord knows everybody around here has heard a lot of that over the last couple of weeks. Or if that really means
with the caucuses.
No, that is not what I meant. Or if that means they'll really be able to carry this out beyond that. But what I think is this is going to be an extra service. It's going to be, I don't know. Mike said $12 to $15.
I'm guessing it might be 20. It might be 20. I don't know.
But you would hope it's more reliable than Bally's. And I know people have said, well, I don't want to have to pay hundreds of dollars. Unfortunately, in some instances, if that's the price point, if you're talking about the whole year, you're still looking at maybe $180, $240, something like that. But it will be accessible for people at least for this year. And if you already have DirecTV or whatever to watch Bally, that won't change it. But this is a big deal, and hopefully people view it as a positive. And to be fair, I don't know for a fact what the price point's going to be. Neither did any of the news organizations covering this morning. And I saw somebody say, yeah, they raised the price of Prime. I think it's like $20. I do.
What? I'm out.
Per year. I do not
rid of
believe, I believe that was just the cost of business is what they're going to say. I do not believe that was reflective of this deal. And then somebody said, can we just be done with all this stupid streaming service thing? It's the wave of the future.
Yeah, we're in a new world, and we're in transition of, and when I talk about it, is we're in transition on how we're going to get, especially these three sports. The NFL's even transitioning a little bit to going to be on Hulu and Peacock and Amazon and like it's going to be 5 years from now. I think we'll have a lot more stability in the way that we consume sports. But right now we're in a weird spot where we don't know exactly where it's going to be.
And I think that's why there's so much shakeup in the sports media market, because Diamond Sports tried to predict the future, right, when they did all this, and they failed miserably, and that's why they had to go through bankruptcy. So I think companies are concerned about, hey, what if I predict the wrong thing? Is my company just going to go up in smoke unless Amazon comes in and fixes it?
So you're saying we can't go back to antennas?
I mean, look.
I think you can.
You can.
I hear you get a lot of channels. We have a Tolo who gave me an antenna at Buffalo Wild Wings. I haven't plugged it in yet.
You need to do that so we can
I
find
know.
out.
Okay, I will.
Thanks, Mike.
Not today. I'm going to go to TCA to go watch my son play freshman basketball. That should
Tomorrow,
be
that's fine, dude.
that
Yeah,
should
we
be
got
a-
plenty of time.
I'll tell you what, if you want to watch great basketball, watch freshman basketball. It's great.
I don't know if he means that. We're the KNC
Not.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk some Stars Kings plus the Stars 2 games past the midseason report. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on. Leave it on.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Harley into space. Send that one wide. Pavelski scores! Joe Pavelski pots another off the ricochet. And the lead is 3 for the Stars.
Hey, Alec, just real quick. That was Bobby, right?
Yeah,
Reading?
Bobby's doing reads.
That was my best Bobby impression.
That was incredible.
You were paid a lot of money to do those reads, though, Alec.
All the money.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You know, that makes
And just
me
let
think,
Bobby do it.
Could the Cowboys have had a better game if Cooper Rush would have?
Shut up, Mike. I know what you're doing. All right.
I mean, we did want to see Trey Lance in the Washington game. We were like, let's see it.
It couldn't have been worse.
See, that's how you know that wasn't.
Well, could it have been?
Well, we wouldn't have had all the great stats in the fourth quarter.
We're supposed to be talking about the Stars. Right
Oh,
here.
yeah. Hey,
Here we
I'll tell you
go.
what, 84 for the Kings. Thanks for that ricochet in the first period. Because that was since October 27th, the Kings hadn't given up 2 goals in the first period.
Is that right?
I was watching on Hulu. That's what they said. I first was on the Spanish broadcast for the first 30 seconds, and I was like, they're only showing this in Spanish on Hulu? And then I clicked the back button, and they had either English version or Spanish version.
And then you went with the English version?
I did. I'd love to be able to watch a Spanish version and know what they're saying. I did not take Spanish seriously in high school. I wish I would have. I tell my kids how important, especially to me, knowing Spanish is, and they don't listen to me that well. So
now I thought this was a really great win for the Stars because A, it was against a dominant team, but probably B, and more importantly, is they shook up the lines to break apart, I guess, kind of a group that just wasn't really working. Ben, Johnston, Dodonoff, that group just wasn't working. And they were like, you know what? Not only are we going to change it, let's just change the whole thing. They moved Johnson up to the first line, which they usually don't make a lot of changes to. They left the second line intact because that's been working just fine. Ben on the third, Dodonoff on the fourth, and it clearly worked out very well.
Yeah, DeBoer has had a tendency to not be afraid of that, though, and
which I like.
Yeah, that is something that I'm really happy about because when he sees that something isn't functioning the way maybe he feels like they settled a little bit, and they're just kind of looking around, pointing fingers, and you change it up. Now it's like a refresher; it gets everybody rocking. So, and plus Wyatt Johnston being the this kind of future star as he's growing here. Give him that opportunity. I do feel like there have been some other shakeups last year with DeBoer that we were like, whoa, we didn't see that coming. But this is the one that you get now. I do wonder this too, because Mike, you say managers get like one meeting where they get to do that. How often can you do this with guys?
3 at most.
To motivate them or to get them to be mentally, fresh or new.
3?
3 at most.
Okay.
If you get to a 4th meeting where you flip a table or just start cussing everybody out, you're like, I get it. Like you think we suck.
Now,
We're
if
not doing good.
If the players have a players only meeting and come to you and say, hey, we would like to change these things, like you should listen, right? Like that should be one of those things where you're like, you know what? Okay, guys, you guys have some ownership on this.
Look, just like how Brandon Cooks was calling plays in the huddle. He'd run in from the sideline and say, I want this play
Bobby's
done.
gone now.
Oh.
But the logic made sense for switching up the line. We talked about this the other day, but Johnston, who led that line with 11 goals, he'd scored 2 goals in his last 23 games. Dodonoff, going back to November, had 1 goal in a stretch of 13 games. And then the next month, Ben had a stretch of 1 goal in 11 games. And yet you look at this game, and both Johnston and Dodonoff had not only a goal, but an assist each in the win. And so I thought that was a really big thing that whether it's temporary or not, the new shakeup of the first, third, and fourth line turned out really, really well. And it got you a win over, like I said, a quality opponent.
It's interesting you say quality opponent. And the Kings they have 50 points on the season. I was looking them up because when the Stars have played the Avalanche, the Knights, the Canucks, and the Jets, I feel like I've always been disappointed because that's why this point, without knowing how the playoffs work in the NHL, maybe they give us the Minnesota Wild again, which would be great. But if you play one of those four teams I just mentioned in the first round, I don't know how the Stars beat them. But the Kings, yes, you're better than. I just don't know how the playoff schedule thing works because one doesn't play 8.
No, you're right about that. And so pretty much the way you can look at it is whoever wins the Central Division will get one of the wild card teams. And if you're second or third, like Dallas and Colorado, you'll face one of those other teams. So the ideal is you want to skip Winnipeg and Colorado to start the playoffs, right? But to do that, I would think, unless Nashville goes like in a crazy run or Arizona or something like that, you would need to win the division and thus ensure yourself of a wild card in the first round, which could be one of those aforementioned teams or, Edmonton, Calgary, whatever.
Right now, the Stars would play the Avalanche with Avalanche having home ice advantage.
Correct.
We're done.
And that's what you want. That's what you have to avoid. And that's why games like last night are so important. I know it's not against the Avalanche and it's against a team that you think you're better than, but you have to keep stacking up 2 points, 2 points, 2 points because Winnipeg is trying to create some separation in the division. And so you need to keep pace. If that's how everybody feels, is that you don't match up well with Colorado or Winnipeg in a playoff series, then you need to try to win this division.
And along the same lines, try to stay healthy at the same time.
Sure.
And you played a lot of hockey last year,
Yes.
and you're moving into this season with a lot of important hockey that you to get to that point that you're talking about, and then hopefully stay healthy as you get to the playoffs. So
I have another stupid question.
Okay.
Let's just say the Stars beat the Avalanche the way the standings are now. Do they play the winner of the Jets and the Predators matchup?
Yes.
Okay, so you won't have to play. It's impossible to play Vancouver and Vegas. Because they're on the other side. They're on the Pacific side. So there's like a bracket for the Pacific, a bracket for the Central, and the champions of the Central and the Pacific playoff 2 rounds play each other to go to the Stanley Cup Finals.
So I was going to say that's good news. I don't really know if that is actually good news then because you've clearly struggled, at least with Colorado.
Didn't we play the Kraken last year in the second round?
The Kraken was a wild card team. So yes,
okay.
If the wild card team did advance, then
just make it 1 versus 8 and 2 versus. It was such a perfect system for the hockey world when one would play 8. And you know what is perfect about it? If 8 would win, they would have to play number 2. They wouldn't play the winner of the 4-5 series. No, you were the worst team to make the playoffs. We're going to make this the most difficult challenge for you to make the Stanley Cup Finals. Now they're like, just throw crap on the wall and see what happens. I would just take the 8 names and throw them up on the wall and be like, this is the bracket. Deal with it.
What if one name lands on top of the other, though?
They play each other. They're obviously, and
that
guess
makes
what?
sense.
The team on top.
I don't even know what I was thinking.
The team on top's home field advantage.
What if one team falls off the wall?
They're the 8 seed.
Okay.
But remember, the 8 seed doesn't exist. There's
look,
I don't want your brain to break, but there's C1, C2, C3, and a wild card. P1, P2, P3, and a wild card for the Western Conference.
So in the Western Conference, we have C's and P's.
Yes. For the division you're in, the Central and the Pacific. Good Lord.
All right.
And that's how you score. Yes. Is that what you're getting at?
No.
I see where this is going.
Nope.
And that's how you make a playoff, baby.
Oh, my God. All right. Another thing. I did not think we were going this direction. This was the most positive you saw from Jake Ottinger since his return. He got the start against Nashville. That didn't go particularly well. He had to sub in for the Chicago game, and that did go well. But this is the first one in his 3 games back where he started, and it's gone really, really well. He faced a whole bunch of shots, I think like 30 or so, and only gave up 1 goal. They got the win. So that's another positive. So if you're looking for positives outside of you just got the 2 points, you shook up the lines. It worked. Ottinger looked good. And we taught a lot about the playoffs.
So the last 5 games being 4-1 in those last 5, are you like, well, about it? Or are you like, well, I mean, you needed to
I'm
do
not
that. Okay.
about it.
Kevin, I'm with Kevin in this. You need to rack up as many points as possible, whether it's against good teams or bad teams. because if you do get the favorable matchups in the playoffs, it can really help you out. And nobody says at the end of the year in leagues that have more than 17 games, hey, you beat all the bad teams and you're the 1 seed. Well, all right, we're the 1 seed. Let's see what happens from that. We've put ourselves in the most advantageous position. So I get it. I would love for them to play better against the best teams in the NHL. They haven't this year. Doesn't mean they won't in the playoffs, but keep racking up as many points as you can and see if it puts you in the best position to make the finals. I still think, hey, let's trade, for defensive players.
And you still could. And plus, along those lines, I know he can be an offensive-based defensive player, but Miro is going with the team on the road trip. So you just got Ottinger back, Miro back. Hopefully Wedgwood will be a short-term absence, and you'll be like, hey, we're looking pretty good health-wise a little bit past the midway point of the season.
I always wonder what goalies think. When we're pitching and there's an error made, you have to just get over it. You have to try to get your team out of it. What happens when you're a goalie and they pass the puck across to see if it can get to, I think it was supposed to get to Pavelski. I think it was him, but it just hit 84 skate and just went into the goal in the first period. If the goalie's like, hey, man, they threw it across, and then your skate. I couldn't think of the word. Your skate. Knock the puck in.
I think just knowing Marty Turco, our friend Marty, who's been hanging out with us. By the way, he sent me some pictures of the Marty party from Peace-a-thon. And he said, you made this happen. And it was a lot. They had a lot of fun. But just knowing him, I think he would say unlucky. That's an unfortunate thing that happened. And then turn around and drink water. Usually that's what goalies do, is they just go, and they turn around, drink their water, and put their mask back on. Right?
That's what you have to do on the mound. You have
In soccer, they point at everybody, and they point at everybody in front of them. In hockey, they just go.
Water, you squeeze the water.
I call that the Roy Williams. As the safety of the Cowboys, every time a receiver got behind him, he was like, "What are you doing, linebacker?" And I'm like, I swear that your position is called safety, and I swear that you are 15 to 20 yards off of the line of scrimmage. How is the linebacker 4 yards off the line of scrimmage supposed to be dropping back 36 yards right now?
We're the KNC.
And Roy'd be like, your fault. Thanks a lot, Dexter Coakley.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right. Did MLB.com retire Adolis Garcia, or does he make the right fielders list? Next.
Here's RJ Choppy.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay, so MLB Network's top 10 right now, right fielders. If you remember, my tease was, did MLB retire Adolis Garcia? Because I was teasing that they retired Jonah Heim because somehow he was not on the top 10 catchers right now in baseball, which was just crazy. The fans voted Jonah Heim the third best catcher in baseball. So on the network, they show, well, what did the fans think? And the fans had Jonah Heim 3, and the network had Jonah Heim not a top 10 catcher. Well, they did shortstops, if you forget, because you're getting ready for the Cowboys to lose to the Packers by 70 points.
Easy.
Corey Seager was number 1 shortstop in all of baseball right now. So he'll probably, I'm just guessing, when they come out in spring training, the top 100 players right now, I think there's a good chance Corey Seager's in the top 10.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where he'll be. He obviously won't be 1, 2, or 3 or whatever, but I think there's a chance that he could maybe sneak into the top 10 players right now.
I'll put him at 5.
Okay.
If he's 10...
Here's a player who I think they will rate over him in all of baseball. The number 1 right fielder right now is the National League MVP, Ronald Acuna Jr. Now, he was 5th last year, which was interesting because when I was looking at this, it didn't make sense to me. Number 1 last year was American League MVP from 2022, and that was Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
They've completely taken him off the list. He's not on it because they're saying, don't worry. They even said fielder. They are going to rank him with center fielders now, which I'll tell you what, he deals with injuries a lot. And at 6'7" and 280 pounds, do you remember how much we worried and thought, can we move Josh Hamilton to a corner position or to first base to try to keep him healthy? Because center field is such a demanding spot on your body because you're covering both gaps. There's a lot more running. You have to back up plays. So if the ball's in the gap, like the ball's hit to left center field, but the left fielder's probably going to get it, you still have to run over there. I don't know. It's like, hey, it's just a jog, but that's more movement. If you're in right field and the ball's hitting to left center, you just watch the game for the most part. You know, I mean, there's a little bit to do, but not really. So it's going to be interesting.
Go back up first base.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting with Aaron Judge if he can make it healthy through a season playing center field, as obviously they went and got Juan Soto. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting their other outfielder. But number 2 was number 4 last year. And obviously he had a nice regular season. Horrible in the playoffs. Thank you for being so horrible. Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros. Every time he came up, was there a part of you when he came up in the ALCS going, eventually he's going to start hitting like Kyle Tucker, right?
Yeah.
And he never did. He just always struggled at the plate that whole series.
I don't hate it.
It doesn't mean he's a bad player. Obviously, they have him number 2. It just, you can go into horrible slumps at the wrong time. And that's the Cowboys, right? I mean, they are the best team in football. They just slumped at the wrong time.
They're not.
Number 3 is Aaron Judge's new teammate, Juan Soto. Last year, he was the number 2 left fielder, but that they're playing him in right field. He is now a right fielder, and he is number 3. Hey, they love this rookie. He'll be in his 2nd year. Not on the list last year. Corbin Carroll, number 4.
To be fair, he is awesome.
He is.
Really good.
Number 5.
By the way, is it Verdugo, the Yankees' new left fielder?
Yes, thank you. Number 5, Fernando Tatis Jr. He'd had, in a weird way, he had a good year last year if you just look individually at him. And that's the way Micah Parsons loves looking at his career, is don't look at the team.
You just wait until tomorrow, everybody.
Just look at myself and only myself. Is Fernando Tatis Jr. Is a good right fielder. He has made the transition from being a below average defensive shortstop. It looked like he had the ability to be a good shortstop. It just didn't come together, so they moved him to the outfield. It took him some time to figure it out. It's not an easy transition, but Fernando Tatis Jr. has done a nice job of becoming a very good defensive player with a lot of offensive ability. This is where I have an issue. So Adolis Garcia, 39 home runs, 100-plus RBIs. Obviously, he had 7 million RBIs against the Astros. He's not in the top 5. Now, I'm okay with it. I'm not saying like that's good. I'm okay with looking at those 5 names and going, I get it.
Was he an injury all-star?
Adolis?
Yeah.
He played in the game. Like, he was fine.
But was it because of injury that he played? I can't remember how that. Okay.
You might be right about that. Maybe I'm forgetting because Aaron Judge couldn't play,
Yeah.
so maybe he was a replacement starter.
Okay.
So you might be right about that. Seiya Suzuki is number 6, and this is where I go, stop the train.
Yeah.
Okay. Seiya Suzuki last year in his second year had a 2.8 WAR. He had a 285 batting average with 20 home runs, 75 runs, 74 RBIs. And I was like, did he steal a lot of bases or something? He stole 6 bases last year and had an 842 OPS. So now if you can kind of remember those numbers in your head, Adolis Garcia had a 4.2 WAR. He had a 245 batting average, which is obviously quite a bit lower than Seiya's. He had 39 home runs, 108 runs scored, 107 RBIs. Now, I'm just trying to do quick math in my head. That's about 50 more runs and RBIs combined. He had 9 stolen bases. He had an 836 OPS. So if you look at OPS, he was beat by 0.6. Adolis Garcia also won the Gold Glove.
Yes.
Like I don't get what is happening here with this list. I don't know how the Rangers won the World Series with all of these players that made all-star teams, won Gold Gloves, but are not considered premium players at their position.
No, they're not all like individually great, Mike. They're good as a team, and that's what's important. Yeah, that's the big deal.
That's the Cowboys next year. Don't worry, they'll figure it out.
The culture of the team.
So Seiya Suzuki is number 6. George Springer is number 7. He's dropped off a little. Like, he's still a very good player. And 3-4 years ago, he was right at the top of this list. But he's declining with age, rightfully so. Here's the next one that I don't get. Teoscar Hernandez? Like, I just don't think he's better than Adolis Garcia. Like, George Springer, to me, there's a little bit of history there that I struggle with. And I think Adolis is better, but I get where George Springer was in his career. But now Teoscar Hernandez is above Adolis Garcia.
George Springer and Teoscar Hernandez.
Do you think he would have got a 1-year, $23 million deal after the playoffs if Adolis Garcia was a unrestricted free agent?
1,000,000%. I think he would have gotten more than that. So for George Springer, the last time he had a WAR higher than Adolis Garcia did this last year was 2019. This year, 2.1 WAR. Adolis had a 4.2. OPS, 732 to 836. Teoscar Hernandez is very similar. 2.1 WAR, 741 OPS. Adolis Garcia, 4.2 with an 836 OPS plus the Gold Glove. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah.
And that's the thing they say right now.
That's where I struggle with. I get you can put a little bit of history on this. And look, Adolis Garcia wouldn't be on this list if you kept Mookie Betts in right field. Remember, he's going to be ranked, I believe tonight will be second baseman. So it's going to be interesting if Mookie Betts becomes the best second baseman right now in baseball, even though he's barely played it. I'm going to guess Marcus Semien is the competitor. My opinion is they're going to put Mookie Betts ahead of Marcus Semien. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm wondering when Semien and Mookie Betts, Jose Altuve missed a lot of time last year. I get how great he is. As much as we can hate him, you also have to understand how great he is.
How did you feel about Simeon's defense at second base this
I think
year?
it's really good.
Yeah, and then at the plate, he was like, for most of the season,
He was the best offensive second baseman in baseball. Right now, Mookie's better offensively, but he played right field last year. We're talking about right now, and I think there would have to be like Mookie, I'm going to put in the top 5 for sure. Probably 3.
Yeah, dude can play.
But I mean, Ozzie Albies is a good player too. I'm not saying he should compete for number 1, but that's another guy who should be a top 5 second baseman in baseball, especially with his defense. So anyways, Adolis Garcia is number 9 on the list, but if Aaron Judge was still on this list and Mookie Betts was still on this list, they would have taken Adolis off of this list.
That's crazy.
Adolis has a big year ahead of him, hopefully. He's going to have to repeat what he did. You just start looking at the Texas Rangers. I have no clue what the next 3 to 4 weeks are going to hold in free agency and stuff, but this team is going to have to be carried by their offense, especially the first 2 to 3 months of this season. I'm not trying to take a shot at all at the pitching. The pitching last year did a darn good job of picking up where Jacob deGrom left when he left the team at the end of April. And there was questions on what's going to happen. And the bullpen struggled, but Will Smith stepped up tremendously and was able to fill a role that was needed at the time. So I look at Adolis Garcia, and he can't be the 9th best right fielder this year, or the Rangers are in trouble. And if Jonah Heim's not one of the 10 best catchers this year, the Rangers are in trouble. So it's just an interesting list to look at and go, man, like maybe there really is a real bias against the Texas Rangers.
Which actually I kind of like, because then you have the very rare ability to say you're the world champions, but no one respects you.
Yes.
They're like, Jonah Heim, they think you're trash. Adolis Garcia, you're barely hanging on.
I'm sure all the pitchers for the Rangers will be like 1 through 5. On that
well, the starting pitchers have already been done. They didn't have any starting pitchers on there.
Why not a single one?
So
that is
not even Dane Dunning.
I look at this and I lost my train of thought here, but I look at this and just go, okay, like, let's see where second base is. Let's see if Josh Young makes third. Like, I don't know. Maybe Josh Young's not a top 10 third base. I think he is, but maybe the all-star.
Now I kind of hope he's not.
Third
so
baseman
they really lean into this.
Isn't. Like, I don't know.
Marcus Simeon's 4th.
What this list.
And there was no Evan Carter on in.
Well, the thing is they did that for catchers. They're like, you caught 3 games. You're a top 10 catcher. Jonah Heim, all-star. Like, hey, who's the backup catcher in Houston? Put him on there. Like, dude, Houston wouldn't even catch him in the playoffs. They were scared. Diaz, I believe is his name.
Mm-hmm.
They were scared to catch Diaz in the playoffs because they're like, he is not ready and prepared to catch and call these games in the playoffs. Next year, we believe he will be. And obviously, they let go of Candy Martin Maldonado. He's gone. So he has to do it next year. But you ranked a guy ahead of Jonah Heim, who the team you played in the ALCS said he is not good enough to catch yet. And like, but he's better than Jonah Heim. So anyways, Adolis Garcia, number 9. Hopefully he has the same year, and I guess he might move up to 8 if he gets lucky from this Ranger thing. But it's weird. The Rangers, I don't feel like the Rangers cause issues or problems with other teams. And I was watching a podcast. I won't say what it was on. This is what I forgot to say. I won't say the topic that it was on, but they were like, can you believe the Rangers won the World Series? And they were giving one reason why they won it, which was a crazy reason. But they were giving this reason. Like, they weren't even one of the 5 best teams in baseball last year. And I thought, well, they were for a while. I get, but playoff-wise, when you sweep Tampa, sweep Baltimore, take the world champs to 7 games and win all 4 on the road, and then win the World Series in 5 games, I would say, hey, there were times where I didn't believe in the Rangers, but nobody even came close to the baseball that they played in the playoffs. But hey, maybe it is motivation this year that they're the defending champs and they're not getting individual respect, and I don't know how much team respect they're getting either.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's switch sports, but keep the same person, as Mike will ask all the football questions next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, Mike is going to ask us all the football questions.
All right. So what do you think of this Dallas-Detroit game coming up?
We lost.
Detroit
I had a dream
really.
that we won, but we lost.
Okay. So the Cowboys aren't playing this week. Okay.
Shut up, Mike.
All right. So this has to do with kind of Dak and McCarthy, the first question, but not specifically on them. This is an NFL question because there's obviously a lot of debate at this station nationally on Mike McCarthy, on Dak. Like yesterday, I was at the AT&T store with my kid because his phone broke, so we're getting a new phone, and I was watching the show with LaShawn McCoy and Acho, and they said, will you ever be able to trust Dak again? And the consensus was no, not at all. And so they also asked, should Mike McCarthy be fired? And that was a 50-50, I think, thing. It might have been, I'm not sure if Acho ever answered, but McCoy, and I'm sorry, the lady said yes. The other guy who played for McCarthy, Joy Taylor, and I think the other guy, I don't think it's Greg Jennings, but I don't think it is. I think he's a former Green Bay wide receiver.
I have not seen this
James
show.
Jones.
I think so. And he said, no, I would not fire McCarthy after winning 3 years in a row, 12 games each year. So just to give you an idea, that's that. But here's my question. Are there more good quarterbacks in the NFL right now or more good coaches, head coaches?
Man, we thought that we were hitting an era of the golden era of quarterbacks, and maybe because Rodgers and Brady weren't involved in the conversation as well as those young players, because Joe Burrow was hurt this year too. The quarterback play I felt was down this year, and I felt the overall NFL product was rather sloppy. And I think there are still good coaches, but a lot of the good coaches are gone. So I will say there's better coaches than there are quarterbacks, but those coaches are also in charge of developing and creating those quarterbacks.
Oh, man. If I say quarterbacks, does that mean me and RJ are aligned? I don't want to say that coaching doesn't matter. I just want to say I think
you don't have to be aligned
quarterbacks.
with RJ on everything.
Okay.
You can he has some salient points.
Obviously, he's only made boys and you've only made boys.
I just don't want to be in the camp that say coaches don't matter. Because I do think that, but I will say I think there's better quarterbacks.
I understand how easy it is to change a head coach. Yes, they have a guaranteed contract. They're making, I don't know, $5 to $8 million a year approximately. So a quarterback's making $40 to $60 million a year now. So I understand it's easier to change the head coach and then not blame the quarterback. But I was just wondering, there's no right answer here. It's just, we talk about how it's like, change this coach, change that coach, change this, change that. And you're like, man, it's an awesome thing, the coaching carousel, because then you kind of don't blame the quarterback. Okay. My next question has to do with the Philadelphia Eagles quarterback. Maybe a little bit too harsh, but you can expand on your answer here. Is Jalen Hurts the next Carson Wentz?
Cool.
In terms of close to an MVP and then fell off a cliff?
Yeah. Because after the 18 season,
and it seemed like
it's Carson's just coming back from injury. He'll be back to 17. He's better than Dak. And I mean, he just fell off the face of the earth. And I'm just wondering, Jalen Hurts was average this year in the NFL. He was above average for a while, comebacks and stuff. But I mean, it was a horrible 2-month stretch for him.
It seems like that coaching staff 2 years ago knew exactly how to use him, and nobody else would have been able to use Jalen Hurts in that way. And then this year, there were still appearances of that at times, but then it all fell apart. And if Sirianni's not there, will another coach know how to come in and use Jalen Hurts the right way? I think he has more time. Remember Carson Wentz's big problem, Mike, was that he didn't win the Super Bowl, but he won the Super Bowl. And mentally, I don't think he could get over the hurdle that any quarterback, kind of like Nick Foles, was able to take that team to do it, and he wasn't the leader, and nobody ever really looked at him that way again. No, I think Jalen Hurts has a little more there.
I agree.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with that as well. Sorry, I was looking at the structure of his contract too to see how long before it really, really hits. And I think he's got one more year under a pretty manageable number at $21 million.
But he has enough guarantees they have to keep him, right?
No, they are going to keep him. I'm just saying in terms of like how you continue to build the roster. I think he'll end up being better than Carson Wentz, but I understand why you asked that question.
Yeah, and now they're going to have to get rid of more players because now they have to pay the quarterback. It's amazing on rookie deals what you can put around Brock Purdy's and Jalen Hurts, and then once you get Dak, you're like, Dak, you have to carry a team, and obviously he can't. All right, so next question is on Dak Prescott. When can Dak go to a major sporting event in DFW and not get booed? Or would he just not, like, if he went to, I know they're playing at LA tonight, the Mavericks. If this game was at home and Dak had front row tickets to the Lakers and the Mavs game and they showed Dak on the big screen, what would Mavericks fans, I'll say they're Maverick fans at the moment, obviously Cowboy fans too, what would they do if they showed Dak on the big screen right now at the Maverick game?
I think it'd be 60% cheers and 40% boos.
I think he would get enough audible boos throughout the rest of the football season. Once we get into later February, March, maybe not, but I think for now he'd get a pretty sizable amount of boos.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question because I somewhat agree with this. I know this isn't happening, and he would probably say no because he wouldn't want this. If, like, the Rangers asked Dak Prescott to throw out the first pitch of opening day, would he get all cheer? Like, could you even hear any boos if Dak Prescott took the mound on? I don't even know if it's April 1st. I'm just throwing out that date.
And I barely heard the cheers when Juan Gonzalez walked out there.
Man, that was disappointing.
So
for as
sad
amazing
for
as
me.
this Rangers
Yeah.
fan base was most of the year, they were gigantic letdowns for Juan Gonzalez.
Because obviously that would be April. That'd be past the Super Bowl.
I think he'd get mostly cheered, like pretty hard.
And I think in that instance, a lot of times people are like, "You're here for my team, so
Yeah.
I appreciate you
Okay.
being here for my team."
I wonder how much him and his agent / PR team have to think about things like that. I have no clue. I just don't know. Like, if he wants to go to a Maverick game, like they're playing, I have no clue who Dak likes. Probably Eric Dampier from Mississippi State. So if Eric Dampier was in the NBA still playing, like, and he's like, I got to go see my guy Eric. I'm just wondering
I don't know about any of that, just for the record.
He just likes going to the games.
I was just wondering if his PR team would say, Dak, let's hold back on that right now.
Or just, if you're gonna go, sit back in the suite. Sit back in the suite, not front and center in the suite. Just sit back in the shadows of the suite. You can watch the game.
Okay,
I think they would.
Next question. Obviously, Dak is taking a lot of heat locally, nationally for that loss. Will Lamar Jackson take more heat next week if he loses to the Houston Texans than Dak took losing to the Green Bay Packers?
I think so, because this would be the second MVP season in which they got a bye, were double-digit favorites, and lost. I think he would get crushed, and he would instantaneously, to me, fall into the category once again of regular season is now irrelevant.
This is interesting because I think that Dak and McCarthy are kind of in the same boat right now, right? Where they're catching flack from everybody. What about John Harbaugh? What do you think about him when you think about John Harbaugh's history? Do you think dude's just a winner? And his playoff success is paired up with Lamar Jackson, right?
I mean, but he did win a Super Bowl before. I think that's his saving grace, but how long has that been?
Yeah, I feel like has it been two?
Since Colin Kaepernick was in the NFL?
Yes.
Has he had 2 wins like in the playoffs since then? So that's kind of where I'm like, I think they would both be in that same boat as Dak and McCarthy are right now.
I think that's a great question, even though I'm asking the football
Gotcha.
questions, Corey.
Yeah,
But
my bad.
I think your question is interesting because I give John Harbaugh a lot of credit. I don't know how many teams could have taken Lamar Jackson and put together a system that made him an MVP his first full season at quarterback.
Right.
Would have gone 6-1, inserting him into his rookie year, being a completely different quarterback than I believe Joe Flacco was the starting quarterback to start that year. So I look at him and go, I give him a lot of credit for that because I just wonder if Lamar Jackson would have gone number 1 overall, would have Cleveland had as much success and made Lamar Jackson?
It's hard to say. I tend to say
Cleveland
no.
could have never done that.
But yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, next football question. The Green Bay Packers. They look like they could win it all on Sunday, the way that they destroyed the Dallas Cowboys. Do you think they look anything like that against the San Francisco 49ers?
No, I don't. I hope they do. That would make me feel a lot better if we're like, oh, well, regular season just hid how good this team was ready to break out as the youngest team in the playoffs. But no, I don't. I think they're going to be systematically broken down.
They had a really good game plan to take Mike out of the game, and they did that effectively. They had a really good game plan to set up their offense.
I ask all the football questions. Maybe we should have a segment called Micah Never Answers Any of the Football Questions.
But I agree with Kevin. I don't think they look as dominant against San Francisco as they did against Cowboys.
Okay, so I think Kevin kind of answered this. So, Corey, I'll go back to you on it. Will it make you feel better about the Cowboys' loss if Green Bay plays that good and finds a way to beat San Francisco? Well, you go, well, gosh, I got to take a little bit of pressure off of McCarthy and Dak because this team is now somehow playing better than all the two best teams in the regular season.
Yeah, probably
for the NFC.
It would probably make me feel a little bit better. And I mean, because my biggest fear was that Jordan Love was better than we thought he was. And then he comes out and looked better than I think anybody expected him to look.
Yeah.
So it might make me feel a little better, but I still have to look at my team. I still have to look at the reality and self-scout my team and why they did not show up.
Kevin, how will you be more mad if San Francisco wins this game 40-10?
I think I will, but I don't know why. Like, you lost. What difference does it make now? You know, but I think I will be because I'll be like, oh, okay, so they in fact were not that great. And they're just a young team who was ready to get beat down if you had the team available to do it.
So at the end of the season, I argued that CeeDee Lamb has a strong case for Offensive Player of the Year when taking out quarterbacks, looking at Tyreek Hill, looking at Christian McCaffrey. I want to know y'all's opinion on CeeDee Lamb. We've discussed it a hair. We've obviously concentrated a lot more about the defense and about Dak and about McCarthy and stuff like that. I want to know y'all's opinion. Last football question here. I want to know y'all's opinion. How much did it change or at all about CeeDee Lamb after the playoff game?
I mean, he still got numbers at the end of it, but did anybody care at that point?
Yeah.
I think just assessing this entire year, I saw what I wanted to see from the wide receiver. I believe I can take him further down the road. Now, do I have across the board if they say we're going to take him out of a game, which they did a really good job of it. And Dak, to be honest, Dak had a hard time finding him. Dak had a very difficult time trying to figure out what Green Bay was doing and then panicked and went away from him. So I think I'm fine with what CeeDee Lamb put out there.
Yeah, I think I am.
He's a bona fide star.
I guess I'm wondering about the dude. I'm just going to use, complaining instead of the B word.
Sure.
Like what? And maybe he's right. Maybe Dak was so scared of the moment. He's furious that his quarterback, who was so good, not for 17 games, but for the regular season, all of a sudden was panicking in his throws and panicking in his decisions. That maybe CeeDee had a right to go pull your head out of your butt, dude. But maybe he was also wrong in that he was getting upset about himself, like not himself, but his own stuff and affecting the team. Like, I don't know. We'll never know.
And I think it could be both, but I think you've seen him get way better since year one. Like, I think you've seen the progression to be like, hey, I wish you wouldn't have done that, but I've seen your progression enough that we'll work on that.
Yeah, and this is not fair what I'm going to say to end this, and it's not fair. This is not fair. I said it 3 times.
Say it?
I'm going to say it.
Okay.
Okay? I just don't think other MVP candidate quarterbacks and MVP type quarterbacks, I don't think they're wide receivers, and I'm probably wrong on this. This is not fair. I just don't remember Randy Moss or Wes Welker screaming or complaining about Tom Brady in the huddle, or I don't remember Marvin Harrison complaining about Peyton Manning. And I know I'm using way too high a standards there, but I don't know. Michael Thomas, who plays in 3 games a year, I don't remember him complaining about Drew Brees. I feel like not giving CD an excuse, and I'm not trying to pick on Dak. I'm just trying to think in my head. I'm sure there's plenty of football fans that go, oh, remember when this person did this to Aaron Rodgers or something like that. I'm not remembering early in the game guy saying, pull your head out of your butt, quarterback. And the quarterback's like, well, I'm not going to pull my head out of my butt.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I refuse to.
Right here on
If you put on a green
105.3.
jersey, I'd hit you right in your numbers.
The Fan. Coming up next, what's the weirdest edict or rule your parents ever had for you? Truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listeners. Must be 21 plus.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Cleveland Browns have fired offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt. His response, on to the next one. Proud of my time here, which I do really like that answer. But we're going to do something not sports related right here.
You can tell Bob Stoops is coming up soon because
Corey's cleaning.
OU Corey's trying to clean it up to make Stoops feel comfortable.
I like it. Now, this is something that my wife said the other day, and I swear I've never heard this in my life. And maybe people will pour in and be like, oh yeah, I know that. She goes, you know what one of my favorite parts about being an adult is? And I said, what's that? And she goes, you get to put your knees on the couch. I looked at her and said, what? And she goes, when I was growing up, my dad always said, don't put your knees in the couch, or like, don't get onto the couch knees first. I have never heard that rule in my entire life. So what I wanted to know is, what's the weirdest edict or rule or whatever that your parents had for you?
Man, that's an interesting one, because turning on the light in the car felt like the big one. That always felt like, because my mom would be like, we had a little S10 Blazer. And Mike, back then, you
didn't grow up in Plano.
It was a different time.
That was East Dallas.
We would fit about 10 kids in the back of that S10 Blazer.
Right.
None of us were seat belted. Like, it was just all of us. And we'd turn that little light switch on in the back, and the parents can't reach back there and turn it off. So what do they say? Turn that off. It's against the law. And you're like, oh, no. And then police officers were like, that was never true.
I seriously would get nervous if that ever happened and there was a cop nearby. I was like, oh, my God. And I'd try to move my hand like in slow motion to push the button. Like the cop's not going to see that.
And the thing about it, too, is to make it like make sense as a kid, I was like, I still didn't know why. It didn't make any sense for it being against the law, except for it distracts dad while he's driving. And that is why it should be against the law.
I don't like driving in my car if the kids have the overhead lights on in the back seat. I do feel like I don't see as well. I can still see, but I do not feel like I can see as well.
From the 972, this person's a fan of you, Mike. My parents wouldn't allow me to watch the Bart Simpson show or play video games.
Same. My parents wouldn't. They thought that it was crude. And they were not fans of that show.
They didn't want you to act like Bart.
Yeah. But they didn't watch the show to confirm that. They didn't watch it to confirm them for themselves. True. They just heard some things and were like, nope, you're not allowed to watch that. Or maybe it just annoyed them hearing the voices and they didn't like that. But they also wouldn't let me watch listen to Green Day. Oh. And there were some punk rock bands and some other rock bands. So it was much later in high school when I really started hearing the music I wanted to hear.
From the 817.
2 Live Crew.
Yep.
Would we put 2 Live Crew and Green Day in the same category?
Well, that was something my parents didn't want me listening to.
Okay, then yes, just like 2 Live Crew, Mike.
Fair enough. From the 817, this is amazing. The weirdest rule my friend's parents had was you couldn't leave the table until you ate everything on your plate. But the weird part is, they really meant it more than other parents. I recall being at my friend's house at 10 p.m. and walking through a dark, fully clean kitchen, and you would see people, they said, you're going to stay here or fall asleep.
Oh, really?
Dang.
That is a level of commitment where I feel like I would give up, and I'd be like, fine, you win.
Just fall asleep?
No,
Stay
just
there?
let the kid up from the table. No, absolutely, I wouldn't eat it. Because that's what happened at a babysitter's house once, and my mom picked me up, and she's like, oh, how did his day go? And the babysitter was like, yeah, well, I mean, he sat at that table all day because he wouldn't eat what we made for lunch. I don't remember what they made for lunch.
Did your mom reward you for that, or did she because if she rewarded you, I can see you being like, see, that's how I win.
She didn't reward me. We just had a conversation about, hey, spoiler alert, I've been stubborn for a really long time. So there's that. But also, here was the one from my mom that it took me forever to figure this out. She would go up to me and my sister if we had done something wrong or she knew we did something wrong and said that if we confessed before she went and looked at the videotape, because she had cameras all across our house, that we would get less of a punishment. Now, I see the look on your face, Mike. I was a child, and I truly believe that my mom had cameras all across the house and could see everything that we had done. And so finally, I don't remember what age I was, but she said it was one of the worst days when I said, okay, check the tape. Because I was older than my sister, and she goes, that system worked on you guys for so long because we would totally rat each other out or rat ourselves out so we could get a lesser punishment. Do I know if it was a lesser punishment? No. It was probably the same.
We have my middle son, Carter, convinced that we have cameras in certain spots of the house. Because like one day
we do
something was missing just in our house. We don't in our house. We have them outside. But
I have two inside.
One day he had done something, or somebody in the house had done something, and I said, I think it was you, Carter. And he goes, why do you think that? And I said, well, I'm going to go check the tape. And I came back out and I was like, yep, it's you. And he goes, where are the cameras? And I was like, now I know it was you. Adrian's grandmother, not her, but her parents, so her great-grandparents, told her that they weren't allowed to read books.
Any books?
Any books. You are not allowed to read books. So what they would do is they would sneak books into their room and read them at bedtime because it was taboo to read books. And so they were excited when they got a chance to read a book when the parent wasn't around. The parents tricked them. Parents tricked them into being avid readers by telling them they couldn't read books.
Okay. See, I see the appeal for that. Now, this is different than the rule I always heard from the 817. Wait 15 minutes after you eat until go back you swimming. I always heard it was 30 minutes.
Okay.
I
just knew it was a certain amount of time.
And like, I wanted to know if somewhere in history there was this rash of people that had died because they had been eating and they got right back in the pool and they just all drowned and that.
I think they just cramped up and then got eaten by sharks.
Okay, in a pool?
Mm-hmm. Or in the ocean.
Okay. From the 601, I wasn't allowed to dunk my cookies in milk because my parents said it was nasty. That's just a personal preference thing that they're like, no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, and especially if it was Oreos. You're like, get those Oreos out of here. Those are disgusting.
Yeah, I don't
If
know
it was chocolate chip, that's fine. But
the
Oreos are bad.
From the 214, only Dad was allowed to fart in the car.
And his probably smelt the most.
And hold on, is Mom in there like agreeing with that, or did they team up and they're like, hey, look, you're the one that's allowed, but you're not going to do it. These kids though, they're just back there doing it. We need to tell them.
How do girls hold it more than we can?
Willpower.
We just don't speak about it. I just roll the window down.
Oh,
if
you
it
do?
happens when we're in the car.
I lock the windows.
Oh my god!
And then I tell them this is why we're here.
What does that even mean?
They know.
So I remember this wasn't like a major rule, but definitely a sit-down moment once I signed professionally out of high school. I wanted to marry my girlfriend at the time, who is my wife now. But they strongly suggested, why don't you let Sue graduate college, see what she wants to do with her life, and after she graduates college, we would say we're okay with you asking her to marry you. So that was a rule, kind of.
Can you look back at it now and think it was a good rule, or do you still think it was dumb?
I still think it was dumb.
I think it's a bad rule. Look, Evan Carter got married at like 19 or 20 years old, and look at him.
Yeah. Wyatt Langford's married.
If I would have just got married earlier, I would have been Wyatt Langford or Evan Carter.
That's a possibility, Mike. Everything would have just gone right in your career.
Do you think that alternate timeline exists? Where he sets like the strikeout record against Barry Bonds.
Yes.
Instead of the other one, like, oh Lordy, Mike Bassick.
And he throws another heater, 88 right by Bonds.
Yeah, that was it. That was the one that ruined me.
That rule.
It's probably good. It's probably a good rule.
From the 828, I'm curious about this. My parents wouldn't let me read or watch Harry Potter, but then they let me watch Lord of the Rings and Narnia. I at least get Narnia because there's a lot of like Christian folks who are like, hey, that line's an allegory for Jesus and stuff. And I get that. But I'm going to say know somebody who would not allow their daughter to read a book about witches. And I was like, but why? It's not real.
Salem?
Yeah.
You're trying to say witches aren't real?
No, it was about
Salem's Lot?
No,
That's a
it was
vampire
like some
book.
teen fiction thing about like witches and stuff. I was like, do you think she's going to want to be a witch?
The Craft?
I don't remember what I don't think it was The Craft.
It was a good movie. Even to this day, I still get down with that movie.
So
You know why.
I was curious about that. All right, Alec, do you have a rule from your childhood that your parents that you were like, what?
Yeah, I couldn't listen to Usher growing up. That was a big one. I think for obvious reasons. It's probably a smart decision. You know, he was real big when I was like 10, so probably not a good thing. And then at 8 o'clock each night, I had to turn off the cartoons and put it on Food Network because they thought that would make me fall asleep. But I ended up just watching Guy Fieri all night.
Oh, and that inspired him to get all those tattoos.
Is that what inspired you to get all the tattoos?
Yes, Guy Fieri is my living inspiration.
I knew it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
From the there are a lot of people on here from the 214. No Harry Potter because magic is satanic. From the 469, Mama wouldn't let me watch Harry Potter or Pokemon. She thought it was evil witchery. Harry Potter, I at least kind of get because those kids like might be your age or whatever. Pokemon's a cartoon.
Yes, that shows how to become a demon.
Does it?
Yeah, by letting your wild side out.
Is that right?
Yeah, you throw the Pokemon ball and then you let loose all I don't know, man. I'm just making that up.
And there are a lot of people who weren't allowed to watch things. From the 214, my friend's parents would buy salad anytime they bought pizza. You had to eat 2 bowls of salad before you could have any pizza.
Well, I mean, like, isn't that in Soda's world? Isn't it 2 cups of vegetables are one of the key factors at mealtime? So maybe that was a good point.
From the 817, we weren't allowed to watch TV after 10 p.m. We still did it though. Some of these rules are freaking wild. But yeah, this all goes back to now my wife likes that she can sit on her knees on the couch or drive her knees into the couch.
Can she do that at her parents' house now?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I don't know.
Just watch that spot that she puts her knee into all the time. It's going to wear and break before any other
Can
spot
she
in the couch.
please do that the next time you go to your in-laws?
And we'll see what happens.
Lead with your knee.
I mean, I know you guys got to fly to New York and everything.
No, it's...
where Mr. Drummond is.
It's not close. It's not Mr. Drummond.
What you talking about, Mr. Drummond?
Kevin.
That's true. It's the Drummond compound in Paradise.
Wow.
Because they live right next to each other.
Oh, they moved from that condo in New York, and they sold that, and they were able to buy lots of land.
In Waco?
No,
He just said Paradise, Mike. We got to go. We got Stoops.
Sorry, I thought you said a compound.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, unless he was listening to that segment, College Football Hall of Famer, former national champion, and current coach of the XFL champion Arlington Renegades as they move into the UFL. It's Bob Stoops. We'll have him in studio next on The Fan.
This is it. This is your moment to make the decision that changes your life because
For tickets, go to TexasRangers.com.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Needs 15 yards to keep the game alive. Over the middle, it is tipped and intercepted. Back on his feet to return his Kramer on the block, and Arlington gets the ball back with 1:08 to play.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now in studio with us, College Football Hall of Famer, national champion, current coach of the XFL champion Arlington Renegades as we move into the new league. It is Bob Stoops. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Kevin. Good to be with you, Mike and Corey. Understand I'm with the number one.
You're damn right about that.
Daytime show in the Dallas area, right?
That is a fact. Thank you very much.
I'm just bragging on you, that's all.
Thank you. I appreciate it because I was worried this would be contentious because, Mike's a tech guy. I went to Texas A&M, so Corey is going to be your biggest ally.
Lifetime Sooner fan. I just landed at UNT, so that's how it goes.
Well, I'll side with you, Corey. These guys. I'm not going to say anything about these.
I appreciate it.
They're good guys. They're still good people. We deal with them.
Yep, that's right.
It's been a tough run for some of us in football. I asked this about, we talked to Daryl Moose Johnston a couple weeks ago. My proposal, and I want to know if you would support this, is what should have happened with the new league is you should have taken your game coming up on February 24th, and it was winner take all. So if y'all win, all the XFL teams make up the new league. And if you lost, all the USFL teams would have made up the new league. That would have popped a hell of a rating.
That would have been fun, but it's going to be great as it is. We've got two leagues that merged, USFL and XFL, brought 4 teams from each league. So we're going to have the XFL division. It'll be Arlington Renegades along with San Antonio and D.C. and St. Louis. And then the USFL will be the other division, and all under the umbrella of the UFL. So it'll be exciting, fun. It's going to be I think the people are going to really appreciate the talent. Now that you've eliminated 8 teams, now you got the best of the players from 16 teams down to 8. When you had 2 different leagues. So it's going to be competitive. It's going to be exciting and fun.
I'm kind of curious with coaching this kind of group of guys, because in the NFL, it's like an absurd amount of money that these guys are making. In college, there's a lot of motivation either to get to the next level or to stay in school. Coaching this kind of group, what's the difference for you?
It's a blast. These guys, just as you said, they still want to get to the next level, which is the NFL. A lot of them are still in a great place to get there, talented enough. You think of the last 5-10 guys cut from every NFL team. That's who these guys are, and those are good football players. And so they're still hungry to get back to that level. So they're really easy to coach. They're going to do anything you want them to do. They pick up the game fast because they've all played so much football before that they pick up the schemes and your techniques really quickly, and a lot of fun to coach, and it's enjoyable. I don't have any babysitting. I got one rule. There are no rules. Just don't be a jerk.
There you go.
Be a good guy, be a good teammate, and we're all gonna enjoy this experience. That's what we're after, and it's fun to coach them.
And do you say jerk, or is that a sanitized version of that word?
I'm gonna stay out of trouble here this one day while I'm on the radio.
What was I'm really curious what the merger process was like, because there have been ups and downs for both the USFL and the XFL prior to the UFL forming. And I get that it formed at least partially out of necessity. How did you track all this, knowing that you probably weren't going to be able to do anything about it until all was said and done?
Yeah, that's basically it, because they weren't asking me for my opinion, Right. So it's all the top bosses, the owners, the ownership group, which for us consisted of Dwayne Johnson and Danny Garcia and Redbird Capital, and they were involved. I think the positive out of it all is now we were kind of ABC, ESPN covered by all of them. The USFL was Fox, but now we're all together. So now to me, there's going to be a lot more viewership, not competed against each other for time. So all of that together, I think it's a really strong ownership group, and I really believe it's going to be very positive.
How many general managers call you up during the season, at the end of the season, and say, hey, tell me about this guy? I liked him on your team, or I liked what he did, or hey, I'm looking for this position. How many kind of phone calls do you get like that during a season?
When I was at OU a lot, and always inevitably it would be in the last couple weeks ahead of the draft. Mm-hmm. And I tell this story on I have an app, so I told this on my app last week. Inevitably, the day before the draft or 2 days before the draft, I'd get a call, and it's a Foxborough number. And I don't answer any numbers I don't recognize, but I guarantee it's Coach Belichick, right? Yeah. So sure enough, I'll answer it, and it's somebody for him. He's right in the next room, and he'll have a list of not only the guys on our team that he's looking at, other guys we competed against and played against at other schools. He wants to know what we thought of them, and so thorough, and then he would say, well, these two guys, I know we're not going to draft, but tell me about them. So when someone else drafts them, he knows what they're about. I mean, he takes notes on everything. So inevitably, he was one that would always give me a ring and want to talk about our players or players, that he knew we were familiar with.
And it's important for you to be honest with those guys, not just trying to sell them a player so that your university or your team looks good. You want them to have that rapport, right?
Absolutely. Guys think, you're just always going to talk glowingly. If you've been a problem, I'm not going to lie, because now the Coach Belichick calls me next week and I lied to him, or next year, he's not going to want to call me and talk about the guy who did everything the right way.
Yeah.
So point being, I was always emphatic that we're going to always stick up for you, but to whatever degrees that you earn or don't earn, we're not going to lie to people on maybe some of the problems some guys have had. You just have to face them.
Since you're talking about Belichick, are you excited about the prospect of him being your neighbor in a couple more days down at AT&T Stadium?
Listen, I hate it for all the Cowboy fans. I really do. I've always made it a point, wherever I have been as a coach, I always root for that local team, So being here all these years and right up the road in Oklahoma, I've always been, since I've been here, rooting for the Cowboys. And, I just feel bad. It was just a tough game the other day, and hate it for the fans for sure.
Besides the national championship win that you had, what's the win you're most proud about in your carear? I'm assuming national championship might be the one, but if it's not,
of course
the dominance
it is.
over Texas.
Well, I would say two things. I would say all the Big 12 championship games. Those aren't easy. We won, fortunate, and we won 10 in my time there, and we were 10-1 in those games that decided the championship, whether it be in the Big 12 game or a few years we didn't have it, but we got down to the end like with Oklahoma State and won it. So being 10-1 in those Big 12 championship games it's not easy.
What's the game in your life that you still think about and go, that one hurts so much?
Yeah, that would have been the national championship with USC. I mean, they drilled us, and we just give them all the credit. But I just know we weren't as good as we could have been, and that's on me. I've always been crushed by that because I didn't feel we gave it our best effort, and for whatever reason, and it's so that always pains me.
I know why it's the right thing to say, give them all the credit. But does that ever hurt you inside when you really want to be like, oh, the hell with USC. We could have won that game if we go back and did it again.
No, they were a special team, so you got to give them that. But again, I not making it a game of it and not putting our best foot forward, that's what hurts. You could take, losing in a tough fashion, but when you feel you've at least given it close to your best, but when you haven't, that's what's hard to take.
You had guys, AD, Roy Williams, all these names that come through the program. Did you keep up with their careers beyond? Like, did you watch them with that same passion? Like, that's my guy right there.
All the time.
Yeah.
always watched our guys when you could. You're so busy during the year, but you'll see the highlights, or someone will come in and update you on who's doing what. And I still do. A lot of these guys that are still in the league, I recruited, to Oklahoma, the guys that have been playing a while now. So I'm always watching them and looking for them and want them to do well. Neville Gallimore was just at our spring or a game. Oh, it was a bye week. And I ran into Neville here just a few weeks ago in between, on their bye week. So anyway, I root for all our guys.
So Hall of Fame coach Bob Stoops joining us right now. So you're coaching the Arlington Renegades right now. And unfortunately, I played a lot of AAA baseball. Wish I would have played a lot more Major League Baseball, but a little bit. And the thing about AAA baseball is nobody really wants to be there. They want to be in the major leagues. But the manager of the team has to get those guys to, I understand everybody's goal here, but has to get that also those guys to play as a team. And I'm assuming it can kind of be the same here with the Arlington Renegades. So how is your job maybe a little bit different at OU, or maybe similar, that you're taking these guys, they still want to play football, they want to play in the NFL, but you also want to get them to play as a team?
Yeah, that's a challenge, but usually in football, it's the ultimate team sport. There's so many, 11 guys on the field for each team at the same time. There's a lot going on. And I always say in football, no one's going to do it themselves. Basketball, you might take over a game. A pitcher can take over a game. But in football, that's not happening. A quarterback can't take over a game if he's on his back. On and on. It's the ultimate team sport, and guys that played this amount of football know that. Like, we're not getting anywhere by ourselves. So, buy in. There's enough to go around for everybody, and and that's what you teach. And last year really wasn't a problem. We end up winning the championship, and guys were really together, throughout, especially the back half of the year. We had a quarterback change. Luis Perez came in for us.
Yeah.
And you talk about team chemistry. For whatever reason, he galvanized the team. Guys, he's the one that brought it all together. And we were kind of fractured ahead of that. And maybe I didn't do such a good job early in the year. But when he came on board, everybody got on the same page, and was really a lot of fun to be on the field coaching with those guys.
Now, y'all start training camp February 24th, the champion versus champion match that we talked about Saturday, March 30th. I know a lot of this kind of addresses that, but what would you tell people if they're like, yeah, maybe I'll go check it out? Like, what would you tell people? Come check this product out.
Well, it's a fun product. These guys are good football players. It's football you're used to watching. We had a couple subtle changes, like instead of, what's more boring than an extra point, right?
Right.
After a touchdown. Well, with us, you go for 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah. So
that's you're getting a football play, not a kick. So a little bit more excitement that way. All the venues, they got their beer sales, and by March 30th, the weather's going to be better. Last year we started in February. And it's fun football. Choctaw Stadium, all the people there do a great job. Fun place to go watch a game. And you got Texas Live right across the street when you get hungry. So anyway, it's a fun venue.
We appreciate.
I have one question for. Were you shocked that Coach Saban retired?
Not really. Not that I had any insight whatsoever. But Coach Saban's 72, and he's done it at the highest level for such a long time that at some point, it's and that's where I got to, where I want my own space and my own time, and I don't want to have to answer to somebody every day of my life. And at some point, you just want to do what you want to do. And so Coach Saban's in great health, it appears, so he's going to go. He's a really good golfer, so I'm sure he'll get some more of that. So he's been a long time friend, so I'm happy for him, and he and his wife Terry, and wish him the best.
Man, we wish you the best. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for bringing the XFL trophy
that was awesome.
up here as well. Hopefully we'll have a new, different bit of hardware to bring up after this next season.
Well, thanks for having me with the #1 daytime show out here in the Dallas area.
Boom. There you go.
It's nice.
And everybody who's interested, theufl.com. You can get all kinds of additional information, scheduling. You get ready for that March 30th game. Everything you need there, theufl.com. Bob Stoops, thank you very much. Good
Thank you,
sir.
guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, pitchers and catchers report for the world champion Texas Rangers in 4 weeks. How do you feel about these early win total predictions? Let's get after it next right here on The Fan.
DFW.
done fast, call TexasLending.com. We'll get your home purchase closed lickety-split, and there's nothing faster than lickety-split. Call TexasLending.com for your home purchase today. 972-387-4600 with a mortgage company you can trust. It's TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you again to Bob Stoops for popping up with us in studio, bringing that XFL trophy, UFL getting started March 30th.
Kevin, did he make you forget the Cowboys lost?
No, but
I
can't hear you.
Yeah, too bad.
But no, that didn't work. But you know what? Let's go to cut 9. This might help a little bit with that.
Adolis Garcia sends one the other way. That sends Carroll back. He's at the wall, and the legend grows. Adolis Garcia wins game 1.
Let's talk about the Texas Rangers. Pitchers and catchers will report on February 14th. So you're exactly 4 weeks away from pitchers and catchers reporting. All the rest of the Rangers will report 5 days later, and then pretty much will show up at the beginning of spring training.
Man, that is and this is where it all begins, right? That's where it all starts, is when pitchers and catchers report. They start throwing like they're in the World Series day one.
Maybe not.
They kind of do now, and they probably shouldn't.
Wow.
That's one of those things I wonder about. It's just there's only theories. Nobody can say this is why there's more arm injuries. You can say I think this, or I can have a theory on it, but you can't really put anything as like, this is concrete, this is why. But I wonder, guys come to spring training now, and they have worked very hard to be in almost like game-ready shape on February 14th. And I wonder if guys are coming in almost too good of arm shape. They need to come in great physical shape and ready to be pushed cardio-wise, be pushed physically. But it's like guys are throwing some extreme bullpens right now where there would be times where, like, right now you should be like at like 15 to 20 pitches off the mound. I think there's guys already like, yeah, man, I threw 60 pitches today off the mound. I'm like, dang, like that's a lot now.
You think it's too aggressive? Do you?
I wonder if it is.
Okay.
I think that it could be, but I don't want to say I know it is.
Yeah. Sorry, Kevin.
No, that's okay. I thought you were going to follow up to that. Now, leading into this, then, you said this is where it all starts, but also this is where your world championship defense starts. And that's what I love. You can say that every single time.
Yeah, they are good at defense. And they were world championship defensive players, too.
I mean,
remember how many good plays they made? But yes, Kevin, this is where it begins.
You know, Leody Taveras got the #1 defensive player of the year. So I was watching MLB Network over the weekend, and they were going over the top 100 defensive plays of the year. And when Yordan Alvarez in the playoffs hit a home run to center field and he robbed it, they decided that was the #1 play of the year defensively.
I did not.
He's really talented.
I'm just glad they know we still exist.
Kevin, last year, and it wasn't pitchers, catchers. It was the first day, I think, of spring training when all the team was there that Bochy gives his speech, right? Like that was whenever he walks in, and we still don't know exactly what the speech was, and I wonder if we can ask him if he would give us it, or if he's like, no, I have an idea for this year's speech.
Can I tell you, I kind of like it that every player, too, wouldn't say.
Nobody would.
But they were like, let me just tell you this.
It was amazing.
I was ready to run through a wall for that man.
I was so ready to go play baseball that day.
So they've got some early win predictions, and I want to know where you guys think, let's say the Rangers stand in the West and then across all of Major League Baseball. Because we talked about it. There are people who think this is a fluky World Series, and I'm like, great, still enjoyed that parade and that trophy just fine. There are people who argue, oh, they bought it, or oh, the team is worse, or this and that and the other. And I hear the last parts. Not that this was a fluky World Series. Where do you guys think they sit in the AL West for win predictions going into the season?
86. 7.5.
Which would put them in what place?
If they won 87.5 games.
Third.
Second. Last year, obviously, 90 was not good enough. So you would look at probably 92. You would feel like, hey, 92 and 70 gives you a good chance to win the division. Because I don't think Houston's as dominant as they used to be. Obviously, they finished with one more win than you, or maybe they had the tiebreaker. I can't even remember if it was a game better or just a tiebreaker better. But 92 will get it done. 90 gives you a good chance. 90 will get you in the playoffs.
I say 124 wins is what they have them for.
Oh, my God. You're going to be so disappointed, Corey. They have the Rangers at 89.5.
Okay.
Oh, 124.5.
Okay.
My apologies.
Wasn't last year 81.5 the
Yes.
over-under? Like, if you guess they would play 82 win. Like if,
I think there was a time when it was closer to like 79.5
Okay.
or something
All right.
like that. But here's the thing. That puts you second in the hierarchy of the AL West behind the Astros. And I understand the argument is, well, you just beat the Astros. I hear all that. So they got the Astros at 92.5, Rangers 89.5, Mariners 85.5. And then there's a big drop to the Angels and there's a big drop to the A's. But what you might like is that also has the Rangers in 6th place across all of Major League Baseball. So
if they win 89 games or 90.
Yeah, exactly. Philadelphia, 90.5. Already told you Houston's 92.5. The Yankees, 93.5. And then there's a huge jump.
Yeah.
And they've got the Braves at 101.5 and the Dodgers at 103.5. Remember, they set this up in the betting line so there won't be a bunch of pushes. Like, they like half, so they're like, hey, you either won or you lost the bet.
Maybe I'm wrong about this. I have to remember San Diego's, I don't know if rebuilding's the right word, but obviously Blake Snell's not coming back. Josh Hader's not coming back. Juan Soto's gone. Like, you just start looking and go, okay, so they don't look like they'll be as competitive. Not that they were super competitive. Will Arizona be even better than last year? Maybe they will because they were a younger team. Colorado isn't playing good baseball, and I don't expect them to play good baseball. But I look at the Dodgers, and I keep thinking to myself, do they have the pitching to win 104 games? I understand offense. Maybe they just blow everybody out of the water with their offense. But when I look at that Dodgers number, I just think to myself, man, teams that struggle with pitching usually don't win 104 to 108 like baseball games. They can make the playoffs. We saw, I'm not trying to knock any of the 90s Rangers pitchers. It was good enough, but we knew that 90s team was based off of just a tremendous offensive team led by Juan Gonzalez. So I look at it and go, can you win that many games? So I would actually bet under on the Dodgers.
I'm very interested in, because in this Rangers number here,
World champion Texas Rangers.
the world champion Texas Rangers.
Why don't you say that? You have on the hoodie and everything.
Yeah, I represent it. They had the great ability to match up two pitchers in the playoffs, and like it worked for them with those two, and then whatever you could with Scherzer and Heaney in that. And Mike, I understand what you're saying. Like, the way this rotation is built currently, and might be by the end of the season, is you could probably win a couple games here and there, and then you might have some struggles here and there, but you got two really good pitchers if Jordan Montgomery comes back, obviously. But you don't want to wear out Evaldi by the end of the season. You don't want to wear out Jordan Montgomery, even though he starts 30 games every year anyway. You don't want him to be worn down by the end of the season trying to get to that 88 wins just to get there. But by the end of the season, we didn't know if this club was going to be competitive in the playoffs at all. We were like, what is this team? We
if
have
you're
no
basing
clue.
it off of the way they played, you would say, no, they're in trouble.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to figure out, if you get to 88 and you kind of are patchworking this thing together again, there's still no doubt in my mind that Bochy can outmanage anybody else out there, and that they have a roster capable of superseding any of our expectations.
This is a weird question because...
Which I guess our expectations right now are still World
Yes.
Series.
Yeah, absolutely. As it should be. Maybe that's not. I say it's realistic. Is last year you made it in an unconventional way where you started out as hot as you could conceivably be, sputtered, and then ended on a dud. And then you won the World Series. If it goes the opposite, you still have tons of confidence, right? If you start out mid, get all your pitchers back, and then go on a tear, even at 88, you're still going to be like, hey, we're looking good.
And that, in a weird way, doesn't that seem more realistic? Hey, just play 500 the first 60 games.
Yes.
And with 102 to go, hopefully you just start getting healthy pitchers.
Yes.
That come back and really help you out. But last year they weren't healthy for the first 60 games. Jacob deGrom, yes, he pitched in April. He wasn't healthy in April. When he pitched 3 healthy games.
Yeah. I thought it was like 5, but not a lot.
I mean, it just felt like Kansas City had like a perfect game or no hitter, and they're like, after 4, like, we have to take him out. We're not sure about this. And you took him out in the Yankee game right at the end of April. There was another game that you're like, oh, is he healthy or not healthy? And he wasn't good on opening day. So he really didn't like help you tremendously in the month of April, even though he was in your rotation. And guys stepped up and pitched well enough, but your offense tore it up. And so I'm just like, maybe 40-20, that might be too high of a bar the first 60 games. But what if your offense comes out of the gates and just tears it up again?
I mean, obviously, I hope that's the case. In the meantime, if you're like, well, hold on. The season is starting toward the end of March. Spring training is starting toward the end of February. I need my baseball fix now.
I do.
I have good news for you. This weekend in Allen, Dallas Card Show, Cody Bradford, Josh Young, Marcus Simeon, and Evan Carter are going to be signing autographs.
That reminds me to send a reminder text that I think we're going to try to get Evan Carter on either tomorrow or Friday.
I did, by the way, just see Baseball America tweeted out the Rangers have 2 top 5 prospects on their updated top 100, and they said Langford is 5, Carter is 4.
Nice.
According to Baseball
Isn't
America.
that weird that Carter is 4 and he started every game and at one point was batting 4th in the World Series? And like, it's just weird that he's on the list, because when you said Wyatt Langford's 5, I'm like, who else is on here?
So if you think about it, then check this out. So Evan Carter, Baseball America's number 4 prospect,
Yep,
you said?
5. Oh, yes, 4.
He's going to be signing at the Marriott this weekend. And then...
Signing anything?
For money, yes.
Yes.
All right.
Well,
I don't know if anything in the baseball realm. Yes.
Gotcha.
And then at the beginning of February, I predict that Wyatt Langford will be doing a signing in the Metro.
I need to get a Wyatt Langford card then, or something. And Mike, I do have an Evan Carter.
I have 9 of his Bowman first.
I was able to procure 1 Evan Carter card from Mike.
Yeah.
Is it worth it for me to pay to get that autograph at the card show? Because it's going to drive that value up.
No comment.
Oh my gosh. He's saying don't do it because he wants to keep the limited number of autograph cards out there low.
Because
I see what Mike's doing here.
Because the line's going to be Mike, followed by the next ticket from Mike, and the next one, and the next one. And people are like, come on, buddy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Bob Stoops on, so we shifted things around just a little bit. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will the Cowboys eventually have the longest active conference championship game drought in the NFL? Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
Brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Glove with a play fake, boots back to
Wide
his left,
open.
throws back down the right side. Musgraves all alone at the 15, down the sideline, to the pylon. Touchdown, Green Bay.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sometimes you just have to give the other team credit.
Was that
And that was a great pass that a guy just made a great play on.
Don't worry, Corey. I'm going to play one more bit of audio in here that agitates you for sure. As right now, it's time to go around. I just wanted to prepare you. Go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah, here we go.
I want to hear that.
Hey, Alec, let me ask you a question.
I never want
That's
to hear
my
that
new
again.
biscuits.
Let me ask you a question.
No.
If there's another bit of audio that I'm going to play that I know is either going to irritate or make Corey sad, should I just do it now, do you think?
You remember what Tomlin did yesterday in his
You're just going to walk off?
I'll just walk out that door.
Well, you're going to have to walk out of the door every time in January because that's what the Cowboys do.
You know what? Because he said that.
That's Dak before he snaps the ball.
I don't want to hear that anymore.
I'm going to go to cut number 3.
Nobody comes up with a
You don't
new
want to buy a
phrase.
new shirt and a hoodie and a beanie that say "Here we go"?
You know the hoodies I buy, Mike? World Championship.
I'll tell you
hoodies.
what if I
Rangers
do
won the
you a
World
favor?
Series.
For "Here we go," I turn it upside down and put a little arc to it.
No, Alec will love it. He'll eat it up. He's wearing his salad hat right now.
He turned it around
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, I nooch it. That's what we call it. I nooched the logo.
You see his hat? Look at it. Look at Alec's hat.
Yeah, he nooched it. He nooched Dallas.
I don't like that.
So let's go ahead and go to cut 3. Kyle Shanahan. This is him talking about, I guess, essentially scouting and preparing and watching that Cowboys-Packers game. You'll hear a really interesting note in here.
Yep.
We were already in here, so we were doing it that day. We had mixed in a little bit earlier in the week, hitting up a couple of teams, but started really focusing on them halfway through the second quarter. Then they scored at the end of the second quarter, so I kind of did both at halftime, and then third quarter I was set on one team.
He knew. Everybody knew.
I think deep down, I might have tried to deny it. I think deep down, we all knew.
You were hoping that there was going to be a second half, like adjustment.
Yeah.
No, there
He
wasn't.
knew that there was 4 quarters in the game. If there was 5 quarters, then the
still
Cowboys
would've
would have come
lost.
back and won.
No, they would
Obviously,
not
they
have.
hit their stride
They ran
with
out
10
of
minutes
time,
and
yeah.
23 seconds to go. It was 48-16, and then the Cowboys figured out Green Bay.
No.
Just ran out of clock.
I was told by a caller
I know.
that's what happened.
That is inaccurate.
And I've been told by people on Twitter that's what happened to the Cowboys. It took them till 10:23 left in the game to figure out the
when
Packers.
the Packers quit caring because it was a 32-point game and it was over. Sure. All right.
You're too negative.
If you're a coach of a team like Shanahan and you're watching, and you're like, I don't need to pay attention to the Cowboys anymore at all.
This is exactly what I'm thinking.
He knew at this point, Kevin, because there's
Forget it.
LaFleur, McDaniel, McVay. You also have Shanahan, and then you also have Slowick down in Houston. Those guys all have the similar concepts to what they do. Look at
Slowick's about to be a head coach as well, I
Yeah.
would assume.
If we had any of those guys with Dak Prescott, we'd have 3 Super Bowl championships right now. With Dak.
When they're watching that game, when they're watching that Green Bay Cowboys game, they know what LaFleur was doing.
Yeah.
And they recognize when,
Yeah.
the Cowboys have no clue how to stop this.
Well, so I got to tell you one more negative Cowboys thing, which maybe you knew, maybe you didn't, and then I'll tell you another one. Is worst record in the playoffs since 2000 with at least 10 games played. The Cowboys at 4-10. The Cowboys are worse than the Bengals, the Titans, and the Vikings. What I really want to talk about, yeah.
That can't be possible. How did our guy make it into the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a general manager?
Since 2000.
That's when he was really good at general managing.
No, it was not. No,
That's when he really took over.
No.
He got one of the 500 coaches
was
that could do
not.
this job, and he won all the championships.
He didn't. He won none of the championships.
Nike gave him a sweet pair of Air Force Ones that matched his jacket.
Do you know, and yes, the Cowboys are one of them, do you know the other 4 football teams that have the longest conference championship game drought?
I do.
Do you?
Detroit and Washington. Because that
Wait.
was 91
That
when
is
they
correct.
faced each other, and that was the last time both of those teams made it.
That is correct.
Browns?
That is correct. From
Yeah.
1989.
Here we
did
go.
it. Good job.
There's one more.
Oh.
Miami?
Uh,
Buffalo? Did I just
no,
men-
Buffalo weren't they in it against the Chiefs just recently?
Yes, that just happened.
Oh, man, good for them. Miami?
I mean, they're the
That
Texans.
is correct.
Miami, okay.
Miami. So Washington, it's been since 1991. Detroit's one win away. It's been since 1991.
Yeah, so are we.
No, we're not.
Well, in 07.
The Browns
2016.
haven't been there since 1989, and the Dolphins since 1992. Will the Cowboys eventually have the longest active streak of not being in a conference championship?
Not as long as
We can only hope.
I
Dude,
don't
what are we
hope
doing,
that.
Alex?
I do. At this
Why?
point,
What are we
I
doing?
want to become the best worst franchise ever. The one that turned like the best franchise in a league and turned it into the worst. I think that would be awesome.
I think as
That'd
long
be
as-
something to be proud of.
As long as Cleveland is there, no, because
Okay.
Cleveland I do think is cursed.
Yeah.
And
They were
then-
better than the Cowboys because the Cowboys barely existed when Cleveland was dominating. Right? I mean, they
true.
dominated, then Cowboys
Yeah.
came in, Cowboys got good, but Cleveland was
Yeah.
still dominating. Obviously, they threw that thing up on Sunday. The Cowboys were down by 31 points to Cleveland in a game.
1969, yes.
And now we are down by 32. Like, see, we beat it.
And then
Good job,
I don't know,
Cowboys.
man.
Sometimes I hate
I think Washington.
I
Do you
love
think
this.
Washington will pressure Jerry
I
with the new ownership? And it's going to take time for them to fix everything.
I think Washington's the one that I think we will get there before them, because Detroit, hell, they might be there this weekend. Cleveland, at least you can look at their defense. And Miami, you know what? Maybe Miami is the exact same as the Cowboys. But I don't think we'll get to the worst on the list, but that's pretty sad that we might, right?
I'm wrong about a lot of things, and I hope I'm wrong about this one. I hope Drake May gets drafted by the Washington Commanders and becomes the next CJ Stroud.
Why?
That would be awesome. It'd be great for them.
For who?
They deserve something better in Washington. They've been suffering longer than Cowboy fans. They won in 87 and 91 in our
Yes.
lifetime, and then they've done nothing ever since. I mean, they've gone through Heath Schuler and RG3, who thinks Deion Sanders is the answer to our problems. Come on, man. Like, it would be Washington is a historic franchise. They've had to change their name. Like, wouldn't it be great if they finally got a great quarterback in there who led them for like 15 years?
No.
I mean, the Cowboys have had
would
Romo and
not.
Dak. It doesn't get any better than those two guys in the history of the NFL. Like, Washington hasn't had a Romo or a Dak.
From the 214, Mike's trolling is just too often and annoying today. Cosign.
Oh, well.
All right. Let's go from that to, let's talk about how sexy CeeDee Lamb is.
He's an attractive
Because
man.
CeeDee Lamb has been ranked as the 5th sexiest player in the NFL, according to a new study that measured facial attractiveness, social media thirst,
All right.
and player.
There's nobody better or sexier than Jimmy Garoppolo.
He is number 1 on the list.
That guy got a Subway commercial for being bad at football, but they're like, you're sexy. Come on the show.
Yeah, and he had a bunch of
Talk
adult
about
film
your
stars.
grandma making Subway sandwiches or something.
Joey Bosa and Harrison Butker were also in the top
Wait a
5
second.
of hottest players.
How does that make Nick feel?
Who?
Nick Bosa. Your brother's sexy, but you're not? Like, that's...
That probably happens a lot.
We
Mike.
have to look similar,
Oh,
right?
Joey Bosa was on the list?
Yes, Joey Bosa is on the hotness list. Nick Bosa was not. Which Bosa do you think is more attractive?
Nick. Easy.
Okay. Fantastic.
Look at
I'm
him.
trying to think of who the guys that I see get interviewed. I'm like, they're hot.
Yeah?
I always thought Tom Brady was a good-looking guy.
He's better looking than Manning, right?
I think so. Manning and
Especially
Joe
after the
Burrow
surgery.
have big foreheads,
Yeah.
so they have longer heads.
Yeah.
So,
Not as
yeah. Who else is really attractive?
Oh, Harrison Butker is good looking.
I think
he's a
Micah
good-looking
Parsons
kicker.
is good looking. You just don't know because he won't do interviews after Cowboy games.
Golly.
Okay.
Maybe, you know
now
what?
I see what's
I'll
happening.
tell you what. You know what could have happened? He could have had like a suit getting tailored
Yeah.
or something, and he needed to get to Sam Williams and Cavante Turpin's party. And he's like, look, if I don't leave the locker room as soon as this game ends and go get my clothes to the nines and make sure it fits right, so the tailor might need to alter something before I go party with my guys for having a great season.
No, I don't want them to be at that party. All right, let's go from that to Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, we talked about it yesterday in the press
Attractive man
conference.
as well.
But he did tell the Steelers players that he plans to coach for 2024. All right. However,
when does Sean McVay fake retire again and then decide he's going to coach?
I think he said
him?
he's going to stick around for a little bit.
Good for him.
I agree.
First time in like 3 years.
But then also, Jason Kelsey said on his podcast this morning that perhaps he reacted in the heat of the moment. And he's going to give it some more thought before he definitely retires.
Good for the Eagles.
I hope he retires anyway, but I don't know that will be
I
the
wonder
case
how many
now.
times they spelt cuss words out watching that game instead of their team name, because they didn't score touchdowns, so they just had to start.
You and
What's those fun?
there you go.
If you add another N and an EL, it's funnel.
That's a great point. Do you want
Cowboy fans got to spell out interception twice during the game. Oh my God, Mike. Well, that was because when we threw the ball, the other team caught it.
I understand. Don't think that reaction was due to my lack of comprehension about what you were saying. I 100% understood.
We could have spelled PUNT out on the first drive.
What? You make me want to spell a word similar to that. What does your family say when they just need a break for a second?
My son asked, why am I not more funny? Because I seem really funny on all the clips Carter does on social media. And they're like, why aren't you as funny at home?
Because you have to be dad at home.
Yeah. And right now,
I don't know. Sometimes I think you still do that same
You get to
thing.
be one of the kids right
I'm
here.
giving Carter so much content during this segment.
He's not even there.
Oh, he's still. Hey, I'll
It's
tell you what.
Kevin's fault, too.
We had to go get a whole new roll
It
of
is. He's going
paper
to get your
towels for all the drool that he
Nothing?
had. Carter's drool because
Yes.
of Bob Stoops.
He loved hanging out with Bob.
He hasn't stopped smiling.
I was super excited. He was super cool.
That was awesome.
He's fun to hang out
That
with.
would be fun to get to talk to him again, especially in person. In person, so much better.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I agree.
All right, let's talk
That's
about
why I like going to the Super Bowl and to Oxnard and the
Yes.
spring training, because we get to talk to those guys in person.
I think we're getting Brittany.
You don't know that. That was wild speculation about having Britney Spears on Radio
She
Row.
doesn't she do her concerts in Vegas?
We are not confirming that whatsoever.
We could.
Yeah, I didn't say we are.
We could, is
You
what
gotta
you're saying.
Specifically listen to maybe we're getting Britney Spears during the Super Bowl.
I'm sorry. Did you just ask somebody else to specifically listen?
Did I?
All right. Let's go into the no joke zone real quick.
I don't know.
Oh my God. Colts owner Jim Irsay. You remember, I don't know, a couple weeks ago when they said Jim Irsay is recovering from a respiratory illness.
I do remember
I
that.
almost got it right. Maybe, but what the police say and the paramedics say that they are classifying it as an overdose.
Oh no! What kind was like a breath? The overdose that you have with like too much bronchitis
A
fluid.
narcotics overdose
Oh, this is bad.
they also said, or an overdose / poisoning. So
He was poisoned.
I don't think that was the case, but I guess we can't rule it out.
Was it the maid?
And so it's a bold move to potentially have overdosed and say, oh, I just had a respiratory illness.
Yeah, no, yeah.
That's a bold move right there.
Well, I mean, like obviously the PR group is out in front of that before anything else. Because the first thing I think we saw on Thursday or Friday, whenever that happened, Kevin, the first thing we saw was, hey, can you please respect their privacy in
Sure.
this time? And so I think that was
and
a way
I do
to try
agree
and
with
like,
that either way. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't respect someone's privacy if they overdose. Like, you absolutely should.
But they were definitely. That's what I'm saying is they were definitely trying to keep everybody at arm's distance before any. They were trying to keep this under the rug. That's what they wanted.
Absolutely. And who broke it? You guessed it, TMZ Sports.
How do they do this?
They are all over.
They're
This is
everywhere.
their bread and butter. It is amazing. Now,
message me on Twitter if you're a TMZ Sports DFW contributor. I'd like to know.
They usually have the insight. All right. The Chiefs-Dolphins game. Did you see the aftermath of how many people got sick or hospitalized after this? It is amazing.
In the stands or players?
In the stands.
No.
15 fans were hospitalized and dozens more were treated for hypothermia from that Chiefs-Dolphins game.
It was cold.
I told you.
Crazy cold.
I wanted 5K.
Yeah, everybody in my in-laws' house
That makes
said
sense.
there was no amount of money that you could pay them to go. They were like, no, I don't want to be there. So
Look, I get it now more than I did before. Absolutely. And then Baker Mayfield.
Wasn't the Buffalo game as bad, though? I mean.
No, the Buffalo. I mean, look, there was a lot more snow, but I think the Buffalo game was like in the teens, which I realize is not, oh, what a nice, comfortable temperature this is. But it was probably about 20 degrees warmer. Think about that. It was 20 degrees warmer in the teens. Like that's a preposterous statement.
I wonder how sick those Tampa Bay guys are going to get having to be in Florida.
Do we need to play that
and
again?
then go up to Detroit.
And then go up to Detroit and get off the bus and have to
13.
walk into the stadium.
It's gonna be 13 outside.
Like they're going to have to also walk to and from the hotel to the
20
bus.
seconds. That's what their coach said.
I don't know. Like
20
there's
seconds
at a time.
Yeah,
but
true.
more like just 20. It takes you maybe 20 seconds outside the hotel to get on the bus. Like it's going to be tough on them.
And then the last thing I wanted to let you know is Baker Mayfield has already earned $2.85 million in incentives so far. He can get another $250,000 for every single ensuing playoff win they get if he plays at least 75% of the snaps. So good for him.
He's very motivated.
Absolutely, absolutely. Do you need a positive, Corey? I got a positive Cowboys note for you real quick.
I'm about to give you positive Cowboys notes.
I doubt that. Jake Ferguson's 3 touchdown receptions were tied for the most in a postseason game by a tight end in NFL history, along with Travis Kelce, Rob Gronkowski, and Dave Casper, the friendly ghost.
That's not. He's not really a friendly
Dave
ghost.
Casper is a real person.
Okay,
but you're right about the ghost part. So there's my positive Cowboys news for you.
You got 2 more years of him under his rookie contract.
I believe that is correct.
How much do you think they celebrated him at the Cowboys parties thrown by Sam Williams and Kevontae Turpin?
If that party really did continue to take place, I would hope a lot. Now,
coming up on stage, Fergie.
It's time. God help us all for Mike Likes It.
All right, Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, no.
Look, they're just a draft pick or 2 away from a championship.
Stop it.
So on Tankathon, I just wanted to ask you guys this. Maybe I should have Carter in here for this. If you watch college football, which I don't watch a lot of, what do you guys think of this Keon Coleman wide receiver from Florida State? Because that's who they have the Cowboys drafting 24th. Do you think there's any way in the world they'd take a wide receiver at 24?
Yeah, that would not be my initial pick.
Gallup's contract is up when? I'm sorry.
You still
you'll release him.
You can get out of it after this year.
I was listening to G-Bag Nation. He costs $13 million to keep on the team. You take a $9 million cap hit to get him off the team.
And that's assuming if they took the whole hit, right, and not
they could
split it up.
I guess my big, I would have a problem with that because you have so many other areas of need. But if you are, and I guess Steven's MO is, or his motto is best player available at position of need. Like it's got that kind of like, well, there's lots of different variations of this.
I'm on tankathon.com just to give you an idea. 22, 23, and 25 are all cornerbacks. The defense corner, not quarter, cornerback. So there could be, who knows, quite a few cornerbacks around later in the draft. And then there's an edge taking 26, Braylon Trice from Washington.
Yeah.
The problem is he weighs 267 pounds, and that's like 40 pounds overweight for defensive ends and linebackers for the Cowboys. So he needs to definitely watch his diet.
Right?
That's got to change if Dan Quinn is going to go somewhere else. Hell, if Dan Quinn decides, you know what, I don't like these jobs, I'm going to stay with the Cowboys. You have to get heavier in some areas.
In fact, at 25, if you'd rather have a cornerback, Kamari Lassiter, Georgia cornerback, He is 6 foot 180, so that you could have him they might like him as a combo cornerback linebacker.
Yeah.
For the Dallas Cowboys. So, anyways, and then they have just later in the draft, which I do think the Cowboys are going to have to draft a running back somewhere between the 2nd and 5th round. I'm not saying it has to be the 2nd round. They do have the Cowboys taking one of the first running backs in this draft, taking Travion Henderson. Am I saying his name right?
We brought him up
Ohio State
2 weeks ago, maybe?
5'10", 214. Sounds like the next Emmitt Smith.
Let's hope so.
All right, guys. So let's go to.
I don't feel like that was really positive, Mike. I think that was sarcastic.
We just added a wide receiver and a running back. It wasn't the quarterback's fault. He didn't have enough weapons. Let's go to the NBA power rankings.
God, you're such an asshat.
Well, I am. The Cowboys deserve it, though. Don't they deserve it?
I get it.
I mean, they are. They're a great organization, though, ran by a Hall of Fame guy. So, when it comes to NBA power rankings, since I know that we're done with NFL power rankings somewhat, I know later in the show coming up will be the power rankings left of the 8 teams, and then where would the Cowboys fit in, type of deal. Probably number 9. When it comes to NBA power rankings,
might be surprised.
Where do you think the Mavericks are right now? This is ESPN. If you were to try to power rank them right now, where would you rank the Mavericks in the NBA? And maybe that's a tough question because you're not
11.
into the Mavericks yet.
I was going to say 9 because if you're 10,
who cares?
Yeah.
I disagree
did you notice I
with
didn't
that.
mention number 10 after a
All right,
list?
you know what? I'll move them up to 10.
Okay.
10.
Yeah.
They were number 8 last week. They moved them up to number 6. So remember going into was it a 7-game homestand?
Yes.
Did they go 5-2?
I thought they went 4-3.
4-3. Obviously, they lost to Memphis. They lost to New Orleans. Maybe they did.
No, they did go 5-2.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that's better than we kind of anticipated.
Yeah, you said could they go 5-2, and I said no, and they did. So they moved them from number 8 to number 6. 24-15 right now, which look, it's really high. If you want the teams ahead of them,
are they ahead of the Clippers?
Well, it goes Boston, Minnesota, Denver, Oklahoma City, Milwaukee are the 5 ahead of the Dallas Mavericks right now on the power rankings. The Clippers, which I do think they should be ranked higher the way they've been playing. I can't believe they're playing this well. To be honest, when they traded for James Harden, I did not think that was going to be a positive move, and it has been so far positive. But look, we haven't had the Kawhi Leonard missing 30 games straight injury yet, which always happens.
I would put the 76ers above them as well, especially given last night.
Clippers are 7, Sixers are 8, Miami is 9, and the Cleveland Cavaliers are 10. Those are your top 10 teams. Now, I'm kind of giving you a hint there.
What are the Mavericks if Lively's not in? Because this texture says 32.
Well, there's only 30 teams in the NBA.
Well, I think that emphasizes the point.
The Mavs aren't that good without him.
But I mean, look,
without
32,
that 19-year-old.
I mean, that's chump change for Dak and how many touchdowns he throws in a season. Okay, so when it comes to the LA Lakers, the Mavs are playing the Lakers tonight. I mean, on big time TV. By the way, a few days ago, ABC popped back up.
I know, I saw that.
So I can watch this game in a weird way. Like people are like, dang it, you Bally's. And I can watch all the Bally's games. It was the ABC games that I had a major issue with lately. But this game will be on ABC tonight. So obviously, when you play the Lakers, you don't get covered. It's all about guess what? When you play the Dallas Cowboys, you don't get covered.
Sure.
It's yes, you're part of the Cowboys coverage. But so the Mavericks will be part of the Lakers coverage tonight on ABC. I just named you the top 10 teams. Where do you think the Lakers are? And remember, they're the champions of the Shlomo Glickstein championship this year.
Oh, I would say 16.
17.
20.
Oh, man.
Previously ranked 18. Now, their schedule is a little bit favorable right now.
I mean, they're not good.
They're home against the Mavs, the Brooklyn Nets, and then the Trailblazers. And then they play. It's a long road trip for them. They go at the Clippers. So they have to. Actually, they don't go anywhere. Get it? Okay.
I do.
So it says opposing players are shooting just 40.8% with LeBron James as the primary defender this season, which ranks second in the league, only behind Jaden McDaniels. While some of that effort has been used against limited offensive threats like Bates Diop, Isaiah Stewart, 2 of the 10 players he has guarded the most this season has been Kawhi Leonard and Jimmy Butler, according to ESPN stats and information. Remember, I'm on ESPN right now. His defense will be key to balance out LA's current offensive-focused starting 5. So it's interesting. They're talking about a 40-year-old guy pretty much being their defensive weapon. Like that's an issue with the team. LeBron James is, to me, the greatest old player ever.
Yes.
Michael Jordan couldn't come close to doing this when he came back from his retirement with the Washington Wizards. You can read anything you want to read. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was a shell of himself at this age. Like, he could still play in the league, but he was not a major weapon for the LA Lakers at this point. It was obviously Magic Johnson, and then it was James Worthy and Byron Scott. Like, they had 3 guys that were better than him, and then AC Green was a really solid player. I won't put him ahead of Kareem at that point, but Kareem wasn't much of a major player on those 87, 88 teams that won back-to-back championships. So what's interesting is where the Lakers are. What's more interesting is where I'm at with this team. I don't know how they don't make major changes and blow it up. At 21 is the Golden State Warriors. Now, what happened is Draymond Green came back the other night, and then Draymond Green started blaming his team for being 18 and 22. It was a weird deal. I'm sorry. I should have worked harder on this and told us to pull some clips from his post-game interview / his podcast thing, but it was really weird. And he's like, dude, I was watching NBA TV and Sam Mitchell was like, the reason they're 18 and 22, the major reason is you came into the season and did some really stupid things and got suspended for 12 games. Like, now, maybe they'd still be 18 and 22 if he didn't get suspended, but you just look at him and go, what's one of the things that has really taken the Golden State Warriors down? Well, Draymond Green punching a guy in the face and getting suspended for 12 games is probably a reason. Like, hey, you asked the other day about Wiggins, I believe. Yeah. He's nowhere to be seen. Like, I don't know what has happened with Wiggins. The young guys aren't happy. I'm just looking at the Golden State Warriors and going, how do they not just kind of, I don't know, blow it up at this trade deadline?
How nervous do you get then where if you look at the betting odds, Draymond's next team, if it's not the Warriors, the favorite is the Dallas Mavericks?
That's a good, because I'm not opposed.
Really? Even given everything we just went over?
Yeah, I just want to give up players that I don't care about.
Okay.
Now, who do the Mavs not care about? I don't know. But, like, if I'm unloading, I hate saying, if I'm unloading, do you think Maxi Kleber's better than Draymond Green?
No.
So if I'm unloading Maxi Kleber's 3-year, $33 million contract, if I'm unloading, I'm not saying unloading here, but if I'm unloading, Rashawn Holmes, I don't think they're going to do this. But if I'm like, all right, I'll give you Maxi Kleber and Rashawn Holmes, I'll take Draymond Green. Like, I'm not really hurting my team at all, right? So I'm like, I'm not opposed to it if we're down to Draymond Green is worthless, because I am having to take on like a 4-year contract with him at like $100 million or close to.
3 more years
after this.
With the last one being a player option at about 25 to 26 million per.
So I don't know. I'll throw this question at you, Corey and Kevin. Would you be opposed to doing some sort of trade like that?
This year would be interesting because you have Lively, who's very young, but looking really good, and then you would have another person that can play that position. Can play defense, can be a rebounder for you, can add toughness.
And you're missing power forward. You kind of don't have one on the team.
And is anybody really on this team willing to be that dude? You know, like, that dude will go to a place that nobody else in the league is willing to go to. But he also would do it for your team on a team that doesn't have a guy like that. Except for maybe Luka, who you don't need doing those things.
You don't have to give up picks. You know, like, he's to the point where they're trying to unload that contract, and I only want it if I'm doing something like I'm suggesting.
Can I say, I guess, but I don't feel great about it? Like, is that an acceptable spot to be?
No,
just because the deal goes through 27.
Yeah, I'm not telling you this is awesome, but I also have Maxi, who can't play but 40 games a year, Kleber, on a 3-year, $33 million contract. Like, I also have Rashawn Holmes, who next year I believe he has a player option. He's insane if he doesn't pick up that option.
Yeah.
Somebody said Green and Kyrie wouldn't work at all. Do you think those two could work
I don't
together?
know their relationship. Obviously, Draymond Green is in love with Luka. He's talked as glowingly as you can talk about a player in the NBA.
That is true.
Draymond Green does. So if he comes here and if you have Luka, Kyrie, Lively, Draymond Green, and Dante Exum. Now, the problem is your three-point shooting is pathetic at that point. So I don't know. Like, you'd have Tim Hardaway Jr., because I guess if you have Draymond Green, you're like, does he have any ability to want to be a team player still? I don't know. That's the scary part. But if it doesn't work out, you are hit with salary. I gave up absolutely nothing to get him, in my opinion. Maybe you guys love Maxi Kleba.
No, I'm more concerned about the salary part as well.
But you're screwed salary-wise for a while now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
So look through this Cowboys free agent roster and try and figure out who should come back and who shouldn't. Next.
Oh boy, this Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thanks, Kevin. I really appreciate that. By the way, there is some...
Bringing in your kid and making him cry.
He
pinch Noah?
Have the headphones if he wants to get down. Like, he wants to get down and take my headphones. We need them to stay here.
How's he going to get down if he doesn't have the jams?
Buy him his
playing
own
in
headphones. You're making big-time bucks now.
He has his own headphones at home.
Buy him a studio set.
I will work on that. He
Thank
is
you.
angry.
Well, how do you make him happy? Whenever a baby gets mad, and is he still a baby at this point?
Yes.
Do you consider him a baby,
I
Mike?
still say baby.
Yeah.
All right. When does he become a kid?
Ooh.
Elementary school?
4.
2?
Okay. Well, you can put on Miss Rachel for him.
That's when you can yell at him to stop being a baby. Until he turns 4,
Okay.
you can't yell at him to stop being a baby.
Okay.
Give him Miss Rachel, give him snacks, or let him have his pacifier. Because we've taken his pacifier away except for when he goes to sleep. So if you give him his pacifier back, he likes that.
All right. Well, there you go. As you're learning about babies and kids that shouldn't be babies anymore, according to Mike.
I think you just berate them. I think they really respond well to that.
I don't feel like that is factually accurate.
All right.
Well, why you tell Dak to just do better? It doesn't work. Maybe you just berate
Mike, this
him.
is the C Block.
Oh, okay.
All right.
God.
You can do that any other segment that Kevin's running. All right. But whenever it's the C Block.
I'm excited about this because this is a 12-5 team. This is going to be tough to keep them all. But
Before we get to that, though, I did want to make this announcement. If you've ever been to Lake Texoma, I've always kind of liked that Lake Texoma was it was just a big old lake, and it's not really what's the word? Commercialized.
Oh, okay.
But according to the news,
there's commercial lakes.
No, like how you drive through Mesquite, it's like all those commercial restaurants or chain restaurants and stuff, and there's just
He's right.
Yeah, and there's cities.
I didn't even know there's a lake in Mesquite.
No, never mind. All right. That being said, the Hard Rock is planning to build a 2,700-acre resort community over 19 miles of shoreline at Lake Texoma on the Point Vista, located at Point Vista on U.S. Highway 70 in Kingston, Oklahoma.
Oh.
So this is on the Oklahoma side. My buddy,
Okay.
my buddy has a place at Lake Texoma, right next to Troy Aikman's boat slip. But this, neither here nor there. Yeah, it's kind of cool. He said his dad's probably going to be pretty ticked off about that, but he said he thinks it might be over by where Blake Shelton's is. And Oklahoma's trying to commercialize that and utilize as much of that as they can. So that is happening. So 877-881-1053. If you want to text in, let us know if you agree with that or you want to keep Lake Texoma commercial free.
I have a friend who says that Dak Prescott and Tony Romo would just win all the championships if they were on the 90s Cowboys teams.
That
Kevin,
is Jeff Kavanaugh.
It is.
Oh my God.
Do you think that he would have been like really bad at home against the Green Bay Packers like
No,
Dak
because
Prescott?
Troy Aikman played his best when the most was on the line.
And now we turn our attention to the 14 players who will enter free agency this offseason. And should they come back for this team?
Heck
we
yeah.
start, Kevin, with somebody we brought up yesterday. You brought up yesterday, Tyron Smith.
Yeah, I didn't think we would be in this place, but if he is willing to take another similarly structured contract, hell yeah, I want him back.
Mike, do you have interest in bringing Tyron Smith back?
As they say in Goodwill Hunting, retainer.
What does that mean?
Keep him.
Okay.
Is he going
Are you going to use a different movie to?
No, I
okay.
just can't. I don't know. It popped in my head and I decided to throw it out there. And I'm just thinking Tyron Smith is unbelievable. Let's keep him.
And like you said with the money situation, obviously that's a factor. He's still pretty good.
Yes, he's second team All-Pro.
The other part is, do I delay my future here? If there are a bunch of like we said, Daniel Jeremiah says there's a bunch of offensive tackles in this draft.
Well, and honestly, I was going to say, if you are like, hey, I'm positive that TJ Bass can kick ass, and then you just slide Tyler over to the left tackle, then great, fine, let's do that.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if that is the case.
Okay.
What's the number when Tyron Smith says, I want this on a 1-year guaranteed deal, you say no to?
11.
Anything more than 10, yeah.
Wow. I didn't know we were on the same
Simpatico.
cycle there. That's awesome. All right.
I'd give him what he wants. I'm Jerry Jones.
Tony Pollard.
No, gotta go.
I'm with you guys. I'm out on Tony Pollard.
He had a shot.
He did.
Didn't work.
3-year, $18 million contract. Nope. I'm in.
Okay.
Are you really? Like, seriously, are you in on that?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
What? Okay, so why?
If you're Mike Bassett,
I only have
What did
so
you
many
see
picks
this year. Okay.
I didn't think he was bad.
Yeah. Do you think you can get the same production from Dowdle and Deuce Vaughn?
Not Deuce.
I think you can get the same production from a 3rd-round pick.
Okay.
It will cost me way less.
And you'll just have Dowdle as your backup.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I kind of would prefer to just head that direction. You can go find another team and that much, but I mean, $10 million is what he made this year. What he's probably going to look for a significant contract still.
I guess
he ain't getting
and blame some usage, on the fact that McCarthy didn't set him up well. I did great with Kellen Moore. McCarthy didn't help me.
He's going to say I'm back-to-back 1,000-yarder. I want 4 for 40 or something like that. I'm like, good luck.
Well, he can say that.
Yeah, sure.
Nobody's giving it to him.
You would think not.
All right, so far, Kevin, I have eliminated Tyron and Tony Pollard.
I'm in on both.
Okay.
He led us to a 12-win season.
Stephon Gilmore, one season with Dallas. And next year, mind you, you will have 2 25 or younger cornerbacks who have been all pros in Deron Bland, and you have signed Trayvon Diggs to a $100 million contract. Last year, he got signed right before he got hurt. He got a $100 million contract.
I would like to know.
Oh, Trayvon Diggs did.
Not Stephon Gilmore.
I was like, I'm way out of this on what guys got.
I would like to know more about what his number looks like, because I'm definitely interested in keeping him. But if it's like a multi-year guaranteed money type of thing, then maybe not, because he's clearly lost a step.
I am also kind of curious. It sounds more.
Did he
and
get
more
hurt
like,
and he's having surgery? Because that's an immediate yes for me as a Dallas Cowboys owner.
It does sound more and more like, and I would love to have him, Bland, and Diggs all out on the field together. That'd be great.
The best thing you can do as a free agent here is have a season-ending injury.
That is a weird thing that we do.
All right, so I also have eliminated Gilmore, but I also would be willing to bring him back.
Okay.
So I will say I'm with you.
Man, I was going to say, you're not going to keep any of these.
Jordan Lewis.
I'm keeping them all.
I really.
If I'm keeping Gilmore, I don't
Then
need
no.
Lewis.
I really wanted
But if you're
so much.
if you're letting Gilmore go, then maybe you discuss Lewis.
I agree. I do agree that this is an either-or type transaction.
All right, do you want to reset now with Gilmore and Lewis? Do you want which one would you prefer?
Believe it or not, because of age and affordability, I think I'm going Jordan Lewis. I'm not saying he's the better player.
Had some injuries that
Yeah.
have cost him, but
It's not the same, but it's kind of like when people kind of jumped on me on Kershaw over Montgomery. I'm like, dude, I know Montgomery. I want Montgomery, but there's a cost benefit here, and I'm like,
And in that case, I'm going with Lewis then.
Okay, all right. I'll rock with one of the two of them as well, and maybe Gilmore over Lewis in that instance. But I understand what you're saying about the age and what you've invested in him. Dorrance Armstrong, who was on I do believe 2-year, $12 million contract.
Okay. Here's what I've learned.
92 is in the backfield all game on Sunday.
I think he's going to want more money than that, but I think we have seen that he is the benefactor from the things around him, and I wonder if that somebody else can go into that role. Like if he's like, hey, 2 for 12 still works great for me, I'm like, great, welcome back to the team. In the case that's not what's happening, which is my guess, he can go.
I would honestly let him go.
Is there anything in particular about his
I don't
game?
remember Dorrance
Yes.
Armstrong all year.
And that's the thing, is we had this conversation, and I think in the last couple of games of the season, he had 3 sacks, which got him up to 9.5 for the season, if I recall.
Oh, really?
But that's the thing.
Dang.
If I recall correctly, before that, it was 6.5, and I thought, this doesn't feel like a big season, and I don't feel like frequently he makes impact plays, proportionate to the amount of money he's going to want. So I'm okay with that.
And I
letting
feel
him
like
go.
he probably weighs too much. We need a guy who's more like 230 at that
No,
position.
I don't want that.
So I will agree that I would prefer like big beefy characters in the middle if you're going to be light everywhere else. That's kind of been, Kevin, what I've been begging for a long time. And we still, as I wanted Mozzie to be that. He is not, in year one, he did not turn into that. So if you're going to be light, that's something that I would keep Armstrong. I would keep him. I know the money might be interesting, but I'm going to do some things to keep him, because I also think he might be able to fill a little bit of a role with DeMarcus Lawrence. I don't know how much longer you have DeMarcus Lawrence at his level this year.
You might have to keep him or think about this, because isn't Micah going to hold out so he can get the biggest contract in NFL history from a defensive player?
We are going to talk about that in depth tomorrow.
Jaron Kearse.
I could see that. No.
The freak.
There were times, that was Javon Kearse. There were times this year where Jaron Kearse was pointed out and singled out on live television as, what's this dude even doing? Yeah. Where is he supposed to be?
Some on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Isn't he only good? I mean, I hate saying this. Isn't he only good at football with Dan Quinn coaching?
And he wasn't really that good this year with Dan Quinn coaching at times. So,
but he was like I'm not trying to be mean here. Wasn't he a nobody and then Dan Quinn turned him into somebody, or am I crazy about this?
Yes, you're right.
That's accurate.
He was a guy, and and Dan Quinn said, I know how to use him. Yeah. And he did use him appropriately. Dante Fowler.
It's okay for the right price, yeah.
Yeah, Dante Fowler is kind of the Rangers special, right? Where they find somebody that
Mike Minor
has a pedigree but hasn't really worked out, and they're like, hey, we can make him work. He does some stuff, but he's another one that, tell me the price. I might be in on that.
I also feel like he's kind of too much of a specialized player in certain instances where I'm like, I don't know exactly if I can keep you. That's just the way I feel about it.
I get it. I'm not against moving on from him.
Mike, you keeping him?
I don't know. Isn't he holding Sam Williams back?
There are a lot of people who want to move on from Sam Williams. You best believe.
Oh, dang it. Noah
Igbenogany.
Just so you don't have to say that name again.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and move on there.
Oh, is that a good reason?
Jonathan Hankins.
I want to keep Jonathan.
Yeah, he's the only person who seems to have a somewhat of an ability to take on two blockers and hold them so somebody else can make a play.
Trent Sieg.
No. Oh, that's
long snapper.
Yeah. Yes, I do want to keep him.
All right,
that's the easiest job in America.
What about Chuma?
When was the last time you've seen a bad snap in an NFL football game?
Doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, they're all perfect at it now. It used to be a deal when we were kids. Now it's like there's 32 guys that just perfectly snap the ball every time to the punter.
Chuma Edoga.
Nope.
Didn't do enough for you this year?
And that's the person I was most hopeful for.
Me too.
I would say no.
Oh, well. He won 12 games. He
Bob
got
Stoops' guy.
A check bonus.
Neville Gallimore.
No. Time to go.
I don't know, man. I accidentally pulled a really good rookie card of his 3 years ago, so he has potential.
From what I watched, everything.
I'll bring it to the Dallas Card Show if I can find it and give it to somebody.
Everything that we said 3 years ago still persisted, and I didn't see the growth I was expecting. There were some flashes of it, but I was like, I
agree.
We're horrible at drafting defensive tackles.
Rico Dowdle.
Well, you have to keep him if you're letting Tony Pollard go, right?
Unless,
because
I guess unless you think you can find somebody for the minimum that can do exactly the same thing.
So here's where the Cowboys will say, let's re-sign him so that we don't go into the draft with a hole, right? Like the Cowboys will say, that's how they plan it.
Yeah.
That's how they do it.
Yeah, just in case the draft doesn't. You only have so many picks, so if it doesn't fall their way,
so that they don't have to get on the other side and sign for more money other players that now that's an emergency and they have a need there.
I think you're right. I don't like that philosophy.
And then lastly, Tyler Biotic.
I would like to keep him.
Yeah, unless you take a center in the first 3 rounds, who's the center next year?
Tyler Biotic.
Yeah. Would they go Hoffman?
Hoffman maybe, and he was one of those swing guys, so that would be an option there.
Hell's bells.
He had some toughness about him. So look at that, man, dude. There are a lot of names that were I think there's about 3 that I said let's keep out of that 14.
What about Van Der Esch?
No. He retired.
Oh, he did?
Oh,
is he not retiring?
That's not official yet. That is the thought
that he should retire
because of his neck.
Different.
Dude, I think he should.
He got a season-ending injury. That's usually a good to go for the Cowboys.
Oh my gosh. So there you go, man. Lots of holes. That's what I'm saying is a lot of holes to fill this offseason, and you can't fill them all in this year's draft.
You're fine. You got Dak.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Jeez. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, power ranking the final 8 teams left in the NFL playoffs. Can Corey and Mike run the table? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
DFW.
and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Fake to Samuel. Purdy rolling, throwing. Ayuk holds on, and he's got it for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to power rank the NFL power rankings. We're down to 8 teams in the playoffs. I wanted to see.
Seems like home field advantage means everything in these playoffs.
With the exception of the Cowboys.
Are you guys seeing the Pacers got Siakam?
I heard that was close to happening.
Yeah, the Pacers are finalizing the trade to acquire Pascal Siakam to deal with, we'll send Bruce Brown, Jordan Nwora, and 3 first-round picks to the Raptors.
We didn't have that.
Well, there you go. Like, hey, what did I say?
New Orleans will be a third team in the deal, sending Kira Lewis to the Raptors as well.
Okay, and that's one of the things that we had talked about is I wanted Pascal Siakam, but if we didn't get him, I was hoping you would run into a situation where you were like, well, you were never going to be able to make that happen.
And that's
the
the
Mavericks,
case.
they were never going to be able to make that happen with the 3 picks.
Isn't it? And I'm not saying Bruce Brown Jr. isn't a good player, but isn't it amazing when you play on a championship team as a role player, how much money you can get? Like, look at all the Rangers right now getting great deals in free agency based off of being on the championship Rangers and Bruce Brown being on the Nuggets, right?
Yes, he was.
Like, that's just.
And they were sad when they lost him.
Yeah, and I was like, and we wanted him as a Mavs fan. We wanted him, and then he got like $18 million. Like, dude, I thought he was like going to be like worth $10 million. And I'm not saying Indiana dumped him at all, but you know they had to make money work, so they were like, all right, well, good for the Pacers. Obviously, they have a great offensive team. They're kind of like the Mavericks. They have a great offensive team. Really struggled defensively, so that should help them overall. But I don't think they're better than Boston or Milwaukee or stuff like that.
I wanted to see if you guys could combine and run the table for power rankings.
Cowboys number 9, right, Corey? Like, it's unfortunate they're not in the playoffs, but they're definitely
They
the
would be
best.
9,
they're
yeah.
the best team that's not in the playoffs
Because they're not
anymore.
left yet, Kevin.
Okay.
I'll agree with that.
Do you want to start at the top then?
Isn't the top very easy? Isn't
San
it?
Francisco.
No, isn't it Baltimore?
San Francisco.
All right, fine. San Francisco. He always gets these right.
I think San Francisco has an easier route to the playoffs than Baltimore. So I'll say San Francisco.
Now that the best team in the NFL is out of the playoffs.
All right. I'm going to try this one time. Alec, I'm going to give you a one-time veto. Corey is saying that San Francisco is number 1.
You heard what I said.
Would you like to use your veto right off the bat?
Yeah, you only live once. I say it's Baltimore.
Baltimore is correct.
Who's ranking
What?
these?
I can't tell you.
What are we supposed to do if you don't get these right?
Mm-hmm.
Mike?
Boycott.
Well,
you
San
have
Francisco's too.
Pick number 2. That is correct.
That's what I said at first. I thought, well, it shouldn't have changed from the end of the year. Baltimore and San Francisco both had buys. That's called a win in the first round, according to Wade Phillips. So they're 1-0 in the playoffs so far.
Who do y'all think should be 3?
Buffalo.
That is correct. You guys are still in this game. You're 3 for 3, thanks to the Alec veto.
All right, so here's the deal.
Or sometimes I call him Alex.
I love Patrick Mahomes. I don't think they're going to beat Buffalo. Are they going to go with they're the defending champs at 4? Or are they going to go with, hey, Detroit is the home team, the other home team in the NFC? So we'd be naming all the home teams. We name the 2 teams with the bye. We name Buffalo as the 2 seed. Dallas is the 2 seed. They're out. Your 3 seed who has home field is Detroit. The other 3 seed is going to Buffalo. So is it easy enough to just say it's Detroit?
I'm going to go with the Chiefs.
He gets these right more than I do.
One of those is correct. Your official combined vote is...
Well, as long as Alec keeps getting his red flags,
right.
he keeps getting them back, right?
Alec, do you go Lions or Chiefs at number 4 in the power ranking?
That's tough, man. I'm going to go Chiefs because they have the bigger margin of victory.
Just so you know, I would have gone Lions, but these 2 guys overrule me, and they know what they're talking about.
Congratulations. You have now taken sole possession of this game. The Detroit Lions are number 4. Who do you think is number 5?
Kansas City.
Who do you think
Packers
is number 6?
Over the Texans.
Yeah. I mean, betting odds have the Texans as like 8th. So
you think they're 8th? Dude, it's a I can't
Packers
believe
are huge underdogs too.
Packers.
All right. Hey, he knows what he's talking about.
The Houston Texans are 6.
Well, I said that.
I told you I've gotten all of them wrong so far.
And the Green Bay Packers are 7th. Can you name, do you remember, can you name the final team?
Cowboys.
That is correct! NFL.com actually has.
Yes, we're still in it.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 9 and the Dallas Cowboys at number 8.
That's
in their
Yes!
ranking.
dude.
Yes.
Kevin,
Here we go.
I didn't.
you're
make,
better. You're better than this.
I didn't make these power rankings.
You're better than this.
You guys all year.
I love it.
You just used
You
a
picked
team.
NFL.com.
Yes.
This is from NFL.com.
We would have chosen something different this
They're the
time.
official rankers of the NFL. It's NFL.com.
That was ridiculous.
They say Baltimore 1, San Francisco 2,
Agree.
Buffalo, Detroit,
Yeah.
Kansas City,
Yeah.
Houston,
Yeah.
Green Bay.
Yeah.
Then at number 8, they make the bold decision not to go with the
Why?
team.
Why?
left
Do they
in the
have a
playoffs.
little excerpt, the little paragraph on the why they put them at 8?
It does.
After Dallas got their butts
No, they
whooped
ran
all
out
over
of
the place.
time. Do you not understand if there was a fifth quarter in football, the
They
Cowboys
would've
would have
lost.
won?
They would
couldn't
have
be
lost.
stopped. With 10:23 left in the game, the Cowboys couldn't be stopped.
It says, before you bite my head off for putting the Bucks below the Cowboys, please.
Already done.
The Bucks demolished a battered Eagles team and absolutely deserved their flowers for it. My point is, if the Cowboys and Bucks magically played in, let's say, Huntsville, Alabama, I'd set the line at Cowboys minus 4.5.
Can't believe you.
I didn't make this list.
Feels like you made the list. You set that up for failure the
You
whole
tell
time.
me a team that would beat the
I don't
Cowboys
dispute
right
that
now
part.
if the game was 75 minutes.
The Green
It's
Bay
not!
Packers.
It's not!
Green
And the
Bay
Cowboys
Packers.
aren't in the damn playoffs anymore! There's only 8 teams! The Cowboys aren't one of them! You can't throw this list out there and then say if.
Now I know that the Cowboys are on this list. I'm listing them at number 4.
Yeah, now same thing. Now that I know,
You know
that's
why?
an if available, I'm putting them
Because
at
future
1.
Hall of Famers number 4, Dak Prescott.
1.
If you just had the 90s Cowboys, Dak would have 4 championships.
He would
Troy
not.
destroyed us in 94.
He would
And
not.
Dak would have 4, and Romo would have probably 5.
All right. Corey, I can tell you're upset. So I'm going to give you an option on this.
I think this is a great list.
Would you like to talk about baseball cards or go into the power rankings of the quarterbacks? I'm going to give you the option.
Dak's number 1.
No,
Dak's
he's
number 1.
He's number 4.
Cooper Rush is 2, and Trey Lance is 3.
This is from a different site.
If
This
Trey
is from a
Lance had an
different
opportunity
site.
to play football, he'd probably be the 3rd best quarterback out there.
This is from a different place.
Who'd have ever thought we,
Yahoo.
honest to God, would have had a better chance to win the game if Cooper Rush would have started it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Or if
I
the
don't
defense had
know
shown up.
about
You tell me
that.
if we're down 27-0 if Cooper Rush starts that game.
Let's do baseball cards. 'Cause I don't
Yeah,
I don't
baseball
trust your list
cards.
anymore.
Okay, even though this one for the future reference is from a different site. All right. Baseball cards. I think that this is super, super cool. MJ Melendez. Have you seen the World Baseball Classic cards?
I have.
Are they
Okay.
cool?
From Topps Chrome?
Yes. So
Are they made of gold?
They're made of chrome.
no, but there's 2 one-of-one MJ Melendez cards that he posted about. One of them's got the World Baseball Classic logo as the patch in the card that he autographed. The other one's got the World Baseball Classic logo in a baseball that he autographed on the cards. He put out a post on social media that says, whoever pulls these cards whenever they come out, I will personally fly you out to a game and make you a trade for that card. Think about, you always talk about, Corey, the story. Like, think about,
That's
hey,
awesome.
I ended up at this game courtesy of MJ Melendez, who flew me out there just so he could get his card back.
Dude, this
That's pretty awesome.
Ronald Acuna country debut card looks awesome. That story's really cool. Would you rather go fly out there and give up the card?
Yeah.
Kevin, or have it in your collection in one of those floating slab things. And then every time people come over, you're like, I wouldn't give the card to that guy.
And I'm just saying,
I'm the guy that wouldn't.
I don't know the deal monetarily. I would just say he autographs these. He loves, I know.
Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani's in there.
God.
He loves the collectible aspect, and he thought these cards were so cool when he signed them. He posted a picture saying, if you pull this card, I will fly you out to a game. I'm sure set you up with awesome tickets. And
Well, probably you're going to fly Southwest and get the C ticket.
I don't think that would be the case. So I thought that was super cool, and I would definitely make that trade.
Let me ask you real quick. Jose Altuve puts the same thing out. You open up that box of cards, and now Jose Altuve wants to fly you down to Houston for a 5-star experience and meet Jose Altuve and give him the card, and he's going to give you a bat. You know, he's definitely going to give you an autographed bat. JP Melendez is too. Like, he's going to give you some really cool things.
MJ, yeah.
Oh, sorry. What did I say?
Don't worry about it.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm lighting it on fire.
The card?
Yeah, I'll personally drive down to Houston.
I'll tell you what.
I'll drive to Houston.
You would be the hero.
Light it on fire.
You would be the hero of all Texas Ranger fans.
Absolutely.
If you did that. All right, what other player would you do that to? Well, like Yordan Alvarez. He doesn't seem like a bad guy.
Bregman,
you'd burn.
Yeah,
it.
I kind of like Yordan.
Justin Verlander, but he says you're obviously going to go to dinner with me and my wife. Bring your wife so she can meet Kate Upton. That's her name, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, like, now I don't know if your wife likes Kate Upton or not, but
I don't know if she cares, but that kind of would be a fun dinner, you know. So I'd probably be all right with that one.
And then you do a 4 butt cheek picture.
Yes, of course. But Justin Verlander also has that really cool story.
I guess that would just be 2 people because we each have 1 butt cheek.
With his best friend, where his best friend said, he was like, hey, I need some money for an ice cream. And he was like, how much do you need? He said, like 30 cents. And he said, okay, but you have to sign this contract that says that you'll give me your first signing bonus when you get to the majors. And he said, okay, deal. And he said he kept it. He kept the contract, but he never took the money.
Brilliant. Now, Tom Brady was also in the news in the last couple of days for card stuffs. They had those commercials with Tom Brady retiring as an all-time Expo great. Is his 1-of-1 Superfractor card sold for $158,000. So his autograph, they ended up grading it. I think it's a PSA 9. Is 1-of-1 out of the Bowman draft product, $158,000.
Good night.
That's why I just don't want you setting cards on fire.
Wasn't there a bounty on it for more than that, or am I crazy?
I think that might be one that he personalized.
So you're saying don't set the Altuve card on fire, is what you're saying?
Yeah, wait until he flies you out and then tear it in half.
But then he's going to be like, hey, I'm suing you
have to
for
walk
all
back.
Yeah.
Based on what? Where's that contract?
Oh, man, that's a good point. Good
Something
point.
to think about. But yeah, I think he has a personalized one in there where he signed a few of them and he wrote something specifically on there that's worth that.
I think when Josh Young did that was that moment where we were all like, dude, that is really fun and cool.
I think more people are going to do that.
So. Yeah, I do too. I hope so, because it shows their creativity for one. And then, like you said, story that goes along with it.
Who's the linebacker from LSU that didn't work out for us?
Jabril Cox.
Jabril Cox. Remember when we interviewed him?
Yes.
We're asking,
yes.
You signed 5,000 to 10,000 cards your rookie year because they want you to sign all these cards in these sets. And so as long as you're not doing that 5,000 different times, every time you're in a different set, let's say you're in 20 different sets, and there's 20 times you do something unique with one of the cards to make it a unique 1-of-1 type of signature type of thing, or drawing glasses on you or a mustache on you. I think that's amazing.
And then if you missed the news earlier, Pascal Siakam, yes, they are finalizing that trade for him to go to Indiana. And it was Topps World Baseball Classic for people that were asking where those cards came from.
That is a better idea. You light it on fire and then you throw it in a trash can and you say, bang on that, Jose. And then you walk off.
I'd want to meet Jose Altuve. I think he's a great player.
Of course you would. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggy. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking.
Are you? Mike's been in a mood today.
Mike has been a pain in the ass all day today.
I've been
Well, it's
positive
been hilarious on the radio.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's gotten good ratings.
That's not
Your
new.
sacrifice is appreciated,
Jerry's
Heggy.
pumped, man. I've been pumping him up, man. He's a Hall of Famer in his prime with 3 championships, ready to turn this ship around. He's done it before, and he'll do it again.
They were just a 5th quarter away.
Yeah, dude, we had a caller on Monday. They just ran out of time. They figured out Green Bay late in the game. They just didn't have enough time to finish it off.
I am surprised.
In fact,
next year for sure, right?
I'd petition for 5. If I was Stephen Jones, I'd go to the rules committee and say, can we play 5 quarters in the playoffs?
Dude, they would have got the Niners 3 years ago.
Yeah, they ran out. They really did run out
Dak
of time.
slides for a first down at the end of the 4th quarter. We're going to number 5, baby.
Yeah.
Guess what would have happened next?
That was a great decision by him.
We still would have lost. We still would have lost.
I forgot how good of a decision that was Dak made in a pressure situation.
Gavin, what are you doing over there? You're just egging it on.
Vibing, man.
Yeah.
Just vibing with my guy.
Man. You're like, hey, you're almost at the end. You'll be all right. He's going to call me later, and he's going to be like, you know what else Gary does that's great? And I'm going to say, F you and hang up the phone.
When Romo goes in the Hall of Fame here soon,
that is not going to happen.
Dak is going to introduce Romo, and then 10 years later, Romo's going to introduce Dak because those guys would each
For the
have
Hall of Fame of what?
football.
Get out of here.
Do they have better stats than Roger Staubach or not?
He makes a good point.
Those numbers are up there.
Better They would
You
have
can say
had.
it's Jeff Kavanaugh. Everybody knows who you're talking about.
I know, he's my guy. He told me
that?
Romo would have had at least 3, if not 6, if he would have just had Aikman's job at the time.
Based on the counting numbers.
There is no way.
Yeah. He'd have been throwing.
Damn it, Green Bay, we might have had a chance.
Yeah, take that, Merton Hanks and Leroy Butler. You've never seen Romo before.
I don't think I ever got the chance to ask you, what did you think about, if you've already seen it, the Minister of Defense, 30 for 30?
I loved it.
Oh, man, we couldn't do
He
radio.
told the Red Lobster story exactly
Yeah,
how you
well,
told
Brian was
it.
watching this live on air during the holidays. We tried to do radio, but Brian was like, "Oh, look, I might be there. I remember this day. Oh, there's my buddy. There's my friend."
Broadus, the timing of it was amazing. I was watching it with my wife, and I go, ooh, all I know is he seemed like he was won over by the Red Lobster. And then Mike Holmgren pops on there, and he's like, hey, look, there's not a lot to do in Green Bay. We took him to the Red Lobster, and I was like, yes, that's exactly the way Broadus tells that story.
You know what? The thing that saved us there is he wouldn't have visited us unless we sent a private plane to go get him. He wasn't going to visit us. The only way that we got him to visit was we got one of our board of director guys to fire up his jet and go get him, because he wasn't going to get on it didn't matter putting him in first class on Northwest Airlines or whoever at the time.
Where did you think he was going to go? Or where were you guys
Cleveland.
Oh, yeah.
Cleveland. We were really worried about Cleveland. But Mike Reinfeldt, the cap guy, did a hell of a job with the contract. Jimmy Sexton, who's got now, that was one of Jimmy's first clients. Now he's got all these coaches. These coaches that's got extensions. Those are all Jimmy Sexton guys. But Reggie was one of his first clients. And yeah, if we didn't send that plane and have the cheddar biscuits, and $12 million also helped at the time.
Are you guys heartbroken at all about Siakam to Indiana, or do you see the deal and you're like, yeah, we never would have been able to make that happen?
Yeah, we were talking about this in the break room. I was bummed. But yes, exactly. Like, the Mavs didn't have the draft capital to pull this off, so there was no way it was going to happen. But gosh, I have loved Pascal Siakam.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is where the Mavericks are at right now. They're still paying for the Porzingis trade. So until this is kind of over, the Porzingis trade ends, hopefully, I guess, at the end of this season, and then New York gets the first-round pick, then I think the Mavs can get more creative with trades, but you're kind of stuck, I think, with this team until the offseason when you can have more expiring contracts and more draft picks to trade.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that Siakam saying he wouldn't do an extension would scare teams off, and a lower offer could get it done where the Mavs could be competitive. But yeah, I think it really stinks. You know, I wouldn't trade Lively for this opportunity, but this is a unique opportunity that has passed you by in a window of time where you need to make something happen before Kyrie Irving gets old, because right now he's back to playing like a top 10 player, maybe top 5 some nights, and you need to capitalize as quickly as possible.
Now, I thought this was interesting. I think it was yesterday that John Harbaugh had said that Mark Andrews took a really big step towards returning. The pressure is already going to be on Baltimore and Lamar Jackson. How big of a deal would it be if they could get Mark Andrews back in the fold, though?
No, absolutely. You know, that he is such a weapon. He's a mismatched player too.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean that's a difficult cover right there. And so anytime you can add weapons like that, how effective will he be, you know, throughout a game? Man, he's a tough guy. He'll fight through a lot, but having him back would be huge for the Ravens.
When I asked all the football questions, Zach, I asked,
What do you got?
Dak is taking all the heat in the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, nobody trusts him. If you watch national shows or anything, they're crushing him.
Of course they are.
Will Lamar Jackson be crushed as much, not as much, or more if he loses to the Texans?
Not as much, but he should be.
I think it's going to be more.
I disagree. I think that he will be. I think he'll be crushed more.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
man.
the expectations are he is your MVP.
You
right
guys
now.
underestimate how much they love to attack Cowboys quarterbacks. They just love it. I mean, Lamar. Who's talked about Lamar Jackson's playoff failures leading into any of this? Has it been mentioned? Have you guys heard it at all?
Oh, I
don't know.
No, I think it has.
I mean, I think it'll be discussed.
But-
you have to.
but
That it's
no,
a disappointment, but it won't be on anywhere the same level as what Dak gets.
No, well, this guy is your MVP. I mean, I listened to the midday show.
He'd
They
be
tell
a
me that-
two-time MVP.
They tell me these guys tell me that he's the MVP. I believe
done.
him. I think they're right about that.
I think so too.
And all of a sudden, if your MVP gets now his career record is what? He's only won 2 games, right?
I believe Lamar Jackson is
He's won one
3
game.
in the playoffs.
1-3. Okay,
Yeah.
now he's 1-4. Yeah, he deserves every bit of scrutiny that Dak Prescott gets.
Let me add this question then too, because John Harbaugh, I know he has the Super Bowl, but he's 2-5 since the Super Bowl in the playoffs, and has missed the playoffs 5 times.
Yeah.
So, like, does he get that harsh criticism that McCarthy's getting as well? Along with his quarterback,
absolutely should, absolutely should. You know, and that's the thing about this. You know, and Zach's right about how people focus on the Cowboys, but yeah, there's others in this league that are having just as many playoff struggles as you are. You know, and he absolutely a great coach. I mean, great coach, but yeah, he's had some playoff failures.
Corey, would you just swap him out for his brother?
Jim,
That would be weird.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
That would be awesome.
That'd be crazy.
That'd be
You know,
interesting.
it's funny. We brought John into the league when we're in Philly. Like John,
Really?
yeah. We were Mike and I, Lombardi. We were sitting there, and he was our special teams coach for Ray Rhodes, and he was in Indiana at the time, and they were like thinking that we were bringing him in just to make him one of those jobs where he's getting coffee for everybody.
Sure.
And Mike's like, no, he's going to be a real coach. He's going to coach special teams and all that. So yeah, I mean, he's always, him and his brother have always been those types of guys that you knew. Well, their dad too was a really good coach as well. It's all about football with that family.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking.
Yes.
It is a double guest Wednesday as we'll welcome Baldy onto the show at 4 o'clock and Jorge Sedano talking Mavs Lakers live from LA at 3 o'clock.
Ooh, all right. Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. You know what to do. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
Here we go.
Shut up, Mike.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Always uncomfortable when somebody ripped one in the room and nobody is claiming it, but that's the situation we find ourselves under right now.
It's crazy, dude. Because that smells horrific. We got a phantom farter one.
Yeah.
But you guys know I'll claim anything.
Yeah. I mean, I'm forgetful. I guess it could have been me.
Could have slipped out. This might have been a KMC situation.
You know?
You think it was a linger?
Might have been. I mean, it
a
hit.
walk off.
It hit seconds before the microphones turned on, though. It'd be a delayed reaction.
Oh, you know? That Glade spray came in clutch right there, though. That was nice with the Febreze or whatever it was. Okay, we're going to talk about updates on Cowboys stories here coming up in just a couple of minutes. A really interesting show is coming up here over the next 5 hours.
What you think?
I think we're getting clarity on what's going on here with the Cowboys, but I do want to get to this story. Amazon's done a deal with Diamond Sports, which owns Bally, and I think this is great news. I think it's going to end up getting Bally on Amazon, so it's going to be another way that you can watch it. But basically, Diamond that owns Bally went tease up. That's the old bankruptcy, so they're getting bailed out here by Amazon. That's giving them some cash to keep them on their feet and keep these agreements in place. Amazon's win is they're getting to put the games on their platform. So this will be cool. Customers will be able to access their local team's content on Prime Video channels where Diamond has rights. Pricing and availability will be announced at a later date. Regional sports content will also remain available on cable and satellite providers. So however you've been getting Bally works. If you have Amazon, that is now your conduit into Rangers, into Stars. No, not into Stars, just Rangers.
Yeah.
No, and Stars?
Stars and Mavs
should be
Stars,
available
Mavs,
as well.
Yeah, all three.
Oh, dude, this is great.
This is a win. This is a big win. For those of you that are struggling with Bally, I know the three of us aren't, but this is a big win.
They took my money last year, though, so I was trying to help.
Yeah, you really got hosed by that Bally app.
Oh, God.
It was your bad doing the annual. Should have done the monthly payments.
How much did that end up being?
About a couple $100.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I might as well just giving it to you guys and says, here, go have fun.
What a bunch of crooks. They took your money. They were just taking baseball games last year and running them without paying them because they wanted to try to get money. But the good news is, in the end, fans win. And most people have the Amazon Prime because you're already paying for the mailing service because you want your gear in 2 days. So you're paying for that. And if you're paying for that, you get the Prime Video, right? I'm not mistaken on that. Yeah. So we're good to go now, sports fans. Okay, and then we have, before we get to Cowboys, the other story is the Pacers trading for Siakam. They're going to have to go for it at some point. I hope there is a player as good as Siakam coming down the pike for an opportunity to acquire in the next, probably 12 months. They got to do it this summer or at the deadline next year. And I anticipate it's going to be glorious. I am predicting Mavs championship in the next 5 years, guys. You buying or selling?
You're calling a Mavericks championship in the next 5 years?
Yeah.
I think I could get on board with that.
I'll put a bet payoff on the line here for 2029.
How about that?
Put on the calendar.
You have to catch me at the lake.
Put that in the archiver.
Yeah.
Circle back.
I'm in. I'm with you on that. Within the next
I'll
5
drive
years.
You're not going to quit working, Brian.
This is
a myth.
As soon as
I'm going to retire.
School.
As soon as Bennett's, right.
As soon as Bennett gets out of school.
You'll be that dude that retires for like 4 weeks.
You saw me try to accelerate his college education yesterday. Fast forward.
I know.
Yeah, I fast forward.
I've seen a lot of things from you over the years, Brian.
Not all good.
I don't think you can walk away from working. Buying or selling that, gentlemen.
I'm going to go ahead and buy that one. Yeah. He's married to the game.
You won't even take a vacation. You desperately need a vacation right now after busting your ass through an entire Cowboy season where people were killing you constantly for your time. They were ridiculing you on Twitter, even though you were giving them gold.
I was trying.
You're dealing with haters right and left.
And Gavin, man, I appreciate everything you're saying right now.
You need a vacation.
You do.
And guess what he's going to do? He's going to work 16 hours a day through the draft.
Yeah, he's going to cram himself into a tiny little closet.
By the way, we had the draft show today, and it was a hell of a lot of fun.
It was a blast.
It was fun. Check it out. After you check out our show, check out the draft show on all the DallasCowboys.com platforms.
903, Gavin, you're smoking crack if you think the Mavs are going to win the championship in the next 5 years. Well, I would say Luka and Kyrie. checkmate. Okay,
I'm digging that.
Plus Lively. It's on.
Yeah.
It is so on because they have the pieces to make some very significant trades. Hardy and Green and all their draft picks, they're going to be able to trade for, I believe, a big wing and a veteran big to play along with Lively that's got more muscle on him, so you can battle with Embiid, if he reaches the finals, and obviously Jokic and Kat on your way to the finals. Maybe Wemby, if they can get their hands on some veteran players and start making a push for it. Anyway, Siakam's going to the Pacers. I think we can close the book on the possibility of a coaching change. David Moore's story, and oftentimes, the story that he's doing, the organization is kind of giving him their viewpoints.
Yeah.
And he writes a story in a way where he's basically reporting their strategy, and then he kind of co-signs on it. He endorses it with some opinions in there.
Yeah.
And I don't want to downplay that at all because it's a tremendous value to the fan base that you have a guy like David Moore who has the trust of the organization. And if you read his stories in times like this, when times are sensitive, the boss isn't doing radio, you're wondering, what are the Cowboys thinking? Usually along comes David Moore with a story like this. And anyway, he wrote a piece last night basically detailing, they went into the playoffs thinking if he goes on a deep run, maybe they do an extension. And it's a long leap from there to he's got to go now. So the Cowboys, whether you like it or not, maybe it's traumatic enough of a loss to you that you're willing to move on from all the coaches. But for them, they're taking a wide-angle view on it and looking at that game as, just a piece of evidence, not the only thing they need. David Moore also said there's no reason to believe Belichick is still a guy who can bring out the best in Dak and the Cowboys right now. So I kind of took that as somebody in the organization is telling that to David Moore, probably a very influential person.
Yeah.
But if you want to hope that down the road things could be different, I love this section of the stories in sort of his wrap-up. He says a strong argument can be made that it's in the Cowboys' best interest to give these two one more year together before moving on. So if you buy into the idea that David Moore is kind of spoon-feeding you organizational philosophy at the beginning part of that, like, yeah, they're probably not moving on from McCarthy or Dak, they're not going to do Belichick, but this thing, I can do one more year as a, hey, rubber's got to hit the road. I would hope the organization would, make sure they have a run game this time. I don't think any quarterback's getting through the playoffs without a reliable run game. So tell them they have one more year and make sure they have a run game. And if they're out in the wild card next year, then you will have absolute clarity. It's time to move on.
I think maybe from a coaching standpoint that makes sense, but I don't believe in the idea that the Cowboys would be willing to just ride out the current Dak contract and just say, okay, we'll let you walk free. They're going to extend this thing
because of the cap hit. Yeah, they can't afford
they're
financially.
They're not going to eat it. They'll do the one, like McCarthy will be the lame duck, but there is no chance it's both of them going into their final years. This isn't going to be the farewell tour, not for both of them. For McCarthy, it absolutely will be. They're not extending him. He will be lame duck. This is your last year, and then that'll be it. But Dak, that's not the case. It will be a redone contract sometime in the next few months, and then boom, he's here for the long term.
You guys believe that as well? Dak, what, another 4 or 5 years at least?
Most likely. That is what I believe. But here's the one little bit of hopium. If you are still out there and you're like, man, I really hope for a coaching change here. And it is the fact that you have Michael Irvin going on multiple platforms. You've got former Cowboys that are basically saying they're done with this. You have to move on. You can't sell the same thing to the fan base. And we do know that Jerry talks and values what Michael Irvin and some of the former players have to say. And Michael's being very outspoken about this. He just went on to Rich Eisen again today and said, I don't know how you can sell that to the fans, that you just run it back and the same thing will happen. And the Parcells stuff we talked about. If Jerry's making a move, and especially if it's for a big fish like a Bill Belichick, and I was talking with CA about this before the show, Jerry's going to try and do this probably in secret. We're not going to know about this. It's probably all of a sudden going to happen. So if he is kind of behind the scenes, maybe interested in a Belichick or a Harbaugh, or you name the coach, why is he necessarily going to come out and we're going to have this reported right now? It might just go ahead and pop up and happen. So there is a very strong likelihood, based on what David Moore's reporting, that you probably do get McCarthy and Dak back. We're going to run this thing back, and maybe McCarthy's bleep canned in a year from now, but you're going to be stuck with Dak Prescott. I agree with what Eric's saying. But maybe, just maybe, he is listening and talking with people that he trusts and confidants, and behind closed doors, he could be trying to make a move happen.
I think the unfortunate thing by this, and it's all going to run back. And now I think you'll have a different,
at least for one more year.
I think you'll have a different defensive coordinator though, and whether the defensive coordinator gets his own gig, or they make a determination. There's your not running it completely back. I'd keep an eye on Wink Martindale with the from the Giants.
This is interesting.
Old Ravens
once again.
one. Yeah, I'd keep an eye on that. But I think the unfortunate thing right now is that you have a shot to go get a guy like a Jim Harbaugh, and you're not going to take it. You're not going to take it, and that's where, to me, I think it sets you up going forward with with Steven and Will, with a coach that is a buttoned up guy, attention to detail guy, brings a certain amount of toughness, knows how to win games, is not going to let take things for chance. Has proven in the NFL, like you mentioned yesterday, that he had some success. This isn't like you're hiring a college guy to try and be a pro coach. You're hiring a guy who's had success at the NFL level at a different era, different time. But, I think is adaptable. That's the thing that hurts me, is that you have that chance to maybe get that guy that could be that difference maker for you, but you're going to continue to ride this one. Yeah. And we'll see what happens this time next year. But I don't think the coaching staff will be the same. I'm hopeful for Dan Quinn. He gets an opportunity to go and coach where he wants to coach. But I'd keep an eye on a defensive coordinator change.
Like the fact that you're even having the conversation, you're like, yeah, maybe we'll just give him one more year. And do you really want to change and have another different offensive scheme that Dak's got to learn? No. If you're having the conversation and you look at all the whales that are out there right now from the coaching ranks, this is a historic time to try and go out there and find a head coach. Who's going to be available next year if you decide to move on from Mike McCarthy? Probably not these guys. So the time's now to strike. There's no point in waiting, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I do feel like Jerry feels like something, needs to get the fan base's attention every offseason. But I think he'll probably approach that in a different way. Like maybe it'll be an attempt to adjust the roster, because I do take your point well that what Michael Irvin is doing and what alumni are saying. Yeah. Like people are fed up, but Jerry also wants his comfort. So he's going to try to keep what's comfortable to him while making that happen for the fan base. That's what I think is going to happen.
Well, he did apologize to the fan base right off the jump.
He did.
And I wonder what did that have an angle somewhere?
Yeah. Okay. What else do we have going on here, G-Bag Nation? We do have a game coming up tonight, Mavs at Lakers. Jorge Sedano, ESPN's going to join us to preview it. That's a national TV game. Lakers 3.5-point favorites. Luka is questionable. Jones and Williams are both probable. Tim Hardaway Jr. is absolutely on fire, averaging 32 points over his last 3 games. I almost want Luka to not play so we can go for a 40 burger on a national TV there for THJ. That would almost be too good to be true if you could get some sort of a value out of him. If some team could delude themselves into thinking we really need a 6-man off the bench, this guy's going to be exactly what we need. Let's give up that first-round pick to the Mavs. Let's do something crazy. And maybe for a playoff team that's picking in the 20s, you could manage to get an asset out of this. I was just looking for a player dump, but as the trade deadline approaching, Tim Hardaway Jr. is heating up, and he's the kind of guy that can stay in his zone for like a month. Now, just don't try to drive the hoop anymore. That looks bad. That's not a good look for Tim Hardaway Jr. at all anymore. But when he has that jumper falling, he's a pretty dang lethal scorer, and that scorer off the bench is one of those profiles that's going to be desirable here coming up to the trade deadline in the middle of February. Okay, we had the Stars getting the dub last night to move to 26-12 and 5 there, 5-1 over the Kings. Skating mighty nice there at the AAC.
Yeah, great win, though. Kings were playing pretty well coming in, so Dallas, you mentioned it, they jumped on them. Some really solid goals, and once again, they're kind of getting their goaltender back. So that's kind of a good thing. They're on a little bit of a good run right now.
They are, and the multiple goal scorers again is a thing for them. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to watch.
Okay, we're gonna have a Dak contract discussion. There is a story out that there is a 3-day window the Cowboys could save $34 million if they release Dak inside this 72-hour window. And we'll discuss that, then get you the G-Bag of the day. It's next right here on 105 through the Fan.
sports with lots of
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Question for the texters out there at 877-881-1053. Leave your name and city you're texting from. How would you approach the Dak Prescott contract situation going into this offseason? Sean and RJ had a good discussion about it this morning. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. There is a story making the rounds again. Wanted to clarify on it. We talked about this story. Was it at the start of the season? Dan Graziano had written about it for ESPN. And the headline appears today in heavy.com. Cowboys have a 3-day window to save $34 million by trading Dak Prescott. And that is a story that is, I believe, going to generate some pretty significant web traffic. You know, that's going to be one that's going to be a hot one out there. So what exactly does this mean? Well, we looked into it, and the bottom line is it would save them $34 million in cash, but it would not save them $34 million of a cap hit. So, you know, that just serves to, you know, even more significantly speak to, you know, how much of a bad idea it would be for the Cowboys. The out is not this year at all. Because, you know, what's $34 million cash if you're losing a quarterback? The only reason I think you would, you know, even entertain an idea like that is if you thought, oh, we're going to free up a lot of cap space here and have an opportunity to go for it with the extra cap space that we're saving. Instead of Dak, we're going to get $40 million to spend on somebody, but that's just not going to happen. Robert Midlothian, why is everyone letting Quinn off the hook for the play against the Packers? I don't think they are. I don't think Brian is at all.
No, not at all.
I mean, he's probably lost his job.
I think
if he doesn't get a head coaching job.
I think so. And, you know, and if you heard earlier, then, you know, I mentioned the name of Wink Martindale and all that. But, I think that Dan Quinn, I believe, needs to hope that he gets a job with one of these NFL teams, that somebody does hire him. Because when you start to talk about changes and, you know, we always say running it back and all that, I don't know if they'll necessarily run that part of it back. So just something to keep an eye on.
I want to see how the Tolos are feeling about this. Tim in Corsicana, I think they need to use Trey Lance as leverage to make him take less to help build the roster if he doesn't want to, then move on. And straight up trade with the Bears for Prescott, for Fields is in there as well. I don't know if Justin Fields is the kind of quarterback prospect Dak Prescott is. I don't know if you'd get too many people agreeing with you on that one there. You take your medicine and move on, says the 682. If you must keep and extend him, you at least get a dog head coach who will put the fear of God in him. Belichick, Harbaugh, McCarthy's too friendly.
I think the head coach actually helped him.
Yeah.
I do. I mean, as a play caller, I think he did. Now, the playoff game didn't show that.
Yeah.
But for the majority,
any game against a good team didn't really show that.
That is fair too.
There was like a 6-week stretch.
That is a fair point.
And we were fooled, all of us, including myself. And then once they went toe-to-toe with good teams or on the road, it was not the case. He was no longer being helped by his coach. He was no longer being helped. So for as bad as Dak is in those games, I think his coach has proven to be just as bad.
Brandon from Atlanta, just let him go. Eat whatever money I have to eat and start over.
See, now that's what if you want to take the massive cap hit, then you're probably not going to be any good. Well, you'll have players.
Well, you've got a quarterback
you'll have
on
players.
Your roster to where this year, like if you took the cap hit, at least you can line up and maybe Trey Lance has something.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think you're in a very similar position as the Packers were this year. Where if you decide you want to go with Trey Lance
and be 9-8
and 9-8, maybe you can be 10-7, get into the playoffs and see what happens. And
maybe you suck to high heaven and you get a top 5 pick.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I mean, either way, to me, it might be a win. I just feel like we can't, as an organization, as a fan base, be held back anymore by the fear of not having a franchise quarterback. I was for many years because I have not had faith that they can actually go and find somebody. They wanted to move up and go get Paxton Lynch. And afterwards, Jerry was kicking himself that he wasn't more aggressive to do it. And Paxton Lynch was a train wreck and was terrible, right? They got lucky with Romo. They got lucky with Dak Prescott. But maybe you can get lucky with Trey Lance.
Yeah, they've already made a deal. He's already been on the roster
on your team.
Yeah, he's on your roster.
469, move on from Prescott. Eat the money, tank on purpose. I think that's an attractive opportunity to me. I feel like the Hall of Fame quarterback is so important, or the All-Pro quarterback, I think I should say, because Dak would probably be Hall of Fame if he wins a Super Bowl. The quarterback who's capable of elevating you is so worth it that I'm playing the draft trying to find him. And when he shows up, I'm committing to that guy. Everybody else I draft in the meantime, I'm going 4 and 5 years and we're back into a new one. Because if you're not that guy, like paying you like you're that guy is the market. You know, you've earned that contract. Somebody else is going to give it to you. I feel like I have a much better chance of taking a budget quarterback out of free agency and drafting another guy and still making the playoffs. You're not elevating us to championship status. I think that's a huge mistake NFL teams are making right now because they're scared of not being able to find the next one that's going to be able to like get them in the playoffs but not elevate them in a way. So, you know, I would love it if the Cowboys would do something different, but I think after 30 plus years, their system of team building is refined. They're in their groove right now. They think they got this thing figured out and things just need to fall their way one of these times into the playoffs. And that's the difficulty is like, you know, having these great ideas and knowing you have an organization that doesn't want to adopt them. You have the owner that is the GM. There's no new ideas coming in here that would make somebody go, oh, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I know the NFL doesn't want us to tank, so we're definitely not tanking, but we're cutting all of our veterans this year, and their dead money's hitting the cap, so there's no way in HE double hockey sticks we can field a competitive team. We're going to win 3 or 4 games max this year, and then we're going to take a shot at drafting a quarterback. And if it happens again the following year, awesome. We'll have another chance at taking a great one. And if we don't have the quarterback already, or maybe we do, we can take the best tackle in football. We can take the best edge in football. I think one of the big problems the Cowboys have made is not being willing to go dumpster diving for talent for a consecutive seasons. That's where you end up with the guys on your team who can be absolute, game changers. And obviously quarterback's the most important position. The Cowboys have just shown a willingness to settle. If you want to be a great organization in football, you have to do it with a great front office that is going to outthink the rest of the league on a regular basis or have a quarterback capable of elevating you like LeBron James elevates basketball teams. And there's only a couple of dudes out there. So if you're not one, it makes total sense to just try to find that savior quarterback again and again and again and again. And the great news is a lot of rookies are coming into the game now able to play. You don't have to wait 3 or 4 years. You've changed the rules of the game. And the quarterbacks have gotten better at preparing to come in and play your game. You don't have to say we're drafting a rookie and we're done for 3 years while we watch him develop. You get to jump right in the thick of things. Even bad rookies that the NFL thought this dude can't play are just good at processing and are accurate. They're not tough at all. You don't have to be tough. You don't even have to be that big. As long as we can protect you and have an organized offense that you can learn. There's so many ways to succeeding as a rookie quarterback in today's game that were just not available in previous generations. And I feel like, you know, at least our front office is stuck in those previous generations with a couple of very important concepts, and that's one of them, you know, because as Brian has said, the Cowboys are one of the few teams that actually could do something bold like that.
They could.
Because the owner and the GM are the same guy.
Yeah.
Other GMs won't do it. They're scared of getting fired for losing the quarterback. But the Cowboys absolutely could commit to that. And if my name was last name Jones, I would say, Dad, this is what we should do. You know, we've made all of the money. We could screw up for probably 15 straight years and still be America's team, right? Like having something expire on you like that takes at least 2 full decades. How about we take 5 years and do this, Dad? Let's try to go for a Hall of Fame quarterback and actually put winning the Super Bowl as our number one thing. And every year, we're going to exhaust all resources to try to build a roster that can do that for us. Yeah. Okay, back to the Cowboys here, coming up in Krusty's Corner in about 10, 15 minutes. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. In the pickup is Lucius.
Yeah! Like Cat Williams said, no, that's Dave Chappelle, excuse me. That's your boy in his bag. Yeah, like Dave Chappelle said, you got to be humble enough to know when you're living your dreams or someone else's. And Cat Williams said you got to be in tune with your star player. With that being said, our star player so far for G Back of the Day is Jobu Sports Report. They were watching the Cowboys game in someone's man cave. Right when Dak threw that pick six, they knew the game was over.
Run Paulo here, because we've been throwing the ball a lot.
Oh, Dak! No! It's over! This game is over! Cut it off, it's over! Congratulations, Green Bay! Congratulations, Green Bay! Congratulations, Green Bay!
I said run the ball.
Congratulations, Green Bay! Dak Prescott, you need to be fired today! That was on you, Dak! That was on you, Dak! That was on you, Dak!
I said run the ball.
That was on Dak Prescott! Trying to defend the CeeDee Lamb! Trying to defend the CeeDee Lamb! You trying to defend the CeeDee Lamb!
My man's blood pressure going crazy.
Way crazy.
Jeez.
I
It was
understand
shocking.
I understand it. I understand it, though. All right, number 2 right here in our G Bag of the Day bag is a reporter that asked Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles about how to prepare his team to play in that Detroit weather up there in Detroit. Detroit, what up, though? Pontiacs and all that good stuff y'all got going on. It's Detroit. Here it goes.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to talk to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome.
Oh.
I don't. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
He didn't have to do that 20 seconds getting off the bus part. He didn't have to do that. He could have went to the next person right there. 20 seconds getting off the bus. You weren't being petty there, Todd Bowles. I seen that pettiness oozing off of you, fam.
That was a want to get away for that reporter.
He could have let her off easy, though. He should have.
See what else I got for you.
That's unfortunate, though. You know
what did you have?
The way he reacted, or
No,
what?
it's just her. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, she needs to
I
be better at her
I feel
job.
bad for her there.
I don't.
I do.
A lot of people are assuming that she's like the news reporter that's getting thrown into the sports line of fire
They
on a
asked
random
her
week.
to ask go cover the team.
Yeah, but like for me, I would never, if I was a news person getting thrown into the sports, I'm not asking questions here.
Yeah.
Sit
Like
there. Yeah.
maybe did she know that she didn't have to ask a question being in this room? Because there's no way that I would put myself out there. Like if you throw me in a political thing right now and I got to ask a question, I'm gonna sound like a dumbass.
It's amazing the defenses people will come to. All it is do some research, prepare for your job. Notice, this is a dome. They're not playing outdoors. If that was your question, it's not hard.
Or try less hard and go in there knowing you're not going to ask a question. You do
don't
no
ask
research and you're just there.
That's my approach.
Yeah.
That was me on
Look where it got us, baby.
That was me
Let's
on
go.
those Rick Carlisle Zooms. I just kind of sat there and watched.
So Rick called you out?
Yeah, called me out.
Let's see what else I got for you boys. Let's go to Nova Scotia again.
Oh.
Nova Scotia.
One was Manitoba. This one is Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia, y'all.
Don't you know?
High school announcer scared of the puck. This has happened during hockey.
Hell yes. Let's go.
Yeah. By the way, I can tell you who's going to win by the amount of requests that's been sent to me.
Okay.
This video's been sent to me in every platform I've ever owned. I think I got it sent to me on MySpace somewhere. I was like, damn.
The rush. Pulls it back there, and now Murphy. Murphy throws the pass across. And that puck's going to go out of play here, and that's going to do it for that sequence right there. 9:25 left. I apologize if I just damaged your eardrums there. It went right over the mesh, right over my head. So, oh my God, I apologize for that. I'm sorry. Everyone's few people look at me. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Fine. Fine.
Oh my God, I apologize for that one right there, and for saying, "Oh my God," I shouldn't be saying that. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just trying to catch my breath here. Okay. All right. As we're back to this thing, rush here with it.
We're back to this thing.
I imagine that's our guy Rowdy's like Canadian cousin.
Yes.
You know. Freaked out. The puck's flying at you.
Yeah, that little sound there is his life flashing before his eyes.
Pretty much,
It'll freak you out. I get it. That puck is scary, especially if you can spot it.
There's those hockey announcers now that are between the glass, between the benches and stuff, and they're getting hit with the pucks now, and they just keep on broadcasting. You know, like the puck flies into the bench area, and those dudes.
Oh yeah, the old players.
They get
take one to the jawbone and like, I love
they're
it.
They're like,
I missed the game.
Oh, look out, Surge! Look out!
I missed the taste of blood in my mouth.
He took one right off the side of the head and keeps talking about odd man rush. You know?
Different breeds, bro.
Different breed. Yeah.
Yeah, they played with no helmets for years.
Yeah,
Crazy.
for years.
Most of them were teethless. That's just wild.
Yeah,
Just
still
playing your
teethless.
sport and the puck just flies at your face, knocks your teeth out.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't want a helmet. I'm a real man.
Lay out and block a puck. Yeah, okay.
Men will do anything to prove they're not a P word. I'm not a P word either, man. Yeah, no helmet for me either.
Pusillanimous, by the way, is the P word we're referring to.
Yeah.
That's right.
Pusillanimous.
Anonymous.
Because I would never degrade that other P word. Des Bryant had a message for Gilly.
Uh-oh.
I was going to play this yesterday. This is not really one, but I just, this is Des Bryant. He's in this city. He's dunking on Gilly and the Eagles, so I might as well play it.
What the is this? The is this, Gilly? So you're gonna take your ass in that locker room and boys up mentally. That's what you done did. Now I'm gonna tell you like this too. I ain't ever bet my money on your trash ass Eagles again. This is the second time they done me out of some money up my parlay. And DJ, texting me talking about the Cowboys. What's up with these trash ass Eagles? I ain't heard nothing from you. You ain't in my DMs no more.
Yeah.
You ain't in my text thread no more. What's up? Where you at? Yeah. These sorry ass off my TV, man.
Des Bryant dunking on the Eagles. Our champ, Joe Boo Sports Report live on the Cowboys. He told him to run the ball. How to prepare your team to go to Detroit and play in that weather with the Todd Bowles. And Nova Scotia hockey announcer.
Wow.
Rowdy C's Canadian cousin. That's my vote, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, it's got to be.
2 for hockey, Lucius. What do you say?
Joe Boo Sports. Dak through that INT.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'll go with the hockey announcer.
3-1.
I'm going to vote for Des Bryant.
3-1, don't you know?
Kiss ass.
For the second time this
That was
year.
a good one, though.
A hockey announcer and his faux pas, his bloopers, winning G-Bag of the day. Or maybe not his bloopers. It could have been his best work of the night, actually, taking a listen to that, air checking it. Where are we going next in the corner, Brian?
Yeah, I always got some Cowboy questions for my guys. We'll do those next.
Coming up Thursday morning on...
Go to TexasRangers.com.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, so why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
All righty, thank you, Lucius. Jorge Sedano, ESPN basketball coming up at 3 o'clock. He'll be reporting live from Mavs Lakers tonight in Los Angeles. We'll talk NBA with Jorge coming up in about 15 minutes. Here's Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hearing some news or hearing some whispers that Mike McCarthy, Jerry Jones, and Stephen Jones will be meeting tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So I think they've got everything lined up for they finished all their player evaluations as far as getting the players off into the off season. Maybe Mike had a chance to meet with the coaches a little bit and talk about that, kind of clean up some things there. But I am hearing that they're going to meet tomorrow. So we'll see what happens to that. I think this, like I said, this is going to be I think this is going to be Mike McCarthy trying to explain to Jerry Jones what his plan is going forward. I think Jerry's going to have some questions about, what happened in the playoffs and what happened during the season, why you had some losses like you're talking about, Chief, some of the better teams in the league. What do we need to do different? I think Mike's going to have that opportunity to present his side of the case, but
which assistant coach is to blame this time?
Yeah, I think we are going to see some changes there. I really, really do. So, and speaking of that, Chief, I'll start with you on this one. How did it all fall apart for Dan Quinn?
That's a good question.
See, that thing was riding such a momentum train to the point where we were even talking about if it meant keeping him or Mike McCarthy, you would sacrifice Mike McCarthy, or you were worried about him going and taking another job. I get the vibe that the fan base is ready to move on from Mike McCarthy, or excuse me, from Dan Quinn. So, But how did it all fall apart for him?
Well, I mean, the other day it looked like a defense that was just, they were lost. It looked like they were unprepared, and it looked like you were putting guys like one of the things that Dan Quinn has done so well at over the course of his tenure here is it felt like he put guys in positions to succeed. When you're dropping Micah Parsons into coverage on 3rd and 9, I don't think you're doing that. When you're putting Jaron Kearse, who is a box player, as your center fielder free safety at times, I don't think you're doing that. And it just felt like when guys are running that wide open, that tells me that your defense didn't know what they were doing. Like the Packers, it felt like defensively knew exactly what you wanted to do.
Right.
And they were at the spots that you were throwing to before your receiver was. And it couldn't have been more opposite for your defense. So, and then it felt like he just never adjusted. Like, okay, I get it. You have the way the team is built, and due to the injuries with Overshone and Van Der Esch, your linebackers, and all right, you got to run small, but where are you really adjusting anything? Where are you showing different fronts? Like, I love Todd Bowles saying, yeah, we played the Eagles earlier in the season. They ran all over us.
They did.
So what did they do? They switched it up, and going into the playoff game the other night, the Buccaneers decided they were going to have an extra man on their line of scrimmage. Threw off the Eagles.
Yeah.
And guess what? Eagles couldn't do bleep.
Yeah.
I don't see any adjustments, Dan Quinn.
How about you there, Wooly Bully?
I think
what went wrong for Dan Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, what's gone wrong for him is against motion offenses and against the LaFleurs, the Shanahans, the McVays, those type of teams. He does not have an answer, and he hasn't, and that's not something that's new. Now, Sunday was horrific, and that was ultimately what is going to cost him. Who knows? I mean, I still think he gets a head coaching job because I still think, by and large, the turnovers and a lot of the things that he's done here has been very, very good. But I think that type of offense, that type of system, and some of the stuff when you go back and watch it, I think Matt LaFleur had a great game plan for offensively. And other than that is just an inability to adapt and adjust and personnel. And maybe he needs to rethink some things when it comes to, being all about speed. We talked about that a little bit earlier with the draft show. Dan Quinn does want speed. Rod Marinelli too. I want D quarterback. In today's NFL, maybe that's not necessarily the way to do it, especially against some of the better teams. So I think big picture, it definitely is an inability to be able to adjust to these motion type of offenses that you're seeing from the McVay and Shanahan coaching trees.
And I will add in there, like his defense, it is dependent on getting turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, turnovers are good and everybody wants them, but can you win without getting them? Because the turnovers we know are a little bit random. You got to get a little bit lucky. And if this Cowboys defense wasn't forcing turnovers, they were usually getting crushed.
Yeah. I think Overshone and Leighton Vander Esch, I agree with everything that the Nosebleed brothers had to say there. I think injuries magnified a major problem in team building. I was listening to Chiefs pregame, I think it was, and Mahomes was talking about how awesome it was to work against his linebackers.
Sure.
He's like, man, these guys can guard and hit. I thought it was interesting he used the word guard like it was basketball, but he meant cover. And he was right. So the Cowboys are always looking for some place they can skimp. They've chosen to do it with this group at linebacker.
Yeah.
I think it really cost them against these kinds of teams.
Okay, I was going to ask you, one of my questions was, Gavin, was going short at linebacker this front office's biggest mistake this year?
Well, I mean, if you want to try to team build in the way they do without going all in, if you want to choose a position you're not going to pay, I agree. Do linebacker and also running back. But I think the Tony Pollard mistake is probably bigger than what they did at linebacker. I mean, they brought in a lot of young guys. They just haven't got one to hit, and Leighton got hurt again.
How about you, Chief?
Yeah, that's right up there. But I was going to go. Anytime you're giving $10 million to a running back off an injury, that's going to be the worst decision you made.
Yeah, ultimately, like you thought you had 3 good ones coming out of camp. We thought Damone Clark would be good. They thought Damone Clark would be good. He wasn't. That hurt them. LV got hurt. Overshown got hurt. So I think they were thinking, we've got 3 linebackers that are good. We can line up. We can go play. That's not a position that we're going to have to worry about. Evidently, it was one of your Achilles' heels.
Yeah, I think that was, to me, you mentioned about the running back paying it $10 million. That absolutely was a mistake. But I think that I thought they relied so much on that big nickel that they play. We were talking about again today on the draft show of how much Dan Quinn likes to play with that safety down and be able to play in coverage and all that. I think I think that Dan convinced him that we could play this way. We don't have to have all these linebackers. So I think that was a fundamental mistake on their part. They had some success, and he tried to carry it maybe a step further than probably what it needed to be. And then all of a sudden, when you didn't have the linebackers available, then it became very clear that you can't play defense that way.
Yeah.
Or you can't have success playing defense that way.
Well, and when you do that and you sacrifice some of your run defense, okay, you better be dominant in the pass defense category, and that is not the case. You have undersized linebackers. Marquise Bell was pretty good in coverage this year for sure, but Damone Clark was not. And on Sunday, your entire pass defense was terrible.
Yeah.
It's like you're sacrificing the run game with your personnel. Okay, are you making up for it with your pass defense? The answer was hell no.
Okay. How about this one, Wooly Bully? Was communication the biggest problem for this defense, or with the lack of size?
I think it was the lack of size for the most part. I mean, I think that's a big reason why you got run on. Teams were looking at, okay, I've got a small linebacker here in Marquise Bell. Let me go ahead and attack that. In the middle, you had Mozzie and Hankins, but, I mean, Osa, not huge. Micah Parsons playing edge, not huge, right? Strong as hell, but he's a little bit undersized. So outside of Tank at your end position, I mean, Fowler, also another one of those guys. So I think the size was a massive problem. I think that you saw communication at times probably an issue, but I'd take size over the communication.
Gavin?
Size. Yeah, usually the answer in sports.
See, I think it's the communication. I see undersized linebackers in Baltimore, but they know what they're doing. I think you have guys running wide open against you versus the Packers because no one knows what to do. It's not because you're too small. And your linebackers were small, yes, but they also didn't know where the ball was going.
Right.
It's like they had no idea where they were going. It's not like, oh, I know everything, but this lineman's on me and I can't do anything about it. You're lost. Ball's going right. Damone Clark, you're going left, bro. And you got guys running wide open. And there's some times where Green Bay's about to snap the ball, and you got guys on the defensive line looking at each other like, wait, where are we supposed to be? What are you doing here? You're almost getting caught with 12 men on the field.
Yeah, communication was a problem, I think. And my final one real quick, guys. Did Jalen Tolbert bounce back for you this year?
Yeah, he did. And that makes it an absolute lock. You move on from Gallup because he can give you the 400 yards that Gallup did.
He didn't bounce back in a way that meets the expectation of where you drafted him. Okay. So he bounced back from being completely useless last year, but he didn't bounce back in a way that gives me confidence that I want you to be a guy I'm consistently throwing the ball to.
Yeah, I think he did. I mean, people wrote him off, and I think he had some good moments for you this year to where you feel like he can be a third or fourth wide receiver next year.
Gentlemen, appreciate that. Thank you.
You got it. There he goes. Brian brought us Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Jorge Sedano, ESPN, is going to talk Mavs Lakers with us next in the Nation.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. There has been some breaking NBA news over the last hour and 15 minutes. We'll talk about that and more with our next guest here from ESPN, which will be broadcasting Lakers and Mavs tonight in Los Angeles. It's George Sedano here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, we're doing great. We're just discussing the Siakam trade here to the Pacers. How big of a trade is this? Is it a missed opportunity for the Mavericks?
Listen, he's a great player. I don't think there's any question about that. He's probably what a lot of teams could use. You know, a lot of teams could use a guy who's 6'9" or so, can shoot the ball at a decent clip, and certainly can get to the basket and is an elite defender. So I would say the Mavericks and a number of teams probably missed out. But listen, I think the Mavericks, while anyone could use a Pascal Siakam, I'd like to see what this group looks like first when they can get Maxi Kleber a good sample of games. Because I think that he's kind of the most underrated player that you guys have, particularly when it comes to defense. And I like the combination of him and Lively on the floor together. So I'd like to see what that looks like for a minute before they make a move and I say, you know, make these sweeping generalizations as to whether they missed out or not. If I had to guess, I think all they need is a couple of tweaks, to be frank with you. I'd love to see Dorian Finney-Smith back with the Mavericks, to be honest.
And what's this trade market shaping up to look like here as this one maybe touches off some others over the next 3-4 weeks?
I think there's going to be a lot of moves. Now, I don't know how many seismic moves we'll have. I don't know if Siakam will be the top of the food chain when it comes to that. There's always some surprises here and there. But the reality is, with the NBA, it's rare now over the last couple of years that you get these kind of Siakam-type moves early. Usually you'll get some smaller ones, and maybe you'll get something closer to the deadline, because really the play-in has kept so many more teams in the fray, basically. So with that said, I think we'll have some movement, but it'll probably be closer to that February deadline.
I'm really excited, though, about what is possible over the next 3 or 4 years. I might have overdone it in the opening segment, George, but I said I believe the Mavs are going to win a championship in the next 5 years just because of how good Kyrie's playing right now with Luka.
When he came to Dallas, I know that it didn't look good at the beginning, and I kind of looked like an idiot because I was on television saying that I really loved the pairing. And the reason I loved the pairing was, at least offensively, Luka is the closest thing we have to LeBron in regards to the style that he plays. Now, granted, Luka's not as athletic as LeBron was, or maybe even is still at this point. But I'm talking about just how you can't speed him up, how he's just like a bull out there, and he can do everything on the basketball floor. Like, he's a virtuoso out there. So because Kyrie had some familiarity playing with LeBron, I thought that he would have a lot of success with Luka, and we've seen that. And I think the Mavs did a much better job this past offseason. I thought Nico did a good job of putting better pieces around them, more 3-and-D type players. Adding Lively has been a fantastic move for them. I love that young man personally. I got to meet him at Summer League. I don't know if you guys have actually gotten a chance to chit-chat with him, but what a young man. I mean, he is, forget about what he is on the floor because he's going to be great there, but just an incredible young man. So I love the moves that they made. I just still think, like a lot of teams, they're going to need to tinker a little more because the West, man, it's going to be a heavyweight fight down the stretch to see who comes out of there.
I'd like to dive more into that Derek Lively discussion with you because we got to have him on the show after he got drafted. For a 19-year-old, my goodness, he was very, very impressive. But when you look at the best rookies in the NBA, everybody stops and talks about Wemby. Derek Lively's been a revelation for the Mavericks.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. I think that, he gives Luka that vertical spacer that you need. I also think that the pairing with him and Kleba unlocks him a little more defensively because, God, at 19 years old, he's only going to be so good in regards to the natural instincts you need to have to play defense at that level in that league with all the greatest players in the world. But I think that he's got the skill set. I don't think there's any question. I think it's just a matter of repetition and really just getting through the motions and having those opportunities to be coached and learning from his mistakes. But having a guy like Maxey out there, and again, I think that Maxey, because he's, as I mentioned earlier, kind of that underrated defender, and the Mavs, I'm trying to remember, it was the year they went to the Western Conference Finals and they lost to the Warriors. I was doing that series on ESPN Radio, and the stats we had, I don't remember them off the top of my head, but basically when Maxey was on the floor, their defense was off the charts. Like, it was insane. So I feel like the combination of those two will be helpful. And, if you want to play smaller and Derek is off the floor, I would love, like, an addition, as I mentioned earlier, of bringing back, like, DFS or someone like that could play like a small ball 4, and then you have Maxey at the center. It just gives Jason Kidd a lot more options. But I do love Lively. As you mentioned, you guys got a chance to chat with him. He's, an incredible young man, and I think the sky's the limit for him as far as being an impact player in this league.
You mentioned Finney Smith. I see different names getting thrown out that the Mavs might be interested in, including Andrew Wiggins, P.J. Washington. Would you go Dodo, Dorian Finney-Smith being the top of the list of those three guys?
Only because of familiarity, right? And I think he knows and understands his role. P.J. Washington's a good player. He's been playing in for the most part, a losing situation for a long time. And I wonder about guys like that. Not because I don't think that they're necessarily capable of being thrusted into a winning situation over time and finding their footing. I just think it's tough when you're going from a losing situation for multiple years to being thrusted into a team that has championship aspirations and having to play a role, We saw that with Christian Wood with you guys, right? That thing was a mess. It felt like. Now, I think PJ is a better player than Christian Wood, so I'm not trying to compare them as players. But that's the kind of point that I'm trying to make. And with Andrew, I mean, they're going to owe him a lot of money, and you're going to be paying him like a third star. He was capable of doing that for the Warriors the year they won the championship. I just feel like with Andrew, the more I talk to people around the league, there's always been this sense of he's incredibly talented, but does he put in the work in regards to just year-round to doing what he needs to do to maintaining the level he needs to maintain? He was able to kind of shake off some of that when he won the championship with the Warriors and was arguably their second-best player behind Curry. But there's been some slippage. And here's the other thing. I think he's either 28 or 29 right now, and this is the thing that guys around the league have told me. He's got a lot of mileage on him. And at certain points in your career, you have to know what it takes to be able to keep your body right year-round. You can't just, roll into training camp and get yourself ready to roll because you're just this naturally gifted athlete. So I think he may be getting to that stage, and I don't think that he understands that or grasps it fully, at least based on the conversations that I've had with people. So that scares me a little bit considering the money that he's owed. Whereas a guy like DFS with the familiarity, the contract number, I just think it's a little more palatable.
We're chatting with ESPN NBA reporter George Sedano here as the Mavs visit the Lakers tonight on ESPN. And speaking of those Lakers and Christian Wood, is LeBron just not good enough to drive in like an average roster to the playoffs anymore, or what is the state of the Lakers?
Yeah, I mean, he's 39 years old. You know what I mean? Like, if you told me these guys were the guys he had to roll into the playoffs with, would I take my chances with him when the rotations shorten and guys play heavier minutes? I still feel like he could elevate a team. I mean, heck, they were dreadful last year, and he got them to the Western Conference Finals along with Anthony Davis. But the strange part to everyone this year was they felt like, hey, all right, they're going to have some continuity from year to year because this group that they have now, for the most part, outside of a few guys like Wood or whatnot and Taurean Prince, et cetera, were the guys that went to the Western Conference Finals after they made those trades, and they played really well after making those trades. But there's a little bit of a difference, I think, when you look at that schedule down the stretch. It was a favorable schedule for them in the regular season, and then they got really good matchups for them in the playoffs. And we all know that the adage of styles make fights, and when they got the Warriors and they got Memphis, those were two really beneficial matchups for them. One, because the Grizzlies had nobody to guard LeBron, and with the Warriors, they had nobody to guard Anthony Davis. Then they got up against, Jokic and those guys, and they got mauled, basically. So I think that maybe some of that was a little bit of a flash in the pan, and they're also dealing with a lot of injuries. There's some issues in regards to rotations. I mean, they haven't had any stability in regards to guys being in and out of the lineup or their places in the rotation or the lineup. And it's 40-some-odd games in. So I think that's really been their biggest issue. And I think that's probably a point of frustration for everybody in that particular locker room.
George, are you more surprised by Minnesota or Oklahoma City, the success they've had in the West so far?
Oh, no question it's Minnesota. I knew Oklahoma City was coming. Like, I had them last year, so I called I did play-by-play on ESPN Radio for their play-in game last year against New Orleans, and that was the first time I got to see them up close. Clearly, I'd been watching them. They're this league pass darling everybody was watching last year because you could see the evolution of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and all these guys that they drafted. And now you add Holmgren into the mix. I was like, oh, they're definitely going to take that next step. I felt fairly confident they'd be a top 4 or 5 team in the Western Conference. And look, they have growing pains. We've seen them in LA stumble twice against more veteran teams. I don't think they're necessarily going to come out of the West by any stretch of the imagination. I just think that they're ready to take that next step and be a team that, with the right matchup, could win a first-round series, and who knows beyond that. But Minnesota, there was no way in the world you were going to convince me that Rudy Gobert thing was going to work with Karl Anthony Towns. I watched that thing last year, and I was like, no chance. So I had them earlier in the year. Interestingly enough, it was against San Antonio, so I got to see Wemby up close for the first time. And that was back in early December. And I got a chance to talk to Chris Finch, their head coach, and I said, Rudy's playing great. Like, how is it that you guys have kind of made this thing work? And he really said it was more about the defensive end with him, because if you know how he was used in Utah, he was a guy that basically they funneled everything defensively to him in the middle, and that's why he blocked all these shots, and he's this incredible presence in the middle of the paint. And the thing that people were most critical about when it came to him was, well, in the playoffs, you can just call him up on a switch. If he has to guard on the perimeter, he doesn't know what to do, and he's in trouble, and he gets played off the floor. All things were true, by the way. But what they did was last year they tried to run the Utah scheme, and they just didn't have the personnel to do that. And this year, going into training camp, Chris Finch said to him, hey, man, I know you've been criticized for this stuff about having to switch and guard on the perimeter, but we're going to play a more traditional defense because with your length and athleticism, you should be able to play that. We just have to drill it enough to where it's instinctual to you. And they did. And look, man, to his credit, he's making it work. So I think that's really been the big difference. And then the obvious ascension of the torch being passed to Anthony Edwards, that this is his team now. Karl Anthony Towns is a secondary player on this team. Anthony Edwards is the best player on this squad, and there's no questions to that.
George, did the Phoenix Suns ruin the live animal halftime show for the rest of the league after the dog urinated on the hardwood last night?
Hey, man, dog's going to go dog. That's what I say, okay? That's your fault for having that out there. You knew that was going to be a part of the deal. Listen, it's like when you have those baby races. If one of those diapers falls off, who the hell knows what's going to come out of there? So you have a puppy, you have babies out there, crazy things can happen.
George, I think we lost good contact with your phone right there at the end, but we're due for a break, sir. So thank you so much, and we look forward to your continuing coverage of the NBA.
You guys, thanks for having me.
George, no, you're good. George Sedano, ESPN. Nice enough to join us. I like that Dorian Finney-Smith thing you threw out. I wanted to circle back around there and ask about it until he got hit with EMP, it sounded like. Electromagnetic pulse.
Look, I mean, if you can't get Siakam, I think that, absolutely. Dorian Finney-Smith in a welcome return there. I mean, we saw, I think it was a week ago, they wanted 2 first-round picks. They're not going to get that. That's a pipe dream.
No.
So hopefully nobody else overpays, which I don't think they will. But I'd love to get DFS back. Everybody loved him within the Mavericks locker room.
Yeah, he was, and he was a part of a winning formula. I thought at the time they had too many players that lacked a full skill set, and Dorian Finney-Smith was just one of a group of guys that couldn't dribble and pass well enough. But boy, now that you have Luka and Kyrie together and some other skilled players, a skilled big man and Lively, I can put that 3-and-D guy in the corner and be very happy with it.
Yes, and he's got a much more palatable contract than, say, an Andrew Wiggins.
Yes, sir. Okay, NFL news of the day coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
We got the Kelsey bro talking about his retirement, King Henry, and snow football. That's next.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Bronis and Bobby Bell on Odyssey.
If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Franco for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
All right, the latest we have here, of course, it's going to be Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes. Mahomes' first ever road playoff game, and it does appear we will have more snow in the forecast there in Buffalo. I don't know if it'll be quite as bad, and hopefully there's no postponement of the game, but for game time right now, they are bracing for heavy snow, and there is a warning there in Buffalo. So 1 to 3 feet of accumulations is expected through Thursday.
Get the crews back out.
Yeah, but I'm for
Get the
this.
mafia.
What's the temp?
You know? The temp, I don't have a temperature
28?
as of right now, but I think
Wind chill?
it's going to be bad. So
Humidity?
I'm excited for this right now. I'm thinking we're going to get a beautiful snow game like the NFL wants, and it's going to be the next Brady Manning. It's Mahomes and Allen out there just slinging it around.
I want to go.
UV index.
Can we? Can we make it happen?
I want to go.
Go to
Sounded
the
like George Sedano was broadcasting in a snowstorm there at the end.
he was kind of short-circuiting a little bit.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Or maybe the phone was short-circuiting from all the talking.
That could have been.
Quickly here. Quickly.
George, we love
around
him.
the
We do
room.
love George.
All right, wait a minute. Stop. Guest that talks too much. Guest that doesn't talk enough.
Oh, definitely the too much.
Power rank it there, Dawson, that you just threw out there.
Do I have a backsider for the segment?
No.
'Cause if I do, I'll go ahead and take the short-winded guy, and I'll see you, for the final 5 minutes of the segment. I'll have something planned.
Dawson just threw it out there that he does not.
Depends on what you got in the back pocket, man.
He doesn't like the long-winded guy.
Sandler's too long-winded. Zach Martin, not long enough. Back to you, Wolchuk.
Perfect.
Got a lot to get to this segment, I heard.
Great answer. A lot to get to. We got some
so
good
much
audio.
footballs.
Kidding me?
So much news.
A lot of footballs here. Colts Jim Irsay, did you guys see the news on him?
Top 10 French toast you
Holy
ever wanted to
crap.
eat.
He was found unresponsive at home in December. We're thinking it might have been an overdose
Top
attempt.
10 biscuits and gravy I've ever had in my life.
We have Irsay OD news. This only comes around once every
He
2
was
years,
playing
Brian.
in a band. He probably just blacked out.
We should get Irsay's top 10 opioids.
I would love that, actually. That'd
Man,
be a fun
you're
segment.
so irresponsible right now. Guy went to SMU. Have
Are
a
we
little
being
respect.
irresponsible? I mean, this is
Pony
the
up.
report out here. This is a proven statement.
Pony up.
The report is he was found
Pony belly up.
He was found lying in bed and was cold to the touch. And emergency personnel reached him on December 8th, and they essentially,
So they did a wellness check on his ass, and he was OD'd.
He'd
I
OD'd.
think it was more than just his ass. I think it was his entire body they were worried about.
Yeah, everything.
That's bad.
Fingers and toes, all in one, man.
I
It's
woke
a
up
bad
like that
situation.
this morning.
Well,
you?
just blue, cold.
That blue dolphin got you again?
Blue dolphin got me.
I just hope that nobody else loses their life on the account of that behavior.
No,
Jim
I don't
Irsay
know.
needs to
Something
get it together.
The NFL needs to look into this Jim Irsay
Pull it
stuff.
together, Jim.
Maybe you should get your team taken away from you.
Whoa.
Jason Kelsey.
He's in the upper quartile of owners that most deserve to lose their team.
Yeah.
There, I said it.
He absolutely is. I mean, first it was Dan Snyder.
Who's
now
number
maybe
one
Jim
now?
Irsay.
Who's number one?
I think D-Tep.
Oh, yeah.
The Panthers can't get it right with their owners,
and
man.
he threw a drink on a fan.
He threw the drink.
Well, come on.
How'd you waste a cocktail like
Have
that?
some damn class. And yes, you know how much that would have been for that fan? $20 probably.
Oh, by the way, you were right about that fine for that coach, $50,000.
Oh, he definitely got fined, yeah.
$50,000 for
For Mike Brown?
Mike Brown.
The unprecedented
Yeah,
PowerPoint
yeah,
presentation.
It was beautiful. I loved
in the
it.
post game as to
You
why the
called it.
referees sucked so bad.
You said it, $50,000. That was what it was.
I would love it if we'd open up a new era of film session with coach post game. That would be killer.
It would be fun.
Just need a bigger screen.
It would be.
Yeah. And not only call it the rest, but also call it the players.
Yeah.
You know, like this guy sucked so bad Let on me show this you something play. about this guy just asked
what
about.
were you thinking?
You guys all want to fire me after this game, and I understand, but let's cut this player too.
I didn't call cover 2. What the hell is your problem? What were you doing? The Kelsey Bros podcast came out on time this week. There wasn't any trolling from Travis to Jason that made Jason walk off. But, of course, everyone wants to talk about the retirement. And Jason Kelsey gives us a little insight on that decision, if indeed it is official just yet.
Nick kind of gave me an opportunity to talk. I didn't announce what I was doing on purpose, despite, I guess, what's been leaked to the media. I just don't think you're in a position after a game like that to really make that decision. I just don't. There's too much emotion in the moment to really fully grasp that decision. I'm not trying to be dramatic and continue to draw this thing out. I'm really not. It's just something that I think, when it's time to officially announce, what's happening in the future, it'll be done in a way that's, definitive and pays respect to a lot of people and individuals that have meant a lot to me and has led to the career I've had. I don't think that it would be respectful or even accurate to be able to do that right after a game like that.
Yeah.
But I did address the team and pretty much said the same thing that I just said to you, which is, I got belief in every single one of you guys, cherish the moment you have in this league. A lot of guys like, if that is your last game, I feel sorry for you. And I'm like, don't feel sorry for me, motherfucker.
Emotional?
You crying again?
He's getting emotional.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Well, his brother's not helping very much there. How about take over?
He's got to go see a therapist, dude. He walked off the podcast last week.
Yeah.
He walks off the field retiring. 48 hours later, he's like, maybe I'm not retiring, and is reduced to tears.
He's retiring.
Get a hold of yourself.
He's the Hamlet center.
He's
to be or not to
Get a
be.
hold of yourself.
He's retiring.
I'm retiring. No, I'm not retiring. He's like,
I don't know if he's retiring.
I think he is. Should we show bet this? I think he's retiring. I think he's done.
Show bet it, boys.
Oh, gosh.
Seems like we got a Wooly Bully versus Dawson situation.
I say retirement.
I already got a show bet on me.
Yeah, you got the Bangkok burger.
But
I think
brisket
how about more
sandos or
questions
something? I
for
don't know.
Dawson?
Put it 2-1 because if I lose, I'm doing 2. I need to get 2 from you because I think the odds right now are probably Jason Kelce retiring 15%.
All
Okay,
right,
so I'm playing a hunch. I'm not really calling my shot.
I'll give you 2-1.
I think it should be like 6 or 7 to 1.
I'll give you 2-1. I'm not going
What the
6
hell?
or 7
What
to
the
1.
hell? It's a season of bet payoffs, and you guys called me out on it. Sure.
Tis the season.
When Jason Kelce lines
Yeah.
up for the Eagles, though, and you're standing there in a depend for the second time in a calendar year.
At Radio Row.
I'm going to say go F yourself, Gavin. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. You're in on this, Brian.
What?
Yep.
Oh.
You're on my team. He's retiring.
Okay.
No, you don't think he's retiring either, do you?
Hey, I'm the one that called the Lions. I'm Teflon, man.
He's Teflon.
See, now he can't go back on his word right now. So now you're not going to hear anything from Kelce for 2
He's gonna
months.
wait, yeah.
And he's going to be like, I couldn't walk away from my guys.
It'll be the Super Bowl. He'll announce
And
it.
by the way, I was in a really weird spot back at the end of the year. I don't know how I was acting so erratically.
That's weed. That's weed.
Okay.
Shoot.
Derrick Henry, by the way, also was on Bussin' with the Boys. Retirement there for Derrick Henry. He's kind of hinting that he's not going to be playing with the Tennessee Titans, but
he took the mic.
He ain't. He ain't retiring. And what is Derrick Henry looking for?
Like I said, I want to win the Super Bowl. I ain't done playing. I ain't even close to done playing. I still feel I can run for another 2,000, but that's for the future to tell. But yeah, man, grateful.
So what is next for Derrick Henry?
Shit.
How do you feel like you're approaching this free agency outside of like financial security? Is it like I want to be part of a Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, I mean, I want to be somewhere that, I mean, whatever happens, that gives me the best shot of winning the Super Bowl. You know, the business side is a business side. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, it has to make sense. You know, I'm just not going to, you know, just accept anything at the same time because, you know, it's a long season. We put our bodies through a lot. But at the same time, I definitely want to be on a roster that, you know, can go out there and put ourselves in position and be able to win games and get in the playoffs and contend for a ring.
Well, that eliminates us.
You think so? They can get in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he wants
He wants to
a
go
Super
further
Bowl.
than that, yeah.
He might think he's the missing piece.
He wants to be in a parade.
Now, Derrick Henry did go on to say that there were 2 teams that he possibly could have been traded to that might have been in the playoffs last year.
Did you think you were going to? Because you were obviously in a lot of speculation. I'll say I don't know how many conversations were taking place.
Well, I feel like it was close. It was close.
For
I feel
real?
like yeah.
You know something?
It was close. It was close, boys. It was close.
To who?
Come on, tell us.
It
was in the playoffs.
Come on.
Yeah. It was. I know 2 for sure. It was. I mean, I don't know the other one. I don't know if that would have happened, but one of them, I felt like it was pretty close.
Okay.
What makes you
a lot went down between, you know, that little saga with the trade and all that stuff.
I know one of them because we played the audio from Marlon Humphrey back during the trade deadline, and he
Baltimore.
said somebody told him Derrick Henry was going to be going to Baltimore.
Baltimore, yeah.
That trade fell apart. Now, who the other team is, I don't know. But I do think that there could be a possibility because we do know that the team likes to make splashes here.
Kansas City?
Maybe Kansas City. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is trying to become a nurse now. He's in nursing school. He knows his NFL career is probably not going to happen any much longer here.
Would you let him draw blood from you?
Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Yeah.
He's trained? Yeah.
He's an LSU guy. Of course I'd let him draw blood
Yeah,
from me.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm on the other side of that spectrum.
Probably.
Are you?
Actually, now that you mentioned he's an LSU guy, we should probably think twice about this.
That becomes a hard no.
Yeah, he might be.
You think he's shaky hand guy?
Yeah, could be. He does have a fumbling issue.
Oh, I'm scared about the needle thing.
Yeah,
too.
the ball protection could be an issue there. But a hard pass on Henry. Can't play anymore from the 9-4-0. And I don't think he is anywhere near the type of running back that he was before. But I wonder if you have a tandem situation here where the Cowboys address running back in free agency because the draft class is not really outstanding. There's a lot of guys that went back and declared, hey, Donovan Edwards being one, he's going back to Michigan. A couple other players went back to school that we were looking at. Can you find a running back in the draft? Sure, you can. But this isn't a draft like last year's. Maybe they go ahead and say, all right, Skip Pete, Tony Pollard, you're right. He's not a number one running back. He needs to be in a tandem. And you pair this with Thunder and Lightning. Maybe Tony Pollard gets his speed back a year removed from the injury, and it's Derrick Henry and TP.
It'll end up being overpaid for. You know, I mean, Derrick Henry's not playing on a small contract.
Veteran minimum contract, yeah.
He's going to pay for whatever the league tells him he's worth. And I think the running backs found out last year, that ain't much.
Yeah, it's not much. It's not much like big picture, but still for the position, I would imagine Derrick Henry ends up getting.
He gets more than $8 million a year.
No, but I wouldn't come close to that. I wouldn't be willing to come close to that. I'd be talking about like $1 million. $1
million?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I think one of those two, and a young guy, you know, kind of for what Chief's talking about. I don't know if you could do it for $1 million, but maybe 2 or 3. I can't do 2 of them.
Yeah.
And I would prefer Henry. I really think Pollard fell off in a massive way. Like,
oh, he did.
Yeah.
He definitely did. Now, I mean, he started to get better as the season went on, but and certainly maybe they could sell, hey,
I wouldn't say that.
He's more removed. I think he did, but he's more removed from the injury there.
Production might have been better, but
you don't think he ran any better?
He still looked like the same timid ginger guy. Yeah.
Okay. I thought he ran a little harder to the back.
They don't block worth a damn, and they got
they
got 3 Pro Bowl dudes. And I think
you
it
have
starts
2 guards.
It makes no sense.
I think
and a left tackle that's a second team All Pro, and they couldn't block.
It starts with your center. Your right tackle wasn't great, and your tight ends don't block very well.
So you need a 21-year-old dude who like went to college young and is already in the NFL and has all of the speed and juice and power and wiggle. And by the time he's 24, he probably won't be good enough to run behind a line like this.
Probably
But you need a running game. Are you telling me there's nobody in college?
No, there's not nobody, but it's certainly not like, are you going to have a guy that can come in and be your number one running back? Maybe Trey Benson from Florida State. The next best guy is probably Jonathan Brooks out of Texas, and that dude just tore his ACL in November. So this isn't a class where I think that you're going to draft a guy and he's immediately day one. You're looking at, okay, that's my answer at running back like you had last year. I'm sure there's going to be running backs from this draft that end up having successful careers. There always are.
See, I need a home run dude back there. I think if I'm looking at veteran running back, I'm wondering what's happening with Saquon Barkley.
Okay. That's another name to put out there. And he's probably not going back to the Giants. And maybe you end up getting 2 people from the Giants, Wink Martindale and Saquon Barkley. Maybe they're both Dallas Cowboys next year.
I mean, but Chief's probably going to tell me he's fallen off already too and is not breaking any tackles or making anybody miss.
I don't know the specifics on it, but I know that for either one of these guys, Barkley or Derrick Henry, you will be overpaying. You will be setting yourself up to be, if you win the Super Bowl, you'll be the first team in over a decade to do it with a running back that cost you that much. And so maybe the Cowboys are that team that can break that sort of barrier. I find it extremely hard to believe.
Ron Rivera wants to coach, and he's open for a defensive coordinator role.
Wow, I thought he was done.
No, the report is today that he still wants to coach in 2024, and he is open to going back to just a defensive coordinator.
I don't know if it was good enough at the end to be a defensive coordinator.
I don't either.
I mean, his guys weren't. I mean, it seemed pretty basic what they were trying to do.
Would he be in the list of candidates to replace Dan Quinn if they do in fact move on?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
You don't think Jerry and them would be interested in that? That seems like it'd be exactly up their alley.
I think they'd go Zimmer before they went.
Zimmer, I mean, Zimmer, I mentioned Martindale. There's probably some other names there. That guy in Atlanta that we were talking about, Nielsen.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I'd look at those guys before I'd probably look at Ron Rivera.
Falcons are trying to land their big whale. Harbaugh and Belichick have now both interviewed. I don't know that Harbaugh got the yacht treatment, though, that Belichick did. That's not confirmed.
I think I'd feel kind of offended. I mean, I'm a national champion.
You don't think I'm as good?
I like yachts too.
Pick your guy from that. If you're the Falcons, if you're a Falcons fan, pick your guy.
Harbaugh or Belichick?
Yeah.
I'd have to ask a Falcon fan.
Well, be a Falcon fan.
Oh, God, don't do that to him.
Come on.
He's already had enough with the front runners. Don't make him be a Falcon.
Be a dirty bird for a question.
Just for a question?
Yes.
Between the two of them?
No.
I'm going to take Harbaugh.
He was just stalling. He needed a second, dude. He doesn't know how to identify with the Falcon.
No,
He's a front runner.
What you say then is, that's a good question. And thinking about it,
I would take Harbaugh. I think Harbaugh has already built a program. He did it in San Francisco. Bill's going to have to start from scratch there. I'll take Harbaugh over Belichick if I'm Atlanta.
I'm going Belichick. I believe still. I don't know why.
Yeah, I guess I end up going Belichick too.
Taking Harbaugh.
Appreciate you, Brian. It's a great question.
Guys, Brian. Yeah, I'm full of great questions.
Speaking of questions, what would you like to do next, Eric?
We have our front runners question of the day, the position group that most needs an overhaul at 877-881-1053. That's next here in the nation. But let's get you to Platinum Ford in Terrell, Gilchrist Automotive, I-20 Highway 80, Tolos. It's located just minutes from the Metroplex. Trust me, it's worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. Why would you buy your Ford anywhere else? That's a great question. When you come see the all-new Platinum Ford like I did, you'll be blown away at the facilities and then even more blown away at the buying experience.
team is one step closer to the big game.
Lamar Jackson throws it up for grabs and likely out-jumps the defense to bring it down.
Listen to every game live for Westwood One. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Tolos join 105.3 The Fan and the Rangers for their Fan Fest Saturday, January 27th at Globe Life Field. All of your favorite Rangers will be there, signing autographs and participating in roundtables. Plus, you can tour the ballpark, kids can run the bases, and participate in all sorts of fun activities. It's baseball time in Texas, and it kicks off with Rangers Fan Fest. For tickets, go to TexasRangers.com.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Baldy coming up at 4 o'clock, our Odyssey NFL Insider. It's time now for the Front Runners question of the day with the Chief.
Yes, sir. Let's first play some sound courtesy of NFL Films. It's the pregame AT&T Stadium, home of the Packers, and Aaron Jones is in the middle of the team doing the pregame speech. This is seconds before they take the field to slaughter you for 4 quarters. Listen to what Aaron Jones refers to the front runners as.
And this arc, we're going to take it over. We already set our standard. We're going to punch the front runners in the mouth early. We're going to set our tone, and it's going to be 4 quarters. We're going to lock them in the cage and give them that G-way ball.
Okay, did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
He actually called them the front runners.
Mm-hmm.
He did. So it's pretty perfect, and that will lead us to where we go from here, which is I saw Calvin Watkins' tweet yesterday, and he covers the front runners for the Dallas Morning News. He says if there is one position group that will change drastically in 2024, it's the front runners running backs. That's his tweet from yesterday. So do you buy into that? What is the position group that most needs an overhaul at 877-881-1053?
You know, I think you could look at linebacker, you could look at running back, but I'm going to go back to the well and say offensive line. I think you have to make sure that a variety of players could have success in a run game. And the Cowboys have allowed themselves to get, old or unathletic at too many spots.
See, and the problem is like, I don't know, you're not moving on from Zach Martin. You're not moving on from, obviously, Tyler Smith. You're not moving on. I don't see them moving on from Tyron Smith. So you can't move on from Terrence Steele because you just gave him the contract off the injury. So, I mean, the only one, because I agree with you. I'm like, how does this running game not work? I know your running back wasn't quite the same version of himself, but I think the only one that's realistically move-onable or changeable is the center.
Yeah,
it's Biotish. That's it.
Biotish is a free agent, and maybe Zach Martin and Tyron Smith retire.
Yeah, but otherwise,
so that's 3 different linemen, potentially.
I think it's important enough that I'm kind of passing on Tyron Smith and moving Tyler to left tackle and looking to find a veteran left guard or center and drafting a guard or center to supercharge us.
Bass could maybe step in there and play left guard.
I think Bass can be a starter in the NFL,
but it might not help what you're looking at for your running game. I think they're bad at. I think they're poor at center. I think they're poor at blocking tight end, and I know. I'm the Schoonmaker guy, and I'm hopeful that that thing changes. They drafted him to be a blocker and help in the running game, and they didn't. They didn't get what they needed out of the tight ends this year as run blockers. They developed one, though, as a pass catcher, one of the best in the league when you look at Ferguson. But as a run-blocking group, they are not where they need to be.
I think, it's so important to run because – even good pass protection doesn't help you when they go to these cover-heavy defenses, like the cover 4, like the clog and cover tactics. Yep. We're covering all day. It doesn't matter. Dak's not going to find it, And that's, I think, quarterback is about how you overcome your weaknesses, right? And every quarterback has a massive weakness. The Cowboys have done a poor job of evaluating what Dax is and how to help him with it.
Oh, goodness, guys.
What happened?
Happened again in the divisional round of the playoffs. Somebody's wishing injury out here on a San Francisco 49ers.
No, you shouldn't do that.
Who did it? Detroit?
Apparently, some disgusting Milwaukee Green Bay Packer radio hosts are hinting that the Packers should purposely hit 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy late during their playoff game.
Oh, is this Mark Chimera and his
Even
group?
taking penalties to potentially injure Brock Purdy.
Is this our guy Heller who was on with us last week?
It's not Heller. Heller wasn't.
He's too classy for that.
Who is it? We know?
I don't know who these guys are.
Mark Chmura? Is he still doing radio?
All you know, Walchuk, is that they're disgusting radio
Chemmy?
hosts.
Who?
Does he go by Chemmy?
No.
Chamora?
Mark Chmura.
It might be.
He's a former tight end with
Yeah, I know
us.
who he is.
You know Chem Dog.
But is his nickname Chemmy?
I don't know that. I never heard that one. Never
Well,
heard him called Chimmy.
That is definitely, it's heartbreak
Chewy. Chewy is one. Yeah.
All right, so Jen,
Chew Doggy.
Yeah.
Jen, Gabe, and Chewy. This is the show
That's
is
Mark
really
Chmura.
under fire right now.
Oh, here we go.
Can you believe they would cross the line like that,
I
though?
am so
Like, it's all
Chmura,
fun
yes.
and games, and like I love to joke around and stuff like that, but
This is ridiculous, guys. I'm standing up for this.
it just ticks me off. I hate the Niners just as much as the next guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Shout out to
can't
Corey
imagine.
Majors.
That
Corey
mean-
Majors is at Tolo and sent me that information. Maybe we can play the audio later.
All this talk of hitting people in football so hard they get hurt is just nauseating. You know, I'm a traditional football guy.
I'm embarrassed that someone would even attempt that.
Just want you guys to know, though, I think you're off the hook now. I think somebody else is public enemy number one.
Hey, you know what? They need it for
Don't
part of their
forget about
playoff
us.
run. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, if this is anything like it was last year,
They go on a great run. When they get mad, they
Really
go on a
good
great
They
run.
smack the hell out of the Packers
Yeah.
and then lose in the NFC Championship game, I guess.
Yeah. They need it.
my gosh. Okay.
Nobody learned. Nobody learned.
But yeah, running back's probably going to be very different next year unless they bring back Tony Pollard. Maybe they look at this running back room and
Okay, well, here's the deal. Okay, here's what you guys, here's what we need from you, okay? I'm looking at you, Broadus. I'm looking at you, Walchuk.
Yeah.
You guys are studying this draft up and down.
Yeah.
And you're going to come to me right now on the front end and tell me, sorry, we're not going to be able to find any running backs. Bull bleep.
No,
Go freaking find one.
No, we will.
Go find one.
Absolutely we will.
Don't
I
throw
told
around
you
$8 million
one.
for
All
a
right.
broken down, high mileage running back that's going to suck again, okay?
Tony Pollard
Don't do
ain't gonna
that.
be worth that.
And I don't want to hear about how, it's not the same running back draft class as it was last year.
It's not. You didn't want to take any of those guys either.
Find me a Kyron Williams in the 5th round. Find me somebody.
I will do my best. I'm looking at running
Thank
backs
you.
tonight.
I like Trey Benson.
You're looking me in the eyes and saying that.
Quite a
Walchuk,
bit.
will you say that?
I already gave you a Trey Benson. If you open your damn ears and listen.
The last thing I heard you say was this is a bad running back class and you want to go pay Derrick
You're gonna
Henry.
have
And
to
that makes me
probably-
sick.
You're gonna
And
have
Tony
to-
Pollard.
You're going to have to overdraft these guys. And I'm not telling you what I want to do. I'm telling you what the Cowboys might end up doing.
I'll take one in the second.
Just fix this bleep, Rich.
I'm trying.
We had the anniversary of that, didn't we?
But if you're okay with the second round guy, I mean, Trey Benson from Florida State's pretty damn good. He's probably the best guy.
Yeah, I think I'll go.
The problem is we had Travion Henderson from Ohio State go back. Donovan Edwards went back to school. Like, we need these guys to come the hell out. Unless you want to take 5'8" Blake Corum. But you're going to bitch about that. 'cause
money
he's
might be
small.
better in college,
Blake Corum, though,
especially for a running
a
back.
lot of carries on that body.
Oh,
man.
exactly.
Too much
A lot of
mileage. Too much
carries.
Now we got
mileage.
mileage issues.
I don't like that
But
one.
maybe, there might be some guys later that I'll take a peek at.
I'm going to start on some running backs tonight. There,
I'll try and
Tito.
find us my Tajay Spears of this year.
Yes, go get me a running back in the 4th round. Okay? Go get me
Preferably above 5'10"
Okay.
or 5'6".
Aisha had one from USC.
The USC kid.
There we go. Thank you, Aisha. Just give me one of these guys. And then the other thing that we need to throw out there, and we just have to be open and honest about things, and sometimes, it can be uncomfortable, but maybe we have ourselves a Rowdy problem.
What happened?
Oh, the mascot Rowdy?
Cowboy stats and graphics. Jerry Jones teams in a non-Rowdy environment. 11-2 playoff record, 3 Super Bowl titles.
Oh, gosh.
Jerry Jones teams in a Rowdy influenced environment. 5-13 playoff record, bagel for the Super Bowl titles. Just the messenger here, but that's pretty damning. Okay.
5-13 with Rowdy.
Well,
yeah, and a bagel in the title category. We haven't hung a banner since Rowdy showed up to the party.
It's gotten so bad we're trying to find out, what's your record with Rowdy as your mascot in the playoffs?
Well, we
This is
thought it
bad.
was the Jimmy Johnson curse that we'd exercised at the
false.
Ring of Honor. Yeah. That obviously didn't clear the way.
No.
And my apologies, I misread that. That's from @Frontrunners Stats and Graphics.
No, you're
Not
good, Chief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Cowboys.
I don't accept your apology.
Well, that was mostly to the listening audience.
All righty.
Front runners.
Yeah, this is good.
What's our logo? We have a front runner.
You got to keep the logo the
Got to
same.
keep the same star with the front runner.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe we can continue to workshop it, but I do like the idea of some Frontrunners t-shirts.
Oh.
First place in the division.
Yeah.
Frontrunners. Hats and
Brian's
t-shirts,
got a
baby.
guy.
I got guys.
You got guys.
I'm getting us the Strange Lady t-shirt.
Hell yeah, I'm ready for that.
Okay, and then we can start workshopping the
You were
Frontrunners
talking about
t-shirts.
draft show vests earlier.
I'm gonna
Sounded
get
pretty
those
hot.
too. Yeah, I'm gonna get those too.
Baldy's coming up next. We'll talk with our Odyssey NFL insider about who has it worse, the Cowboys or the Eagles, and who's more likely to make a run to the title next. That's coming up with Baldy and the G-Bag Nation. Let's head into 2024 with the ultimate timeless gift, a diamond from Diamonds Direct. It's waiting for you right now, whether you're popping the question.
GettySecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an awesome day as we're going to talk some football here with one of our favorite football guests, Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too, as our Odyssey NFL insider Baldy joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me.
It's we're in a similar spot here, Baldy. Dallas and Philadelphia ending way too soon. What's going on up there with all this talk about the roster being disconnected? Is that true?
We're talking about now the roster disconnected with who?
The Eagles.
Well, I mean, they're it's a very simplistic offense. They don't have any answer for the blitzes. They don't get off blocks too good in defense, and they don't cover on the back end. You can look at the roster, and the roster is old, bloated, slow, and they don't look very well coached. So they have a lot of issues right there in Philadelphia.
What changed? I mean, they were at 10-1 and figuring out a way to get it done. Was there nothing behind the scenes that affected the chemistry that affected their play? Was it just all a bad execution run?
No, I mean, they were waiting. I mean, even when they beat New England week 1, everybody was kind of waiting for them to blow teams out, put 4 quarters of football together. They did at times. I mean, they put the Patriots away. They played the Minnesota Vikings, and, they ran for 250 yards. They played the Bucks. They ran for 200. They were running the ball earlier in the year, and DeAndre Swift was having a great year, and then they kind of got away from that. And then they had all their injuries in the secondary and at linebacker. And so they picked guys up off the street and off the wire and made some trades, but they never really fit into a system. Whatever the system is, they never really fit in and became a unified group. And so that was a big part of it. And then the quarterback was injured for much of the season, and he didn't run anywhere like he ran a year ago when he was, him and Lamar were just tearing the league up, running the football. And he kind of got away from doing that, and they didn't have that dynamic extra edge on offense in the last 6 weeks of the season.
What's the outlook for Philly next year?
I don't know. I mean, Jeffrey Lurie's not going to just sit back. Like I think they're going to make a change, at least at the coordinator's level. But I would say that to stand status quo right now and not do anything would be a terrible mistake. I mean, what if you bring back that same team that was dreadful the last 6 weeks of the season? And they'd finish in the cellar.
The Cowboys would do that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think Cowboys are going to finish in the cellar. I mean, the Eagles could finish in the cellar. So, so I think that changes are coming in Philly. I don't know to what level. Players are telling me certain things. So, because maybe they hear certain things right now. But I would say that, they're not going to stand pat at this point. I mean, at least the coordinator is going to be changed.
Hey, Baldy, did they make a mistake, though, of going to Matt Patricia? Did that lose the locker room or divide the locker room when they went from Desai to Patricia? Did they lose, the players lose some confidence in the coach, in the head coach at that point?
Well, I mean, Darius Slay played for Matt Patricia in Detroit, and it couldn't have gotten worse. I mean, there was some really bad blood between those two. Now, whether that still existed with Slay and with Patricia, it's kind of hard to think that some of the things that were said by a coach and a player that they could just forget like that never happened. But, they went to a more simplistic approach in the secondary. They went to a more quarters approach. But they still had communication breakdowns. Sure. And then, guys are, there's certain guys on that defense are not in good shape. I mean, condition-wise, they're not in good shape. They don't, you watch the Eagles play defense, and then you go, watch the Chicago Bears or at the end of the season, or go watch the Houston Texans, go play defense, and you watch a team sprint to the football the way it's supposed to be. And there looks like there's a real effort issue from that side of the ball. And sometimes, that's a responsibility of the coach to get guys to play hard, and guys that don't, get other guys in there that do.
Yeah, it's getting pretty old watching these playoff failures here in Dallas. Baldy, what do you think should happen this offseason? Are you moving on from the coach? Are you looking at maybe making a change at quarterback? Both? I mean, how would you navigate this offseason if you were the GM?
Well, it's been a dreadful 3 years. They beat a really bad Tampa team over the last 3 years in the playoffs. I think they were lucky to be there at that point. But, it's been an ugly exit 3 years in a row. And so at some point you go, well, who cares if we're undefeated at home? If we are the highest scoring offense in football, who cares about any of that? When we get to the postseason, none of that happens. We don't score 30 points or 40 the way they do during the regular season. So, the turnovers, the pick six was pretty good play by Green Bay and a little safety rotation and a blitz. They fell right into the trap. They set the cheese and they took it. So at some point you go, this is a failure of coaching at some point. Green Bay was much better prepared and played much better in a big spot. And at some point, you can beat a lot of bad teams and put up big numbers against Washington and New York and maybe a fading Philadelphia Eagle team and think everything's fine. But everything certainly isn't fine when you saw what the Packers just did. So at some point, you go, should we just stay the course? And, hopefully we'll just tweak the roster a little bit. And when we get to the playoffs next year, we'll make our run. Well, 3 years in a row, Cowboy fans have seen that they're not ready to make a run. So at some point you go, do you blow it all up like Michael Irvin said? Or is there another fix that's an intermediate fix that gets this team better prepared for the postseason? Because other teams look prepared for it. Houston Texans look prepared. Green Bay Packers look prepared. Tampa Bay look prepared for the postseason. They know it's played at a different level, at a different intensity level, and they all played at that.
Baldy, how do you make your my fault, sir. How do you make your team tougher?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question right now. Honestly, I think it really does start how you practice, because we all know there's limitations to how you practice. Typically a team that is great on defense is great on kickoff coverage. A lot of those players play on defense. Tackling, shows up on kickoff coverage when teams do get a chance. I mean, that's one little thing. But I just think that there's got to be – it comes down to coaching and the type of players you have and how badly they want to be coached and how hard they want to be coached. And I think that's where it starts right now because of the limitations that most teams have in practice.
Brian Baldinger with us here on The Fan. So we know, the coaching issues. Where are you at with the quarterback, with Dak?
Well, I think Dak is a good quarterback, but these turnovers keep, turning up when you can't afford them. I mean, there's 4 interceptions in the last 2 playoff losses that were pretty significant. And while he took care of the ball most of the season, I think Green Bay knew that, the ball was going to CeeDee Lamb, and they sort of were ready for it. But we haven't seen him play. We haven't seen him elevate the team in the postseason. And ultimately, great quarterbacks, especially quarterbacks in Dallas, only get measured by how they play in the postseason. Troy Aikman's stats, Roger Staubach's stats, those separate them from every other quarterback that played for the Cowboys, how they played in the postseason. And so you have to make that evaluation. Is he, when the stakes get high and it's sudden death and there is no tomorrow, can you get the best out of Dak? So far, we haven't seen it. Because the defense is going to be better. They're going to be better coached. There's going to be more traps laid out there like Green Bay did. And are you able to avoid those and avoid the mistakes and elevate the guys around you? And right now, it's pretty clear that when you get to that time of the year, you're not getting the best out of Dak. So, at some point you go, is this the guy to lead us to a Super Bowl?
Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. We'll check.
Baldy, one thing was the running game never got going this year, and the Cowboys ended up with 2 first-team All-Pro guards and then a second-team All-Pro tackle in Tyron. Did you notice anything? I mean, it seems like if you got three guys that are that good along the offensive line, you should be able to run the football.
Well, it didn't seem like it was emphasized, and it didn't seem like it was worked on throughout the season. The team that you saw in the playoffs on the other side is diverse and creative in the run game as anyone you're going to see in this league, with what they do in the tight ends and how they shift to strengths and how the running back, cuts back and what they look to cut back. I just didn't see that in Dallas. I didn't see the creativity in the run game. And people always think about, the creativity is in the pass game. The creativity is in the run game just as well. And I don't see that. I don't see that from the Dallas. Now, you can say Tony Pollard is an every down back. He got more touches he's ever got in his life. Maybe he's not an every down back. Maybe he's a change of pace back. But I just didn't see the creativity, the diversity, and the commitment to the run game that I think is necessary to be good at it.
Do you think they could be good with the personnel? They just need a better approach?
Well, I think they need a bigger back. You saw all the problems they had down the goal line and the short yardage this year. It showed up all the time. So I think they need a bigger, more powerful back because it's not necessarily, and I shouldn't say just more powerful or bigger. I should say a guy that really understands contact balance and can just run through. Because Aaron Jones isn't a big guy, but he's a great contact runner, and he runs through contact like he did down the goal line twice. And like he did 4 years ago down to the goal line. Like he runs through contact. And so while he's only 200 pounds or 205 pounds, he plays like a big back because of his contact balance.
Were you surprised how distracted the Cowboys were in the first half with CD and Dak couldn't get on the same page?
Yes, I was surprised. I was alarmed, actually, because he had 135 completions to this guy. The whole offense ran through CD. There shouldn't be a situation. He's running a 5-yard stop route on the outside, and the ball sails over his head. I mean, where else is he going to be? Like, he's run these routes every week, all week, 16, 18 targets a game. And I was alarmed at how bad the throw in the end zone against Keyshawn Nixon, how he sailed that out the back of the end zone. I mean, I just thought that they had every single machination available, no matter what the defense does. I thought the defense couldn't be right the way they connected during the season. So I was highly alarmed by the disconnect between those two.
What's your perspective on Jerry Jones? The talking point is back that maybe he undermines coaches with his ownership style.
I don't know what that means. I don't know. Like he's the owner. If he wants to have a Jerry Jones press conference, or if he wants to have a Jerry Jones radio show, I mean, he's entitled to it. Most owners are reluctant to do that, but that's Jerry's style. And if that undermines a coach, then the coach isn't as strong as he needs to be. I don't believe that that should affect what the coach does. If that's what undermining is, if that's the implication of it.
Okay, so that kind of goes to, he's a owner / GM, and I was going to say, I think the Cowboys right now have a better roster, and they probably have a better coaching staff than the Eagles, but I would bet on Philly to get to the Super Bowl next because of the difference of Howie Roseman to Jerry Jones.
I don't know. Cowboys have drafted a whole lot better than the Eagles. I mean, I haven't seen Jordan Davis become a star player like Micah did. They haven't drafted a receiver like CeeDee Lamb. I mean, I'd go through the roster and say that the Cowboys have drafted better. Tyler Smith looks better, as good to me as any lineman that the Eagles have drafted in a while. They brought in DeAndre Swift in order to become their starting running back. They didn't draft one. I go to the roster and go, the Cowboys, they didn't draft the corners, Deron Bland or, Diggs or, pick a guy. They haven't drafted those kind of players. So I would say that the draft has been better in Dallas to start players.
All right, Baldy, who is the team that is the underdog this weekend that you think is going to pull it out?
I don't know if Green Bay is going to pull it out, and they're certainly the underdog to San Francisco. But I've seen teams play San Francisco, offensively, play the 49ers defense and have great success all year long. I saw Kirk Cousins do it. I saw Joe Burrow do it. I saw Baker have success. I saw Carson Wentz drive the Rams right down the field against their number one defense and score. I've seen teams move the ball on the 49ers. So I think Green Bay is going to have success offensively. Now, I don't know if they're equipped. I don't know if anybody's equipped to just stop or corral the 49ers offense right now. But I think that's a game that might go deep into the fourth quarter that we might be a little surprised by.
We learned some things about you last week. Our Old Spice questions of the day to Brian Baldinger. We learned that you're a bar soap guy in the shower.
Yeah,
and we
true.
we learned that you go bare hands with it. There's no loofahs, there's no washcloths, and you will not scrub below the knees. You'll just trust that the residual water and soap will go ahead and get that cleaned up. Now this week, I'm curious, true or false? Every time Baldy goes number one, he's washing his hands.
The false.
Yeah.
I don't believe in germs, so I know that offends people. But sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't. Well, sometimes I'm just all right. That took care of that. I haven't been sick since I don't know college, so I just don't believe in it.
Yeah, and that was just beer-induced sickness. That wasn't even a virus. Towel usage.
I ate probably something I dropped on the floor and I ate.
So there's no 5-second rule with Baldy. That's for sure.
No 5-second rule. Food. Time to go.
Amen, dude. One of the best chicken tenders I ever ate was off the floor. Towel usage. How many times will you use a towel, Baldy, before you say, okay, this thing probably needs to get washed?
There's a shower at NFL Films that sometimes, if you're in an 18-hour day, you go outside, you get a workout in. I go in the shower and kind of revive myself. It's been the same towel there for 4 years. So the towel's never been changed. The same olive green towel. It's a little stiff right now.
It's a little stiff.
The job done. Still drives me off when I come out of there.
That is absolutely legendary. Brian Baldinger with us here on The Fan. Okay, will Brian Baldinger ever elect to, when the mood strikes, I'm going to go ahead and just pee in the shower right now?
Oh, yeah, of course. Shower, the pool, the ocean. Yes. Yeah, there's no harm to that. That's what the drain is for.
Listen, man, you and I couldn't agree more on just about everything. So we love you to death, and we look forward to next week and our continued series, Old Spice Questions of the Day with Brian Baldinger.
All right, let's do it. Maybe there'll be some changes in Dallas. Who knows?
Maybe.
He's awfully quiet there right now.
It is.
We pray, man. We pray.
Thanks, Baldy.
All right, take care, guys.
There he goes. Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too.
I didn't think I could garner more respect for Baldy, but here we are.
The 4-year
Just
towel.
lost so much respect for you.
4-year towel.
The 4-year
That towel went to college.
And I think we know why it's stiff.
What?
Yeah, a lot going on back there.
Yeah.
All righty, Chuck, where are we going next?
Well, I put a poll out there for the Tolos, and they responded. It is the top 10 Jim Carrey movies of all time on his 62nd birthday. It's quite the celebrity birthday day. That's next.
I'll put this out for the Tolos. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on the Fan. We do have a rim sesh coming up at 4:40, big game for the Mavs tonight, and there's just a big trade in the NBA. We'll talk about that coming up in 15 minutes. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 here. Segment is brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go ahead and jump to truckwreck.com. And here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We will get to the best Jim Carrey movies. The top 10 for Jim Carrey, as it is his birthday. 62 for Jim today. Can you believe that?
Aging
62.
well. No, I can't believe that. I am going to guess here. I don't have this source. This is just an educated guess that Broadus has never once seen a Jim Carrey film. He won't have a single nominee to throw at us here in a few minutes.
That's false.
Yeah, whatever.
Truman Show?
Damn. You saw that?
Yeah, I did.
He did. He's a big Truman fan guy.
Is that the one where, like...
You saw it.
I'm
Don't ask me.
Is that
asking.
the one? Did you seriously say, is that the one after saying you saw it?
I think I did. Is this the one where he's walking along and a light falls from the sky and lands in the street and it busts in front of him and he's starting to kind of figure things out? Is that
Yeah,
what
he's in like a setup world.
He's in the setup world and
Yeah,
a light.
he's a TV show.
A TV
You've
light
seen it?
falls. A TV light falls.
He's done it. He has seen the movie.
We are so proud of you right now.
Good for you, buddy.
But then he gets to the end, right? He's sailing his boat and he hits the end of the.
Let's not spoil it for those that maybe haven't seen it.
That movie's really old.
It's
isn't
very old. Yeah, it is. We probably can't spoil it if you wanted, but I'm going to stop.
Was he in the Mask?
I thought. Yeah, but did you see The Mask?
It was terrible.
He was in a lot. It was not terrible.
Not the Mask with Cher. Not that.
Not that Mask.
No.
We're talking about the one with Cameron Diaz.
Yes, with Cameron Diaz.
We're talking about Stanley Ipkiss.
Stanley bleeping Ipkiss. You're telling me you didn't like Stanley Ipkiss?
This movie was terrible. This is another one from y'all's youth that you thought was good because you were 8.
Okay, I'm gonna go back because I haven't seen it in a long time. Now, it is a movie that I've seen probably double digits worth of times, but it's been 10 plus years since I've seen it, so maybe it doesn't still hold up.
I haven't seen it in
but
at least
my
13.
recollection is that is a fantastic movie.
I thought it was hilarious.
I might have been biased because I think there's only one good Jim Carrey movie of all time, and it's Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. And every time I watched a Jim Carrey movie after that, I wanted similar levels of hilarity and genius, and I never got it. Nothing stacked up.
Dumb and Dumber, bro?
It didn't do it.
Oh my!
It was great, but
the cable guy.
It wasn't clever enough. It was just a slapstick buddy joke off. You know,
yeah,
which is good. Which is good.
You don't like him as the Riddler in Batman Forever?
You got beef with joke offs?
I thought Jim Carrey by himself was a genius, and he didn't need any skits or bits. He just needed to be turned loose as he was in Ace Ventura with a wacky, character, and that was genius. And everything else, I paled in comparison.
Well, the cable guy actually sucked. I finally saw that.
You didn't like it?
The cable guy is the one that I will
seen
like.
that in a long time.
It's definitely not in his top 10 best films.
I thought it was Taxi Driver that you saw and thought sucked, because I agree.
Taxi Driver is another one. Those are the two movies I've seen over the course of the last couple of years that I saw for the first time that everybody's like, you got to see. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't get it.
Didn't live up to that.
Maybe it's just not for me.
It
I don't know.
certainly didn't.
But Liar Liar, good call there, Broadus. Yeah. Fantastic movie.
Very good. Liar Liar was very, very good. A lot of texts coming in. I'm going to give you time to let your texts in. 877-881-1053. Me, myself, and Irene getting sent in. Bruce Almighty, of course, is a classic as well. That one's getting some love. And then we'll get to Lucius' thoughts as well. I did want to play some audio. Julian Edelman, who is absolutely hilarious, and you got to check out his podcast, specifically the episode of Danny Amendola. I'll have another cut for you, maybe a little bit later or tomorrow, between the two of them and their special bond that they have between the two of them. But Randy Moss, Edelnut, and I love Julian Edelman's voice that he does for Randy Moss, his impression, but he ended up being with Moss and Brady, and he just talks about the OG human being. We talk about Randy Moss being one of the best receivers to ever do it, but what about as a person off the field? Edelnut giving Randy his flowers.
The one thing that people don't know about Randy was the guy, he gave you tough love, but when people weren't watching and when we were by ourselves, Randy would always love me up because he knew I was battling mentally through the struggles of trying to make this crazy team. As the rookie receiver of the room, I'd have to go in and buy the lunches, and he knew I didn't have much money, and he'd always slide me a couple $100. And, Randy was kind of like that older brother for me that always looked out, but in front of everyone, he had had to let him know that, like, I'm not giving him no treatment. You know, that was part of the game of entering the Patriots that year. I mean, I'm very thankful for having Randy.
Just beautiful, the bond that they shared between each other. Love that. Edelman and Randy.
Yeah, I always love to hear stories like that. Veteran guy taking the young, undrafted.
Like, he didn't know that Edelman was going to turn out to be awesome.
Right. Just extending a helping hand there. I do like that.
Yeah, Randy Moss was awesome, and I don't think we appreciated it nearly enough during his playing days.
People give Randy Moss a bad rap, and I think Randy's a stud. So I thought that was interesting, and then we'll get to the Amendola stuff in Edelman tomorrow, Edelnet. But let's get to the top 10. Truman Show's getting a lot of love here, Brian. People do love the Truman Show. Truman Show's the best from the 972. Top 10 Jim Carrey movies on his 62nd birthday, and by golly, I didn't think he was that old. Lucius, you got some favorite Jim Carrey movies?
Yes. Let's see. Bruce Almighty.
Yeah.
Big fan of that one. Me, Myself, and Irene is a classic,
Dude,
bro.
It is.
Fun with Dick and Jane.
It's
good.
I can watch that one over and over and over again. Man on the Moon is fantastic. Dave Chappelle tells a story about meeting Jim Carrey when he was filming Man on the Moon. He felt cheated because he had to meet not Jim Carrey. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Jim Carrey was like
he's a thespian
in character.
Oh, wow.
And Liar Liar. Liar Liar is a fantastic movie.
Very good.
Yep.
Okay, so some of the honorable mentions. Liar Liar's being texted in. Number 23 getting some love. Yes Man is getting some love on the text as well. The Grinch is top tier from the 903. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind from the 808 getting some love. There's a lot of Jim Carrey movies. I mean, when I was
He's done a number of serious ones too.
Yes. Yeah. And he's actually a pretty good serious actor. Kind of like Will Ferrell. I was like, wait a second. You get serious and you're actually good? That's surprising to me. But the number 23 is an honorable mention that got texted in.
Is Robin Williams the greatest comedic serious actor ever?
Probably.
I'm not going to fight you on that. I love Robin Williams, and he was gone too soon.
I know. I mean, but
yes.
As far as the guy that can be super funny and then, but like win an Academy Award for being super serious.
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx could too.
He's the most talented man to ever live. We've got Yes Man as an honorable mention and Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Number 10 is indeed The Cable Guy, who was directed by Ben Stiller. You realize Ben Stiller directed that movie?
Yeah, and Ferris Bueller's in it and everything. And I mean, it's just I don't know, not a good movie.
Number 9, Me, Myself, and Irene, which I think is a little too low. Renee Zellweger in her prime there in 2000. Number 8, Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls. Okay, so not Pet Detective, but When Nature Calls comes in at number 8. Number 7 is Dr. Seuss, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. And if you want some appreciation from Jim Carrey, him having to get into that damn Grinch suit, it took hours every day. The makeup that got worn for that, I mean, incredible. The process that went into him becoming the Grinch. You can go check that out on YouTube. Number 6 is Bruce Almighty, which is funny.
Oh
yeah, Bruce Almighty.
I do enjoy
really,
Bruce
really
Almighty.
good. Morgan Freeman, Jennifer Aniston.
Oh, Jennifer Aniston.
Steve Carell.
Yes, Steve Carell. And then he did Evan Almighty.
That's right.
You okay? You got something in your eye?
My eye's burning, my left one. I don't know
Did
why.
you get some hot sauce in there like Mike Nolan?
Well, Mike Nolan action?
No hot sauce today. I don't know what the deal is. There's something in the air.
I don't know that he was in Bad Santa, 830. I don't think he was. Yes, Pascal Siakam did get traded to the Pacers today. He absolutely did. Number 5 is The Truman Show. Comes in at 5. Thought it would be a little bit higher, to be honest with you. Number 4, The Mask. Stanley Ipkiss. Shout out to you, sir.
In your face, Dawson.
Yeah, everybody's a big Jim Carrey fan. I am too. I just
don't like that movie.
I keep my appreciation to the television show Living Color and the Ace Ventura character.
Yeah, Living Color was good.
So waiting for our guy Tolo Jason to text in and tell me his favorite Jim Carrey movie. You know, he's a buddy of Tony Spears who he used to work with, and they've been hanging out and texting into the show. But Tolo Jason, where you at? Where's your favorite Jim Carrey film?
We love you, Jason.
Love you, buddy. Number 3 is Liar Liar. You are really struggling over there. Number 2, and did you guys bring this up? Dumb and Dumber.
Yes, we did bring it up. We had a good, healthy discussion about it, about how Dawson didn't think it was that funny of a movie. He said it was slapstick. He said it was a joke off, and he's not here for joke offs.
The sequel was not good, but the first Dumb and Dumber, very good.
First one was phenomenal.
Hilarious. One of the best comedies ever.
Super quotable.
I think it's a me problem, probably. You know, it's expectations at the beginning of suffering. And I thought Ace Ventura was the peak of comedic cinematography.
Which you're right. Ace Ventura is fantastic, and you'll be happy to know.
There's some suffering going on over there.
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying it. Number 1.
I don't know what the deal is. My left eye is just burning right now. It's
Maybe
watering.
You should wash your hand after you pee. Number 1, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
Thank you.
Number 1?
It's number 1. Laces out, Dan.
Hey, what about his work as the Riddler?
That was like 15 on the list.
He was very good in that.
Him and Tommy Lee Jones.
So you saw that
as Two-Face?
I've seen a few of the Batman movies. Yeah, a few of them.
You're a Batman guy.
Well, they're on the airplane when we traveled to games. They were on. I'd watch them.
And I did think Yes Man was pretty good, and that got texted in quite a bit, but it didn't make the top 10.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Always appreciate a good top 10 here this time of the day.
We won't bring Jim Carrey back just for you. It's okay.
3 for 3 on those dismounts.
One-off.
Sorry on your birthday next year, Jim.
We won't celebrate.
But this is apparently a pretty heavy actor birthday, right? Isn't that what you were saying? You said it's a big birthday day?
It's his birthday. Betty White, may she rest in peace. It was her birthday today as well.
Legend. She made quite a comeback in the last decade of her life.
Oh, yeah,
where
she
you looked there for a while.
That Snickers commercial, undefeated.
Mary Tyler Moore show.
Betty White, that. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. Little hoop next, recapping a big day in basketball. Chief, where are you taking us?
Yes, sir. Well, we got plenty to recap, but we also need to look ahead. Mavs and Lakers coming up later this evening. We'll go around the rim next year in the nation.
Coming up Thursday.
get messy. Sean and RJ, KNC, and G-Bag descend upon Vegas as the Low T Center presents one of the most popular Tow-Low weeks all year. Our live broadcast from Radio Row, also presented by Best Buy Windows and Siding and A#1 Air. Hey, Sin City, get ready. Here we come. And hopefully we'll survive the week of February 6th in Las Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Yeah, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Football's finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. We're going to hit the expressway and talk about some of the news we've been discussing earlier today. And I want to get into this idea that, you know, Dak Prescott, just not a big game guy. And that's an interesting deal that I hadn't considered before. And I know we're already at midweek. Maybe I should have been considering it all week long, but we're familiar with that in other sports where guys just don't have it when it turns to the playoffs. I've never imagined Dak could possibly be that kind of a player. Anyway, here's the Chief with your afternoon rim sesh.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when a live animal during a halftime performance urinates all over the hardwood. That took place last night in Phoenix. Had a little stoppage going. When there's leakage, there is a stoppage. And that took place last night. I don't know what this means moving forward for the live animal halftime show. I do think the live animal halftime show, just the idea that it could go off the rails on you a little bit. I mean, did you guys see a few weeks ago, I forget what team it was, but there was two dogs doing like jump rope. Like two dogs holding the big jump rope with their mouths, and then while the other dog in the middle was actually jumping the rope. It was insane. So it's really cool what they do with these animals. But last night they had a puppy race, and turned into one of them just urinating at center court. So that's pretty. I mean, I don't think you see that every day, but I guess that's something you have to be prepared for if you're going to have the live animal halftime show. Just like if the plate spinning lady, at times it's just going to fall and you're going to get broken glass all over the hardwood. Yeah, you got to be ready.
You got to be kind of rooting for that sometimes. It's entertaining.
As long as nobody gets
You're
hurt.
rooting for the dog to go number one.
I'm rooting for chaos.
Okay. I hear you. Well, the Phoenix Suns in that game last night versus the Kings ended up winning in epic fashion. It was a sort of a comeback for the ages, where the Kings had the 99.9% win probability at one point, and then next thing you know, it's like a 32-8 run, and of course you lose. That's what happened to the Kings last night. So maybe the dog urinating at center court during halftime was sort of a galvanizer.
Just what they needed.
For the Phoenix Suns.
In fact, they requested, hey, please, go ahead and won there.
Just like change the vibes up in here, you know?
Nice little water.
Loosen this up a little bit for us, pup.
Yeah. Next time, two on the court.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's certainly, that's the worst case scenario there.
Slips on it.
That's not what you want. But kudos to Phoenix, man. Kudos to Phoenix. They kept it rolling, and they got themselves a huge comeback victory. Now, tonight you get Mavs and Lakers. Unfortunately, we got the news today that Pascal Siakam is definitely not going to be a Maverick.
What?
Yes.
At least for the rest of this year.
At least for the rest of this year. That's right. And honestly, the more I think about the idea of him not re-signing with the team, it makes little to no sense, because the team gets his bird rights, and they can offer him an extra year and an extra like 50-something million. So I don't know how Siakam decides to turn that down, unless he just genuinely doesn't like playing in Indiana, which is where he will be playing for the rest of this season after the Pacers traded for him today. The Pacers gave a bunch of first-round picks and Bruce Brown. And Bruce Brown might be the kind of guy that becomes available. Like it might be, okay, Toronto acquired him or whatever, and then they flip him.
We were hoping for Bruce Brown the offseason.
Yeah. Now I don't know, because you see the Mavericks are connected. They were linked a little bit to Siakam for sure. They were engaging in those trade conversations, and then you see names like Andrew Wiggins, PJ Washington, and our old friend Dorian Finney-Smith as all players that the Mavericks would be interested in potentially trading for.
Seems like they got their eyes on the right kind of player. You ask me, Chief. I would like a veteran big. I don't think Kleba fixes much for you because he can't play a lot of minutes and he can't stay healthy for very long.
That is for sure. Now, it'll be nice to get him back, but you're right. Depending on him is not going to be something you really want to do because, just the health. I mean, the health factor, almost more than anything there with him, is certainly an issue. But, my gosh, I look forward to that pinky toe healing very quickly for Maxey. Because they could use him. They could use him in a big way. I'd much rather have Dodo when it comes to trading for like a Wiggins or a PJ Washington or whatever. Give me Dodo, the familiarity. You know what he brings to the table. And his contract is super team friendly. You're paying him like $13 million for the next 2 years, as opposed to Wiggins, who signed a huge deal. You'd be paying him $30+ million or whatever for the next like 4 years. So the Andrew Wiggins thing makes no sense if you're the Mavericks in my mind. But bringing back Dodo would be nice.
I'm in on Dodo.
I think we're all in on Dodo, right?
That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Bring him home.
You can defend, I think, every position but center, or at least he could. Most of them. Some of those super quick point guards probably be a challenge for him, but it makes you versatile defensively. I think it gives you what you want. It would put you one player away from championship contender.
Now, hopefully, Luka will be playing tonight. He's questionable. He's been out with the ankle for the last few games. Kyrie stepped up in a huge way. At times, other guys have as well. THJ has certainly gotten going a couple of these nights, but going up against LeBron in Los Angeles, primetime game. I'm expecting Luka to play, and it's always fun. It's always fun, Luka in Los Angeles and Kyrie, and there's the story today that is obviously surfacing from ESPN because it's an ESPN game where Kyrie's back in Los Angeles taking on LeBron, but so much of last off season involved Kyrie trying to get back with LeBron one way or another in Los Angeles or here in Dallas. LeBron did not want to do that, obviously, but Kyrie was legitimately wanting to reunite with LeBron in some form or fashion, wasn't able to pull it off, and so now they go toe-to-toe tonight. I saw Brian Windhorst talking about LeBron, saying that he doesn't know what's going to happen with LeBron in 2025. Says he feels like LeBron is going to play next year, but he doesn't know if it's actually going to be for the Lakers.
Well, I mean, if he wants to move, it'd be awesome if he could come to Dallas. I'd be willing to take Bronny. I'd be willing to trade up and get Bronny. That's what it takes. I think he and Kyrie Irving plus Luka, that's championship time right there. It'd be historic.
LeBron can kind of pick and choose his moments.
Yeah.
I think it'd be great.
It's exactly what he needs.
Perfect.
I mean, he can still elevate, I think, and be one of the top 10 players in the game in a playoff series, but asking him to grind through a regular season, trying to be like 25-year-old LeBron with his usage rate, it's a very inaccurate representation of who LeBron is right now.
Yeah, because LeBron, for next season, he's got the player option, so he could just opt out and go somewhere else. He's due to make just over $50 million, but I'm sure, the financials of it all, if he wants to opt out, be a free agent, go handpick his destination, the money part of that will just sort of take care of itself. LeBron's going to get all the possible dollars.
He's still doing well enough. If Bronny is happy at USC, I would say I'm going to do another 1 year with the Lakers, and we'll just keep going for as long as you want to go in college. And then when you're ready to end college, then maybe I'll consider signing with a different team so we can pull this thing off. But the way Bron is trending, I kind of expect him to go like Tom Brady until about 44.
It is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, how he's still able to elevate his game when he wants to lock in. And I do think a team like the Mavericks, where he can kind of sit back and let Kyrie and Luka take over at times, and to your point, the injuries do pile up on him a little bit. Sometimes there's some load management he needs to do, but there's so much pressure on him right now in LA. And maybe they go ahead and go off in the second half like they did last year, and then they make a fun run to the conference finals. But I don't know. I find it hard to believe that that's going to happen this year for them.
Well, the other team in Los Angeles, the Clippers, man, they're rocking and rolling. They started 0-6 after trading for James Harden. Yes. Since then, they are now, or they went 22-1 after going 0-6 with him. So they're 22-7 with James Harden, and they continue to climb up the Western Conference standings and their new arena that's in the process of being built seems like it's going to be pretty next level. We know about the amount of restroom accommodations that are going to be in that arena. We have some sound of Steve Ballmer. Yesterday, they released their rules for what is to be called the Wall in their new arena. And the Intuit Dome is the arena's name. It's a new section of what they describe as 51 uninterrupted rows of fans. And it's just one side of their court behind the backboard, that whole area just up the arena, basically 51 rows at least of it is what they consider the Wall. And there's rules for people who sit in that area.
So it's like the dog pound?
I'm not familiar with the rules of the dog pound.
Well, no, like an area for the fans.
You have a specific fan area.
Yeah, like you're like, yeah.
They're normal seats.
Yeah.
But cannot cheer for the opposing team in those seats.
Yeah.
Cannot wear opponent gear in those seats. And tickets can only be resold in the Clippers marketplace.
Yeah, it's like a Section 133, but they're putting rules and guidelines.
Huh.
And it's only a matter of time before a Lakers fan shows up there and, they're wearing the Clippers jersey, but then they take it off.
And then they peel it, yeah.
It's going to be hard to really police that.
It is. It's going to be difficult, but the new technology that's in this arena is pretty interesting. Here is the owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, Steve Ballmer, with a hard hat on in the midst of the construction of the arena, explaining some of the
vest. He's got a vest on, too.
Listen to this perk here from the owner if you're a fan of the Clippers.
You get up, we're going to know that you stood up. As long as you want us to, you got to give us the permission. We'll know that you get up. We know that you cheer. We know how loudly you cheer. If you're good on those things, we can give you little discounts around the shop just to reinforce that excellent behavior.
That's interesting.
There's sensors in the seats?
Yes. And I guess there's something, I imagine your phone, if you allow the team to have access to, they can hear how loud you're cheering, how hyped you are, and then you get credits in the fan store.
Man, I bet that works well for some people.
For some people, it'll be awesome.
Yeah, could I get cheaper seats if I'm going absolutely nuts? It'll be interesting to see if that can incentivize people. There's nobody more interested and more passionate about Clippers basketball than him.
My man,
sure he just wants his fans to care as
you
much
ever
as
see some of his speeches he used to give? He'd wear the blue button down and his sweat, shirts drenched.
He's really enthusiastic.
Yeah, really enthusiastic.
I might be drenched. It seems like we're thawing out in Sunnyvale. We got a broken pipe. So I had to take that phone call there in that segment.
No.
It's going down to the house. I don't know. I hope they're capable of cutting off the water. Told them it's out by the street.
Gosh.
So I got to take a phone call. But when we return, G-Bag Nation, it'll be time for an edition of Football's Finest. Chief going back-to-back once again. What's the subject matter looking like, sir?
Yes, we have plenty to get into, but when it comes to this week's playoff weekend, is there a team you're rooting for now, or are you just going to be hate watching? What's your plan for the playoffs next year in the nation?
Okay, I want to chat about
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Did not learn much about the broken pipe at the house, other than it's coming from underneath the toilet. So I did not think that sounded good. That's probably not good at all. Is that a sewage pipe? It's coming back up into the back. I don't know. We need a plumber at the house. So we're getting that called. And in the meantime, we got an edition of Football's Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Listen, man, it's tough to be a fan of the front runners, but I think there's a fan base and a team and an organization that I'm feeling the worst for right now. Who has it worse than the Browns? I think the answer is nobody. When you consider where they're at right now, they, of course, got destroyed in the playoffs. And
take a number.
They got destroyed by the Texans, who is the team that they will be giving also their first-round pick to this year.
Yeah.
So you're the Browns, the Texans beat you in the playoffs, and you will be giving them your first-round pick, and you got fleeced in the deal for Deshaun Watson, of course. And then they follow all that up with Baker Mayfield advancing in the playoffs. The Browns fans have to be looking around. I mean, they're calling into work. They're looking in the mirror. They're just glazed over. They look like, Cowboys players did within the first 5 seconds of the game the other day. Where they're just
kickoff.
Just sort of lost. Yeah, just staring into the abyss. I mean, that's as Cleveland as it gets right there, dude. You lose to the team who owned your first round pick. They fleece you in the Deshaun Watson deal. The quarterback you didn't want so that you could get Deshaun Watson is now taking a pretty subpar Tampa team to round 2 of the playoffs.
That's the hardest they've ever Cleveland did.
That's just phenomenal.
By the way, just picked up a dub. She took off the back of the toilet thing to fiddle around in there when the toilet wasn't running because the pipes were, having a hard time. She dropped that top thingy back onto the reservoir.
Right.
So last night she said, Dad, I broke that top thingy. I need to get it fixed or replaced. And I'm like, okay, cool. But she also created a tiny crack in the reservoir that had been leaking overnight.
So it's just a little toilet situation.
Yeah, it's just a toilet situation. Couple $200 or $300. I'm considering that a win at this point,
as
compared to having to open up the drywall and get a piper, a plumber in there.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. What a relief.
You ain't kidding.
Just had a 12-year-old who broke her own toilet trying to be handy woman. That's another problem, but much more manageable.
100%.
At least she's trying, man.
Is there any? Is there?
She learned she shouldn't be a plumber.
That's right.
Yeah, we can just kind of eliminate that off her list, right?
Leave that to highly skilled individuals.
Yeah.
I mean, don't kill her dreams. Now, is there water in the house?
Oh, yes, in her room, but we probably needed to replace the carpet anyway. Been in there 6 years, and she's been a kid the entire time.
We're gonna replace it anyway.
We got to pull this up anyway.
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
I want to see you pull the carpet up yourself.
It's not that hard, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds like one of those things your back would be screaming.
It kind of rips out of there. It does. Yeah, you just have to create a little hole, and then it comes out of that pretty quick.
You're ripping and it's tearing.
No, you're coming to work Monday in pain.
Yeah, that's
yeah. I
possible.
mean, we might find him on the ground the next morning.
Yeah,
but in the moment, he's.
I can't push a shopping cart without getting hurt.
No, that's right. Yeah,
but he could scramble for 10 yards in an NFL game.
He could much more than I could.
Damn
for
right
sure.
he could.
Yeah, for sure.
If we have a good offense, and I'm getting the defense to bite like the Cowboys bit on Sunday,
if it's Philadelphia's defense, I think you go for $158.
Thank you, Brian.
That's great, man. Now, what's your playoff strategy now that the front runners are out of it?
Football is over for me.
Football's over for you? I mean, you still have to make your survivor pick, so I hope you stay a little bit educated.
Yeah,
he's
I'm
not
not
into it.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah,
He's don't care. He's pulling a Jay Cutler
Don't
on this one.
Okay, so Broadus is not watching playoffs.
I'm watching all college football now.
When you're watching the playoffs moving forward, do you have like sort of a second team? Hey, for right now for this playoff run, I'm kind of pulling for these guys. I like their story. No. Or do you just hate watch the Packers and the Niners?
Packers. I mean, I mean, hey, it's a nice story.
I'll find a way to be kind of happy about any team that makes it through other than the Niners or Packers. But how could you not love the C.J. Stroud story just dunking all over the S2 test?
It's Houston.
The Baltimore Ravens, how can you not love that? And rooting for Lamar Jackson. I think there's awesomeness in there.
1-3 in the playoffs.
I mean, Baker Mayfield, I want to see Baker Mayfield go on a run. This would be sweet. Contributing more to Cleveland's pain.
That's the NFL's nightmare, though, is Buccaneers and Texans in the Super Bowl.
And
I'm all about the Lions
got
right
Man
now.
Campbell.
Yeah, I think the Lions are the team I'm going to rock with. Now, Texans-Lions in the Super Bowl, I think that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
We get C.J. Stroud and Man Campbell in there. It'd be fun.
I mean, I feel like I want to see Patrick Mahomes go win another one. That would be awesome.
I think the NFL probably agrees with you. They'd like to get him in there too. Maybe it's finally the Bills' time. Bills,
and then Bills Mafia. They would be cool to run into out there in Vegas.
Yeah,
those guys would be
they
insane.
Would be.
Yeah.
Oh,
how many viral videos would we get?
Could
Just
party with Bills Mafia in Vegas. All right, okay, Josh Allen, let's do this thing.
I could see Walchuk jumping through fire-lit tables.
It wouldn't take a lot of convincing. Couple shots in. Let's do this thing.
Now, there are some likable teams right now.
Set yourself on fire and do that.
Yeah, I'm sure you would like that, Brian.
Oh, you set the table on fire, and then
I'd probably. I thought you set yourself on fire and jump into the table.
No, you set the table on fire. You jump into the table of fire,
and then catch on fire,
and then potentially you catch on fire.
Can we get the snowman suit that the guy at the game I saw caught on fire?
Okay, if we did that, that's a bet payoff.
That's a good payoff,
and I'm done.
For life.
Well, we'll let that count as two payoffs.
Yeah, no, that's
if you get set on
that
fire.
Payoff for me is I should have to go out with the Bills Mafia, go drinking with those guys one night.
That's not a payoff. That's fun. That's a good time.
They might just.
But that is life-threatening to a man of his age.
Yeah. We know the things that he has put into his stomach. That dude's got an iron belly. Yeah. He's going to be just fine.
Speaking of bet payoffs in Vegas, our next remote might be Radio Row. Would you sneak beers in there and pull a bet payoff hammered on Radio Row? How awesome would that be?
The security, if I remember correctly from last year, the security's pretty tight.
Yeah, didn't we have to put our thumb? We had to put our handprint up on the thing.
Hey, I didn't have to put my thumb anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, give it a shot.
You think?
That's not true.
I didn't have to.
That was by choice. I mean, Will Brinson, that guy's amazing.
So you're saying like get just blasted at the media party, something like that?
Okay, here's
no,
what
that's
do.
no.
During
You
the show
know,
on Radio Row.
Yeah,
these big Stanleys that we've got, right? The water bottles. Instead of water in there, maybe it's vodka.
There you go.
Oh,
right.
so like
That's
a
a
full,
veteran.
Gatorade bottle of like scotch.
There's ways. There's always ways. Brian, get bleeping creative. It's 2024.
It'd be legendary.
Yes,
A
but
drunken former NFL scout on Radio
Just how about
Row.
me? Just like
and then Broadus has to take the wireless around.
Come over here, Michael. What party? Michael.
Hammered Broadus with the wireless.
I'm just breathing on everybody. They're like, what the hell?
Oh my gosh!
Security. I hear it now.
Smooch.
Yeah.
Tim running over. No, trust me. It's just a radio bit. It went wrong, but he's fine. He won't say anything else.
Oh, there's McCaffrey's mom again.
Get the hell away from me, Tim. I can handle myself.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. After watching that
Push him
video,
down.
after watching the video of Baker Mayfield walking out of the tunnel the other night, hitting the smelling salts, I'm personally going to go on Amazon where I assume I can get smelling salts.
I can get those for you.
Well,
Okay,
I know for sure I
Broadus.
can get them on Amazon because I've done this before with some buddies.
You've done smelling salts before?
Kidding me.
You get the whippets.
Wasn't that bath
too.
salts you were telling me?
No, not the bath salts. I drew the line there, and I was too much of a coward.
I think smelling salts on Radio Row. We'll just see every
get the
guest that sits down with us will just see if they're willing to do like
The player-
before
the player
you start
guest-
the interview with us.
The player guest
The
will
best
do
would be
it.
the random
Just-
actor we get to promote whatever movie it is. And we're like, hey, man, you want to do some smelling salts?
Hey, can I
Get
just
into
shit?
character, bro.
Jim McMahon will just shove him up his nose like it's
Yeah.
preventing nosebleed.
I know Baldy will definitely be down to do some smelling salts.
Gojo might do some.
Gojo would hit it. Yeah.
Gojo would be in.
It'd be fun to see who'd be in and who would be out of the smelling
I think
salts.
Mike Sr. We had Mike last year. We got the donuts for him. I think he'd be down.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. Okay, I did want to play this sound here when you talk about the Lions. Look at this, man. Jared Goff. I mean, you have to be happy for him. He gets redemption over the Lions, over the Rams, and he's being dubbed the King of Detroit. And this is him in his truck trying to get out of the stadium the other night. and he's just surrounded by Lions fans, and he stops, he rolls the windows down. He can't drive because it's just a sea of Lions fans chanting his name, and he just rolls the windows down, and he sits there and he embraces this moment where Lions fans give him all the love. I'm happy for him. I'm rooting for him. I think the Lions might be that team for me right now.
Oh, they are the team for me. I am rooting for the Lions the rest of the way. Lions Bills Super Bowl I think would be a lot of fun. Let's make that happen.
We have Glenn Rose represented with the head coach. You know, I know there's a lot of Texas guys around, and you could go Mike Evans, Baker
Aaron
Mayfield.
Glenn.
You know, they're everywhere. But
Former
you know,
Cowboy.
somewhat close to the Metroplex. Just an absolute Neanderthal character, the best personality, and
incredible.
They're kind of become lovable losers over the years, you know, and I like pulling for those teams and those fan bases and see that absolute pandemonium on the faces of fans. So
you would be playing them this weekend.
You would be, and they wanted to play you, and I think they probably would have come into AT&T Stadium and kicked your ass.
Woo.
Yes, that is no longer
okay. Would you
a warm tank?
Would you guys have picked the Lions against the Cowboys if the Cowboys had beaten the Packers
in the rematch? Yeah, I'd have been really nervous about playing the Lions again. Yes.
There's no way I'd have picked the Lions. No, I think the Cowboys do that like once every 5 games, you know? So they wouldn't have been due for one, actually. They needed that to happen in week 17 or 18 and kind of get their attention and be like, oh, my goodness, that's right. We're not that good, guys. These last 4 weeks convinced me that we're champions and Hall of Famers just like the 90s Cowboys. Thankfully, we lost right before the playoffs start to snap us back into reality so they could give their best effort. Unbelievable. You know how cocky they were last week? And I talked myself into believing that was like speaking it into existence. Yeah. But they were so cocky. Just 4 more to go. Yeah, right. 4 more quarters, then your season's over. That stunk. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, my pleasure, boys.
I guess I'm not done venting.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you.
I just learned.
I don't blame you. I
feel sick.
Okay, here we go, nation. It's time to hit the expressway. We take you commercial free to the top, and we'll get you the latest on the sports news that have been developing throughout our broadcast day coming up next right here to the G-Back Nation and the Fan. I want to chat.